by saying that you created some shit that you didn't create. That's undermining. That's divisive, to be undermining someone. If you were working tirelessly for the black man, like a Farrakhan, who was not trying to, you know, undermine us in that type of way, who was carrying on the foundational black American traditions that were taught to him by Elijah Muhammad, the most honorable Elijah. Unbiased Sports, gloves off. Thank you again. He said, Tether equal black immigrants that undermine FBAs. Not all black immigrants undermine us, are tethers. There you go. Which answers your question about Minister Farrakhan. Because again, he didn't try to undermine us. This is a perfect example of trying to undermine us by saying that you created some shit that you didn't create. That's undermining. That's divisive, to be undermining someone. If you were working tirelessly for the black man, like a Farrakhan, who was not trying to, you know, undermine us in that type of way, who was carrying on the foundational black American traditions that were taught to him by Elijah Muhammad, the most honorable. Unbiased Sports, gloves off. Thank you again. He said, Tether equal black immigrants that undermine FBAs. Not all black immigrants undermine us, are tethers. There you go. Which answers your question about Minister Farrakhan.
They know what a tether is. A tether is somebody who's a non-FBA who comes around us trying to undermine us, trying to do things to undermine us. That's all it is. It's not an immigrant. All immigrants are not tethers. All foreigners are not tethers. All people in Africa are not tethers. All people in the Caribbean are not tethers. We've said that 1,000,001 times. They know that. But the ones who are tethers have to sit here and play dumb because now we've called them out. Hit dogs holla. You understand? Here's the thing. People ain't dumb. They know what we mean when we say tether. I want y'all to understand.
Like I'm not quite sure the distinction between a tether, an FBA, and I heard another one. Is it a mindset thing?
Yeah, when we talk about a person being a tether, that's somebody who comes over and basically tries to cosplay as us or undermine us to a certain degree, or a person who has a negative disposition about our lineage. But a tether doesn't mean a person is an immigrant per se,
So
just because they're an immigrant.
Over and over and over, different lives. Tariq Nasheed defines a tether consistently. Tether does not equal all immigrants, all black immigrants. He said that over and over and over. So when a tether act like it does mean that, that shows you that it's truly a tether. Okay, so when you disregard the definition and run with your own definition and attempt to undermine the definition, the true definition, by definition, you are indeed a tether. Okay, that's simple. This is a tether, case in point. Case in point, let it load. Okay, just give it a second. Computer slow as hell. Mac is down, so I'm using this BS desktop.
Gain citizenship through either marriage or some other way, but they're a immigrant. They're not a foundational Black American as FBA stands for, and those people, I've seen Tariq Nasheed basically say that most of the problems among the Black community or problematic things stem from non-FBA, so people who are tethers and other things like that.
You see what this tether just did?
According
This tether just made Black immigrants equals tether. And he claims he watched Tariq Nasheed. Many different lives, many, multiple, several, okay, plentiful of his lives, he goes over the word tether, defining it, okay? And the definition is consistent, it's constant, it's always a particular Black immigrant. Particular or unique or distinctive means not all, okay? He's not making an absolute claim like tethers do, right? So you got a word like Akada. That's not for selective FBA, okay? That is for all FBAs. You got white supremacists. Their words for FBA is for all of us. It's not selective on these certain Blacks are the N-word and these aren't. It was for all Black Americans, all FBAs. See, so it's a difference when we define, which make us the most genuine people on the goddamn planet. Everybody else has a blanket name for a race of people. We specify, no, good needs to be met with good, and evil or bad needs to be met with evil and bad. It needs to be identified. Or let me say this, evil and good need to be identified as good. This is a better way to phrase it. Good needs to be identified as good, and bad or hate or evil need to be identified as bad, hate, or evil. So a good Black person is a good FBA American. A bad FBA American is called a coon, a sellout, sample. We have words for them too. Okay? Well, we like to be specific. This is an FBA bad person. Okay. Black immigrants. We got terms for your bad, the bad of you that come to undermine us. Okay, the bad of you who undermine you in Jamaica or Nigeria or Kenya or Haiti, that's your problem. But when y'all come over here, and so we ain't gonna identify the bad in Jamaica who undermine the good Jamaicans. That's y'all gotta do that. But when they come over here, or when they yell from over there to over here, undermining us, yes, we're gonna have a name to differentiate from you from the other good in your country. And that word is tether. Okay, so now listen to this tether again. So by definition, because he's undermining or misrepresenting the definition of tether purposely, it qualifies him as an indeed tether. One more time, one more game.
to Mr. Tariq Nasheed and a lot of stuff he said, it's tethers. You know what's a tether? A tether is an immigrant who has gained citizenship through either marriage or some other way, but they're a immigrant.
Okay, so you heard this little fat drunk tether? He just said a tether is an immigrant who gains citizenship one way or another, but they're immigrants. So that makes them equal to a tether. This is a fat drunk tether right here. That Black folks, like, you know, I ain't gonna lie, FBAs are off cool, but we're gaining some steam and we're trying to lock on to the body and trying to get them to be on board. Tethers don't want FBAs that's off code to be on code because they know it's gonna be a hell of a force. So they're playing mind games with them, manipulating their mind, causing confusion like this tether. He say in an FBA mind who don't know any better, he's trying to find tether as all immigrants. Okay, he's not telling the FBAs who don't know about it, the word, he's misrepresenting it. Okay, so he's adding poison in the water, so to speak. So listen to this tether again. Listen to tether again.
According to Mr. Tariq Nasheed and a lot of stuff
I got breaking news. I'm biased. Spoke with Deacon. I tried. He said he'll debate me on another vertebrate. I told him I'll put money up if you're interested. Maybe early January. Yeah, okay. That's gonna be too early because I gotta get back into my studies. You know, I gotta like really be diligent and dedicated. And because I'm like so far removed from the vertebrate debate, damn, like I would love to take that, but I'm like so mentally far. I'm on salvation right now in Trinity. So yeah, that's gonna be too early because that's around the corner, bro. And like I'm so like salvation and Trinity, and I got other stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be tough for me to put that in there. I gotta watch. I gotta watch my debates over. You know, read my final points. So maybe I could talk to Nietzsche, and maybe Nietzsche more closer to that than I am. But I'm kind of like far removed. And I would love to get the credit. I would love to put it under my belt. But yeah, yes. You know what? So give me a moment to like look at my old debates because I was gonna do a review of Gorilla Hebrew. So Gorilla Hebrew's doing a review on it. I think Captain debates my or some street TV guy. So he's doing a review on it. So maybe I will get back into it. So, but I can't guarantee January. It'll be late January if anything. But let me. Okay, so if he's saying, I want to hear him say, "Hey, I want it," and then I'll put my attention. If he can email you or where it's clear, I want to put that. I don't want to put my energy back in that, and he don't follow through. Because then remember, if I go that way, that's all my debate for the whole year. Okay. All right, so let's get back.
He said, it's tethers. You know what's a tether? A tether is an immigrant who has gained citizenship through either marriage or some other way, but they're a immigrant. They're
Yes, he just lied about that. So FBAs are not against immigrants, especially legal ones. Like FBAs are definitely not against legal immigrants. That tend to their own business. So like let's say if Asians come to the country and they in the Asian community doing Asian things, progressing, building, making Asian culture better, we don't mind. Mexicans come in the country, they doing Mexican things, building up the country for Mexicans to have a better life. We don't mind. We can cohabitate. Indians coming over, East Indians coming over, Arabs coming over, Egyptians coming over, any person from the continent of Africa coming over, Haiti, Jamaica, any island, and they're doing their own thing. And, we don't mind cohabitating, building alliances there, working with, that's all cool. But when we have a political stance that's specifically for us, FBAs, and it's not just immigrants. If anybody, it could be white Americans. It could be Spanish Americans, right? If anybody gets in the way of that, just like we won't get in the way of the same people wanting something. If white Americans was fighting for something, and because they feel like they're being wrong and they want to make it right. If my Latino Americans was fighting for something, they felt, let's say, immigration, like discrimination, things like that they're being wrong, we would actually support them. Like, hey, yeah, man, that ain't right, because we don't like discrimination, period. So it's not just don't discriminate against FBA, it's don't discriminate against anybody. Like, let everybody have a fair shot at whatever they want to do. Okay, so that's the whole thing. Now, where FBA for the most part is arguing for reparations, because history shows that FBAs, above all, been wronged in America. Okay, we pretty much built America. Because it's funny, I'm gonna play a clip with Godfrey, the comedian Godfrey, and he's from like West Africa. He says the term Akademics means cotton picker. That's referring to us. So that means that you acknowledge that we contributed to the early building blocks, the early foundations of America. Cotton was a big source of the economy. Cotton built up America big time. All the clothes right now is cotton. So that's just one example. But any clothes you got on that says cotton, really important cotton, we get credit for that. So it's like, you got to watch what you're saying. But Academics is a tether, and don't forget, we also call out FBA, so nobody gets a pass. So if somebody's Black American like me, and he's standing in my way or our way of a political right, political necessary, that person will be differentiated as well. Like, he'll be labeled as something, should be labeled as something, so we know not to stay away, not to rock with those certain people. You did. So that's it. So anyway, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna play this one more time. I'm gonna get into the show. Let's go back. Wait, let's go. All right. I'm gonna just go from here. Let's go from here. So I can get rid of these tags, which making my computer slow. So Lord Jamar was even confusing the word tether, the definition, because so many lies are coming from me. He didn't even know. So I had to correct him because he was using it incorrect. He was using it like academics, because people like academics poisoned the well where people use it incorrectly. Okay. So one more time, and then we'll go on. So this guy wants to run around.
Unbiased Sports, gloves off. Thank you again. He said, tether equal Black immigrants that undermine FBAs. Not all Black immigrants undermine us, are tethers.
And let me make a correction. Tether isn't exclusively just Black immigrants. The reason why I give it like that, because I didn't want to make it long, but he was using it. He was using it to address Black immigrants, like completely, like blanketed. So I just got to the point. But Tether's not all Black immigrants, period, who undermine Black Americans, get in our way, and to sabotage any efforts at progressing or building or constructing something. I mean, and look, if Black folks were standing in the way of Indians in America building and progressing, they need to have a term for us that do that. If some Black folks are in the way of Asian Americans, stopping them from doing some things, they have the right to give a name for those specific Blacks. If Latinos were being hindered by some radical Blacks, then they have the right to add a label to those particular Blacks to identify them. So everybody has that right to identify the bad guy, the bad girls. So that's all, man. We're just identifying the bad people of a race, of an ethnicity. We all know there's good and bad in every race, right? So we want to applaud the good and label the bad. Nothing wrong with that. They do that in food. Bad food get labeled, don't sell, right? After this date.
There you go. Which answers your question about
We're done there. All right, next one. One more time.
That's just them acting dumb to waste your time. They know what a tether is. A tether is something.
Let's go. It'll get there.
That's just them acting dumb to waste your time. They know what a tether is. A tether is somebody who's a non-FBA who comes around us trying to undermine
you hear
us,
the
trying
word,
to do things to
the consistent word, the constant word is undermine. So you have to be an immigrant that undermine FBAs, ADOS, whatever, Black Americans, Negroes, however you want to term it, African Americans. You have to, if you're not undermining us, then there's no term for you. You dig? You're just who you are.
undermine us. That's all it is. It's not an immigrant. All immigrants are not tethers. All foreigners are not tethers. All people in Africa are not tethers. All people in the Caribbean are not tethers. We've said that 1,000,001 times. They know that. But the ones who are tethers have to sit here and play dumb because now we've called them out.
And that will be
Hit
academics.
dogs
And you'll see later. All right, so
holler.
one more
You
time, because
understand?
a white guy called
Here's-
in and wanted to know what the tether was. Because again, because of people like academics poison the well of the definition of tether that people don't know. So a white guy called him like, hey, yo, what is tether? Listen.
Some of your terminology I don't
Peace, SMH.
quite understand even after listening to you quite a while. Like I'm not quite sure the distinction between a tether, an FBA, and I heard another one. Is it a mindset thing?
Yeah, when we talk about a person being a tether, that's somebody who comes over and basically tries to cosplay as us or undermine.
We're
us
undermine again. So when you guys define tether again, make sure you add the word undermine, because he keeps saying undermine every time he defines it. Other words are replaced or interchangeable, but he's constant with the word undermine.
Degree, or a person who has a negative disposition about our lineage. But a tether doesn't mean a person is an immigrant per se, just because they're an immigrant.
Tether doesn't mean an immigrant per se. That's okay. How many times you got to say that? But you weirdos keep poisoning the well. That's okay, because we can keep correcting the well. We're gonna keep putting fluoride in there, cleansing that well.
Per se, just because they're an immigrant, that doesn't make them a tether. So we're very clear on what those terms mean.
Okay, so he said just because they are an immigrant, it doesn't make them a tether. But look what Academics says. Academics says no. Tariq said because they're an immigrant, it makes them a tether. Well, because you're undermining the definition of Academics, by definition, it makes you a tether. And you are a tether. I unsubscribe from this tether, and I'm good with this guy.
According to Mr. Tariq Nasheed, in a lot of stuff he said, it's tethers. You know what's a tether? A tether is an immigrant who has...
Okay, so he just said the actual opposite of Tariq Nasheed for the definition of tether. He said the word tether is an immigrant. He didn't say undermine, right? He's gonna leave it at that. He's gonna leave it as an immigrant.
Who has...
Back up.
Is an immigrant who has... You know what's a tether? A tether is an immigrant who has gained citizenship through either marriage or some other way, but they're a immigrant. They're not a foundational Black American, as FBA stands for. And those people, I've seen Tariq Nasheed.
Okay, so he made that very clear. He said tether means immigrants, all immigrants. Blanket, absolute statement. That's what this tether just did. He claimed to know Tariq's talking points, and Tariq said it over and over and over and over again. Matter of fact, he said so much, he dedicated a whole live to it, right? So the title of this video is, I'm going to play this. Not right now, but I will. 20 minutes. Okay. So people misrepresent and undermine Tariq's definition of tether so much that he had to make a video 12 hours ago, right? At least uploaded 12 hours ago. Okay, hold on. All right, okay. Let me clear this noise. Come here. Come here. Put your stuff. Go here. All right. Too much background noise going. I'm trying to talk. You know I got ADD. When I talk, we gotta be silent. Okay. So people purposely, I'm gonna say tethers, purposely misrepresent the definition of tether. That Tariq Nasheed had to upload a video of the definition of tether 12 hours ago. So he dedicated a whole video to stop you liars making up a definition of tether and then pinning it chest time to Tariq Nasheed. All right, before I do that, let me go ahead. So what does that say? That says because people got a problem with FBA's delineating from other Black immigrants. So, but damn, that's 2000, what, 21, 22? Like, this is a recent thing we're doing. Africans and Jamaicans been doing this for like 20, 30, 40 years. Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians been practicing delineation against or amongst FBAs for 40 years. Okay, you know me, I got sources. So let's go. Like, we just started doing it. We were all inclusive not too long ago. Y'all been doing it for 40, 60 years. Listen.
Parents.
All right, look.
Being honest,
they're better towards us. Africans are really mean towards us. They're really nasty towards us because they feel they're
American woman.
My daughter's mom is American. Most African parents, if we're being honest, they would actually prefer you.
Okay, so most African parents, that's the majority. He said, we're being honest, would prefer their kids to date white people, right?
Most African parents, if we're being honest, they would actually prefer you bring home a white person.
A lot I can't categorically say every Nigerian got this talk, but a lot of Nigerians that travel abroad got this talk from their family, where they will sit you down and tell you, you're going there. Don't go and talk to those Black Americans. You just go and get pregnant. You get into drugs.
Okay, so she said, so they're taught to delineate. As soon as they touch soil, do not, this is why, remember yesterday live, I said, you know, most of our experience with Black immigrants being like really from the people from the island. I said people from the continental Africa, the continent of Africa, the motherland, Africa, when they come over here, they really don't hang with us, invite us to no cookouts. Almost every Black American who live around Jamaicans or somebody from the islands have been to their cookouts, been to their homes, been to something with them to experience some of their culture, right? I bet you about, if you ask 10 FBAs, 9 or 10 will tell you that they've never been invited to an African person's house or cookout, family event to experience the culture. I guarantee you. And I that's a bold claim. I'm winging it. I guarantee it.
You start become the gang banging. They give you that.
So you see, she's clearly Nigerian or whatever she is, but she's definitely from the continent. And she said, Black people as a whole, again, they're not saying tethers. They're not calling Black folks tethers, meaning some of them or this kind of Black person. They are the ones making a blanket statement on Black America, right? And that's why I say FBAs, we are the only people probably on the planet that doesn't give a blanket statement to term a people because of negativity. We differentiate. We say coon, sambo, we say tether, we say things like that to separate them from the good of their people, okay? But everybody else, every other race, give one term for whatever race they don't like, and that embodies the entire race. So they're telling all Black folks are gangsters. All Black folks are drug addicts. All Black folks are baby mamas, baby daddies. That's what she just said it. And we're gonna go. Matter of fact, I didn't even know there's a such term as, I gotta get it later. All right, so matter of fact, let me end that right there. Okay, let me finish.
Talk that just go to the white community, find a nice place, they just go and be decent. Stay with the white people.
So stay with the white people. Don't go near any Akatas.
They give you that talk. So when you enter America, you already have a perception of African Americans. You judge them.
Okay, now I notice none of these filthy tethers has addressed that. No filthy tether has ever said, hey man, that's wrong. That, you know, people that never experienced Black people have a preconceived prejudice against FBAs. Like, no tether have ever said, hey man, that's wrong. You're delineating. You are divisive. Not one filthy tether ever said that. Say, hey, that behavior that African woman was expressing was divisive. Not one filthy tether has ever said that. Say, hey, that's divisive. And if one did, it wasn't loud as what you hear from Tether's voice against FBAs. It wasn't a trending thing. Okay, now we don't hear loud voices echoing, hey, that's wrong. You're delineating, you're divisive. We can't be Pan-Africanists because of you. Nope. They were able to do it without much pushback. They were going to be real.
Well, we don't want them here.
They're your brothers and sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If they were taken away, unfortunately, we will develop by ourselves.
That video could have been a lot.
They are.
If they were taken them here.
They're your brothers and sisters.
They're not our brothers.
They are.
If they were taken away.
Okay, you heard that? They're not our brothers. All right, fine. We agree. Hold you on us. You did. We're not your brothers. Like, you just over there, we over here. So same energy. So you come over there, same energy. You come over here, same energy. We're not brothers. Y'all just who y'all are, and we are who we are. Cool. Okay? Cool.
Fortunately, we will develop by ourselves.
That video could have been a lot longer. I just wanted to
Right.
clip it. But again, when we talk about these diaspora wars, and I wanted to get into that later, but since we're already here,
Right.
when
Okay,
you
so
even
I didn't know that was the thing. Because this ain't really my thing, this right here, this topic. But I'm getting into it. I didn't know that you could type in YouTube diaspora wars and you got a bunch of tethers from all across the world just dissing Black Americans, FBAs, like just for just nothing. Just I didn't know that existed. So when he said that, I got it from him. When he said diaspora wars, I typed it in there. It's like hella. I said, I got hella content tonight. I'm going to bed probably again 4 a.m. again. I'm like, damn, I ain't know. Wow, I didn't know that was a real thing. Diaspora wars, just tethers that half of them don't live in America, some do, or some experience, and they just going in on FBAs like, yo, we didn't even think about them. Like, wow, okay.
when we talk about these diaspora wars, and I wanted to get into that later, but since we're already here,
Right.
when you even type in diaspora wars, it seems to be, Africans or
So
Caribbean.
when he said type in diaspora, I promise you, I went on YouTube and did it, and like, wow, there is actually a genre for this.
And they have this disdain almost, or this disrespect when it comes towards Black Americans, often saying, you don't know where you don't come from, but they would never say that to a Haitian or a Jamaican or a Trinidadian.
Right. So now, I'm smarter than the average person. So when I start hearing like what they're saying, like why they're so disgusted with African Americans, Negroes, Blacks, FBAs, or you could say ADOS. When I start hearing the reasons they had for us, the reasons they had why they didn't like us, I'm like, well, damn, that applies to the whole Caribbean. Because they're mad we're not in Africa. Like he said, they're not our brothers, they're not here. I'm like, well, damn, neither are Jamaicans. Or St. Croix, whatever, call themselves Barbadians. They ain't there either. Are they your brothers? Like, but it's only just for African Americans, FBAs. You don't hear these tethers. Now, their complaint, it covers the islands as well. Because they're saying you're not Africa, you pretty much just lost and stupid. And you're borrowing the identity of your colonizer, slave master. But I'm like, well, damn, doesn't that apply to the islands, the Caribbeans? So why is only the expressions about FBAs? And then you like, you know what? When you're smart like me, you like, you know what? It ain't about that, because you'll be coupling the islands in there. And y'all never do. Y'all always specific about FBAs. They just jealous. Jealous one's envy. It just comes, that tether fat joke, it just comes to that now. You're like, well, it's just a jealousy, envious thing. Like, you're mad that we're in the best country in the world, You're mad that we have citizenship, natural born citizenship in the best country to ever exist. We don't need visas. We ain't got to marry nobody. We got to set up fake marriages, all these scams and shit. We ain't got to sneak in the country. You dig? Oh, that's what it is. Because everything they say ain't wrong. Like, a lot of things they say when they start with their rhetoric, a lot of it ain't wrong, but it is mean spirited though, evil spirited. It is that. But everything ain't absolutely wrong. Some things, okay, I say, okay, but by you, what they got to do with you though? Like if Black Americans aren't taking advantage of the advantages they have in this country, what they got to do with you? Like why you hate us for not? Like that was weird. Why you hate us for not taking advantage of what's in front of us? How is that stopping your shithole country? Like, do you think that if we get popping, we're gonna just move to Nigeria or Kenya somewhere and start like setting up shop? Like, that's what you think? You think, damn, man, we need more Akatas to be successful and rich so they can move over here and build a community for us. Like, I know y'all don't believe that shit. So if we're wavering away our opportunities, what that got to do with you? Like, why you hate us for dropping the ball, fumbling the ball? Why you hate? We're not your team. Why you hate us? Like, okay, it's one thing to say, hey, man, those are cops that are foolish. They got all these opportunities, they don't do it. And you leave it at that. But the hate and disgust, I don't hang around on all that shit. Wait a minute, what? But it's okay. You can say don't hang around, but then don't, well, you can do what you want to do. But when you get upset, when we say, hey, we don't want to hang around you back, and anything happens to you over here, any injustice, any discrimination, any segregation, hold your own nuts. We ain't out there marching and campaigning for you. Why are you mad? Like you drew the line. We didn't draw the line. You drew the line. Let's continue. It gets worse.
No, we all came from the same slave ship. It's just different stops. But for some reason, Black Americans or African Americans aren't looked at as a specific culture when Jamaicans are, or Haitians are, or whatever, Antigua, like all of them are looked at. Nobody questions their culture. So and the fact that we always have to answer our culture or is being questioned by people that look like us, you know what I mean, is very disrespectful. And especially when we have built a unique culture within America. And I think, unfortunately, the media does a good job at portraying only the negative stereotypes. It's just like when we were growing up, the stereotypes that we seen of Africans was the flies on the face. I didn't have this, that, and the third. So that's what we saw.
Lions, niggas getting cow pissed on them. Yeah. So, but we don't really like hold that to you, like, because a lot of us got smart enough to be like, okay, Africa can't be about just that. Like, when niggas got bones in their mouths and shit, you know, they're out there cutting off the clitoris of the women. Like, we're smart enough to not believe all of Africa is doing that. Now, we could have been like y'all tethers and saying, you know what? Yeah, all Africans do that. All Africans get cow pissed on their hair. All Africans put bones in their lips and nose. All Africans wash in the fucking Serengeti. What's that place? that river called? Who knows? But or be fighting lions for their food. You dig? We can play that game. We can act like all y'all, you know, fight lions for their food. We can say all y'all put bones in your nose and are cannibals. Like we can do that. We don't. That's a stereotype for y'all that the same white folks do. But we know it's not true. Like, nah, well, some of them do it, but not all. But we can sit here and play that stereotype like y'all doing ours, which we just might start doing again. We might start saying, oh, yeah, niggas got bones and shit in your face and put scars and clip the woman clitoris and all that. Yeah, like, we can start doing that. Say, hey, y'all all do that. And give y'all this particular name, worse than Tether.
So, of course, we had a negative perception, but, you know, we see as now 2025, 2024, we still seeing that narrative push that don't go to those Black Americans. They ratchet, they ghetto, they don't got no culture, which is just, to me, is very disrespectful. And it is a slap in the face, like, as somebody who's Black American.
Let me ask you something. What country in Africa are you from?
I'm from America. That's what we're saying. Just
What
like a
country in
Jamaica,
Africa
just like
are
a
you
no,
from?
hold on. Just like somebody from Jamaica, they're not going to say what country in Africa they're from. Somebody in Haiti is not going to say what country from. They're going to say they're Haitian.
Because they were closer from, what is it called, the triangular slave
But then
trade.
when you
All right. So now this woman is sitting there. These women are sitting there cosplaying, like their entire look is cosplaying that of women of FBA culture. Everything about them is how FBA women look first. FBA women don't borrow no type of beauty, no hair tips collectively at all from anybody, from any black person from any island, any black person from Africa. Okay, we don't borrow not one thing from y'all. We think y'all got no swag. Okay, we don't borrow no beauty, no swag tips from y'all at all. Zero. Okay. The best argument you can say is the dreadlocks. That's the best shit you can say. And who knows if that's even true? Because if a lot of us just don't comb our hair, I should just lock up naturally.
you ask them that question, they're not going to have a definitive answer.
That's because they're already in their own community of Caribbeans, the Haitians, Jamaicans. They're all like in one bowl. But
Black Americans are in their own bowl as well.
The
Like
reason why I
that's what I'm
asked
saying.
that's
Why are
why
we getting questioned?
That's why Africans feel that way, because they feel like because you don't know where you come from, which is not by fault by Africans.
We know where we come from. We come from America, just like Jamaicans
I guess it's just more,
come from Jamaica. Like, what is the difference?
I think it's just more relatable.
Right. So again, see, the problem is you talking like a lot of women. A lot of women don't really like to listen like that anyway. So what he's basically saying, do you ask a Jamaican? So when Stu Peace come back on here, when that clown Haskell come back on, are you going to ask them what part of Africa they're from specifically, what country? Like, you're not going to do that. Are you going to ask a Haitian black man, black woman, what part of Africa they come from? They're going to have the same answer as us. You know what I mean? Like what answer that we're going to give differently than a Jamaican, Haitian, person from St. Croix, Barbados, Guyana? Like, no, Guyana. What answer are we going to give Trinidad? What answer are we going to give that's different from theirs? We're going to all say the same answer. Like West Africa. That's it. We don't know exactly where, probably.
From an African to see another African and be like, oh, where you come from? Oh, I'm from Ghana. I'm from this place. And they know so much about their culture because they do this, and this. So I feel like that's why they feel like you know so much about your culture in Africa. So that's why they're like, well, Americans don't know, because honestly, you guys don't know. When Africans come to America, they're busting their behinds.
Now, this woman is actually busting their behind. You hear this like thick ass hardworking shit. Now, this Tether, that's what she is. Nothing about her looks like Tether from the continent of Africa. This Tether is talking about culture, and that's all important. Nothing about her right now looks like a cultural continental Africa. Nothing, not one thing. She's trying to look light skinned. She got an FBA style clothes, the wig, the hair, the eyebrows done, all that FBA look, lipstick, makeup. Everything about this Tether is the FBA look, the FBA black woman culture. And she got the nerve to talk about culture. And like she act like she's sitting there with a dashiki with a goddamn bone in her nose. Like, yo, she's talking like there's a bone in her nose. She got yellow hair from a cow pissing in it and a dashiki on with hard ass feet. Like she acting like she's looking like that. Ma'am, you're looking like a black FBA woman. What they be saying out here? The fuck? Yo, am I missing something?
to get degrees, become doctors, lawyers, and stuff like that. So when Africans look at African Americans, they're like, these people have credit cards. We don't even have credit cards. These people are not even working, and we come here and we busting our asses.
Okay, now when she said she come here, okay, so now this is the thing. What ex-architect pointed out last night. When they say they come here, okay, well, because Stu Peace made that fallacious bullshit argument. You're sending, in most cases, Stu Peace, they admit, you're sending your best over here, which is a small representation of your country. Largely, the large representation of your country are a bunch of ignorant niggas with low IQs. No education. There's a stat where I think Nigeria, and I got it. I'm going to play it. There's a stat where I think it's Nigeria. They got the most kids, like 6 years old to like 14. They got the most kids in the world that's not in school from age 6 to 14. Okay, so when you're talking about, so you're sending your best over here. No motherfuckers just barely survive. You're sending your best brains over here, and they could barely survive, make a living for themselves. They definitely don't make enough to help your country out for shit. Can you imagine, like black folks, we sent like Tyson Mildegrass, like we send our best over to Africa, Jamaica, or Haiti. Can you imagine that all of our best brains, not sports, academics, our best tech, people in technology and science, can you imagine we send our best to Africa, to Haiti, to Jamaica, and all the goddamn islands? Can you imagine how those countries gonna turn out? They're sending their best over here, and they're barely recognizable. They're barely noticeable. They're not making a name for themselves over here like we know who they are. She don't even know who they are. They're like blending in barely. So this argument about you're sending your best to our country that has a mixture. So you're in our country, Tether. So that means that you're going to have the best and the worst. You're going to have crackheads, and you're going to have people who, just brainiacs. Okay, so now let's do this. Let's do reverse. Let's send our best to where you live at. I guarantee you guys don't have proper medicine. I guarantee you guys birth rates are failures. Like you got larger failed birth rates than us. It's about when a baby's born, the chance of it not surviving. I guarantee you in your country is 100 times worse than America. I guarantee you that everything negative that could go wrong in your country is 100 times worse than ours. You don't have no government that has like some type of unemployment, some type of social security, some type of disability, some type of housing project, all this type of shit. You don't have, your government is basically, it's a dog eats dog world in your fucking country. Okay, and you got a nurse say you can come over here and bust, you sending 10 tethers over here and talking about they busting their ass. I know the number. There's Jamaicans, there's not 1 million Jamaicans over here. There's not 1 million. It's Puerto Ricans, there's not 300,000. There's not a lot of like Puerto Rican immigrants. There's not a lot of Dominican. There's not a lot of African. There's not a lot of Jamaican, Haitian. There's not a lot of you guys over here. So that's the problem. You're sending your best over here, and now your country is left with just the fucking gangs. Like, yo, you forgot you're in a third world country? Like this bitch acting like she in a first world country and her best is going to Mars and they're coming back with some. What the fuck you talking about? Like your best is leaving and not coming back. Leaving y'all to fend for yourselves to be in the bushes getting bushmeat. Like, so I mean, like the entitlement, the audacity, and the gloves are off. You dig? Because these tethers are allowed to talk like this, and the good people in their country who are not tethers, enough of them don't check these women like how we would do. FBA culture, if we feel like somebody's cooling, selling out, like Candace Owens, like yo, Candace Owens is FBA. And we think she tripping, we get on her in the comment section. You see the disdain for her. You see people come at her neck. You see other folks talking reckless. We like even certain people say certain things like you see, we come at them, even though they're FBA. Y'all don't do that. Y'all got this all for one for all mentality, where it's like, nah, we can't do that. All right, well then fuck it. We're gonna just group all y'all in there.
Now we're doing we're now six figures, and these people have all these years to become all these great jobs and careers, and they're not doing anything. I'm just saying this is what they're saying. Yeah, this is the conversation. It's like y'all have all this time to get free money, free loans, and we don't get that back at home.
All right, what the fuck is this bitch talking about? Okay, so when y'all start talking about that free money shit, well, according to Stu Pease, a Jamaican, a loan ain't free. It's your money. So, but a loan is not free money. Like there's qualifications, there's eligibilities in this country to qualify for a loan. You got to be eligible for a loan. You got to qualify for a loan. Most, it's Stu Pease, where he was alluded to, but he was off topic, chasing, running. He can't fuck with me in a debate. But what he was trying to say was that most people who start a business end up doing it with their own money because they can't qualify. They're not eligible for the so-called free money, Tether. And there's nothing free about that. You get a loan from a bank, hard lender, soft lender, and you got to pay an interest. Okay? Whether you're successful or not, whether you keep your job or not, you got to pay that shit back. Whether you miss bills, lose your house, go to jail for child support. Yeah, so regardless, they want their money. So free money, again, that's a tether. That's undermining Black Americans, FBAs, for a goofy point. There's no free money. Fuck you talking about? Money don't follow. Where's the free money? Well, guess what? I need a BMW. 2025. Where's the free money? Where's the free money to add to give it towards the BMW? I need a fucking a big old home with 4 acres of land. Where is the free money? What the fuck's he talking about? Again, like they gotta lie to themselves and they gotta lie about us to make a valid point. This bitch is out of her fucking mind.
I have all this time to get free money, free loans, and we don't get that back at home.
Yeah, but
y'all get that when y'all come here, though.
Exactly, and guess what? We're
see now. Did these guys make a diligent, a valiant effort? But they're not the brightest of FBAs as far as like this type of stuff where you're sharp with the comebacks and hold them accountable. You know, there's other podcasts that's better. You know, they can catch their talking points and like redirect it. But they should have said, "What's free about a loan? What are you talking about? Free loan's not free." Like ask the rappers. Ask the rappers when they got the advance money, was that free? And just ask an average rapper when he got his advance money, what was it free? He had to pay it back. So when they sold records, they didn't get one dime until their loan was satisfied first. So when their album was making sales, when their hit singles making sales, they didn't get one dime until the loan was satisfied. You learn that shit from Shark Tank. The hell's free loans, but you know they didn't catch it. Whatever.
right here, and y'all are still here.
There's a lot of grants and loans and different situations.
The people from here is not getting them loans that y'all come here and get them.
You said what you just said?
No, I said there's a lot of.
That's the point that they're proving. The people here are not even getting it. So it's like, what are y'all doing?
No, I'm saying the Black people here are not getting them same opportunities that y'all come from y'all Africa and come here and get. We don't get those.
Considering not just Africans, everybody, all the other countries are considering y'all as being lazy because it's like, why aren't y'all getting these? Like, why y'all not busting y'all asses to? Y'all should be better than the Chinese. This is if y'all Americans. Yeah. Y'all should be better than America. Y'all should be better than Chinese people who coming over here.
But we. And the thing is,
okay. So again, so we be better than 15 people. Okay, again, catch the argument. America, we have 40 million or more FBAs. Okay. So when China comes over, when Jamaica comes over, when Hispanic countries come over, if they're legal, most authors are sending like their best, or some people who could contribute to the American economy. Like they're not trying to send burdens, right? So if they're coming in small numbers, so you expect 40 million people that's got all type of different education, all type of different work ethics, all type of shit to compete with a minority. That's what Double X was making ex-architect point making last night. Like how you compare a minority to a majority? Like that's like comparing African Americans 40%, 40 million to the couple hundred white people. Like, yo, you can't do that. You got to compare similar numbers. I just been talking about a few Chinese people come over here and all of a sudden, but you got to make up fallacious arguments to get your point across. But tethers are never honest.
Question is, what are the opportunities that you think that we have over
that's different, right?
The grants, the loans, the scholarships and stuff.
We're getting more than you guys.
I don't understand what. No, I've never heard of anything.
Are y'all seeing what's going on with the immigrants right now and how the benefits that they're receiving? Yeah, are y'all aware of this right now?
The immigrants were here.
Yeah, all of these immigrants going to like New York and
Chicago.
I've heard about
Are you aware of the benefits that they're getting right now? The free hotels and the free EBTs and all of this.
$500 a week.
Wait, before you
per
continue.
person.
Immigrants. What immigrants are you talking about? Because
we're talking about the Mexicans.
Yeah, because that's what I see. I see is like the Guatemalans. That's
the
what
Venezuelan.
I'm seeing.
Yeah, like
we're not talking about them right now.
But
we're talking about
immigrants.
But yeah, immigrants. But what you just said is that Africans are getting more opportunities than African Americans,
Caribbeans. Yes.
We're not talking about the Venezuelans.
What do you mean how?
So answer that question.
America is giving immigrants from other countries more opportunities that they would give a black man specifically. If you look online, if you go online and search, we go online and search for grants and loans and everything specifically for black men. There's none.
And NAACP don't have. They have plenty of awards and scholarships and
that just shows you how America treats black people as a whole. It's America.
But that's the point we're trying to get to y'all. That the reason we're not as far as people come from other countries and get is because.
No, I'm sorry. This is
not. Now they get into denial and delusion. Okay, so now they have their talking points because, as we've seen earlier, and we're going to see more evidence. They're trained to believe a certain way about FBAs. They're trained like that from a little kid all the way up to some type of adult. Okay, they're trained to believe a certain way about FBA people. So now, when their thoughts, right, are being dispelled, they feel like, no. And it's like, no, what you were told was a lie. Like, is that possible? Like, you're coming here with this, you're on this podcast with this preconceived notion. Is it possible that your preconceived notion was built on a lie or half truth? Or is it built on all truth? Like, yo, they're explaining to you. Matter of fact, wait till this video over. Watch this.
Not to be ignorant, because you still haven't answered my question as to what us
you want to know the name of the grant?
Specific grant?
Like, I don't get what you're saying.
Not even just that, because there isn't anything specific.
Who's the critical drinker? Bridge. Who's the critical drinker? You know, like they jealous as hell, bro. They're mad. They're mad that we're in the best country ever in human history. They're mad instead of because we're not just guests here. We're co-owners. You did like we helped build the America you have today. We're the reason that the Constitution is ratified, amended, all types like that. We are because there was already a Civil Rights Act. Okay, after 1865, there was a Civil Rights Act already, but that was about men, black men, FBA men only. Okay, it didn't include FBA women or women, period. Okay, so the Civil Rights Act was an amendment to that. You did. So these tethers come over here not knowing American history. And I'm gonna put the link in the chat in a second because I'm gonna cook on y'all. Y'all damn shame fucking with me, American history.
Specific that
we're doing.
Where we're receiving.
Yeah,
These
but-
people.
But hold on.
Okay,
You have not pointed out any simple, direct way you can know that black people are lazy, but yet y'all can claim and give us that title. You don't know. You don't know that. This is what
Chinese
you heard.
people give y'all that title.
No.
No. Well, their tethers too. Well, wait. Chinese people, we don't even interact with. What? Hey, yo, we don't interact with Chinese people pretty much at all. We don't work for them. They don't work for us. Just their stores, like the Chinese restaurants, we'll go there, right? A lot of FBAs go to their restaurants in the hood, a Chinese shack. We'll go there. But like I'm gonna say that that's the only, and maybe the nail salon. So the only two main interactions a Chinese person have with FBA is we're going to their Chinese shack where they don't clean shit. It ain't FDA approved, or we go to their nail salons, or also they're like hair stores. There you go, 3. Hair stores, nail salons, and the unapproved, the disapproved FDA disapproved Chinese shacks. That's it. So what do you mean they saying we're lazy, or they saying this? We don't work with them at all. They don't hire us and they could have some insight. Yeah, these guys, man, they lazy, man. I said, go. I told the Negro to go get that cat. Put the cat trap up there, catch that cat, fillet it. And he didn't do it, lazy ass.
Africans as well. A lot of foreign people or immigrant people are doing it. We're not going to cut the slack. Oh, it's everybody doing that shit to Black Americans.
That is.
But do you know how hard it is? No, listen. Do you know how hard it is to leave your country, our home, Africa, wherever in Africa, to now even get a visa in itself is hard. It's not.
You know how hard it is to build America for free,
right now,
for free, and not to get anything? Because you're only speaking from an African perspective.
Right. And she's speaking from a tether, not African perspective. Can I all speak like that? She's speaking from a tether perspective. Can they all speak like that?
But if it's so hard, why do millions of people do it every day, every year, every week, every month?
Okay, so I was corrected. So nail salons are mostly Korean. All right, thank you for the correction. All right, yeah. So what type of interaction do Black Americans really have with Chinese people? Like they're Chinese stores buying chicken from a FDA unapproved facility. Like we don't work for them where they can say, man, he's lazy. I say there's a dog out there just wandering around. I wanted to get that thing and he ain't go get it. I say go get it. He don't get like, yo, what have they witnessed work-related wise, that they can say if these are lazy? Like they're not supervisors, they're not managers. You know, they like what? I don't get that. How many Chinese people actually work for to like make that type of assumption? If I work with one, we were coworkers. He wasn't a damn boss or manager.
From what you're trying to say, listen.
What is the shit that they give for school
scholarships?
Not the scholarships, but they had and they took away the rights recently.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Look, that's being spread between. That was just supposed to be for African Americans, and they just made that shit for the whole anybody.
But what I don't want to happen is I don't want no one to take away from the hard work that Africans are doing to get to where they are. We're not getting.
We're not doing that. But if you come here and you saying disrespect to African Americans,
yeah. But why are you even judgmental, having an opinion about us? Like if y'all coming over here to get ahead, you dig, to seek out opportunity you can't get in your own country. What are we doing to like disrupt that? Like, I need y'all to explain that. How are African Americans how are FBAs getting in your way of being successful, constructive, progressive? If y'all can articulate that, then y'all got a good point. But if we're not in your way of being successful, right, taking advantage of opportunities not afforded in your own country, why do you have an opinion about us? And it's a false, bogus, racial tetherized opinion. It's not even true, because your country, majority of your country is a shithole. So now we have more of a legitimate opinion. So now we can make a blanket statement about you guys. We can say, hey, all y'all fucking just terrible by looking at your country. Disease ridden, Roads ain't really paved like that. No highways, ain't none of that shit going on. Like we can make, and I mean, like if y'all want to paint the paintbrush stroke, we can do that. We can look at your country as a complete whole and say y'all all like that. Screw your education. And don't forget, your education you're getting at your country is from your country standards. Like you ain't passed the HSPT test. Like what SAT scores you got in your country? Like, so the standardized test over here, you guys ain't doing over there. Like we can say, hey man, y'all, because y'all always say y'all government's corrupt, right? Y'all always say y'all government's corrupt. We can say, hey man, you pay for your education. You ain't go to school. You just paid for it. You just gave the government a bag and he said, okay, boom, educated, doctor, lawyer, scientist, whatever. It's so corrupt, right? Your government's so corrupt. Why we can't conclude that a lot of y'all just pay for your education? Y'all really don't know what the fuck you're doing. So like these absolutes based on a minority, we can play that game, but y'all don't. Because y'all gonna have the standard stereotype. Once we use white supremacy stereotypes about y'all, it's over. We're the ones keeping that stereotype down. The bones in the nose, taking showers in crocodile-fested waters, you dig, anaconda waters. Like we are the ones who was out there saying, man, it's bullshit, African like the African jungle. The jungles of Africa. We kept saying African jungle. Like that's an FBA argument for y'all on y'all behalf. Meanwhile, meanwhile, we doing that. Y'all saying, yo, when we get to America, don't go around those Zacatas. They're stupid, they're drug addicts. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we like, yo, man, Africa ain't that African. Yo, we out there vouching for what Africa ain't, all the negative stereotypes, and you guys are vouching for all the negative stereotypes against us. The irony in this, and you got nerve talking shit.
Look,
it's literally they're
can I ask y'all a question? Y'all know Hispanic people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Akademics is the tether. Like I watch him. I'm a subscriber. I watch all of his lives. I make him priority. But as doing that, I'm a researcher. I am a journalist. So as I'm doing that, I'm documenting a consistent pattern. Every chance he gets, he always provides a negative light on FBAs. And he purposely misrepresent what FBA is. He called a movement, and he always consistently, purposely misrepresent the definition of a tether. Play next after these tethers.
If a person doesn't know Spanish, but he's still considered Puerto Rican, right? Don't every Puerto Rican person still claim they're Puerto Rican? They're not. You American Spanish.
Okay, so the reason why I got cut in because they were copyright flagging, right? So you had to like cut in the video because believe me, I would let it play, but you have to like strategically pick your moments to cut in the video. That's why everybody who does a reaction, they'll cut in the video. If not, you'll get flagged, and they will. Sometimes I'll do this video, and when I'm done, I'll get a message from an email from YouTube saying, hey, your video is demonetized or it's blocked. So I could do all this analyst breakdown, whatever. And when I'm done, I get an email just to tell me the video is not accessible because you violated the Fair Act policy. So the Fair Act policy, you can play videos for educational commentary purposes. So you have to like use it as like an educational moment to break down the video. You can't just let it play because they're gonna say, hey man, just have them go watch the video for themselves because it's not your video. You don't have the rights, because I went into the record labels when I was talking about Bad Boy contracts and this Dame Dash contracts and Def Jam. Okay, so in the music industry, entertainment industry, period, there's rights. Like you have your masters and you have your publishers. So what I'm doing right now, I'm violating their intellectual properties, their IPs. I'm in the music, this would be the publishing. Right now, I'm violating their publishing rights right now if I let it play, and their master rights, both actually. So if you use these videos for educational moments and commentary moments, entertainment moments, that's like a slick way to watch the video and avoid the publishing master's IP violation. So everybody has to talk in between the video. And a lot of times I don't got nothing to say, but I have to say something. So pardon me, bro. Just bear with me. And by the way, if you want to know how long can the video play before commentary, before it's a flag, that it's actually 1 minute. So after every 1 minute, you have to talk, or that is seen as a violation. 1 minute. You can't play more than 1 minute. Okay. So if you go over 1 minute, that's breaking the fair use.
They don't say that shit. But we got to hear from African people how we're not as black as they are because we were born in America.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this conversation, it's just, like I said, it's very disingenuous to say Black Americans are lazy, especially when Black Americans are the reason why your family was able to leave your country and come to a better country and have a better opportunity. And we can't act like...
Fair point. Notes, I think that's what it says. Can't really see. Doc notes. He said the real issue is the corruption and redlining at the SBA, harsh restrictions against FBA. Exactly, bro. I didn't even get into that yet. And the reason why I don't get to too much because I want the smoke. I want to put the link in there, and I want a Tether to come in there. And that's what. So your points is what I'm gonna bring up when the Tether click that link, because no Tether is gonna know more Black history than me. So they can try, but I'm gonna educate them once they click that link with these talking points that she's using. So that's like these Black guys, like they got good, good hearts, but they're not the most educated in Black history. Okay, because they're not bringing up the same points you just said, and there's more. Okay, there's more. You got convict leasing, they didn't touch on. You got the farming, the Eddie Murphy life. That was what farming? It's something farming. I'll think about it in a second.
Like some Africans came here because their families were well off. Like, you know what I'm saying? So let's not act like every family was poor.
It's a very small percentage.
No, let's not act like every family was poor. They came over here struggling.
It's Africa. It's a third world country. This is a first world country. So 9 times out of 10, everyone is coming over here.
Yeah,
zero. So that's what their point is. We're starting from zero.
Literally.
That's what the
Black Americans started
no
from
credit,
zero
no
too.
nothing.
Like that's what I'm saying.
But we're talking about right now. We're coming here with no credit, no nothing, no job.
Neither are we.
Our degrees in Africa or wherever, Nigeria, Ghana. We can't.
It's like going to middle school.
We're starting over from.
We don't even have an education system to prosper
but for
from.
you to now sit there and try to say that Africans, we're not working as hard or we're getting things easier.
What are you talking about, man?
I don't think we're saying that. We're saying we don't appreciate the disrespect.
Oh, I understand that.
Right, no, but you're not listening. Like you're just talking as he's talking.
Black Americans are lazy when that's simply not true. Black Americans are some of the most profitable, the richest Black nation on earth. Like, we got the most degrees.
Right. When you say lazy, like define lazy. Like it takes hard work to be even like an athlete. Like, most athletes are talented. Like, track runners. I'm just entertainment sports only. Like musician. Like what Snoop did, that's lazy. Like traveling and writing bars and they're touring. Yeah, I could never be a musician. I could never ever be a musician. I'm an introvert. All that goddamn touring and moving around and flying and then I could never do that. I'll be a failure musician. I could never do that. So like it's just lazy and just say it like that without qualifying it is tetherish.
As a collective, like, you know what I'm saying? So to come over here and to keep disrespecting us.
I think it's just more so saying some instead of saying everybody.
But you didn't say some when you was trying to paint all Africans as got all these degrees. You ain't say some. You tried to group all of them and try to make it seem like all of them are coming over here and prospering when that's simply not true either. Like,
yeah, so some Africans.
That's why I said like the immigrants that come over here, the Black ones specifically, like they're acting like these people become notable. Like they come over here and they work so hard that people know who they are. It's like, yo, no, like when y'all come over here as Black immigrants, y'all barely make it too. y'all not y'all not the example. Like y'all come over here and now you got this blue check and all these subscribers and because of business, you dig, or building something or adding a service or giving a product and see FBAs. This is how you do it. Like, yo, y'all ain't never ever come over here and show us how to do it. Like, yo, which one of y'all black immigrants came over here and did something we can't do or didn't do to show us this is how it's done? What are you talking about? Y'all come over here and y'all never face oppression, systemic racism, any Jim Crow, or you don't have like drugs just all in your neighborhood and guns, all these distractions. And maybe you do, because y'all third world shitty countries, maybe you do. But regardless, you left from it. We can't leave from our environment. We can't just flee. Like, we got to have money to move out.
Over here, they do very well, more than some Americans, and some Americans, are doing better than some Africans. I think we should just leave it at that. But on Africa,
what the fuck is this talking about, ma'am? I got to speak like the Godfather, ma'am. You're comparing 100 Kenyans to 43 million, 40 million some FBAs. Are you really comparing 100 legal Kenyans, Nigerians, to 40-something million FBAs? You joking, right? No, let's compare Kenya. Let's compare Kenya to FBA America. That's a better comparison, not your top that comes over here, by the way. You need to let's compare the top 100 Kenyans to the top 100 FBAs over here. That's a fair comparison. But you can't come over here and take advantage of what we got set up for you and then talk shit. Like, yo, the plate that you had was, who was in the kitchen preparing the food? There was a lot of white Americans and a lot of FBA Americans preparing that damn dinner. Today's Christmas. Merry Christmas. I really mean that. The dinner that you're receiving, Merry Christmas. This is a FBA and some white Americans was in the kitchen preparing this for you. You didn't contribute at all in the kitchen. And you're talking shit because you're eating and belching and pooping and sleeping and you got some energy now to do some more work tomorrow. Like, yeah, the audacity is like ridiculous.
African side, they see is more of a ratio that we're honestly doing well, and they just feel like you guys are just not doing much. I think that's the better way to
try to compare 100 Kenyans to 40 million FBAs. That's not gonna work. Again, like other FBAs will play with you and trying to build this alliance, this Pan-African bullshit. Not me. You dig? Yeah, y'all know me. Anybody can get it. Africans, you dig? Anybody can get it. The gloves is off. But I'm being honest. I respect Black immigrants that come over in peace, do their own thing, mind their own business, and if they can, they align themselves with us for a mutual, beneficial, symbiotic relationship. That's all cool. You dig? We respect them, they respect us. All cool. But that's what we rather have. But to come over here acting like you're setting an example, and I want to know which one of y'all tethers set the example for FBAs. This is how you do it. Montel Jordan.
But that's wrong. You get what I'm saying? You're justifying the wrong. Like, I don't get it.
That's wrong. And that doesn't mean that the disrespect has to get
and this is why I like it from women, like in Black immigrant women, whether they tethers or not. I like it from them because they're more honest. The Black men might, they might not be a little more shallow, or they might not be as transparent. But the women, they normally just talk. You dig? That's why I like to hear it from the women. You dig? Racist women, white racist women, tethered women. I like to hear it from the women because they usually can't control their emotions and their tongue.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm
No,
saying? Like,
that's
because
good.
I would say, arguably, if Black Americans was in some of y'all countries, those countries would be way more better than they are today.
And honestly,
The
that's
thing,
what y'all should do. But it's, I mean, people are doing it. It's just on a small scale. So that's,
Appreciate
I
it,
think
Chef.
it's just more so the scale. Like,
because I like as a Black
Now
American,
keep in mind, she has a whole FBA, like everything she has on. Nothing is from the country that she resided in Africa. Everything this Tether has on, and she's a Tether because she don't represent her country. She represents the bad of her country. She's undermining FBA. So she is a Tether. And everything she has on, she's cosplaying as an FBA Black woman. Be honest, if y'all didn't know what this podcast is about, the subject, and y'all ain't hear her talk, and y'all just looked at her, she looks like a regular thought from the hood. Okay? She's like a regular 304 that be on Myron Gaines show.
I don't know what it feels like to have to leave my country to go live somewhere else, because we have fought for everything for us to stay in this country and be able to make a living, not only for ourselves, but for the immigrants that's coming here. So I can't relate to leaving my country. I never did that. My people never left our country. We stayed here and fought for everything we had to get through: slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, all of that. We didn't have the luxury to be like,
don't equip them, because this is what I'm going to use when he tells them. I'll put that link in there for Tethers to hop on, or anybody to hop on, but I want Tethers to hop on. But no. Don't educate too much, because I purposely withhold information to beat the shit out of you on a lie. Ain't nobody going to beat me on this topic right here. Okay? And I ain't trying to make a friend at all. You dig? And that's why nobody can beat me, because I ain't trying to make a friend. You dig? I'm just trying to get the truth out and set the narrative the way it's supposed to be. I'm here to explain what FBA is supposed to be. Okay? So if one person do something wrong, so let's say if somebody had an idea of FBA, let's say Tariq Nasheed had an idea, but then he becomes a drug addict. Okay, he's a drug addict. But that's not FBA though. That's just him, an individual. FBA is still FBA. So if he, if Lord Jamar has a weird idea like flat Earth, okay, that's his personal shit. That ain't FBA. FBA is still FBA. It's just identifying the lineage. And the way I explained it, like I did yesterday, FBA, you can look at FBA is just replacing the term Negro. Now, if we say, hey, we're Negroes, if we never said FBA, if we in 2024, December 25th, Christmas, said, hey, we're Negroes, I don't believe one Tether would have said one thing. If we say, hey, man, we're taking back the word Negro, we're Negroes, we're Negroes, I don't believe you will get any pushback if we call ourselves Negroes. Okay, so to make it clear, we were called Negroes. Also, we were called African Americans, we were called Blacks, okay, we were called Black Americans. Okay, FBA is following that pattern, okay? Negroes, African Americans, Blacks or Black Americans, and now it evolved to FBA. That's all FBA is. It's no different than Negroes, African Americans, or Blacks. That's it. Is Negro a movement? Is African American a movement? Is Blacks a movement? Is Black American a movement? Okay, so FBA is just that. It's another way, a more evolved, modern way to identify Black Americans. Okay, we don't want to be limited to just Black Americans. We see that word Black has a lot of semantics, a lot of word game. It can be applied to different people. So we're like, okay, we don't want that. See, we understand the semantics and the wordplay with Black by itself. That's why we say Black immigrants, right? Now, are the immigrants American born, like American, like natural citizens? No, they might be American born, but they're not natural American citizens. Because that word Black can cause confusion by itself. So we say foundational because we were the specific Blacks who built the country before it was called America, United States. Okay? Then we endure all type of shit. Jim Crow, all the different type of disenfranchisement that went on. Don't mention Jamaican, because I'm gonna cook you. I know how many Jamaicans were around America, or a roundabout number, how many Jamaicans were in America at that time of Jim Crow. I know how many Puerto Ricans were in America at the time. Okay, you'll get cooked. Okay, so very insignificant numbers. Let's put it like that. So you guys came in more numerous numbers during the Civil Rights March, when it was clear it was going to get passed because of what FBAs did. FBAs were getting slapped and spit on their holes. It wasn't Jamaicans. It wasn't anybody else. Okay, it wasn't Kenyans and y'all niggas. It was us largely. It was us being turned around from using the bathroom, this water fountain right here. Y'all never experienced that shit over here. Drinking out of water fountain. Oh, that's the wrong one. Go over there. Get arrested. Wrong water. No. Y'all churches weren't bombed. Like, cause you have a lot of Haitian churches now in America, right? Y'all churches wasn't bombed by white supremacists. That's FBA. Okay, so you guys came when the war was won. So to be frank, let me just be real. Jamaicans in large, Haitians in large, they came when the war was already won. And now the rules are being laid out. The amendment to the Constitution, the Civil Rights Act, 64 and everything else. You guys came when the war was won, and now the new rules are being laid out. That's when you guys came. That's when the LGBT, all the motherfuckers came to the women's, all y'all came at the same time. Y'all came when the fight was won. Ain't no rainbow flag person was out there getting spat on and getting hit with a brick and so much. No, y'all were not there. All right, you were not there. If you want to make arguments with one person, cool. You were not there in the hundreds or thousands like we were. Going to Washington with Dr. King and whoever else. How many of you were there? Okay, this is Black immigrants, total any immigrants. How many of you were there in these big infamous marches? Very little. So you came when the war was already won, and now the rules are about to be laid out in law, in federal law. So stop.
You know what? Let me go to fucking Saudi Arabia and just live my life thanks to the Saudi Arabians who made it possible. Like, no, we stood here and fought. So the fact that we have to get the disrespect, not even from not only from the white people, from the Asian people, now from the people that we thought was part of the African diaspora.
You're supposed to click up.
Looking at us like,
Okay.
no, them
Now,
niggas, you heard what they said on this shit. Stay away from them black. These are African people telling African people.
All right, so I see your quote. I see your message. I say it recent time. It says, let me read. Stay on code, Ramsey, respect. So somebody said, what about Marcus Garvey? What about him? Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, what about, John Smooth? Like, you just saying a name. What about? Like, the nigga trying to get us to leave America while everybody's trying to get here. Like, no. So anybody with an idea to leave America that's a horrible idea. We're not gonna build this country for free, like the brother right here explained, and not get paid, and we leave and start all over. No, sir. We are co-owners of America. We're not going to goddamn where. So, because a lot of Black immigrants would do that. They'll come over here because their country ain't shit. They'll come over here and try to get us to leave, and they can replace it. It's replacement theory. No. Marcus Garvey came over here with some bullshit. He's trying to get us to leave something that we established because his idea originated in Jamaica. So that's a little weird. So I mean, don't forget, it originated in Jamaica. So that means that his idea was spawned by something that he was dealing with in Jamaica that we were not dealing with over here. They got their own problems. So he brought it over here and he bedazzled, his sorcery, got a couple Black folks believing that bullshit, but not enough. And then he got involved in, scamming, typical, right? Stereotypical. He and scamming some stock shit, whatever, fraudulent, whatever, and they got his ass the fuck out of here. Deported like next year. The deport, that type of shit. They got him the fuck out of here with that scamming shit. So he left. So what do you mean? What about him? That's what about it. He came over here with the wrong ideology, wrong idea. No, we're not fleeing. He fled Jamaica. He came over here. He tried to get FBAs to flee America. No, we don't flee. So when we got hit to that shit, FBI set him up. Well, really not set him up. They really just figure out what he's doing, and he was being a fraud with the stocks and that type of shit. And they got him. They deported him as a result. So you asked what about him? That's what about him. Now what else? Now what's your next question about him? He's a scammer. Okay, so what else? So he said Jamaicans are Americans? No, they are. Jamaicans are Jamaican Americans. Hispanics are the ones that's legal. Once you become legal, a legal citizen, you are where you're from plus American. You got no problem with that. I got no problem with legal immigration. Okay, I have no problem with legal immigration. My problem with legal immigration is when they undermine us. When they try to stop our progression, speak against what we're trying to do, you become a tether, and that becomes a problem. Okay, now, all right, so I got no problem with legal immigration only when y'all start to undermine what we're trying to do in America. Okay, cool. I have a problem with all illegals. I got a problem with Black illegals, Hispanic illegals, white illegals, or European illegals. I got a problem with Asian illegals. I got a problem with all illegals. They need to get deported and the fuck out of here. Okay? I got a problem with all illegals. I don't have a problem with all legals. My only problem with some legals is when they attempt to undermine what we're trying to do to get our momentum, momentum out there. When you step in our way, okay, now it's up. It's up. It's up. But I don't have a problem with legals who do what they do and allow us to do what we do. And if they want to blend with us and do something together, I'm cool with that too. So don't mix the message. Read something else. So he said, go look at a map. Jamaica is in the American Caribbean Sea, North America, Central America, South America, and the islands. All right, fine. You're talking about yes. Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that. That information. I got no problem with that. Civil rights were added. Yeah, is it bill because civil rights bill was passed, the 64 immigration bill. Yeah, exactly. All that shit came. Yeah, of course, man. I'm with that. Trust me. 68. Women was added when white women was added to 68. Bro, listen. Nobody gonna come over here and know more about that shit than me. You might know as much as me. You're not gonna know more than me. All right. So anyway, yeah. So I'm with that. Let me give you. You dig? Wrench. Okay. So Canada is North America. Cool, it is. Immigrants from Africa and Caribbean came over in mass after 1965. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Not in mass. No, sir. They brought them over here for certain projects. They did certain things and they went back. They contracted them for certain things and they went back. No, I'm sorry. No, you got it right. I got it wrong. I'm thinking 1865. Okay, so Jamaicans have been in and out of this country. So you're right, my fault. Jamaicans have been in and out of this country doing good work. And I think the late 1800s, early 1900s. America has been, they have been working with Jamaicans to do great things. Okay, so we're not gonna lie like these times. So America definitely contracted Jamaicans to do a lot of great things in this country, the Panama Canal, things like that. That's a fact. Like they've been doing great things for the country. Small numbers, but great things, great contributions. Okay, so we're not gonna lie. All right, we're not gonna revise history like these tell us. Okay, so let me play.
People to stay away from Black Americans. How you don't feel like?
But you also have to look at the statistics. What is it showing? Like, if I was to be with the American man, just any typical man, 9 out of 10, I'm probably going to be a baby mama. So that's what they're seeing. So if
okay, now look. Oh, say it again.
Man, 9 statistics. What is it showing? Like, if I was to be with the American man, just any typical man, 9 out of 10, I'm probably going to be a baby mama. So that's
okay. So now let's go with that. So now this is a tether. Paternity fraud. Paternity fraud is worse in Africa, in some African countries, and is worse in Jamaica, far more worse. Let me rephrase my what I just said. Paternity fraud is far more worse in Jamaica and certain Africa countries than America, than Black American societies. So this baby mama thing you're talking about, don't worry, I'm gonna get to the videos. Jamaica has a big the term baby mama, I heard, comes from Jamaica alone. We got it from Jamaicans. The term baby mama. That's how much they don't get married and be single mom. Africa, certain countries in Africa have a paternity fraud issue worse than, I think, Jamaica. I think the worst paternity fraud case is in Africa. And second is Jamaica. So this whole baby mama thing, no, that is a Black issue in general across the floor.
That's what they're seeing. So if I marry an African man,
that's like me going to fucking Africa. 9 times out of 10, the poverty and all the fucking the corrupt politicians. It's the same shit.
It's not 100%. The reason why, let me say something though. The reason why Africans have this negative connotation on African Americans is because of the stereotypes, what they're seeing on TV. It doesn't make it facts. Nothing is factual. We're not, what they know is what they see. You can't really fault them. They're not here. You know what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying, right? We see negative stereotypes about Africans too, but we don't disrespect y'all.
Y'all do.
You don't disrespect us, really.
I mean,
in the example.
Really?
Oh, y'all from Africa, y'all eat monkeys?
The flies.
Nobody says that.
No. The flies on the face.
Y'all eat monkeys?
Yeah,
I've never heard that.
Y'all walk around naked.
First of all, y'all have to stop with this. When I was in high school, I called an African booty scratcher. Everybody got called an African. We talking about grown ass adults calling niggas akatas. Calling niggas akatas. Like,
but that's our language. It's nothing offensive. It's just I'm a akata. So for example, let's back it up. I'm Ghanaian and American, so I see both sides. So it's like Akata is nothing negative. Akata is an American Black person. I'm an Akata. But at the end of the day, I represent Ghana more because I know my culture from Ghana. For an example, my mom, she's American. I don't know what part of Africa she was from. My dad, he's Ghanaian.
She's American, like.
But at the end of the day,
I don't know. They're American. But you wouldn't say that to a Jamaican.
But they're African American though.
Would you say a Jamaican don't know what part of Africa he's from?
Jamaicans are Caribbean, so they already have their own. Like,
would you say he don't know what part of Africa he from?
But he know where he comes from. He comes from Jamaica.
Just like a Black person know they come
but
from.
I guess maybe okay. But I guess maybe they can. But I guess maybe.
Wait, one second.
I guess it's easier to pinpoint.
A Jamaica is from Jamaica, right?
Yes.
An American is from where?
An African American is from Africa and America, but they don't know what part.
And this is why that term is confusing. Is which I hear people just say Black Americans now because we try to do the right thing and at least acknowledge our ancestry. Unlike you don't see a Haitian saying I'm African Haitian or a Jamaican saying I'm African. We try to do the right thing and acknowledge our ancestry, and now it's being used. Well, what part? Like no, just for that we just Black Americans now. Like fuck all that African American shit, bro. We Black Americans now, bro. Because if y'all don't question the Caribbeans, then y'all shouldn't question the Americans.
Caribbeans know where they come from. African Americans don't know.
They do not.
But you have to understand, like, there's a lot. Like Jamaicans, most of them they come from Ghana. So most of them can easily pinpoint where they're from in Africa.
But they don't get questioned.
A Jamaican is not going to say I'm from Ghana. He's going to say he's from Jamaica, bro.
Y'all trying to bail them out. So what does a Haitian say?
I don't know.
What does somebody from Antigua say?
No, I don't know. But
they from their country.
Listen, I'm just trying to give you maybe a reason as to why. I'm not saying what they're doing or saying is correct. I'm just trying to give you guys maybe another way to look at it.
No,
because
it's wrong. We're not going to look at it a different way. It's just wrong. They need to stop.
It's easier for them to see. Okay,
I get what you're saying.
You get what I'm
you looking at it from the perspective of you from Africa, and you get why they saying they from Jamaica or whatever. But it's still wrong at the end of the day because we have our own country.
Truth.
Huh? It's not the truth. America is a country.
Yes,
they has culture there. So if I say I'm American from America. That's my culture.
I think it's more so pinpointing Africa and African roots, as far as they're saying y'all don't have culture, y'all don't know the history and the background of Africa, where y'all come from. So, like, for example, you wouldn't saying a Chinese person like, oh, I'm not Chinese, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, you would say.
I gave that example too about the Hispanic. They don't get questioned by other Hispanics whether they didn't know one bit of Spanish.
I mean, honestly, Black people, African Americans, we should just come together and just be as one.
But that's what we're trying to do. But if you keep saying like, yo, y'all not from here.
Upsets me the most.
Well, you know what do y'all feel like y'all should do in order to know where you guys come from? Are you guys doing the DNA test?
We're telling you. No, we're telling you we're from America.
So
that's
you are still enforcing us to have to prove to you that we're Black enough or we're African enough. We don't feel like we need to do that.
So they're just
that's disrespectful.
How is that disrespectful?
Because you don't even want to try.
What? I gotta pay for you to love me? Get the fuck out of here!
Our lineage is in America.
What the fuck?
That's just the bottom line.
So
they don't want
the
to go back to see
how will we solve it? How will we solve this issue? Because I feel like it's not. We don't have to say like y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We can say you don't know a lot about Africa. So what would you do?
Stop spitting the narrative of all these other people that's disrespecting Black Americans. Speak to us like how you want to be spoken to, and we'll do the same.
But what if that's not disrespectful to them? They just feel like you just don't
give me the
know.
fuck out of here, man. Send me a mothership. Get me the fuck out of here.
And they will love that because you're taking the time to go to Africa and to learn about it.
Y'all not even taking the time to talk to us without criticizing us. We're weak, we're lazy, we don't fuck with them.
The fact that you didn't want to do the DNA test, the fact that you didn't want to do this is showing how ignorant you are. That's what we see
ignorant because of that?
No, that's
you sound ignorant. Get the fuck out of here.
That's what we're saying.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yo, bro, what part of Africa are you from? What are you? Okay then.
So he's.
But they would never question that, and that's what we find disrespectful. You wouldn't look at him.
My parents, like my father was right. Both my parents born in Jamaica.
Are you Jamaican?
Yeah.
My father
would
never ever say like, "Yo, go find a white lady." My mother would never ever say, "Go find a white lady." Be like, they wanted.
Would your parents expect you to look for your African roots to know where you're from?
No.
Okay.
But he would probably want to marry a Jamaican.
But my parents are definitely like everything from Africa.
All right, the background guy, we can't hear him. Hold on, we can't hear the background guy. I mean, but okay, just right here, I'm gonna pause. If you look at these two right here, okay, you just look at them. Like, do these two women, if you ain't know the subject or nothing, do they come off as, just looking wise, just looking at them, do they come off as continental Africans, or do they come off as FBA Black women? Like, so, like, that be killing me. When you have all these views and criticisms and complaints about FBAs, when you look just like us. And they'll say, we have no culture, but you ain't wearing dashikis, you don't have a bone in your goddamn nose, your feet ain't hard and crispy, and your hair ain't dyed from cow piss, and you out here acting like you're not cosplaying. And like that's my problem. Like, yo, I would respect their argument more if they came with some hair wrap, dashikis, hard crusty feet, and a bone in fucking nose. I would respect what they said more at that point. Like, yo, you literally copycatted every which way the beauty of a Black FBA woman. You copycatted everything, and you're complaining about FBA women and men, about how we ain't got something. Yo, this is the delusion. Lipstick, and yo, we know they be trying to look white as possible. Black as fuck. They look, yo, they red bones, but I guarantee they blacker than Wesley Snipes outside this whole camera shit. Their IG page, I guarantee that they red bones in the IG page. I guarantee the IG pages, they're red bones. I guarantee. That's how much they fucking died themselves.
They're treated the same way.
And that's how we come to solutions when we all can agree. Like, just because we're from this country or from that, we're still African. But when you got to constantly being like, well, you know, you're not really Africa because you can't identify. You ain't do the DNA testing to know which part or which tribe you came from. Like, yo, our experiences is unique in America. Just
look, I am dang, I had lost the term. Let me say this. As far as pinpointing what tribe I came from 40 million years ago, I gives a fuck. You dig? They're mad because we went through an ethnogenesis and we're just completely FBA. African ancestry, just like the Jamaicans, just like the Haitians, just like white people, okay, Hispanics and Asians, but they're mad at us. Like, they're not mad at white folks that don't claim African ancestry. They're not mad at Asians. They're not mad at Asians and all type of people across the world. They're just mad at FBAs for not claiming African ancestry like directly. Like, yeah. And then if we do, they'll say we're cosplaying them. But like I said, you know, let me have to speed this shit up. Right?
It's different in Jamaica, like, you know what I mean? Like the Brits is different. It's different, like lineages, but they're all African. Like at the end of the day, like, and we acknowledge that. Black Americans have acknowledged that. It's not like we haven't acknowledged our roots. We call ourselves African Americans. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But some say that they're like the African Americans are saying that I'm not African.
Yeah, a lot of Africans, they don't want to
American.
consider African Americans. I think they more.
I didn't get on no boat.
But those could be the people that you would call ignorant.
Most of them.
And so that's
right, or coons, shit like that. Yeah.
That's what Africans are seeing, as those people are like.
But that's not, they saying.
Yeah, but okay, you see, okay, so that's why, like, they need somebody like me on that show. It's like, okay, everybody, be quiet. Listen, that is literally the term discrimination or prejudice. When you take a few people who believe a certain way and you paint the whole lineage because of 4 or 5 people views. That's what white racists do. They'll find 3 black drug dealers, they'll find 3 black women whores, and they'll say all black women are, all black men are. No, just those 3 men and 3 women. Let's call a spade a spade. What happened to that? How about these African ladies just call the spades a spade? Go after the ones who are doing that. The FBA people are doing that. But to paint the brush over all FBAs because of a few, okay, fine. Let's start doing that then. All right, then all of y'all, again, wash your hair in cow piss. All of y'all have a bone in your nose and big ass crusty feet. You did, because some of them do have that. So you don't see the double standard that they neglect is real.
Black people.
Because there are a lot of black people who are saying, no, I'm not African.
Yeah, a lot of most. If you
but that could also
a lot of black people say that. Like, stop. Like, if she said conscious or woke black people or religious black people say that, okay, fine. When you say a lot or most, bitch, where's the poll? Like, come on, you just making shit up.
You African? Hell no, I ain't African.
But that could also be in response to the disrespect that we get from African people, though.
Yeah, I mean, it works both ways. Everybody,
but at the end of the
everybody,
right? I think at the end of the day, it comes down to respect. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, what part are you from? You just know that that's my brother because he's black. You know what I'm saying? If we take a,
let me pause that. Let's go here. What is a tether? The definition, because a lot of tethers be lying and misrepresenting purposes. Like I played. Let me do it one more time. Okay. Let me do it one more time. Okay. Let this go ahead and take forever to load up. Okay.
I think that's your name, Notework.
Okay. So Tariq Nasheed, on many occasions, on many different lives, have defined a tether very specifically, very constantly, and very consistently as one who is a black immigrant or immigrant, period. Okay? So no color to it. The word immigrant only is a tether is an immigrant who undermines FBA efforts at getting ahead in America. Okay, so a tether is any immigrant or immigrants who undermine FBA's efforts at getting things done, getting ahead, getting progress, getting momentum in America. Do all immigrants do that? Do y'all believe all do that? You don't believe that, right? Okay, so that means some do that. Okay, so the some that do that, they are called tethers. For the some that do that, they are called tethers. All right, so now let me pull up King Tether. All right, let me pull up King Tether because we misrepresent purposely our definitions, how we define things. All right, watch this. Watch this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay. Watch this. Wait, he's gonna do it now. How about that?
Nah, it's noteworthy.
Noteworthy. Okay, I didn't see the whole thing. How you doing, brother?
I'm good. I'm good. I just wanted to come on here and give you a shout out. I think it's really important what you're doing. You know, growing up in New York, there's always been like a big Caribbean presence, and I used to always hear a lot of negative comments from like my Caribbean friends. Maybe their parents would say, "Oh, Americans are stupid," or "Americans are this."
Yeah.
And I never really understood what they were saying. I kind of felt like they were talking about white people.
So again, another Black immigrant testimony about their parents. I mean, so when people say FBAs are divisive, it's like, yo, we just started talking like this in the last 3 to 4 years, 4 or 5 years. You guys been talking like this for 50, 60 years. You've been saying Black Americans, FBAs, ain't SHIT. They on drugs, they're prostitutes. Y'all teach each other that. Y'all prep each other that before landing, before touching soil. So it's not like they experience us and draw their own conclusion. No, they are prepping each other about FBAs over movies. They're watching movies. So you mean to tell me like y'all that damn stupid and slow that you don't know a movie doesn't reflect reality? So you watch a movie and a movie is true and it's clearly fake just for entertainment? It's not a documentary. It's not none of that stuff based off true events like Lifetime or ID channel. You're watching a movie that clearly states it shows a disclaimer somewhere in there that this is for entertainment purposes only. So y'all just so smart on one end, but y'all so dumb at the other that y'all believe a movie shows an accurate depiction on FBAs. Like, stop. No, we're holding y'all accountable as tethers.
But really, it was a lot of hatred towards Black Americans. And that's something that I couldn't understand because my parents were more Pan-African. Like, we're all just Black.
Right.
But as time went on, you know, even when I first started watching your documentaries, I had a perspective of global Blackness. But I'm starting to see that they don't view it like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's funny, I went over to the UK. I kept telling people I'm Black American, and they kept saying, "But where's your family from?" And I said, "How come y'all never do this with Jamaicans?"
Right.
Why do I?
And that's what they said on a Daily Rapper too. Like the same problems they had with us by default, they would have it with all the island people. Right? It's the same argument, right? But they only direct their arguments to Black Americans, FBAs. Why don't y'all ask Jamaicans and other island Caribbean people where they come from and why they don't call themselves African? Why is it only FBA? And that's when you know there's an agenda. And that's when you know that it's about us. It's something about us specifically that makes them insecure, and they want to somehow replace us, like replacement theory. Watch this.
I always have to know something about a village in Africa. Like, I'm explaining to them. Now, transparency, I do have some Caribbean lineage, but my family over here, like, we didn't have like Caribbean dishes cooked in the house or listen to Caribbean music.
Yeah.
So the culture that I've connected with,
and by the way, hit that Cash App, you dig, up top.
It was always Black American, and I'd never heard any negativity from like any Caribbean family, so I really didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Until later on.
Yeah. And thank you, brother. It's real deep, man. See, the foundation of Black American culture, we don't do that stuff. We don't be like, stay away from them Caribbeans or stay away from them Africans. That's not our culture. They do that all the time. I hear that all the time. Some of these African immigrants and Caribbean immigrants, their family sitting up here warning them about us. Like, we ain't doing shit to you.
Okay, so let me address American Dream. I got it. And I'm gonna put the link here. Look, I have a link and a phone. So if you don't want to click the computer link to join, because so after I play this video right here, I got other videos, but I can play them tomorrow. But if you guys would like to just dialogue about this and other things regarding the topic, I could provide a phone number where you could call in, right? I gotta, change it to a name so your phone number doesn't show. And I got a computer link, so you can click in for your computer link or your phone number. So let me address American Dream. So American Dream, my question to you is, what in your mind, because you asked a question about Malcolm X and the word tether. So let me ask you in your mind, right? Let me ask you, what, you use the word. I want to make sure you're using it correctly. So American Dream, what is the definition of a tether? Okay. So I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna give you, so at the 7-minute mark, I'm gonna come back. So this is at 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So at 5 minutes, at 7 minutes and 34 seconds, I'm gonna come back to you. That's 5 minutes. I want you to provide a definition, right? A working definition of what you believe the word tether is, so we can properly answer your question. Okay.
We're not doing anything to you. But that's a projection. A lot of that is projection. Because when we look at some of these cats coming over here, they come over bringing some of the scams they were doing over there, bringing them here. Our family, our FBA families, we don't sit around here denigrating people based on their ethnic group. We just don't.
We definitely don't. Okay. And y'all can cat all y'all want. Look, if I thought, and I'm unbiased sports, by the way, you've never been before. I'm the most transparent and most real. I tell you the ugly in Black and FBA society, and I tell you the pretty in FBA society, right? I don't cap. I be real. What our flaws, our weaknesses, and our strengths and our greatness. I don't act like we're just the SHIT all across the board. I'm real. Okay, so you got the right one. But I don't pull back punches. I don't hold punches either. You dig? So I'm all in. That's all I'm gonna say.
Do that. Like when I hear some of these guys call up talking about, yeah, I got jumped on because I was Haitian by a bunch of FBAs when I was a kid. That's all cap. That's a damn lie. You probably got jumped by some Jamaicans. We don't do that. That's not in our culture. That's not in our culture to sit up here and jump on somebody because of an ethnic difference. No, we don't do that.
Yeah, that's 100%.
We don't do that.
That's 100% like, oh, you Jamaican or you Haitian? I mean, first of all, like I told my boy, like when I was growing up, Jamaicans were always seen as tough. Okay, so we ain't ever disrespect Jamaicans on some punk stuff. Like, he's Jamaican, he's weak. Like I never known a Haitian until y'all can stop lying. I never officially met a Haitian until I was grown. Okay, but Jamaicans and Trinidadians is pretty much who I experienced growing up. But we always thought Jamaicans were crazy. So So you guys would be lying if a Jamaican said black folks attacking because they were Jamaican. You guys are lying. We always thought y'all were crazy. We always thought y'all was like gunplay, even when guns wasn't like popular. It was like more, like other weapons, brass knuckles and mace and tear gas and knives and everything else. This shit called stun guns. Like we thought Jamaicans were crazy, and we thought Jamaicans played with guns. So Jamaicans rarely got bullied. If they did, they got bullied for something they did. It wasn't because of who they were or who they are. That's a lot. That's a lot.
So they try to project a lot of weird stuff onto us. All right. Who's this? Coach Kiga. It's K Mac. What's up, Coach? What's going on, Coach? Hop in, Coach. Turn the microphone on.
Can you hear me? I'm here. Yeah. Appreciate you having me on, man. I never catch the live. I always catch the replays, but I do appreciate you. But I just wanted to say, like, it's weird that you got some people, like when Paul Wall went on Breakfast Club, they know what FBA is. Then you say you got other people saying it's a group, it's all this other crazy shit, and we know we know it ain't that. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the weird part. And then
So by the way, Break Your Dream, my boy, I'm gonna need you to provide that definition of a tether in the chat. You got 3 more minutes, exactly 3 more minutes. Okay. You asked a question. You asked the question. You said, was Malcolm X a tether? I'm asking you, what is a tether before we answer the question? So you got 3 more minutes, my boy, and then I know you're just trolling. We can't take you serious after that. All right. I take everybody serious until you give me a reason not to. You asked a question I believe was sincere. I took it like it's sincere. Okay, so now I want you to give me the definition you have for tether, and we can answer your question, because we don't know what you know. You don't know what you mean by tether. I know what I mean. They know what they mean. We want to know what you mean. So you got 3 more minutes, bro. Give us, and I don't play with you guys like other channels. Give me the definition of a tether. You have to do that. That's your requirement. You got to, or you can't be here. So you got 3 more minutes to give me your working definition of a tether, or you got to go. You dig? It's that simple. So you said it, and if I came on your platform, any platform you're affiliated with, I said something, and y'all called me to source up or shut up, I'm gonna source up, or I'm gonna shut up. Okay. So you asked, was Malcolm X a tether? Give me your definition of tether so I can cook on you. All right? Could you? The reason why you're not giving a definition, because you know I'm gonna cook on you. Okay, so I'm one of the best debaters that there is around here. I don't have close debates like everybody else. This should be one-sided. All right, so give me your definition of a tether, and I will answer. I personally would gladly answer whether Malcolm X was a tether or not. Okay, so give me a definition so I can cook on you. All right.
your boy over here trying to double down on it. He taking shots at you on his IG. I saw that earlier. I just thought it's just real suspect about the dude. But I mean, we know what he is. Everything coming out of
Now,
him.
which guy are you talking about?
Oh, Fat Joe. He was taking shots at you on his IG.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh well, no, he ain't say nothing. He posted Mr. Lizard Mouth. He posted something about FBA as being a hate group and all that.
Oh,
and he reposted that. So I thought that was just kind of. I'm like, all right,
Yeah, because
man.
I was under a rock. I didn't know that this was all this hatred towards SBA. I didn't know that. Like, this is something I ignore. I heard a little bit, but I ignore. I did my own thing. You know, I do a lot of religious debates. You dig, against religious radicals. But I started to hear too much, like, of the same shit. Like, yo, really? Do Black immigrants really feel like that? Or the tether class? And then I started looking into it, like, wow, there's really a big movement here against FBA by Black immigrant tethers. So that's why I started to like address it, like, maybe there needs to be a voice outside of the voices there. Maybe it needs to be a normal guy voice, like no celebrity, nobody with, Tariq is popular, famous, Lord Moore is a legend, famous. So maybe it need to be a regular guy speaking on behalf of this.
Yes, he wanted.
Mm-hmm. He's still trying to double down. It had already backfired on him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad look for him. Fat Joe is looking real weird out here in these streets. And you know who else is co-signing Fat Joe? Little old Pete Rock. Pete Rock has been taking his shots. Pete Rock is trying to talk slick because making Tether. Pete Rock is trying to talk slick because Pete Rock is the Jamaican Tether. So little old Pete Rock's ass, he's been trying to take shots. Pete Rock, you've been trying to get my attention. Pete Rock, you need to get some hits under your belt, Pete Rock. I have to go in a time machine and go back to 1996 to give a damn about you, brother. And Pete Rock and Common, they got a new album out. I think it got Grammy nominated. The album didn't sell worth a damn, but it got Grammy nominated. So the album didn't even chart in the US, but it got Grammy nominated. So I wish you the best. But yeah, Pete Rock, come on, man. Well, you been fell off. Come on, brother. Don't even try that. You dig? Let's get Vince.
Yeah, the bottom line is that we're gonna force Black immigrants to put more respect on FBA's name. Y'all come over this country as a fucking guest. Jamaicans are like 1 million deep, if that. Puerto Ricans like 300,000 deep, something like that. Like all y'all are actually in small numbers, and y'all over here talking reckless like y'all in big numbers, like y'all make up some majority group. Okay, and I'm gonna start talking like y'all. I'm gonna start talking to y'all like y'all like who y'all are. Like y'all the minority. Y'all small fucking group. You dig? With no political power, nothing. But y'all got big mouths and big opinions. So we're gonna start holding y'all accountable. Like, yo, who the fuck you talking to? Like really, like this is where it's coming to. Because y'all make up a small minority, but y'all got the audacity to challenge the majority. It's like, well, if you're gonna do that, you better win. No problem doing that. That happens in history, but you better win. Don't be the minority poking the lion and lose, poking the bear and lose. You know what happens if you lose, right? You fucked.
Is this Dr. Davinsky, the Australian white supremacist? Dr. Davinsky, what's up, Dr. Davinsky? Then we're gonna get African pride in here. Dr. Davinsky, what's happening?
Assalamu alaikum, brother Tariq.
What's going on, Mr. Davinsky? How you been, brother?
Yeah, Merry Christmas. I hope you have a good one. It's going to be a beautiful white Christmas. Shout out to all the divestors leaving the black man for the white man. We're going to have the eggnog and we're going to wear sweaters. We'll take some family pictures with some pumpkins or whatever you guys do.
Yeah, all the crooked wigs. You take all of the crooked wigs off of us. Yeah, the women.
You're the foundational black authority. That's hilarious, Tariq. Have you had a chance to debate Fat Joe yet?
No. Fat Joe, man. His name is mud out here in these streets right now.
Yo, Fat Joe would be the easiest debate in FBA history. That is a stupid dude that can't. I mean, come on, man. Like the dude is just like he claims he's rich, but he's so gangster. Like rich gangster, we got rich gangsters now. Like, come on, dude. Like so he's a rich gangster. I mean, but like I said, I'm from Jersey. And I don't know how the Bronx play. But in Jersey, Jersey, like we got Puerto Rican populations and we got Jamaicans and everything else. But I'm telling you right now, man, talking like Fat Joe, and you ain't FBA in Jersey, you would have, he would have been court the beats. Like New York gave him a pass. But talking like, again, the N word is a culture word, hip hop culture, I get it. You can say it, whatever. But he's acting like I can say it no matter who disapproves. Like, yo, that wouldn't fly in Jersey. Like, you won't be able to say what you want to say regardless of who disapproves in Jersey. I'm telling you, because Jersey, like, we got Spanish cities, we got Arab cities, we got Black cities, and we integrate when it's convenient. But when you go home, you're pretty much in a Spanish city, and you're pretty much in a Black city. Okay, so a Fat Joe to move around in a Black city, like, he'll be the minority. Like I said, it's not a lot of Latinos in a Black city in Jersey. So he would North wherever, just name it. So he would be like the only Latino talking like that. And like, come on, man, you know how that's gonna go. You're the only Latino in the Black population, and you ain't nobody. I can say the N word all I want. Yeah, all right. You dig? He'd have been stomped out, probably dead. Okay, but the Bronx, his homeland, I guess that works there. But he's acting like he got that pull everywhere he goes, and like the dude is lying. Yeah, don't believe that.
Everything is kind of backfired on him, so he ain't looking too good in these streets. But what's happening with you, man? Where's your lady?
So, well, I mean, I don't know, man. It's like I wanted to have like, I tried to get a pass for a couple threesomes a year,
Yeah,
but
well, NY is more integrated than Jersey. Like I said, Jersey, our cities, like we have, like there's no, it might be now because of gentrification is popping off since the pandemic, but prior to the pandemic, like there was no, like there's no integrated Black cities that I know of in Jersey. Maybe Lakewood, some silly ass. I'm talking about like hood, thorough, dangerous cities. Like you dig, like there's not a mixture. Like if you go to New Brunswick, you got Latinos there, you got Blacks there, but if you go to Latinos area, it's gonna be Latino. It's not like, and they're gonna chill with Latinos in Latino clubs and pool. They're gonna play pool Latinos, and Black folks are gonna play pool with each other. So it's very segregated, and we integrate when it's convenient. So it's like there's no bad blood, but it's respect. So no Black person is gonna go to Spanish North talking about I can do what I want to do. This Hispanic's gonna roll them out. They're gonna beat the shit out of them. Okay, and no Spanish person from Spanish North is going to, let's say, Bergen Street, 20th Street, they're talking reckless. Like, I can do what I want to do. Some Fat Joe shit. They're gonna beat them up or kill them. It goes both ways. You gotta respect. So the Fat Joe shit, what he's doing, that's only in the Bronx. So I don't want y'all to believe that's everywhere he goes. No, that's only in the Bronx. In Jersey, like it's pretty much segregated. Like Black cities are Black cities, Indian cities, Indian, like Indian publishers, Indian. So like if you wanted to like solicit your business and you wanted only like Italians, well, they got Italian city. If you want only Blacks, they got like Black city. You know what I mean? And almost every car gonna be Black, like in these apartment complexes, whatever homes. If you wanted Latinos, then there's a Latino side of the city. You go to their cars, but it's not. At least not. It wasn't before. It's not integrated like that. So one person can't go to another side and say they're gonna do what they want to do when they're the op, basically. It's like, nah, yeah, all right. Like I said, you can't do that in Newark. Like you can't go. A Black guy can't go to a Spanish section in Newark talking slick. They're gonna beat the shit out of him, probably kill him.
But she wasn't down with that. So right now we're on a temporary break. I'm going to the DR though. So after the new year, I'll be heading to the DR. And
all right, so the time is up. American, let me try to find his definition, because he has a definition he ran. And like I said, like people let him slide, but I don't let nobody slide. So American Dream asked a question. Then he hauled ass. He said, "Is Malcolm X a tether?" Right. So he's hinting that Malcolm X is not. Yeah, I'm not even arguing that. I'm just asking, bro. Can you clarify what a tether is before I answer your question? I'm a real debater, and he never did. He hauled ass. But he right there. He said, "Guys, let's get to cooking. Maybe Chef can help you cook me. I don't need no help. Fuck you talking about? I'm the best debater. Ain't nobody better than me in debating. I'm by myself. I don't need no help. Where's your definition of tether? Did you provide that American Dream? Let me see. Like you're talking. Okay, so he said if y'all got a problem with tethers, okay, so he's not defining it. He's saying tethers with his own personal definition. So he's not defining. So American Dream, dude, like, dude, you're a clown. I ask you, you're saying the word tether, right? But you're not defining it. I'm asking you, in your mind, what does the word tether mean? And you refuse to answer like a tether. Not saying you are, but you're doing something similar like a tether. So I'm asking, what does tether mean to you so I can answer your tether questions? I don't need help. You dig? I don't need, I do this. I got more debates than everybody. Like you talking, I debate like every day for like a whole fucking year. Ain't nobody got more debates than me. I don't need no help. So I'm asking you, what is your definition of tether? And you have not provided that yet. You're a clown. You definitely ain't fucking with me. You better go back to your own spaces and argue and shit. You ain't, because you can't even define tether. So you definitely, because I can make you a public example tonight. Give me your definition, and we can talk tonight. I don't need no help. You and me. I believe I'm the best. Fuck, I need help for it.
And is gonna have some fun down there. So yeah.
All right, hey man, it ain't tricking if you got it. It ain't tricking if you got it. There it is. African pride. Hop on.
All right, so all right, look, I'm gonna do this for you. Let me get you up out of here. All right, yeah. Now you go tether somewhere else and make a new name, nigga. Well, I didn't even see his definition. He ain't getting no damn link. He ain't getting the link to get a definition. I'm not getting no trolls on here wasting, because tether like to waste time. He said read his definition. Never even seen this shit. Like, I'm doing my own thing. I look down and read comments here and there, but I'm not glued to the comment section. So now he said read my definition. So with that time that he said read his definition, he could have just said it over. Like, why are you saying now I gotta find your definition, my boy? Why don't you just tell me your definition? So, but he ran, so get the fuck out of here. Now you blocked me. Fuck you.
Yo, Tariq.
What's going on, Mr. Pride?
Not much.
Now.
So, Tether.
Go get your other troll name. Come in here, American, whatever else, and give me your definition of tether, and we still can talk. But the time you wasted by saying read my definition, you could have just pasted your definition. And why is it your definition? It's supposed to be the definition.
There is
go ahead.
Immigrant who undermines FBA, right?
Yes, like yourself.
Okay, so he just said it. So that's the definition. So now that I blocked this stupid ass, so now did Malcolm X undermine FBAs? So let's just hypothetically say Malcolm X is a black immigrant. He's not FBA. Let's just go with that narrative. Because his question was, is Malcolm X a tether? Okay. So let's go with Malcolm X is a non-FBA person. He's a black immigrant. The definition of tether is one that undermines black Americans. Okay? So now to answer his question, that's why he can't fuck with me in debate. Did Malcolm X undermine black Americans? And the answer is unanimously, emphatically no. So that was a dumbass question. A tether is somebody is a tether is an immigrant that undermines black Americans strive to progress, to build, to construct something, right? Malcolm X never did that. He was pro FBA if he was a tether. And if he wasn't, then he was still pro FBA. So again, you're asking a question that's just stupid. Because nobody believes Malcolm X, like there's no controversy. Malcolm X undermined black Americans. But let me get back on Garvey now, since you brought Malcolm X. Garvey's a tether. Okay, because Garvey came to this country after he fell in Jamaica. He came over here trying to trick FBAs to leave a country that they co-own, co-built, to go to Africa, undeveloped countries where they have these biases about FBAs, where they believe FBAs ain't shit. They're katas. So we're going to leave a country where we co-own, co-built, to go to a country we have no stake in, no ownership in. Third class, we are eighth class citizen there. To do what? To be a burden on the economy? It's a fucking stupid ass. That's why it didn't work out. He got deported. What the fuck was that about? Like a tether, he got deported. Like, what the fuck is that about? No, this is our country. Help us here. Give us ideas here. We're not fleeing. You fled Jamaica to come over here to help us flee America. No, you go flee, nigga. And he did. He got deported. He fled. He went somewhere else. No.
Go ahead.
Immigrant who undermines FBA, right?
Yes, like
one more time.
Immigrant who undermines FBA, right?
Yes, like yourself.
Right.
So Tether.
Okay, so he's going to define. So this Tether is going to define Tether for Tariq Nasheed, and he's going to be right. So why couldn't American Dream just be that clear? I gave my definition, nigga. Ain't no personal definition of Tether. Stupid. It's just the definition. Ain't no my definition. It's the definition.
What's going on, Mr. Pride?
Not much. So Tether is.
Go ahead.
Get that nigga the link. I get that motherfucker to I get that nigga to give him the link. I get that nigga to I see you next year type shit.
Immigrant who undermines FBA, right?
Yes, like yourself.
Okay, so you heard that? Undermines FBA. So the key word in the definition Tether, so everybody, Black immigrants who support, who's real, who's not a Tether, FBAs who's real and on their purpose, and tethers. Okay? So when you define Tether, you have to include the word undermine. Black immigrants who want some real shit, who are our allies, if you define Tether, add undermine. FBAs, when you define Tether, add the word undermine. And tethers, when you define Tether, add the word undermine. That's constant, is consistent in the definition of the word tether. If you don't use undermine, you're not defining it correctly.
Undermines Go, Tariq.
What's going on, Mr. Pride?
Not much. So Tether is.
Go ahead.
Immigrant who undermines FBA, right?
Yes, like yourself.
So you see, undermine FBA. So everybody, word tether, add undermine. Right? Tether, undermine. Tether, undermine. So now, in your mind, just say to yourself, tether undermines. Right? So when you're going to define it, I'm the only person who get paid for teaching. Y'all niggas stupid. I get paid for teaching. Okay. So tether undermines. Tether undermines, right? So if you define tether, start with tether undermines blank, 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 blank. But keep tether and undermine closely related. Tether undermines blank, blank, blank. And the blank, blank, blank would be FBAs. So tether undermines FBAs, blank, 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 blank. Tether undermines. So that's the definition. And brand it in your fucking skull. Tether undermines FBAs. Not all Black immigrants undermines, not all immigrants, not all Asian immigrants, not all whoever undermine Black Americans. But those that do, they are tethers. So tether, undermine. Keep those closely related when you're defining tether.
Nah, not really.
Yeah,
but
so
do you take back when you called Burna Boy a musty tether?
Nigga talking about nigga act like I need this nigga in my chat.
No, because he was kind of saying some little slick stuff like a tether.
He didn't.
Yeah. Well, okay. The fact that he said black Americans got no culture, you're your tether. Like, why is that on your mind? Like, why are you worried about what we got and we don't got? You know what I mean? I can see if you're helping us out. Why are you saying it in you know what I mean, like in a derogatory way? Like how is that helping us? Like, let's say we don't have a culture. How are you making that public? Like, why is that on your mind for one? You're a fucking artist. Why do you care? And why is that on your mind? And why don't you have a resolution? Why are you just saying it? That's undermining FBAs. You're a tether. He's a tether.
Say nothing crazy.
And I don't listen to none of his fucking songs. I don't support no tethers in no way, shape, form, or white supremacists.
I mean,
no, he kind of some little slick stuff about our culture.
I unsubscribe from academics. I unsubscribe. He's a tether. I reproved it. I unsubscribe from Matt Hopper. He's a tether. I reproved that yesterday. I don't support nobody who's against me, and me is FBA's Lineage. All right. I will swiftly. I don't give a fuck how good I like your content. I will swiftly. I'm on cold all day long. I will swiftly unplug from you. I unsubscribe from the Breakfast Club. I unsubscribe from Matt Hopper. I unsubscribe from all these tethers and coons. I'm good.
As he cosplays as us, you know what I'm saying? So he kind of said some little slick stuff. And
he said that FBA's lack knowledge of self, something that black activists been echoing for years.
Yeah, but
that's like it's not out of pocket.
But damn it, you can't sit up and talk about we lack knowledge of self, and you up here trying to cosplay as us, sampling our music and trying to look like us. You're not looking like a Nigerian artist. You look like a foundational Black American. So don't sit here saying that. You sound like a.
So that make him a musty tether?
Yeah, that's musty tether talk. Now I don't know if he is a tether or not, but that's musty tether talk, and I like his music. I like some of his music. But you're not going to sit here and wag your finger talking about we don't have knowledge of self and all of that when you're sitting over there, the majority getting smacked around by the white minority and Asian minority over there. Come on now. Right?
Okay.
That's another thing. Like, then you got tethers who look exactly like us talking about we ain't got culture. Like, that shit bothers me. Like, yo, you look exactly like a Black American. Some shit that we concocted, came up with, and said, yeah, this is cool, this is swag. You look at us from a shithole country, take on our image, and then talk shit about us, looking like us. What the fuck? Yeah, hey, yo, you remember, here comes the hot step of murderer. I'm the lyrical gangster murder. Nah, yeah, that beat was FBA. So it's like, and you got a lot of island hits that just remixed an FBA song. I got the whole instrumental, everything, and was hot. And I liked it. I ain't gonna lie, I liked it. But those guys are not on record disrespecting, FBA. So, but if they were, I'm like, how can you remix our hot song, take the melodies, take the instrumental, make your own hit afterwards, and then talk shit? And you got a lot of Black immigrant mixes on FBA hits, and they made their own hit. And I think Burna Boy's song is one of those. I think he took one of a FBA beat, remixed and made a hit and talk shit. Like, what?
Okay. How about this though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of gatekeeping, why not just get rid of Black?
Get rid of Black?
Yeah, get rid of it like locally and legally.
What sense does that make? What do you mean?
Like, you know how the United States tried to call Asians yellow, like in the mid 20th century, and they just didn't participate in it, and it just went away.
Okay.
Kind of like the same thing. Just stop, get rid of black, and you know what I mean, and just identify as a foundational Black American. That way you don't have to gatekeep anything.
That don't really make no sense, and we already identify as foundational Black Americans and not African Americans. And if you want to go there, talking about what the white man gave, the white woman gave your country the name Nigeria. Why don't you change your name of your country?
I'm not Nigerian, but
Right. Okay, but
what does that got to do with anything?
lineage is over there. You're continental African, and you're speaking of Boy and all of that. So you have somewhat of a camaraderie with other continental Africans. So why don't they change the name of the country over there? Huh?
I don't know, but you don't think that that's a good move to get rid of black?
No.
I mean,
no, and
everybody identifies as black. I mean, the immigrants who identify as black, as long as you identify as FBA, you won't be caught up in that group. Or
what do you identify as?
Me, African.
I mean, but now Africa's pretty damn big. When you're in Africa, you identify as African. What do you identify as over there?
Hey, I don't want to be, me put in a box. I'm just African.
No,
you know what I mean?
y'all know, because y'all got a gazillion tribes over there. So yeah, you're not even being honest about that. You don't have African pride. This is what I'm saying. Change your name from African pride, because you're too ashamed to even say what you call yourself over there. You're being vague. You have no African pride. See, I got FBA pride. I ain't got.
No, I don't put myself in a box, because I've gone through a lot of.
Box your ass out of here. I don't want to hear all that shame tether talk.
Doing the African pride.
You can't even name what tribe you call yourself over there. You know you do. You don't call yourself African.
Yeah,
African pride. You ain't got no damn pride.
Dude, was ashamed of talking about where he's from. That's like asking can you imagine asking an FBA person what state they from, what city they from? Like, we proudly brag about the state and city we from. All FBAs proudly big up their state and city. This guy his name is African Pride, and was ashamed to name the African place where he's from, the continent, city, whatever.
At FBA pride. See, we stand on our lineage. We ain't got no problem. We'll tell you where our families are from. Alabama, North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? We're foundational Black Americans. We ain't no shame in that. We stand on that. Yeah, miss me with all that nonsense, dude. Let me get our brother Eric Johnson in the building. Let's get EJ in here. What's up, brother EJ? Turn the mic on. Yes, sir. How are you, brother?
Tariq, you there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
You can hear me, Tariq?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Wait a minute, y'all.
I can't. No.
Thumbs up if y'all.
Okay, let me have him come back up. I could hear him. I could hear him. I don't think he could hear. He couldn't hear me. All right. So I have him call back up. All right. Let's get Elevate in the building. Elevate. Elevate in the building. Elevate. What's up, brother?
How you doing, Mr. Nasheed?
I'm good, Elevate. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm doing well, practicing some self-discipline, reading late, early in the morning.
Now.
What'd you say?
What book you reading now?
The Way of the Superior Man at this point.
Oh, yeah. Good book. Very good book.
Yeah, I got it from Nipsey. I heard y'all talking about him earlier. I just heard him talking about it on the podcast. I figured I'd pick it up.
Oh, yeah. What's on your mind, brother?
Man, I don't know. The world's kind of weird in my perspective right now. I mean, I'm 22 trying to figure it out, So I'm just attacking it without no guidance, for real.
Yeah, man, you're gonna be all right, man. You young, man. You got a lot of time to experience things, and make some mistakes, learn from the mistakes. So yeah, you got time because you got youth on your side. You ain't got too many responsibilities. So this is the time to get out here and kind of explore and see what's out there and just experience life. Very important to go out there getting experience and learning things and seeing the world when you're young. That's how you accumulate a lot of game. And people will look at that game, and that game turns into wisdom. You got to be worldly. You got to get out there traveling, guys. You got to get out there and hit the pavement. All my 21-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 23-year-olds, get out there and explore the world. Get to traveling, get your passport, go around the country. Just go visit different cities first, then hit up different countries. And just interact and vibe with people, man. That's why when y'all hear me talk to folks, I can listen to people and kind of tell where they're from damn near immediately. I can tell what part of the country they're from just from experience. I've been all over the place experiencing people and vibing and then going around the world and experiencing the world. But just here in the United States, man, just there's so many phenomenal brothers and sisters here on this soil. That's the thing, man. That's why we have to take pride in our own culture, because we talk to fellow foundational Black Americans, man, and we all have phenomenal, interesting stories if we just really sit down and network and chop it up with people, man. When I travel the country and I just run into random people, even when people come to our events and we just get to talking about their family, I learn phenomenal things about people's personal families that were historically pertinent. Like I meet somebody from Mississippi, they're like, yeah, man, my granddad was the first Black man to become a lawyer in the whole state. And I'm like, oh shit. When I went to what was I was in Cincinnati. There was an area called Lincoln Park. I think that was the area. That's like a suburb of it. I think that's the name of it, which was a prosperous all-Black area at one point that they were telling me about when I was there. Just little stuff like that, man. I learned so many phenomenal trivia tidbits just from talking to everyday average people, man. You think that they're average, you don't know what their background is. Like like a few months ago, I was talking about there's a Black man from Kentucky who was a very wealthy potato farmer. He was the king of potatoes. He got out of slavery and became very wealthy, being the biggest potato grower in the United States. A lot of folks don't even know about him, but I was talking about him and one of his descendants called up. You're like, damn, you mentioned one of my relatives and I heard the name in the family, but when you mentioned that, that made me ask the family some more questions. And yeah, that's one of my people. Man, y'all don't understand. Y'all got some, your FBAs, y'all probably got some phenomenal ass people in your family tree that y'all don't even discuss no more. Because we're progressive people. We're always looking forward. We're always looking for change and growth and doing new stuff. But man, really dig into your family. Dig in and
Well, it was going on my brother Fitz. Okay, brother Fitz. When people say dividing, like you really got to be specific. Okay, because if there's no dividing, then everybody's Black. There's no UK, there's no Jamaica, there's no Kenya, there's no Nigeria, there's no Libyan, Ethiopian, there's no FBA. Okay, if there's no dividing, then we're all just Black. Okay, we're just Black. Okay, so the minute somebody says we're Haitian, that's division. You're dividing from Black. The minute you call yourself Jamaican, you're dividing from Black. If you call yourself Kenyan, Nigerian, you're dividing yourself from Black. Okay, so Fitz, the dividing comes from Black or African. Let's use African. Okay, so everybody is African, no problem. Once you say you're Kenyan African, you're dividing from Africa. Once you say you are Ethiopian, you are dividing yourself from Africa. Once you say you're Jamaican, okay, so the division Fitz happened many, many years ago, maybe 100 to 50. The division didn't start with FBA. The division started long ago, long when people called themselves Jamaican, Barbadian, Trinidadian, Dominican, okay, Kenyan, That's the division. Once you call yourself something, you're separating yourself, you're delineating yourself from everybody else. Okay, so the dividing didn't start in the 2020s. The dividing started hundreds or 50 years ago, 60, 70, 100, 200 years ago. So listen, okay? So if I'm black and he's black and he has a Jamaican flag, he just divided from me. So he ain't black like me. He's a black, I'm just black because I'm from America. But he's a black Jamaican. That's dividing. So if we're all not black and we're something else, that's dividing. If we're all not African and we're something else, that's dividing. So dividing, get back in there. Get your iPad, get it. Get your cartoons. And get back in there. Okay, so get back in there. So if we're all Kansas City, if we're all Kansas City Chiefs fans, right? Then we're all unified. But once somebody say, hey, I'm a Kansas City Mahomes fan, he just divided himself from the standard, normal Kansas City Chiefs fans. So the dividing, again, did not start in the 2020s or the 18s and 17s. The dividing started 100 or more years ago when people called themselves something different from Black or different from African. So I just want to point that out there. The dividing didn't start recently. It started long ago, and y'all had no problem with that. Y'all had no problem calling yourselves these different type of Africans, these different type of Blacks. That wasn't called dividing. It was only called dividing when FBAs, Black Americans, Negroes, African Americans, Blacks decided to say, you know what? We have a better term to identify ourselves, better than Negro, better than African American, better than Black American, FBA. Now, all of a sudden, we are the people causing division. That's a lie. That's cap. Matter of fact, it's time for that link. All right. Let me cook on some of y'all. I'm going to put the link and phone number in the chat. All right. It's time for me to start cooking. All right. And as long as y'all pull up and call in and respect, you dig, you can see what you want to say, but when I start talking, don't cut me off. I'm kicking you the fuck off. I don't care who you are. Okay. Okay, so let's go right here. 1 second. Let me let my peoples know, because I'm a real guy who, a lot of y'all internet niggas don't know real people in real life that support you. So I'm an internet guy who got real people in real life to come to my lives. I know in real life before the internet. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so let me provide the phone number and the computer link. So no, the division did not start with FBAs. All right, so that is going to be the computer link, and let me add the phone number link. So y'all got an option. You click the computer link from your phone, computer, or Android type shit, or you can just call this number right here and then enter the access code. Okay, this is now the smoke session. Okay. All right, so now let's get back into it, because this is almost done. It's almost done.
Look at their background and see what's popping with them. I remember LL Cool J, they did like some ancestry thing on him, and he found out like his biological grandfather that he never knew. He never met his biological grandfather. He died, but his biological grandfather was a boxer. He was like real big on boxing, and LL was like, shit, that's why I've been a boxing fan all my life. On my albums, I was boxing. In my videos, I was boxing, and so that's where I got that from. Yeah. I was talking to my dad. I was down in Texas at my brother and sister's house, and my dad was down there, and just some of my dad's people from Selma. And he was just telling me just off the cuff, like, yeah, when they were doing the march and the stuff at the Edmund Pettus Bridge, yeah, they were at my sister's house. They had to go regroup and set up 10 cities at my sister's house down in Selma. I'm like, damn, okay, shit. How come y'all never told me that? So yeah, they were down there at one of my aunt's houses in Selma, helping to organize the Selma March down there, the March on Selma. So yeah, my family was involved in that. And I didn't even know it. We got an amazing history, man. We start digging into our history, talking to family members. Yeah. You never know what's up. What's up, Tal? Go to bed, buddy. Go to bed. My son is up, walking in here like a little bitty cat burglar.
Okay, so this is over. Let me go back to the heated debate. I'll wait. D-Res, you sound like American Dream. So I put the link and phone number in the chat. Okay, so now, because I wanted to play my videos, because yesterday I went live and Stu P's called in, Jamaican guy, brother. He's cool normally, but he wasted my time yesterday.
But that could also
I didn't get a lot done yesterday, so I wanted to play my videos today. I still got more videos to play, but I do a, what I mean, y'all pull up. I'm going live early in the morning. So y'all lazy motherfuckers, stop drinking and smoking. Wake up in the morning. I'm going live again, and I got hella videos to play where you can hear continental Africans and people from the Caribbean explain from their own mouth how they feel about Black Americans. So pull up. I'm gonna go live in the morning sometime 9, 10, I don't know, in the morning. You dig? Pull up and show the same support. And I'm gonna play that. Okay, so the phone number and link is there. Troll, Highway, D-Rex. The phone number link is there. So it's there. So call in. Click the link or call the phone number. You don't gotta give your real name. I don't want none of that. You can be who you want to be. Call in. I ain't going nowhere. I'm here. Okay, I'm gonna play this video, and I got other videos until y'all guys call in. The tethers and the distractors. Call in. Call in. That's I can't say more than that. Call in. Say it with your chest. Call in.
I ain't African.
But that could also be in response to the disrespect that we get from African people, though.
Yeah, I mean, it works both ways. Everybody at the end of everybody.
Right. I think at the end of the day, it comes down to respect. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, what part are you from? You just know that that's my brother because he's Black. You know what I'm saying? If we take out the countries or whatever, everybody the same color, and the white people here gonna treat us all the same.
But you see that don't mean shit to these people, to these tethers. That don't mean nothing to be the same color. What you're asking for, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you guys need like an unbiased sports in your podcast, because I need to set it straight for y'all. Like, y'all learning on the job. Y'all winging it. I'm more experienced. Like, dude, they don't give a fuck about we're the same color. They care about country. These are people who from a country that deals with tribalism. Okay, so no, nigga, like, they don't care about we're all Black. They're all Black in Africa. They still got tribal wars in there. So that don't mean nothing to them that they're all Black. Like, so we're all Black in Africa and we got tribal wars.
And don't pull you over and be like, oh, you African?
Exactly.
That's why I'm gonna leave you alone.
Can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Hey, listen, man. Here's the thing. He didn't say it with his chest, but the phone number, the link and phone number has nothing to do with. You can click the same guy that I kicked off because he wasn't being a man with his chest. The link and phone number applies to him. He still can. Okay, just because you get kicked off the goddamn live chat doesn't mean you can't call in or click a computer link, but it's still there. So stop.
It hurts though, only because we are not going to Africa speaking that rhetoric towards you guys. you guys are flying over here.
Yeah, FBAs, we're not Africans, we're FBAs. We're foundational Black Americans, and you guys can be the fuck whatever you want to be.
Speaking that rhetoric about us. You get
That's
it?
like us going over there like, damn, like y'all got all these resources.
Yes, but
why y'all ain't do nothing with these resources? Y'all letting the Chinese come in and dictate everything. Why
exactly.
If I was over here, I would have been did all. We got all the natural resources.
Once I block you, you're not being unblocked. I blocked you I ain't unblocking nobody. But the phone number and link is there. Okay. Well, okay. I will unblock him based off the phone number. If he calls in or hit the computer link, and we have a decent, mature conversation, respectful, I will unblock him. But I'm not going to block somebody who I believe deserves it. So he has to call in. So if you want to be unblocked, call, because listen. If he wants to join me and be unblocked, call in or hit the computer link. It's that fucking simple. And then we have a decent, respectful conversation. I unblock him. No problem. But do that. Let me know you're not a troll. Call in or hit the computer link so I can know you're not a troll and you just gotta, you disagree with certain things, no problem. And I'll unblock you. But you gotta do that first. If you don't do that, you're not getting unblocked.
So I would have been Africa would have been fucking Wakanda by now. Like that's like us saying that same rhetoric. Like,
but it's true though. I agree.
Well, we're not gonna go over there and disrespect.
Listen, just call in, bro. What the fuck? The number's there. Just call in. Stop worrying about being blocked on the channel. I will unblock you if you call in. Call in, and I will unblock you. But I'm not gonna unblock you if you don't call in. You're not gonna troll.
I like that.
What is not true? No. He's from Jamaica, right? Who owned all the roads, the bridges, and the tolls? Who own? You know who own those? They don't own shit.
Hey, Bizzle, what's good, baby?
Hey, man, what's good? What's your good, brother?
All right, so look, let me tell you, man. So I got a clown in the chat.
Hey, man, hey, man, listen, man. I'm gonna tell you this, man. I woke up this morning, man. I was laughing my ass off.
Hey, yo,
man,
listen.
This nigga had me crying laughing last night.
Bro, I got some real supporters, and as you can see, you see the numbers. I got real supporters and real people who are on cool in the chat. Okay, and then we got the detractors, right? The people who want to try to get us off code, try to cause confusion.
Yeah. I mean, you already gonna know that,
bro. But Bizzle, I sent the nigga the phone number and the link. He's worried about being unblocked. I'm like, bro, I will unblock you when you prove yourself. Hey, bro, listen, Bizzle, I'm
saying how you get blocked though.
I blocked the nigga because he's trolling. Yo, he asked this question.
Okay.
Bro,
okay.
He asked this question. He asked this dumbass question. He said, yo, is Malcolm X a tether? Now, what black man in the world would ever accuse Malcolm X of being a tether? Right. That's
some disrespectful ass shit right there.
Right. So the question is disrespectful. So that's why I said, bro, define tether, because maybe your definition is against the standardized definition. So then I get a nigga 4 minutes. I give him 7 minutes, 5 minutes. I give him 5 minutes to give me a definition. He took forever. He claimed he put it there somewhere. So I blocked his ass. He's talking shit. So now he on a troll account.
Where's this nigga from? From where?
From the other channels, like Uncle channels. Some tether that the niggas tolerate. So I had said, bro, just click the fuck. I mean, my channel is, bro. Listen, man. The channel is just gonna grow larger and larger and larger. Okay.
I told you that. Remember, I was telling you.
But it's because I'm pure, authentic. Like Star, like Tariq Nasheed. I'm like them. I'm from that cloth. I'm just pure and authentic. You dig? Like niggas be sugarcoating to make people feel good. I ain't trying to make nobody feel good.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you straight like this. It ain't too many brothers that's smarter than you, brother. I'm gonna keep it real with you.
I agree, 100%. That's why my boy won't call that fucking phone number. Yeah, he's worried about being unblocked. I'm like, yo, dude, just call in. I'll unblock. Call in, because I don't care about blocking somebody. I don't. What I get from that?
Yeah.
So, bro, have your boy, since he's blocked, pass your boy the phone number or the computer link, copy that shit, give it to him, and have them ask that same question live. Like,
wait, where he at in the chat? Where he at in the chat? What's his name?
That motherfucker somewhere slithering around. He got some weird ass Arabic name. Away, Diras, whatever.
Yeah. Once I see it, I'll slide him the number.
Okay, bro. I didn't even see it. Okay, now look. Now look what he said. He said he gave a better definition than I did. Well, but Tether. Now look. Hold on. Now look how dumb this nigga is. The word, get back there.
No, you gotta blow that up, bro. You got the screen. You got the screen up.
Okay. What I say last just now?
No, you got the screen up, bro. You got the screen up.
I got the screen up.
All
right. So, so the dude said he gave a better definition than I did. Yeah, you a stupid tether, bro. How can you redefine a word that's defined already? So Tariq Nasheed is credited with the word tether and how he defines it. So whatever his definition is, you can't give a better definition.
Well, but you know what? I can never understand when Tariq Nasheed, when he said tether, what was the difference?
Okay, good. So let me explain.
Like with a brother, what's the difference?
Let me explain. Like, you can't give a better definition. If like, for example, I got certain words I use. I say Swazi, I say goober, I say my own words, right? I got my own definitions. So how can E Bizzle give me a better definition of how I define my word? Like pause. Pause is ding dash. Like, how can you give a better definition of pause? You can't. Like, you're subjected to his definition. So Tariq Nasheed gave his unique definition of tether. That's it. That's the fucking definition. Unless you got your own.
I just never could understand how he came up with that word, bro.
Because tether is anchoring itself in somewhere, right? So, okay, so that's what it is. But in English, we say cool, right? Are we saying cold or chill? When you say, yo, you cool. When Michael Jackson said, I'm bad.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so when Michael Jackson said, I'm bad, when LL Cool J said, I'm bad, did they mean I'm like bad, like negative? You know what I'm saying?
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
In English, you can mold words like Plato. You can mold words to fit another context. And guess what? When enough people agree to use it that way, it's now entered in the dictionary lexicon.
And you know what? You know what? The cold part of our conversation last night is that you say, well, you know what? I may think about this. That's the cold part. I say, yeah, English is the most common language, but it's my mother, you know, she was a coach. I walked in the motherfucker gym, it looked like Scarface in that motherfucker. Looked like a deportation center in that bitch. Straight up. I'm like, man, I'm asking my mom, you know, this when I was with what was a shorty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, how the fuck is you talking? I'm talking about, listen, I'm biased. These motherfuckers bad. I'm talking about bad, nigga.
Yeah, the real definition number one, bad.
Bad.
And disrespectful.
God damn. These motherfuckers. I say, first of all, I'm asking my mama, I'm like, how is you talking? She gotta talk to their grandparents now, nigga. They can't even speak English, nigga.
It's a cultural gap and it's a disrespect that you're not gonna win, man. You're not gonna win. They don't speak English, and you don't speak their language, so it's a wrap.
These motherfuckers They spiking the motherfucking ball hard as hell. I said, God damn. I said, God damn. That's the first word I said. God damn, these motherfuckers is bad.
All right, hold on. Let me play the rest of this video because we're almost done.
My father lives in Jamaica. Can't even come to America. But they don't own shit over there either. But I'm saying they're not being questioned.
We're not owning a lot of. First of all, it's just I just feel like I said before.
But this is not a predominantly black country. Africa is a black country and don't own shit. Like
Yes,
that doesn't make sense.
When we come over to America,
Black continent, my fault.
Yeah, when we come over to America, you guys still disrespect us. It's the same.
Okay, wait, that right there. Why do black immigrants believe black Americans disrespect them?
You know where he messed up at? When he said it's a black country. You stupid motherfucker. Africa is a continent.
Right. Yeah. And I said that earlier. I said these aren't the best guys to like talk about something like this. Like they're more reactionary, like rah ghetto shit. Like they're not really prepared to talk about serious political like discussions like that. Like they're not the best.
Yeah. Like, I say I know I'm biased. I know I'm biased called that.
Yeah. They need an unbiased on there to like slow it down. Like Ujah will say, slow it down. All right, let's slow it down, sis. You keep saying this. Right, like they need somebody me to slow it down. Okay, I heard everybody talk.
These bitches, they look like some thoughts, straight like that.
I said that, yo. These bitches are from Africa, right? Talking about FBAs, so you would expect these hoes to be an African garment. Like you made my point earlier. I said if somebody take a look at these women without the title of the show, without their accent being heard, if you just look at them, I said you were mistaking them. You said the exact conclusion I said. I said you were mistaking these hoes to be FBA thoughts.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the first thing I looked at. I'm like, man, these bitches, they some thoughts.
So these hoes out here, look at the one on the left side, showing her body. She's sloppy as hell though. Both of the bitches ain't in shape. Sloppy bitches. So they're here cosplaying as FBA black women. They're bro, to wear those clothes, to have that wig, to wear the makeup, to wear your eyebrows and eyelashes, to get your nose done.
Yeah, well, everything they got influenced by America.
100% influence. But then they'll say we got no culture. Like, bitch, you're not over here with a dashiki or with hard ass crusty feet with a bone in your nose. You looking like American black women. Why'd you talk shit about American black women?
That's why I say. That's why I say. And this is the problem that we have. Is that okay, we could talk to brothers from Kenya, Uganda, Wubop, the band Tanzania. Man, them brothers, man, they ain't fucking with us like that.
Nah, at all. Zero. Like we're better off with the Caribbean brothers. The African brothers, very, very few of them are interested.
And the Caribbean brothers, they ain't fucking with us like that either.
Well, yeah, when it comes to push, come to shove, we start talking about reparations, things that we just want done for ourselves. Yeah, you start to see motherfuckers back away, like, oh, like, oh, shit's like that. Now it's funny though, because if they're over there in the UK,
I was just telling Ariana with that shit. That's why I say I respect you, two brothers on this internet. I say I respect Q and that nigga Unbiased.
Yeah, we gotta get Cube on here to talk about this. Hey, look, check this out. These people, right? These black immigrants, like Jamaican specific, or Haitians. If the Haitians were trying to get reparations or restitution from let's say from France, black Americans will be all on board for that to happen. We won't be like, nah. if Jamaicans wanted to get reparation, restitution, or anything compensation from the UK or wherever who oppressed them, right? We will be like, yeah, because that's a win for us eventually. It's going to trickle down to us, right? But some, and even Africa, apartheid. Remember the South Africans?
Well,
we was one. Wait.
One thing about
last thing.
it.
The South Africans, when they're trying to get the reparation, the land, whatever, we were advocates for that. Like, white folks, get out of there. But go ahead.
No. One thing I was gonna say. One thing with them motherfucking Haitians, when they get their back beat in down there on the motherfucking Mexican border, when they get their back beat in, they want to call Jesse Jackson.
Right. Like, nah.
But guess what though? Guess what? When Rodney King got his back beat in, where was them motherfuckers at?
Nowhere to be found, and they're never anywhere to be found. And they admit that they're nowhere to be found. Some of them talk like someone said this. Some of them said that they acknowledge that Black Americans, FBA, they acknowledge that we see race first. They said they don't see it like that. They said when they come over here, they see immigration first, their country next, Jamaican, Kenyan next, and then everything else last.
Yeah. That's why I was telling Ariana. That's why I was telling my daughter. I said, listen, these motherfuckers, they don't give no fuck about you.
Yeah, so if that's how you feel, so race is last. So I'm like, well, why the fuck you over here?
These motherfuckers, they want to open up stores and motherfucker eat them little patties.
Wait. So if you see race last, and we over here trying to like build, we trying to build alliances. We trying to get more people to support our agendas, our aims and goals and purposes. So when you come over here looking like us and experience similar things that we experience, and you're talking about you don't see race, man, we like a Trump. Yeah, handle that.
That's why I told when I got into it with my sister. When I got into it with my sister, I said, man, Trump, he a stronger geopolitical person than Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
You know, her eyes got big. You know what I'm saying? Woo bop the bam. I said, yeah, he a stronger geopolitical person than Kamala. Kamala, she don't know that shit like that. Like Putin them will walk her down. You feel me?
Yeah. She a woman period ain't ready, but definitely not Kamala. Not as the chief commander of the fucking military. Like, come on.
Yeah, people they don't realize that is when you have a president in office, he is the chief of your military.
Yeah, like come on. I don't let come out there as a fucking chief of the
military. Yeah.
Like really?
Yeah, but go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me play the video. So here go the thoughts cosplaying. Here go the African women cosplaying as American FBA thoughts.
Like each parties are disrespecting each other. We just have to come together.
No, I agree. We don't disrespect. Here's bitch. We don't disrespect Africans or island people, Caribbeans. We don't think about y'all. We think about white supremacy. We think about racism only. That's the only thing holding us back from being successful, progressive, and constructive. It ain't y'all. So we think about y'all. It's white supremacy and all their tools. That's on our mind 24/7. Okay? It ain't no goddamn black and
I'm biased.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad you told her that.
It ain't that. Black and peace, chef.
What up, I'm biased? You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
What's up with y'all?
Hey, I'm biased. Man, peace, good brother. I'm glad you told her that.
Yeah. So Black and chef. Hey, peace, chef.
What up, I'm biased? You can hear me? Hold on.
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. You gotta mute the background.
What's up with y'all?
Hey, I'm biased.
Yeah.
to kill it. I had to kill that. No,
All right, so
hey,
Chef,
unbiased, you killing it over here. I ain't
thanks, bro.
lying.
So Chef, what I was saying is this: is that Black immigrants, like okay, Black Americans, Negroes, however you want to define this, you know, the modern term is SBA. It went from Negro to African American to just blacks to Black American. And now Black Americans are starting to adopt some momentum. Not the collective, not everybody, but there's some momentum where we're saying, you know, we like FBA better because it is more specific. Because again, we use the word Black, we're all Black. Like everybody,
Right.
like even Africans say we're Black, so we're all Black. So it doesn't really
They don't define us.
Right. So we say, okay, FBA Black, foundational because we co-owners of the country, right? We helped build the country.
And don't get us mixed up with the immigrant Black population.
At all, right? That's all.
Right.
Not that they're bad. Like we still rock with them, right? We still support. As I said earlier, if Haitians want to go after France for restitution, we're with that. Like we're not like nah. If Jamaicans want to go after the UK,
we pro-Black all around the board.
Right.
However it comes about, we always been pro-Black people. You dig what I'm saying? We rarely ever, you know, we've been pro-Black at the expense of our own selves.
Right.
For the most part. You dig what I'm saying? We even take the slights that immigrant Blacks give us for the most part. Because we seek for alliance, right? Because we are and this is the reason why though, unbiased and the other brother, Beazle. Check this out. When you go to their countries, they are the minority. I mean, they are the majority.
Right.
So they don't have to seek alliance with people that look like them because they are the majority, right? Now, when they come here, we always seeking alliances with other people because we are a minority. Right. We want more people to get on board with us because because it's power in numbers. Right. So we understand that part. But they don't have our history. They don't know, man. The reason why we getting our asses kicked. I'm sorry for cussing. The reason why we get our asses kicked over here because we ain't got enough people. We 12, 11% of the population.
Right. We're being bullied. You dig?
We being bullied. So anybody that come over here that look like us, that got a little darker skin, we like, look, join us. And we do that to our detriment because they're not looking at it like that.
You know what, Chef? I will ask you this. How do like when Haitians, when they come over here, how they don't seem like they don't have no problems.
No, I rock. Yeah, I agree. I agree that, you know, I haven't seen it from Haitians as much, right? Because their numbers ain't as big as the Jamaican population here. But I guarantee you it's in them. I guarantee you if you go to Florida, right? If you go to Miami where they have a large Haitian population where they done separated themselves.
Hey, I'm biased. When we just talking about that last night?
Yeah.
yeah. I said
okay, Chef,
the English ain't. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so you know, whenever they can separate themselves, once they get their numbers up, you dig what I'm saying? Then they start to, you know, do the separation thing, right? And it hurts our feelings, right? But a lot of times we're talking about our feelings being hurt by other people because we go all under the banner of Black. So when we hear Africans talking crazy about us, as much as we tried to make an alliance with them and seek their approval, to hear these two sisters talk like this is hurtful to us. For the most part.
Man, these two bitches, man, they look like they from the south side of Chicago out here by me. These bitches look like some thoughts out here by me.
Yeah, and there be people that we feel as though like, yo, y'all ain't no better than us. Imagine if we took that approach that y'all take towards us, if we took that towards y'all. Y'all have your own countries where y'all are the majority and can't do shit. Them countries are fucking hellholes. But you try to come over here and say we ain't shit when we are the minority. and trying to just
But
do. Do you feel me? Like what type of?
You want to know something, Chef? Donald Trump, he wasn't lying. He wasn't lying.
Oh, no,
He said
it
them
shit
shit
holes.
old countries.
Now, it shit holes, but the further Chef point is that what do you expect? What real changes you expect a minority group at 13% to do, right, in a country when they're the minority? When you're the majority, you're in full control. You will hear them say, "There's no racism."
But you got to really
wait. Hold on. Let me take my point. You will hear them say, "Yo, we are the police. We are the governors. We are every fucking thing in power," right? And they still can't get shit done. Now, we over here trying to get these positions. We're trying to be governors. We're trying to be mayors and presidents and councilmen and bankers and you know, fucking all this stuff. We're trying to be that. We're getting voted out, right? So we get here 1 year and the time come in and get us kicked the fuck out. Okay, get us voted out. So now you're comparing you to us. You're the majority and can't get shit done. So now, but we don't judge y'all though. We y'all come over here, we understand we got better education, better opportunities, better. We understand that. So we
give them an excuse though, unbiased.
Yes,
for that bullshit, we give them an excuse. We blame that shit on colonization and racism. We say the reason why Africa is so underdeveloped is because of colonization and racism, that Europeans and exploitation. We give them every excuse in the world. Right, to explain the disparities that's going on in their country.
White man,
we'll make the excuse for them. They ain't got to do it.
Devil.
Right, we'll make the excuse for them. But then when we talk about what's actually going on, the historic everything, they gonna say we making excuses for ourselves.
We're victimized.
Yeah, oh man, we gotta start treating them the same goddamn way, because they gonna be on the short end of the stick. You know what I mean? If we just lay everything out on the fucking table, you feel me? Who's really gonna look bad?
Bro,
they are, not us.
They're coming over here in really small pockets, really small population. Like there's not more than 1 million Jamaicans in America. There's not more than like 300-something thousand Puerto Ricans. Like they're really over here in small, very tiny numbers talking shit. And everybody else. So if that's the number for them, you know the Africans even less than that. And Haitians less than that. So it's like, yo, y'all coming over here in very small numbers. Y'all are the minority to us.
You know how that changes? It's just like in Chicago, when you look at Poland, when you look outside of Poland, the biggest population outside of Poland is in Chicago, right? But you know what them people do? Just like Chef do, he say, man, look, I'm gonna teach your brother how to cut hair, right? It take one step at a time. See, a lot of time we don't want to have patience.
No, but
it take a lot of time. I say, Chef, teach that brother how to cut hair. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but what happens when that person didn't turn around and shit on Chef afterwards? They did, like they turn around and shit on Chef afterwards. They did, you know, he didn't tell them how to cut, all that stuff, helped them, and then they turn around and start talking shit later because now they're successful and they doing their own thing in their own communities, and they talking shit.
No. It just, you know, it just happened with life. You know, it just happened with life.
But I don't want, but there's no return on his investment. That's my point. Like when you invest your time, you need to be appreciated. You need to be championed. You need to be remembered, right? They need to like salute you and shit. But when they come back and compete with you and show how you ain't doing like them.
I mean, what a person gonna say? I mean, Chef, he didn't taught a brother how to cut hair. You know what I'm saying? He didn't taught him how to make a living. You know what I'm saying? What are you gonna say?
Yeah, but evidently he taught the wrong brother because the brother don't appreciate it. So like, what? So why would I keep wasting my time, right, and energy, uplifting people who shit on me later and compete with me?
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, why would I do that? Like, you're my competitor now. Like, what the hell? Like, no, I ain't teaching you shit. that you do it yourself. So that's the thing.
But
Like
we got to start somewhere.
No, we don't.
We start with us. We start with we.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say
Yeah.
we start with us.
With us. That's what I'm saying. We always extend it, and that's because we always was seeking alliance with because we are a minority. We don't understand what it's like to be them. Right. We don't understand what it's like to be them. So maybe that's an outgrowth of them not having to compete. You dig what I'm saying to that degree? You feel me? When they competed, it was more.
But chef, where we gonna start? Where we gonna start, brother?
No, we just kicking the bubble. This is the start of it right here. Like with Tariq Nasheed and this FBA thing, right? A lot of people are disagreeing with him because of Unc and them is over there doing it now, right? And I have a problem with that, right? Because people will bring up all of the things that he got wrong, right? And use that as a reason to go against what he's getting right now. All of that shit about that other stuff is
you can't
irrelevant.
Do that. And plus, that's going to be corrected anyway. So first of all, you got to establish what matters the most, and that's identity. Okay, exactly. So from there, and then we're going to talk about history, and then we're going to do what? Like everybody else, we're going to debate, and argue, and source up or shut up. You dig? And then we're going to purify and remove the impurities, and that's going to work itself out.
And those things we don't have to agree with either, though. You feel me? Like, we don't have to agree on certain things for us to have commonality on the things that matter the most. Yeah. Just think about it in your family. You can have Christians, Muslims, atheists, but when somebody pass away, we all come together because the greater good. So you don't have to think that all African Americans are going to think completely the same is crazy. And to think that you're not going to have pseudos, you dig what I'm saying, amongst 43 million people, that's ridiculous, right? So like with Lord Jamar, right? If Lord Jamar says that African Americans, or what we calling them FBAs now, created hip hop, right? I don't want to hear about you not agreeing with him because he believed that the earth is flat. Like, bro, that's irrelevant. So you're going to derail his argument about something that, you know what I mean, that unites us. You're going to derail that and say, well, I don't get that. Or, oh, they don't believe in vaccines. So what?
Right.
My grandfather don't believe in vaccines.
Right. That's
he ain't getting kicked out of the whip. You feel me?
Right.
That nigga still gave me the down payment for my barbershop. You feel me? So, because that motherfucker don't believe in vaccines, I'm gonna kick my grandfather out the whip? No. Yeah. I just gotta deal with his old crazy ass on that issue.
Right.
But the financial part, he on point. Yeah. You feel me? So he don't get thrown away. Lord Jamar is a fucking rapper. You feel me? So when he's talking about hip hop, he's a fucking expert.
Right.
You gotta listen to him. You don't listen to him about earth science.
Yeah.
But this is crazy.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I gonna listen to him for? You know what I mean? Like, you know,
we got other black folks to listen to when it comes to science.
Exactly. And he could be as wrong as two left shoes on that issue.
Hey, chef. Mm-hmm. I want to ask you this. What you think about old girl in Q?
Who?
Old girl and Q. They debate.
I didn't see it. I missed it.
Oh, okay.
I ain't up on it. Is it on Cube channel?
Yeah, well, they got it out there on. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube.
All right, I'll go check it out.
Yeah, she put them in the corner. I said, "Damn, I ain't never seen Cube like that."
What was the topic?
Was it monkeys?
Oh yeah,
monkeys. Yeah.
Wait.
Oh yeah, the last video I seen of him, he was talking about monkeys, but I didn't see him debating.
Okay. I just wanted to ask you. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, it depends what side Q thinks. If Q, because the debate was titled in his favor if I believe he's taking the side I think he's taking. So the debate was already won. It's already won by the title. You did like she already lost by the title. So yeah, so it's over. Like the title gotta be right. And that's why polite usually pick a good title that favors him. And even Captain is already like, yeah. So the title itself, like if she's taking the creationist part, she lost by the title alone. But anyway, going back to what we were talking about. Yeah, if she takes the negative, she lost. Because the title is like nobody argues that what she's arguing against. Nobody argues. We talk about a great ape ancestor, not a dead monkey. So she lost by that. But anyway, but back on this. Chef, the last thing you said was what?
Oh, I was saying that, it seems as though in this community we.
Oh yeah, I got it. Mm-hmm. So yeah. So we're nitpicking, right?
Yeah.
We're nitpicking at things that's like personal. Mm-hmm. I don't care about Chef's personal belief about pizza or politics. You dig? I don't. Right. You could be conservative. I don't give a fuck. I mean, that's your personal right. Mm-hmm. But when it's the collect, when it's something that affects us all the same, okay, that's something different. Like we gotta drop this and come here. Like you said, the funeral, you drop everything and come here. Or grandma needs to move, you drop everything and come there. All your differences come there. So that's what we're doing. We're not arguing, nitpicking little things. And it's okay if you want to do, but if the point is to distract. So if you're just nitpicking to discredit all together, that's goofy.
Yeah, that's what they over there doing now.
As goofy, you know what I mean? And like as goofy, and they're invited here. You dig? Because the people be listening, but people are used to clicking on panels with 1,000 motherfuckers. Now ain't no 1,000 people over there. It's me and you. You dig? We have an account, not 1,000 people to intervene and save. Ain't no saving. It's me and you. Let's go. Okay, so bring that same argument over here, because I'm all about FBA, right? And defending what it is and what it isn't. And then the misconceptions on words like tether. And I'm here to set it straight. Now, tether ain't all immigrants, ain't all Black immigrants. It's a term that's needed because, Chef, I said this. Akata is a term that's for all Black Americans. It's not for some that qualifies or eligible. It's for everybody. I said, we're the only people that got a term for some. Everybody else got a term for all Black people, all Black Americans. White supremacists, right? They got the N-word. That's all of us. It ain't the good ones, the intelligent or the stupid. That's all of us. No matter how bright or dumb you are, how fast or slow you are, strong or weak, that word is for all of us. Negroes, N-words for all of us. Akata, things like that for all of us. We didn't do that. We had a word to separate the good from the bad of different immigrants. And that's needed. Otherwise, you could mistake it to be for everybody. And that's what people are doing purposely. Like these academics he knows what tether means, because every time Tariq Nasheed defines tether, the word undermine it's like synonymous with it. You might as well say tether undermine. Like that's how much he uses it with tether. So tether undermines FBA. That's the definition. Real simple. Mm-hmm. Tether undermines FBA. Okay, and tether just
you know who else does that is Joe Budden.
What he does?
He does a lot of underhanded shit.
Well, but that's personal though. Like and that's his opinion. That's his right to like choose certain things. Like it's a lot of things Charlemagne does I don't like, but that's his choice. But what I'm saying is something more important. I'm saying when it comes to people identifying themselves as something, and everybody not Black folks are not forget about Hispanic and Asian. I'm dealing with Black immigrants. I ain't dealing with all immigrants. Black immigrants. I find that weird for Black immigrants to purposely undermine what we're trying to establish, what we're trying to call ourselves, to set up a situation to get some type of benefit and reparation. Like, yo, what's going on? Like that, yo, bro. When I seen that, I'm like, wow, I know, like that made me look at my Jamaican friends funny now. Like, wait a minute. And like, you know what I mean? And my Haitian friends like, wait a minute. But I never, but Chef, I never asked my Jamaican friends, I never asked my Haitian friends, ever, even Puerto Rican friends, I never asked them about that because I was afraid to what they're gonna say. You dig? So I just left it to the internet. Like, like yeah, let me just leave it to the internet because I'm afraid what they're gonna say, and I can't be friends with them.
Yeah, I did a show the other day, and my guy Brass and Sosa, they were disagreeing with the term FBA because of all of the different internet people that come on and have different views about the historicity and the origin of African Americans.
Okay.
Right. So where is some FBA say they didn't linked on to the ABO position, then linked on to the FBA. So they're disagreeing with FBA. I'm like, listen, by definition, I'm FBA. Now, do I agree with the kooky stuff and deny the transatlantic slave trade?
Right.
I'm not that. Right? It's the same way when Jesse Jackson, wanted to coin the term African American.
Right.
We didn't have to agree with Jesse Jackson's Christianity.
I said the same thing.
Oh, you
yesterday.
did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah. See,
I said the same thing. I said he came up with African American. Did that mean that we agree with his favorite pie or his favorite color?
Exactly. We didn't all become Christians.
Right.
You know what I mean? And join Jesse Jackson's church. We didn't all become part of the Rainbow Coalition. You dig what I'm saying? We just agreed that that's the next evolution of a name that can define who we are. You dig what I'm saying?
It's better than whatever was
it was better than Black American, right? At the time. It was linking us back to Africa, right?
Right.
So it was Negro, right? Then it was colored.
Oh yeah,
then it went back. Color. Then it went back to Negro. You know what I mean? Then it went to Black American. Then it went to Afro American and Black American. They was interchangeable. And then Jesse Jackson and them went to African American, and that's what it's been up into, you know what I mean? Now, African American and Black American always been interchangeable since the early '80s, right? And now we're introducing the FBA because we're having a Black immigrant situation.
Yeah, so I would ask Chef and them, so do they got a problem with the term African American?
No. Some of them do. Some say I'm Black American. It's you know.
All right, so, but what's the difference between Black American and African American? In their mind.
I don't think it's none. I don't think it's none.
Yeah,
not for Sosa and Brass and them. I don't think they have an issue.
Then they gotta come over here because what they're gonna do, I'm gonna have more questions. I'm gonna show how, like, you think we don't make sense. I'm gonna show you don't make any sense. Like, because why is this better than that, and why is this unqualified and that's qualified? Because they might have the same problem, same questions.
No, but they said what they're saying is the FBA has a nasty stigma to it. So if somebody said you FBA, they don't want to agree to it because of the abos and all of that. So now I ain't saying that. You dig what I'm saying? So they saying, it's baggage with FBA right now. It's too much baggage. Is speaking of things that I'm not saying. So I don't want to say I'm FBA because FBA comes with Tariq Nasheed and you dig what I'm saying?
I got
the
you.
abos and all of that. So
what would they rather? Okay, so when you have a problem with something, you got to, like Elijah Muhammad said, hey, if the glass you don't like is dirty, half dirty, they produce a whole glass. So what are they saying should be there and replaced?
I don't. They're saying African American and Black American is
wait. But
equivalent.
Elon Musk is an African American.
Listen, this ain't my position.
Right now, I got it. I'm just like, wait a minute, but that's the point of FBA because they understood the trickiness in the language. It becomes all inclusive to even white people, and then you got Black American, like that's every Black person in the world. and probably even Cubans. And I mean, like, when's that stuff? You got some Indians. Like, when does that becomes all inclusive? Yeah, so it's not better. So I would expect like a better phraseology or a better play on words than FBA. But the stigma thing is okay because at one point
you can define yourself.
Yeah, and guess
you
what?
can define what type of FBA you are.
Yeah, like when you say
without denying being FBA.
But look, okay, let's go African American. What type of stigma comes with Africa? Bones in your noses, right? Cow pissing on your head. Like you talk about negativity. The stigma, the stereotypes on Africa, it's a bunch of stuff that follows after that. Primitive, washing in where crocodiles live. You dig? Like that's what comes. That's all we were shown growing up. So like you have a worse stigma on the term African than you do FBA. Yeah, Africa got some of the worst stigmas ever.
Yeah.
Cannibalism, cutting off the clitoris. I could go on. I'm just on and on and on and on. 1,000 babies to one family. One guy be having 25 kids.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Selling their land, they always got all the natural resources, can't figure out how to use it to benefit themselves. So you got to always sell it and pawn it off to somebody else. Like, no, that's worse. But when I point that all out, all of a sudden that's like, but FBA. It's like, like you said, it doesn't. Stigma's gonna come with most stuff. When you study like different countries and how they look at Japan, like we study how Japan became a superpower in 40 years. Like you understand, they had the shoguns and something else. Like they call themselves different things, bro. They had different religions, different languages. Like, but then they all agree, and they had stigmas behind because they had division amongst each other. Right? The people who dress like American whites, they felt like they were sellouts. And the people, so going to modern technology, they felt like they were sellouts. But the people who stayed with the swords and all that crazy shit, like they felt like they were the authentic Japanese person. Right? So, but they had a civil war physically. Of course, the people who took on modern technology won. They shot their ass, they got a sword. What you can do with that? Pop.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Whatever we agree to call ourselves, I'm with it. Like I mean, it's not even a, when I read a book, right? If I read The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson, I understand that they're talking about me and my people. I understand who Carter G. Woodson is referencing back in the 40s as Negro. When I hear Dr. Martin Luther King and them, if I read a speech or see a speech by Dr. Martin Luther King and them, and they use colored or Negro, I know who they talking about.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? I'm not gonna go into the vernacular of the time and start to disagree on some. If I'm reading John Henry Clark and them, and they're talking about African Americans, then I understand who they're talking about, and I know that they're talking about me. I'm not going, I ain't talking about me. And when I hear Tariq Nasheed and them now talk about FBA, foundational Black Americans, I understand who he's talking about. They're talking about me. So wherever we're at in our political understanding of the day, I know who you're referencing. I'm not going to nitpick and argue over that, to disagree and to bring separation towards me and my people. It's whatever y'all want to call yourselves. Like when the Nation of Islam call us the Asiatic Black man, I know who he's talking about. I'm not going to sit there and start arguing with him when he's talking about, man, you see the problems of the Asiatic Black man here in America. You know what I mean? And he's making a salient point about our condition. I'm not going to go into his diatribe and start arguing about what he's calling me. I understand that he's talking about me, right? If a Hebrew Israelite is talking about the conditions that our people are going through, blase, I'm not going to take issue with the fact that he used another nomenclature to describe who we are. I can get his point. The same way when I go to church, I can get a point out without having to accept Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. If he's talking about an issue that I can agree, why do we do this?
Yeah.
Why do we make communication so fucking hard, yo?
Yeah, man.
It's crazy.
But so let me ask you this. So what have they ever gave their opinion on ADOS?
I think they agreed with ADOS for the most part, but they took issue with certain things that Yvette Carnell and Tone. So always making something personal. They always got to go into the personal stuff with people to disagree with. I mean, you can find anything about a person to disagree with. If you're looking at their personal views and how they choose to live their life personally, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, like you gotta be able to separate yourself from that type of stuff, man. Because like, you know, your boss might be on some BS.
You're still gonna take that paycheck. You ain't gonna quit. You ain't gonna quit because he like, you feel me? Because
his advice and his world experience, like you're gonna take it when he give it to you. Okay. Boss helping you out to like level up for the next job opportunity. Like you're gonna take it.
You ain't gonna say, no, he gay. I ain't listening to him.
Yeah. Man, so you're gonna drop all that experience, all that knowledge out. Yeah.
I don't agree with his lifestyle. You know what I mean? So
yeah. We gotta. You know what's crazy is that fortunately for us is that they don't have to agree because majority rules, right? Just like African American, we all ain't agree with that shit, but it stuck. So the FBA thing, we'll see, right? Because only time will tell, right? So if the momentum keep going, then it's going to be attached no matter what. It's going to be applications, all type of stuff. This is over. Or they might be right. It doesn't really hit like that. Enough Americans resented it, and therefore something else. No problem. But that's the good thing. The good thing is that the majority rules in, and we'll just see where it goes 10 years from now.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what I mean? The only time will tell. But right now, I understand what they're saying. Now think about this, y'all. So what happened was a couple years ago when the ADOS thing jumped off, right? When Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks and them, made a big thing on the internet about pushing for reparations, right?
Yeah.
Got to give them credit for this. All right, now, when that started to take off, the left wing started to put up black people who disagreed with reparations.
Okay.
Now, these black people who were disagreeing, we found out later, was what we call immigrant. Or
right.
They were immigrant blacks. They were blacks who had immigrant parents. You dig what I'm saying? So this became the people like Coleman Hughes and them. They were giving speeches. You dig what I'm saying? They was invited to certain, engagements, and we would look on the internet like, damn, yo, it's really black people that disagree with it, right? And we found out later that they were. A lot of them was immigrants. You had Panamanians, Coleman Hughes and them. You had Jamaican people even, you think what I'm saying? These people were disagreeing with African Americans receiving reparations, and they were put out there as blacks who disagreed with reparations, right? And nobody ever explained that they were immigrant blacks. You feel me? Like, so it was a con job that white America was playing, right? That was a con. But the fact that these so-called black people even decided to do it, right? Is problematic all in itself because we would never do that to them. We would never go to their country where they're seeking recompensance for past injustices and things and speak against it. We just wouldn't do it because we black first, right? We black first. We would never do that, but they do that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's good that Tariq Nasheed came up with foundational Black American to separate us from those people. So you will never get us confused. But because when you hear people like American Dream and them talk, right? You gotta ask them, hold up, where you from? And then you can say, oh, I understand why you saying that. Well, I don't understand why you're saying that. But that's some shit that will come, you know what I mean, out your mouths. It wouldn't come from African Americans for the most part. You dig what I'm saying? It wouldn't. And we would call those people what? Uncle Toms. And like you said, a tether is an Uncle Tom from another country.
That's all it is. Like, that's all. That's all. It's not. It's just that we want to differentiate, because if you say Uncle Tom, that's not saying a lot. Like, it's saying something. It's saying somebody's undermining us, but you're not pinpointing who it is, because like we got to show patterns. Like, we got to show where it's coming from. Like, majority. Like, so if it's coming from, if we saying Uncle Tom, but we see it coming from, let's say, Dominican Republic, like, so then that's not fair to say it blanketly where everybody's included. Because now you got Kenyans, whoever else included in something that they got nothing to do with. Like, I got nothing to do with us. Like, why you keep? So they want to be like, oh, no, that's them over there. So it's better just to pinpoint where it's coming from. That's just intelligent. Now, okay, so this negative energy, this misrepresentation is coming over here. Because I'm saying white people right now, white people don't do that shit, man. White people don't be arguing, hey, man, now let's make it. No, they're going to pinpoint exactly their stats and analytics and all that shit. They're going to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from so they can address it and have some type of counterintelligence for it. So we need to be smart and do the same thing. Stop being stupid and pinpoint exactly where it's coming from, and then give it an identification, a label. Like any company you ever work for, it's gonna be a label. Like, you do things, you cut, you got labels to what this is, what that is, either for yourself or for maybe a customer. Hey, this is that, it's that, the bathroom. This is for men, this is for women. You put labels and stuff sort of to eradicate the confusion. So the same thing with that. We see it coming from, okay, Uncle Tom means this, okay. But I see this Uncle Tomism normally coming from the island or the continent. You know what? Damn, so, you know what? Let me specify here now. You dig? And that's all that was. Because they got certain talking points that most FBAs, quote unquote, won't have. And like you just said, so when somebody says, hey, reparations, nah, we good. You already know. Right. The likeliness of that nigga being FBA is zero. Why would you put some money? You dig? Like stop.
Yeah, it's crazy because, they all have this uppity attitude towards us. So it has to be a taught thing, right? For instance, like when Busta Rhymes, he said, we don't have no culture. All our stuff come from them.
And Puerto Ricans, he said, from them and Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, them in Puerto Rico. Like, bro, you a 5%er. What are you? Right. Imagine you's a 5%. You's a 5%er, bro. Yo, where do you get that from?
My man acting
That's like African American culture.
Yeah, my man acting like he a Rastafarian or a Shatta. Nigga, you a 5%er, bro.
You's a 5%er. You was in the Zulu Nation. You 5%er, leaders of the new school,
trying to find his identity.
Rapper. You feel me? You was all of that. But we don't have no culture. You feel me? Like, are y'all out of y'all minds? Like, y'all say the most, the arrogance that they say stupid shit, the arrogant vein that allows them to say the most retarded stuff. That's like me denying that cars exist while I'm in a car going 90 miles down the highway. You feel me? Like, bro, you are comfortably seated in African American culture and became rich in it.
Right.
You feel me? But denying that we got culture, denying that we ever created something. And you're going 90 miles per hour in this car that we created.
Right.
Man, they need to kick him out the fucking car.
Yeah.
They need to kick him out.
Yeah. Look, the Fat Joes and these guys, dude, without hip hop,
who would they be?
And without rap,
they would be janitors somewhere.
Right? Yeah,
with their skill set. With their skill set, what do you do, bro, other than rap? What skill do you bring? You would be a janitor somewhere. You'll be a Jamaican and a Puerto Rican janitor. That's it.
And a Fat Joe be locked up. Well, that nigga criminal behavior and shit. That nigga be all the shit he talk about he did. Nigga be locked up.
Right.
You wild ass animal. You be locked up and Busta Rhymes be cutting niggas' grass. Maybe kid like dude, like you are successful and rich off black culture, FBA culture, and then you come back and say, and then but look, how about this? The fact that you're even saying we don't have culture, why is that even on your mind? Like you act like, yo, if we said that about another nation, we will come with a solution. We won't just say it just to say it. Like that's not how we operate. We'll say it and then have a culture for you to come to, or one you can possibly come up with yourself, but we'll help guide you. We don't just say stuff just for mockery. Like I don't know what's up with these. Like
we love Jamaica. We go to Jamaica for that culture. We never say shit like that. You feel me? We understand they got their own cuisine, their own music, all of that, man. That's Jamaican. We love the way that they talk, all of that. We enjoy that. We would never say no shit like that about them.
Nah, never.
You feel me?
Never.
Like that would be the last thing that we would say. Now we can say some shit about Jamaicans, right? Yeah. We do it. We have our own forms of
but it won't be on a microphone in public front of the world. We ain't doing that.
This shit crazy. We ain't gonna never dug them out. We go to Puerto Rico. We the Hispanic culture. We ain't gonna ever say y'all ain't got no. Why would we do that?
Never on a microphone in front of millions or 100,000. You're gonna sit there and say something like that about Peruvian or anybody.
Right. See, they got the right to be racist towards them. They feel as though he didn't feel like he was doing nothing wrong. Look at Busta Rhymes when he said he was emboldened the same way with Fat Joe, right? He's in a black barbershop using the word nigga indiscriminately.
Right.
I mean, and then a couple years ago, they got on him about using the word nigga. And he told him, I'm going to use it anyway, even when black people told him that they had a problem with him. How disrespectful can you be?
But like I said, a guy like him, he goes to settings where it's set up, right? Because I'm telling you, man, and you might know, but we're from different states, but you listen, man, there's a lot of Jamaicans who don't tolerate that word.
Right.
At all. Like a lot of Jamaicans don't play that end stuff. All right. And then it is a lot of older black people, my age and older, who listen, when I say don't tolerate, they don't tolerate from black. I'm saying black. I can't go in some Jamaican homes talking that end stuff. Yo, they'll approach you like, yo, what's up?
Exactly.
Put that here, and they'll educate you like, you get your stupid ass out of here. And there's some older black folks that don't do that. You come to them with that end stuff, they want to square up. Okay, and we're black. So you're telling me that this dude would go to these black areas, like I said, in Jersey, we got Spanish folks, but they got their place, like their location, whatever, and we got ours. We're not integrated like that. So, like my city is black and the Hispanics there, but they're over there in Newark. You got Spanish Newark for a reason. They over there. They're not over here on Bergen Street or fucking Clinton Avenue, or they're not over there in Springfield. They're not. They're not hanging out like that. And if they are, they're conforming, bro. They ain't on no Fat Joe shit. Believe me, motherfuckers gonna be beat up or dead. You're not. So that attitude he's going to control environments talking that shit. He's not doing that freely. He's not.
No, but it's the New York people that's giving. They be saying, they be in the chat. So this how we do. I be like, yo, y'all are not on code. Like that's crazy. Like if it's other black people all around the country telling y'all that y'all not on code, that y'all need to check that because obviously this dude, they look. I was making a point, right? I was saying how, because they were saying, man, you from Baltimore, y'all don't understand New York, this, that, and the third. All right, bro. I know disrespect. Like, I'm an American.
Right.
I know, I'm a black American. I know disrespect, yo. You're not gonna, so I say, you're a little bit younger than me. When Colors came out, right? Over there, it was about LA gangs, right? In the early 80s. When Colors came out unbiased, that shit was terrifying to the rest of Black America. We all looked at that like, yo, LA is crazy. Brothers is just killing each other over colors.
Right. So I can't wear red. I get shot.
The rest of Black America said, these black people in LA then lost their mind. We gotta help them. We gotta fix this, right? This was the sentiment around for all Black America, no matter where you at. Even though the LA dudes would say, man, y'all don't understand our culture out here, we still said that, yo, y'all wrong, no. That is crazy. You feel me?
Right.
The same way it was another one came out in the 90s. It was called Banging in Little Rock. About the gang
I watched
wars.
that. That's like Cleveland.
That shit was it was Arkansas, Little Rock.
Arkansas. Yeah, you're right. Arkansas.
That was another one that terrified black people.
Yeah.
And all black people around the country looked at that and said, yo, these brothers need help. We didn't say, we didn't sit back and say, all right, well, that's just how they do it in Arkansas. So, you know, that's just there because we don't understand it. We say, no, brother, that's wrong. You feel me? Y'all need to tighten up.
We was like, yo, y'all living like that. Y'all got to watch every car that ride by. Like,
right.
Damn.
So the same way we're trying to tell New Yorkers, like, yo, y'all got the Fat Joe white man, yo, he just running around saying nigga free. Like, y'all done got too loose with that. Y'all need to tighten that up. That's all we saying. You feel me? Like, so it's crazy. Like, we gotta listen.
Yo, peace, chef. Peace,
what up with it?
Peace.
Same old. I want to jump on that conversation y'all having.
Yes, sir. What's up with you though?
I'm chilling, bro. Same shit, you know, maintaining. I ain't sweating shit.
My man.
Yeah. But I wanted to jump on that topic y'all talking about with the Spanish people up north speaking the way that Black Americans speak. And if you're not from up here, then I understand, because I live down south or outside of up north, so I understand how shit is over there where it's, you know, segregated or it ain't integrated like it is up here. I'm biased from like Plainfield somewhere, so that it's not like a city. Like, I'm from Patterson. It's just like New York, essentially. You know what I'm saying? When the immigrants first came from like the islands and they first came from, you know, Puerto Rico and those types of places, you know, our culture, Black people was throwing jokes at these niggas. The way they dressed, all that shit, threw jokes at them until they wanted to be like what was cool, which was what they were around, which was Black people. So they got acculturated. So that's why they speak and act and behave like us. To turn around now and to tell Fat Joe and niggas like that, oh, you can't partake in the culture that we had them assimilate into, is crazy. What do? That's all they know.
It's that New York nigga shit.
I'm just giving it to you how it is. I'm not like, I don't have a bias towards either group. I'm just telling you how the shit is. If you go to where white people live at and you got Hispanics over there, guess who they behave and they act like? You don't hear them saying my nigga and all that shit. They behave and act like the white people because the white people acculturated them. When people come around you and you acculturate them, you can't turn around and say, all right, I don't, you know, dispossess you of your native way of doing shit since you came over to my homeland But now I don't want you doing what the fuck I do in my homeland. It don't make sense. That's not New York shit. That's reality. If you're not from up here, I wouldn't expect for you to understand shit like that. Because where y'all live at, shit, the most diversity you probably got is a few Mexicans. Other than that, it's just really black and white people where you live at. But up here, nigga, it's everything up here. And we don't have, like, Mexicans probably the smallest group of Hispanics up here. You got every fucking type of Latin type person up here. Everything. So it's not the same, like the same social norms where y'all from is not from where it's not like that up here. Not only that, but niggas be fucking Spanish bitches up here. It's no racism like, oh, she not gonna give me no pussy or some shit like that. That shit don't exist.
All right, so let me ask you this. You use the word nigga, right?
Yeah, I'm Black American.
Right. You use the word nigga, right?
Yeah.
Do you use it in every setting?
No, I don't use it in every setting.
Exactly. You know when to use it, right? You have you have control over it, right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, you're telling me that a Spanish white guy don't have no control over it?
Nah, because okay, let me show you this right here. How do I have control over it? It's because I go in different spaces where different black contexts exist, right?
I don't know what you.
Yeah, just like the same way you do it. You only learn that because of the different contexts that you lived in.
No, I'm saying in my everyday life, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like
I'm not
like
using
if you're around your grandmother or something like that, they probably not using it.
And
to
I'm
where
not
you would be using it. Okay, now listen. When it comes to Hispanics, the only time they've ever heard that language is when it was in association with us. The Spanish people up here, the only time they heard that is when it was in association with us. So for them, they only learn to use it whenever they're around us and shit like that.
But
it's
they
just
call
a common
each other
thing.
niggas.
Yes, because they've been acculturated. They don't know shit else.
So we know.
We know because we different. They don't know.
So, oh my God! So they shouldn't be using it. If they don't even know when to turn it on and off, why are we giving them free reign to just? That's crazy.
Shepard, did you hear the first part I said? We acculturated them. You know what that means? That means when you take a people and you essentially enforce your culture on them to where that's all they use. We acculturated those people. When they came over here, do you think like they were speaking English and shit like that?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying you extending that pass of the acculturation a little bit too wide. Because if the people who acculturated them have an on and off button for it, but Fat Joe seems to not have an on and off button for it. Like
Fat
I
Joe
know
and them wasn't inside of our grandma houses.
I understand when to turn it on and off. It's called reading the room. You dig what I'm saying? What we're saying is this, bro. If the rest of New York Latinos is like Fat Joe, we're saying this shit is out of control.
Then it's out of control.
It is out of control because you have more. So you have more. Obviously, we can't help it, but they are retarded then because we use it and we sometimes, but we know when to pull back. We can read the room. You dig what I'm saying?
Hold on, dude. Time out. Do all of us know when to use it?
Yes. We ain't going in the doctor's office using it. We ain't gonna be on certain platforms using it.
Now, hold on. Chef, where I'm from, that's not true. Niggas be in the doctor's office using it. Niggas be in the DMV using it. Wherever they at. You think a nigga like DMX ain't use it wherever the fuck he was at?
Hey,
you
listen,
think the nigga knew, like, let me cut this off right here. No.
Y'all not.
I don't think DMX was that retarded.
Could I
it's
just
not
put
being
something
retarded.
in
Look,
quick?
you know,
that's
black,
retarded.
you know, there's some cultural difference between Black Americans everywhere you go.
For sure.
Up north blacks is somewhat different from down south blacks, which is somewhat different from West Coast blacks. It's just how it is. Up here is not like that, bro.
So
why do you?
So what's the difference with you?
I lived outside of up north. I lived down south for like 3 years.
Oh, so you the exception of up north niggas.
I guess you could, if you want to say that. I've been out of here. Most of the people that's up here ain't never been out of here.
So up north people can't. Up north, black people just can't help it, and the Puerto Ricans up there just can't. All right, I'm out of it.
I'm telling you, it's a cultural thing. Yeah. If it's cultural, then you there's not nothing for you to help. That's just what it is. Yeah, it's like when I hear people from California talking about Hispanics and shit, the relationship they got with Hispanics is comprehensively different from the relationships blacks up north got with Hispanics. It ain't even remotely close to being the same thing. You heard when Lord Abba was talking about like how they grew up with Puerto Ricans and shit. Yo, they literally live downstairs from you. Or right, like when Dominicans be having their parties and shit, bro, you can't even sleep at night. But we don't bug them because they don't call the cops on us and shit like that. Like I said, niggas be fucking they bitches and vice versa. If they want that, it's not like that up here, bro. It's not like that up here. You come from an entirely different environment and you're trying to understand one that's nothing like the environment you come from.
But it ain't about that's what I'm saying. Y'all will keep throwing the understand the environment. But I'm saying that y'all environment, if you was correcting something about what dudes in Baltimore is doing, right? I'm not going to sit here and act like it's right. I'm going to say, yeah, yo, we need to tighten that up. You feel me? I'm not going to I'm not going to keep making the excuse that it's just how it's done. I'll be like, yeah, that's retarded. We need to tighten that up.
Hold on, Chef. I'm not making an excuse. I'm communicating what a reality is. Yeah, can you go to the West Coast and get them niggas to stop gangbanging?
No, we have open air drug markets. No, I can't. Listen. But I'm not going to sit and just listen to the rhetoric that's just the way it is, and that's the end of the story. Because I know that they are functional human beings, and they know right from wrong, and they know better. They can comprehend that. I'm not talking to. I'm not looking at black people as like they are beyond being corrected on certain things. Like just because of the way that they live. No, human beings, why would we look at human beings like that? What was the, go ahead.
When black people up north first started seeing like California culture and shit, right? Through music videos and shit like that. Niggas up here, you could talk to niggas from back in the day up here. They was like, yo, y'all niggas whack out in Cali. Niggas fighting over colors and shit. Like, they was laughing at niggas in California. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just what it was. They was laughing out there. Can they go and change that shit? No, because to those people, that's what it is. I'm not telling you it's right. I'm telling you that's what it is.
Oh, no. See, bro, we know that's what it is. Fat Joe is a prime example that that's what it is. I'm not denying. Nobody is denying that what it is. We saying that shit need to be under control. That ain't good for nobody.
But hold on. Okay, bet. The gang shit need to be under control. That ain't good for nobody. We can't change. But are we changing that? We've known this for the last how many decades and we haven't been able to change it.
But nobody is.
That ain't the same thing, bro.
Yeah, like
gangs don't hurt us as much as interlopers.
As much as what?
As much as interlopers.
Interlopers? Interlopers?
Yeah, interloper. Cause like, listen.
Explain.
I'm from North Carolina, right?
I used to live out there for 3 years out in Tarboro.
I was about to say, cause listen to me, all y'all New York niggas come to North Carolina, but I love that too because.
No, I ain't from New York. I'm from Jersey.
Oh, word, the up north niggas. No, but no, for real. But I stayed up in Patterson for quite some years. I stayed up in Patterson for about 4 years. You feel me? So I get the whole shit. Like I fuck with the thing, but listen, no offense. The problem with the New York wave is that y'all not listen. The FBAs who was in New York, y'all ain't really experienced the slavery. Y'all really products of us coming up there and saying, hey, this what we down here, but we up here with y'all now, so we y'all niggas. You feel me? So
hold on, hold on, I can't hear you. What you said? You said the problem with the New York niggas, they didn't do what?
Like y'all wasn't actually not saying everybody, but the actual FBAs of New York. That means they didn't get the real racial. Not even saying they ain't getting no racial, saying they was free niggas already.
Do you know that over 95% of motherfuckers that's up here came from down south during the Great Migration?
Yeah, now that's what I'm about to say. Now listen, the FBAs who did come from down south, which is the most of the New York niggas, right? They came up there, and like you said, I think at the beginning, it's a melting pot up there. But that ain't how most of the shit works for the rest of us. It's not.
No,
it's
but
not
it wasn't a melting pot when they first got up here.
Yeah,
there wasn't no Spanish.
Not when they first got there.
There won't no Spanish people here.
From
They didn't come to after 65.
On, bro. Y'all
no,
niggas
listen to me. Hold on, listen to me. After 1865, after 1965, that's when immigrants from the islands started coming, Jamaica, Haitians, all that shit. Prior to that, America was 99.99%. As far as black people are concerned, it was 99% FBA. There was no immigrant blacks here in large quantities. There was none of that.
Do that.
This is an actual fact. That's a fact. It's not an opinion.
Because America just always, even the white people who made the land, not from this land, it's always been.
I gave you a yes. They only wanted certain people to be able to immigrate here. It was on the laws. That's why with the Civil Rights Act,
but you see,
Civil Rights Act,
come on, bro. Them Irish folks is getting in here, bro. Everybody
those are white people, right?
Get up in here just like modern day today. They told the Mexicans y'all can't come. The niggas say we're gonna hit the fence.
What I'm trying to tell you is that up north in the New York area, my grandmother and them got up here in like the 50s and 60s in Patterson. There were no Hispanic people in Patterson.
No, for
there
sure.
were Italians.
I ain't saying
there were just white people. It was white and black.
Yeah, some Italians.
After 65 with the 65 Immigration Act, that's when you seen them coming here. It wasn't like that before. So when you say it's a melting pot, bro, shit didn't start melting until recent, and it's not even melted the way you think it. It's still, you still got the parts that's Spanish is Spanish.
Nah, like you said, that's mixed, North Carolina, keep it real, it's still segregated, ain't it?
Yeah, down south is black and white.
Still but listen, let's be real. It ain't really like you don't fuck white girls down there. Like I ain't saying you do or don't. I personally don't.
Where in North Carolina?
Yeah,
North Carolina. Yeah, I mean you see some of it, but it's not like it ain't like that though.
I mean, no, I'm saying it's not like. It ain't as bad.
Like, look, I can walk down the street, right? I can walk down. No, I ain't saying that. I can walk down the street right now and bag a Spanish bitch. It's not like there's no.
That's what I'm saying. But listen,
because they've been acculturated.
Their own cultures, ain't they? The Migos stay in their hood. The black people stay in their hood. Do I chill with some of my migrantes? For sure. But that's what y'all do. You feel me? I ain't partying outside my house all day long, nigga.
See, but it's different down. I've been in North Carolina. I tell you, I lived there for 3 years. It's nothing like up here. It's nothing like up here.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't. How we look at it is really not. Y'all should be going about it. Like not saying don't. Y'all really fuck with each other. Hell no.
Yeah, we cool. We ain't got no issue with each other for the most part.
Nah, bro.
Like for example, what he's saying is, like in Jersey, we'll go to a club like a Deco in Perth Amboy, and that shit is pure Hispanic, and we'll still go there and be like 5, 6, FBA deep, but be in the club full jump of Hispanics. Like I don't know.
It's not. They generally don't like when you go to clubs. It's distinguished. Like the Spanish people will go to the Spanish club. The only time like Fat Joe and them niggas like that, they probably wouldn't be in a Spanish club because they, for the most part, they don't even speak Spanish no more.
Well, Fat Joe never spoke Spanish.
Yeah, so a lot of Puerto Ricans, like, they don't even speak Spanish. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. They got a culture. Like, this is some shit. This is some shit. If you from down south, you don't even know. These niggas don't even speak Spanish because they've been acculturated. And when people from, like, their families come over here, they look down on them. They don't even want to speak to them like, you speaking Spanish? Like, it's almost...
That is very listen, when they not at that club with your ass, they doing that same shit though. That's the point. That's why I'm like, I ain't saying.
I'm trying to tell you that the Spanish people up here is not looking down on black people the way you think it is. You think
I know they not. You
separated
like
down
I said,
there.
I done stayed up there. I get how y'all move, but like it's
we don't even got time to think about each other like that. Like
niggas a little too cuddly.
My nigga, I'm gonna tell you like this. Mad niggas be fucking Spanish bitches. I'm not. A nigga is not about to go to war with another group of people, and he fucking they bitches. It's not happening.
Cap. All wars started over pussy. Damn near.
My nigga, I'm telling you, up here, Niggas is not trying.
But
I see
I ain't
Enrique,
even talking
we
about
not
that.
fighting.
Listen,
We
us
dap
as
it up
FBAs
and we
gotta
keep it pushing.
understand that we can't allow people in our spaces. Listen, it's
But no,
just
I get that. I get that. Like
I mean, I ain't saying don't fuck with them. I'm just saying like what is ours is ours. Cause listen,
I get that. You ain't got no issue with me on that.
Imagine if we told some Puerto Rican niggas, hey, FBAs made merengue. You know that? They'll be like, man, if y'all don't get the fuck out of here, bro, we got to really wild out on y'all. Exactly.
But see, you using Fat Joe as an example of what Spanish people are like up here.
No,
not
I ain't
thinking like Fat Joe.
Listen, and I don't want nobody thinking. I personally look at it and say, oh, how all of them. I'm saying for one of your leaders to think he can say some shit like that.
They don't look at Fat Joe as no leader, bro.
The Fat Joe, somebody amongst them niggas. That's how they make it seem. And listen, if not, get your man.
You could go around right now. You could get 10 Hispanic niggas if they know who Fat Joe is. That's a miracle.
No, I agree with that.
I
really don't think so.
So I think for the most part
they don't know that nigga, man.
No, for the most part they have the same sentiments that he have though.
What?
When Fat Joe was approached about using the N-word, he doubled down on it and said, "I'm gonna keep using it." Now think about how disrespectful. Hold on, X. Think about how disrespectful you have to be, right? So it's almost like we're dealing with. We're saying that it's some retardation going on here. Why we don't get the pass for being just retarded and can't help ourselves because of culture? No,
I know.
Who gives us the pass for being? They said it was other black people who was telling Fat Joe before this incident that they was feeling uncomfortable with him using the N-word. He started talking, I grew up around black people, this, that, and the third. I'ma keep using it. So if I was amongst another group of people, and I know I'm not them people, and they told me that it was something that I was doing that was offensive to them, bro, out of respect, I don't have to do whatever I'm doing. What the fuck?
Okay, now let me respond to you. Now, the person, the people that told him that, they was from New York? They was black people from New York that told him that?
Yeah. That was Math Hoffa. He went up there on Math Hoffa shit.
No. The people that told Fat Joe that, where was they from?
He was on some show. I don't know where they was from.
I can tell you this though, Chef. I know they wasn't from up here.
So if a New York, so
because,
you're telling me all New York people is comfortable with Latinos
99%.
using no,
99%.
no, sir, no.
You're not from up here.
So what? You're not from New York.
New York is 15 minutes from me.
You're not from New York. So you're telling me all New York black people.
Do you know I'm closer to New York than the Bronx is to New York?
Yeah, because I was about to say, North Jersey
I'm
niggas.
closer to this.
No, so what?
South Jersey niggas is Philly niggas, and North Jersey niggas.
It's almost exactly the same. It's almost exactly the same, Chef.
So you're telling me that all New York people, black people, don't have a problem with Fat Joe and Latinos?
99%.
Okay.
I said 99%. Chef, I'm not capping with you, bro. I'm keeping it G with you.
I believe
I'm not capping with you.
Agree with
you're never gonna find a nigga.
But I'm saying,
I told you they don't even speak Spanish up here, bro. The niggas you talking about only talk like us. They right here with us in the same place. They live downstairs from us.
But I'm saying though, you jocking our bilingual. What y'all get off them? Do y'all learn any Boricua Morena? You know what I'm saying? Y'all learn any of that shit?
Black niggas up here be fucking Spanish bitches.
Bro, you was gonna do that without them wearing our clothes and shit, though, and calling us niggas.
You know what acculturation is? That we was throwing jokes at them when the Jamaicans was coming over here and they had open toe sandals and them holes in the shirts and shit like that. We threw jokes at them. Math Hoffa and them. Why you think they wearing New York caps and shit? Came up with this shit.
But niggas, but listen, but that's the point.
When you see them wearing
if you're gonna appropriate it to our way, now you can't go against us though. So either that.
But where they hold on, time out. Most of them aren't against us. I don't know where you using Fat Joe as an example.
I'm
I'm not
using him as an example.
I'm not
Nobody
capping.
else.
Like I'm keeping it G
I'm
with you.
saying
How
in
shit is
terms
up
of
here.
Fat Joe, he can't. He the nigga
Yeah,
talking
like,
right now.
bruh, I disagree with the shit that he's saying about. I don't know for a fact, but I don't believe at all that there was any assistance in Black American or FBA's creation of hip hop. I don't believe that shit at all.
Right.
Not for sure.
Like you arguing with the wrong one. I don't believe that at all. Even Unbiased telling me something about the breakdance and shit. I still don't believe it.
No, that's not. Yeah, all that shit.
And I'll tell you why I don't believe it. You can't go back to Jamaica, any island, Haiti, none of that shit, Puerto Rico, none of that, and see them niggas doing any of the shit that motherfuckers are doing over here. You can go all throughout our history and see us doing this type of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't believe it whatsoever. I think like that's white people trying to appropriate our shit over to another group to, take away from our own accomplishments and shit like that. That's what I personally believe. I don't know it for a fact, but that's what I personally believe.
No, I agree with you on that.
Unbiased, where you at, Unbiased?
Fat Joe and them saying nigga and shit like that, bruh. It is virtually impossible to get them niggas to stop because nobody up here is telling them to stop because it would be like us telling other black people not to do it. That's how close the motherfuckers is.
So a lot of Portuguese don't speak English, and I got more.
And then when you get like the Dominicans that come up here, most of them motherfuckers, black people up here look at like they look black. So when they be saying it, you don't say shit to them either.
Nah, for sure. I get what you're saying, but I don't get what you're saying. And
it's like how do you go about? You got a better chance taking gangs out of LA than you got stopping these motherfuckers from behaving like Black Americans up here.
Nah, cool.
We don't even know how to stop it.
Say personally.
Telling the motherfucker to stop it is not going to stop it.
I ain't got no problem with them doing it. However, if they with us, y'all should be telling y'all man sit the fuck down and shut up. Like they should be beating that nigga up and like, bro, shut your dumb ass the fuck up. For real, because like.
Yeah, like look, hold on. I was just watching the interview.
I can't even argue with y'all, yo. Like that's if y'all accept
Jeff,
it, like
you from Baltimore. I lived out there too. There's nothing like here. It's nothing like that place ain't shit like up here.
Listen, if y'all accept it, you feel me? Rest of Black America look at that shit as crazy. But if y'all accept it,
Jeff, think about this shit right here. If you grew up, you knew these niggas since before y'all niggas could even before y'all niggas even made it to first grade. Y'all started kindergarten together. They live right downstairs from you. Y'all listen to the same music. Y'all, when they make food, you can come in their house and eat. Because it's not like they keep you out their shit.
I'm gonna drill you dead in the mouth soon as the N-word drop. I swear to God.
There's motherfuckers who married. There's motherfuckers who are married to another race. Hold on, bro. Hold on. It's motherfuckers who married to a person of another race and still and got kids with them. You can't get no closer than that. And it's still unacceptable.
It's different because those people didn't grow up in the same culture. They didn't grow up in the same culture, Chef. The people you talking about, they didn't. Do you realize when they came over here, right? Their mothers and fathers didn't speak English. They are the first motherfuckers that started speaking English. If they started speaking it with us, who the fuck are they gonna sound like?
So they gotta use it.
Again, I'm gonna tell you again. If you go where Hispanics live, where white people live at, they sound and behave just like white people. That's called acculturation. When you go to the places, so why don't you get it on the black side? If they grew up around us, why wouldn't they sound just like us?
What you're talking about is appropriation, but that's not what that is.
No, appropriation is when you are already of something and then you start taking from somewhere. They weren't of nothing.
Yes, they were. They were Mexicans. They were Puerto Ricans.
This is what I'm saying. See, I keep telling you, thinking about Mexicans, and this is where you fucking up.
Like I
when
said,
they
Puerto
came,
Ricans,
okay,
Dominicans,
hold on, listen to me. When
Jamaicans, they were wherever they were before they came.
Can you practice an island culture over here? Can you wear what you wore in the islands over here?
Yeah.
No, you can't. It's cold to be wearing open-toe sandals out here.
In the 70s and 80s, wasn't niggas wearing dashikis and all that shit? Because African niggas came over here rocking that shit.
And was they kids wearing that? Hold on, time out. Was they kids wearing that?
Was who kids wearing that?
When the Africans came over here and their kids started going to school, how was their kids dressing? How was their kids talking?
I don't know, my nigga.
They was talking and dressing just like us because it looked weird.
Black Americans up north will clown your ass. Bad. You will not wear that shit no more. It's just like when niggas came from down south. When niggas,
embedding
it's called acculturation. It's the same thing when niggas came from down south in like the 60s and the 70s. Up north, black niggas was clowning them. Yo, you dress country as hell. You country as hell. The niggas from down south started dressing like the niggas from up north. That's just how it goes. That's called acculturation.
All right. The breakdown.
And the point that I was making the chef before I went into that right there. When you said, "Oh, I know niggas that married each other," if you're talking about a white person and a black person marrying each other, the white person got his own culture. They always had their own culture. They never went to a different country where they never went to a different country where the predominant culture was someone else, and they had to actually adapt to that. They never did that. Over here, Puerto Ricans had to adapt. The Caribbeans and all them, Busta Rhymes, you didn't even know that they was fucking from the islands, did you?
Somebody want the link, unbiased.
Did any of y'all know that Busta Rhymes or any of them niggas was from the islands?
Yeah.
Yes.
Chef, how the fuck did you know?
Busta Rhymes always said it.
When?
From way back in the day. Busta Rhymes?
Did you know?
He even put it in his music. Like, what is it?
Okay, my man just said he did. My man just said he didn't know, right?
He didn't know.
I ain't know.
He didn't know.
I'm 30.
But Busta Rhymes always talked about his Jamaican shit.
Watch this. Unbiased. Did you know that Math Hoffa was Caribbean?
No. I did.
Did you know Unbiased?
No.
Most of us don't know the. How'd you know?
He said because he then said it. He put it in his battle raps.
Yeah, I'm about to say I used to battle rap.
Okay,
so I
ain't know that shit until like other day. Like I'm a battle rap dude.
Why did you think? Why did you think that he wasn't that? Because he's what?
Dresses
and behaves just like what? An MCA, right?
Yeah, the way he talk when he dress.
It's the culture thing. No. But Busta Rhymes act like a Jamaican, yo. You're not going. Busta Rhymes act like an American Jamaican. The way he dressed, all of that shit. You can see the Jamaican in Busta Rhymes.
Nah, I can't.
Yeah, I take that now that I think about it. I ain't never thought about it.
Come on, bro.
Bro, back in the 90s, you can see that?
Yes, Busta Rhymes with the dreads, with the
now I'm thinking about it.
With the cutout hat, with the dreads coming out, even in his accent. Man, come on, man, Busta Rhymes.
Busta Rhymes got an accent?
Yo, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
How would he have an accent if he's growing up around Black Americans?
Yo, because his household, you can hear it. Yo,
first of all, New York niggas got accents. I mean, everybody got accents. Everybody here from different places. I think we all sound different to each other.
The only way we able to distinguish them niggas is by their names.
What?
That's the way we distinguish them, by their names.
Jamaicans having the same names as us.
No,
right?
No, they don't. You never saw a Black American with the last name Sinclair.
Yeah, Livingston.
What?
Yeah, Livingston.
They got names
got weird ass names.
I'm talking about their first name. If all of the Jamaicans I grew up around, they had regular names. Like
what's his last name? What's his last name?
I don't even know that last name. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exact. And did you think that they was Jamaican
Busta Rhymes on the street? You could tell yo was a Jamaican, yo.
Nah, I'm separate.
Yeah, I think you could tell Busta Rhymes was a Jamaican.
Well, you better than the blacks up north because we damn sure couldn't.
Yo, how old are you, yo? How old are you?
Nah, I couldn't tell either though, Chef. I couldn't tell you.
How old are you, X?
34.
You 34.
34.
When Busta Rhymes came out, we could tell Busta Rhymes had some Caribbean in him, yo. By the way he dressed, even the twinge in his inflections and his tones and all of that, yo, that's Caribbean, yo. Like Busta Rhymes, you got to give me somebody else, yo. Busta Rhymes is a little bit too Caribbean. You can't now Math Hoffa. You can say I didn't know, but if you was a battle rap fan and you say,
Biggie?
Huh?
What about Biggie Smalls? They say he's Jamaican.
Yeah, Biggie mother was Jamaican.
His father was too.
Yeah, I mean, but he was
his mother and father is Jamaican.
Yeah,
but did you know he was Jamaican? They've been acculturated. They don't talk or behave like the motherfuckers they come from. You can't tell, and then that's why you
I'm
identify.
I'm saying Busta. I could tell Busta Rhymes.
Okay,
and
forget Busta Rhymes.
I'm saying no. We was talking about Busta Rhymes, and y'all said y'all couldn't see. I'm saying that most people could tell.
I was
the
only
Caribbean.
using him as a reference, but since you could tell that one, I want to talk about the bulk of them. Most of them you can't tell, Chef.
No, you can't. And we got to listen. I live in a Jamaican neighborhood.
So if you saw a Caribbean saying "what up, my nigga" and all this other shit, would you say, "Hey, yo, you need to stop doing that"? You would never say that because you would think they was black. You wouldn't even think to stop it.
Right. That's a Jamaican. You feel me?
Okay. But what I'm telling you is that
that's
the Jamaicans. Hold on. Let me finish this point. The Jamaicans and the Caribbeans, they were all acculturated. That's why you don't feel the need to do any of that type of. If you heard an African saying, "Shut up, nigga," like you would say some shit to that nigga, because you would know, nigga, what the fuck you talking to? You know, it's a difference. But when a person's been acculturated, you can't make the distinction, and so it just flows naturally. And that's the same thing with the Hispanics. It would be weird of us to tell them niggas to stop talking the way they talk when that's the only thing them niggas know.
All right, okay.
They not Mexicans from California. Like, I don't know what it's like out there. I just see that them niggas is completely divided. It ain't like that up here. I grew up with this nigga my whole life. I know that nigga. Jose not about to come do some shit to me. It's a different environment. But I'm not against what, like, I always knew that eventually the day would come when, you know, the clash would happen. I'm like, Hispanics don't even really get into situations with black people. If any, like, the problem that we have is when we go for reparations and shit like that, I'm not saying Hispanics don't be against, some of them don't be against reparations, but the ones up here, they not saying nothing about that type of shit. You talking about immigrant blacks that's saying that type of shit. Like when you was just playing the Daily Wire, those are immigrant black people.
Mm-hmm.
They saying some shit. They the ones that try to make a distinction. But it's like this is like what I was telling Stu Pease the other day. Black Americans are so accomplished that you get to come to, whether we call it ours or not, the reality is this is our country. You come to our country and freeload off of our accomplishments. You can't then turn around and try to put yourself above me when I literally saved you from the shithole you came from. No disrespect, but you don't see your country as being that much, or you wouldn't be here.
So it becomes an issue here. I'm glad you said that. So this is where all of that loose talk and all of that becomes an issue, right? Because in one sense, we're all the same. We grew up together, this, that, and the third. I don't care how close you grew up with people, right? There comes a time where they could show you that there's some separation there. Then all of that time that you gave them the pass to do disrespectful things, now you saying that what you thought was love at one point in time, that might be disrespectful. Think about it. So when you have Fat Joe and those type people using the N-word, right? When y'all all in the same club and y'all giving each other that, what's up, my nigga? When y'all doing that to each other, and then when they say, no, them niggas, we Latinos, now that nigga done changed, but you done gave them the license to use it. How about when you done gave them the license to use it? For instance, so you don't think that when Cardi B, right, when she used the word nigga, right, she didn't use the word nigga in both ways. What's up, my nigga? And then fuck them niggas, them black motherfuckers, all that. Now it becomes racial, right?
So Cardi B said that?
Yes.
My God. She said fuck them black niggas?
Yes. Black. Oh, when she talk about black women, oh my God, like that shit. Like, and the fact that she don't get canceled, clearly racist.
But
right?
ain't Cardi B is Dominican, I think. I don't know for certain what
whatever
she is.
Whatever type of Dominican. Give a Dominican, right? Now, when she go in and start talking about black women, right? Clearly racist. You feel me? Clearly think she's better than. You know what I mean? But you didn't gave her license to speak like that. So now you can't. So y'all in a conundrum, right? Where y'all don't even know how to separate no more. Y'all don't even know how to turn it off. When people down south, when we hear certain things, we're telling y'all, yeah, that shit don't sound right, bro. You feel me?
But it's
that shit being turned off.
It's a different culture where y'all from. Y'all segregated.
You keep saying, yo, oh my God, yo, like that's crazy, yo.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but we keep going back to square one.
That is y'all way kind
of. They know is a difference. You act like Latinos don't know is a difference between you and them.
Yeah,
they
but no problem.
And they know nigga is racially loaded also, even though they get a pass for using it.
But they only know that that's racially. They know that that's racially loaded when white people use it. They don't know that that's racially loaded while they're using it, Chef.
Oh my God,
Chef. And this is the problem. We just spoke about your ignorance of up north culture in general.
I ain't that ignorant. I'm not that ignorant, bro.
I just told you that 99% of the black people up here don't have no problem with Spanish people using the word nigga, and you told me no.
And I'm telling you because I didn't heard.
Completely wrong.
I didn't heard New York niggas say that they got a problem with that shit.
What percentage, Chef?
It don't matter. So you think? Hold on. So you think because that's another thing. If I was to look at my age group, right, and just blanket my age group over everybody else, that would be ignorant as hell. So what you're doing is you're blanketing, right, that you're from up north, and then you're taking your age group and blanketing it over everybody. You can't do that, bro.
That's two different things. You're conflating two different ideas.
You're telling me that a 50-year-old black man don't have a problem with that.
A 50-year-old black man from New York don't have a problem with a 50.
Yeah, you think a 50-year-old black man wouldn't kind of feel some type of way?
Up north, no. You ask Sarnetta, he's 50. Ask Sarnetta, he's 50 years old. Ask him.
Sarnetta different.
Why? He from right there.
I didn't say Sarnetta do all kind of crazy shit. So,
okay, well, most niggas in New York is like Sarnetta ass. Sorry to tell you.
I didn't say Sarnetta.
Most niggas from New York is like Sa. If you ask Sa, he's a great reference point for what the fuck everybody up north thinks. Go ask Sa what the fuck he thinks. It's not.
Sa is half Dominican.
I think, or some shit like that. But his father, I think he like one of those black Dominicans though.
His father was from one of those islands, but his mother is FBA.
FBA, yeah. But this is what I'm telling you. That's how close shit is. You see shit like that. You're not gonna see like you don't. Y'all for the most part don't even have like that type of shit going on like that. Like I didn't even know Sarnetta was part Spanish and shit. I didn't know that. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But it's just so common. It's just common. Like they fuck black females, black niggas fuck Spanish females. It's just how the shit go. Niggas is not on no shit like fuck them black niggas and shit. It's not like that up here, bro. I don't know what you want me to tell you. The way you think about it is from your reference point of the racial divisions from where you at. You don't think about it from the context of the society up here. It's not like that. That's all I'm telling you. I'm not telling you whether it's right or wrong. I'm telling you what it is.
You think that they don't see a difference, or they don't know?
Of course we see a difference. Like we be like, yo, Spanish motherfuckers be doing shit right here, and then they'd be like, yo, black niggas be doing shit like this right here. Like we know it's a difference, but it's not animosity, Chef.
Okay.
It's not like it's not an okay thing. It's not animosity, bro.
Okay.
It's not.
Hey, if that's true, why Rockers Island ain't all kumbaya and shit?
When you go to jail, because when you go to jail and shit, from what they told, from what the old heads and shit told me, was that when the Spanish niggas used to go to jail, you know, black niggas would fuck their asses up. So the Spanish niggas started using blades and shit. And that's when, you know, shit started to shift. Like, niggas wasn't shooting fair ones no more, nothing like that.
Nah, I'm saying though, because that shit
they all the same.
This all I'm saying. The same
again,
dude.
you talking about in prison, and it's not even segregated like that up north in prisons. It's not even like that. Like down south and like especially like California areas, them places have to be segregated.
Down south ain't nobody in there to be segregated because it's only niggas.
Okay, bet.
For real, you might see two white people in your county.
Okay, bet. I thought in California, in California, I got it confused. In California, they separated by races. It ain't like that up here. Niggas might like separate themselves just the way they do on the outside.
We saying they separate.
Ain't no beef. It ain't beef though. Like the blacks. Oh, we got beef with the Spanish niggas. Let's go fight. Like it's not like that, bro.
Nah, it's cap.
You ain't from here.
You get cap. I told you, bro.
I'm biased. I'm biased. How many fights have you seen between blacks and Spanish?
We need a jail. Have you been to jail?
Nah. The way it is though, but you know,
it's not like
hold
that.
on.
Have you been to jail? We need somebody from jail on here.
You're not kicking it with no division.
Yo, I'm biased. You got Rob Bourne number? Call Rob Bourne up. I'm sure he even been to Rikers. He can tell you stories.
But look,
not kick. I bet you ain't in their story. He telling you he was kicking it with nobody who was amigo.
It depends. Wait, hold on. So it depends.
Right. I bet you he will tell stories.
Hold on. Wait. Let me get this in. Because from Jersey, it's a lot of cities, and the cities beef, not the people really. So in the counties. So for example, I'm Plainfield, so I'm Union County. Then you got Elizabeth, which is Spanish. Then you got Raw, which is black. So if we're not beefing with Rawway, then I'm sorry, if we're not beefing with Elizabeth, then we don't have beef against Spanish people. But we might beef against Rawway, which is black.
Yeah, it's real. Like up here, yo, if you black and you walk through like a black environment, your life is 30 times more in danger than if you black and you walk through a Spanish environment. It's not gonna fuck with you or bother you at all. None of that type of shit happen.
They want the link unbiased.
Yo, it's safer when you on the Spanish side of town than when you on the black side of town.
The link thing.
And I'm being completely honest with you. I never walk. I walk with money in my pocket on the Spanish side of town. No problem. Let me try to do that shit. Let me try to do that shit.
The black parts
in the fourth ward, some damn where. I might get my ass killed, bro.
Yeah, the black parts are way because like
you
even
get your ass killed up here. If they don't know you and you walking, who the fuck is you?
No, but even in North, in Spanish, like first of all, in black societies, if they don't know you, they automatically look at you like like you know what I mean? They try to run down you.
But is it like that? Is it like that if you walk through the Spanish areas?
Nah, it's like that.
Not at all.
Like you could walk in the Spanish bodega with a bunch of Spanish thugs out there and you won't get jumped.
They won't even look at you.
In a black neighborhood, they don't know you. You're not going.
You're not going in that damn. You ain't going in that corner store like that. And when you come out, you giving some shit up.
Yeah, you won't even try your luck. Get out that car, hopping in that.
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't do it. You just don't do that type of shit. You know
they gonna find that disrespect. Like, this nigga think we saw.
Not even they think you an op or some shit. They don't got Spanish ops. It ain't like that.
Yeah, nah. Yeah,
a Spanish nigga is completely safe walking. A Spanish nigga is way more safe walking through a black environment than a black nigga is walking through a black environment.
Yeah.
That's what, if you're not from up here, it's just certain shit you just don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You just don't know it. That's why when niggas is trying to say
in Newark, I did security in regular black Newark. I did Spanish Newark. And Spanish Newark is way more safer. I go to bodega anytime.
You ain't got no problem, bro.
Yeah.
If you face some type of discrimination, it'll be from like an immigrant Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? And even then, like it's not like physical discrimination, like they trying to harm you or some shit like that. It ain't like that, bro.
like even like New Brunswick, like yeah, all these places where it's like is known to be Hispanics, like you can really like Perth Amboy, and like you can really walk in a bodega and most likely not happen to you. But you're not going to no damn like you said, South Jersey. You're not going to Trenton, something like that. You don't know nobody, and they're like 10 people out there. You're not walking that Jersey City. You're not going in there and walking back out like shit
I'm
all
telling
good.
you, man, shit ain't like that at all. At all.
The ice cream you're gonna get approaching them, you're gonna turn around. Like I think I left my wallet.
I'm telling you, bro.
Pass around, get back in that car.
Shit.
Yeah, nah,
it's difficult when you're trying to have these conversations with black people that's from different parts of the United States. That's nothing like the part of the United States that's up north. You can't even begin to fathom what the fuck you talking about if you talk about it.
Nah, hold up. This where I'm gonna defend. Because me
Just being honest
personally,
with
though,
you, bro.
I done been there, bro. I get it.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
not
how long?
gonna listen.
How long
I'm
you
not
was here?
arguing. Every
KT?
time you done said something, I done agree. I do understand that's how y'all is. I'm
asking
saying
you, how long was you up here?
about 5 years.
5 years? Where you was at?
In Patterson.
You
I
lived
mean,
in
I go over
Patterson for
into
5
New
years?
York a lot and shit. Yeah.
What street you was on in Patterson?
I do not remember what the name of his street was.
You was around blacks, Hispanics? What you was
Yeah,
around?
I around niggas, straight niggas. And I'm not even gonna cap to you. I'm gonna just keep it hot with you. I was not going outside like that.
All right, bet.
Like I was a little nigga, and I'm not gonna stun about it. You feel me? However, like you know how a nigga is when your people's going out, you gonna ride with them type shit. Like I'm gonna venture around like that, but like nah, nigga, I'm not gonna lie to you. Me personally, oh hell nah. I'm like no, I don't know them niggas. I don't trust them niggas, and they all did.
Smart. It would have been. I'm saying shit would have been dangerous.
Like I already know how
it
niggas
ain't the
is,
same.
and they definitely be like, "You a bet?" Because listen, I went to the corner store one time. I went in the corner of the store. I said, "Hey, let me get a pack of new posts." They said, "What you say?" Hey, dude called a nigga from the behind the desk and everything. Like, "Hey, bro, come here. Listen to bro." Like, da-da-da. He like, "Say that again." I'm like, he like, "Say what you said you wanted." I'm like, "A pack of Newports, nigga." He like, hey yo, calling people from outside and everything. I'm talking about the whole block laughing. I'm like, man, give me my shit there. After that, I was like, I'm definitely not fucking with these niggas.
The accent
yo, this
different,
dumbass nigga. Like, I'm like, yo, hell nah. I don't even know what happened because it wasn't it, bro. Listen, even when it came to like what I was wearing, I wasn't looking crazy where nobody was looking at me like, what the fuck? What this nigga wearing and nothing? Like I was clean and everything. It was until I talked, bro. I said something in that store to niggas. They're like, oh, this old Batman.
Let me ask
nigga.
KT this.
I'm like,
in North Carolina, do y'all wear a lot of Crocs out there when y'all go out?
Hell nah, fuck.
Okay, all right. So that's a South Carolina thing. Everybody, their mother out here.
South Carolina is a whole different world from North.
It's different in South Carolina. Yeah.
I'm gonna be real with you. South Carolina, the country, and North Carolina, the city. If that's
okay. All they wear is Crocs. Nobody get dressed. Nobody got sneakers on. Like, everybody got Crocs.
Now, when I was out in North Carolina, it was cool. Like, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, nah, for sure.
It ain't like I like the black females out there. They way more feminine than the black ones up north.
Yeah, y'all the bitches up there niggas.
Yeah,
like they wild aggressive.
I'm gonna tell you this, yo,
nigga, you cute. Like how
the most masculine, for real. The most masculine bitches you gonna meet is gonna be up north bitches, especially like New York bitches. They're gonna be the most masculine, but the freakiest bitches you ever gonna meet gonna be there too.
Yeah, not for sure.
They masculine. You be like, yo, what the fuck, man?
Hey, bro, the Migante. That's why I understand. Even when you saying like y'all be fucking with the Migos because they actually kind of feminine, like compared to them. Don't get me wrong, they feisty, but they actually gonna cook and talk shit. You feel me? Like they gonna do some female shit. So I get it. Like that's what I'm saying. I get it. I do understand.
I don't like black women up north. I don't fuck with that. I don't like that shit at all.
You gotta experience a North hood rat. Them bitches different.
A Newark hood rat? I'm sure it's just like a Patterson hood rat, bro. It ain't good. You don't want that.
I'm not.
I'm not saying the good way. I'm just saying you talk about aggression and.
I told you in Patterson.
She gonna rob you in your sleep, bro.
I told you in Patterson the way you show a bitch love, you punch in her stomach. That's courtship. You know what I'm saying? That's courtship.
That's the
That's how
bro.
that's how a bitch really know you love her.
Oh
Once you
God.
hit her. That shit
Abuse.
crazy. It ain't nothing like when I was down south, yo. A bitch like they all liked you. They like my accent and shit when I got down there.
Yeah,
So
nah, for sure.
bitches, they would let you grab their ass or pussies, all types of shit. Like I'm like, God damn, this shit.
Oh
This
yeah, nah.
perfect.
If a bitch fill you up, especially in North Carolina, them hoes just
Yo,
straightforward. You know what I'm saying? They play their
yeah,
roles too.
straightforward. Yeah, they do. North
Keep it
Carolina,
hot.
bruh. I had a good ass time, bruh. My favorite down south females I ever been around was from North Carolina. That shit was the best.
Nah,
That
they
shit
a
was the
whole
best.
vibe, bro. You can tell a
Yeah,
bitch
they.
down there in North Carolina, like, look, I got a
Yeah.
bitch and 5 kids. She like, shit, I don't care, nigga. When we together, we together. Okay, bet, baby. That's what I'm on. Hey, the New York bitch, what you
Nah.
talking about? Done?
Yeah. Yo, they too aggressive, bro. Especially in New York. Patterson is exactly like New York. I'm not gonna say it's probably like 99% like New York, but the bitches that you be seeing on like
Nah,
they
New
like
Jersey. Listen, New Jersey is its own thing to me. Like I do
Nah, but
get it though.
it's different parts of Jersey, like where I'm biased from. It ain't shit like in Patterson.
No, like I
Patterson is
said,
like one
listen,
big ass hood.
y'all up north. The North Jersey is New York, and South Jersey Philly niggas. That's really kind of y'all way low key. But
it probably is. It
for
probably
real,
is
bro, I
similar
ain't
to
gonna
like
lie.
that.
Cause me personally, bro, I be going everywhere. You feel me? Like I'm the type of nigga. If my man's and I'm like, shit, we about to ride up here for the weekend. I'm like, shit, I got like 400 on me. Fuck it. I'm gonna hop in the whip, see what we can do. You feel me? Shit, I got enough clothes. Fuck it. It is what it is. Goddamn nigga. Hey, I used to, bro. I just get out here and make a move. Like I do like seeing that shit. Everybody different. I do agree with that though. You feel me? Like
where you from in Carolina?
Winston-Salem.
Oh yeah, that's far.
Yeah,
I was closer to Rocky Mount.
Raleigh. You was by Raleigh.
Yeah, Raleigh was a distance. I was like almost an hour away from where I used to be at.
I mean,
I was
bro,
in
I ain't gonna lie.
Tarboro. That shit was like
you in the country.
small. Yeah, that was the country.
You
it
know
was,
what I'm
bruh.
saying?
I'm telling you, the country love, nigga.
Nah,
that shit was different.
Don't
That
get
shit
me
was
wrong,
different.
bro. Listen,
Yo,
I'm gonna hit the
I'm
outskirts, but I
tell
ain't
you
doing
how
that
different.
shit.
I'm gonna tell you how different it is up north, down south. When I went down south, every motherfucker I greeted me. Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna tell you how I thought it was. Yo, I thought niggas was trying to set me up when I got down there. I'm like, oh, niggas trying to. You think I'm a fool or some shit? Nigga trying to get me?
That's why I don't
You know
like
what
y'all
I'm saying?
niggas.
When you
just keep
come
it
up
real.
north, ain't nobody telling you what's up unless they know you.
If
a nigga be like,
man, you
hey,
better,
little bro, come here, little bro. You better
this
walk
what I'm
fast and get
saying.
the fuck away.
I don't like y'all.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Ain't no
but y'all
hospitality
rude as
up here.
hell, man.
Ain't
y'all
no
not
hospitality.
courteous.
Ain't no good
not at
morning,
all.
Merry Christmas.
Ain't none of that shit.
Don't do none of that.
Nah, you mind your business.
Like niggas
Everybody
walking by
mind their
looking at
business.
me. I'm just like, what's up, bro? Niggas like, what you mean? What's up?
Yeah, what's up is them fighting words up here.
Nigga, what you mean? What's up? Like, shit,
You
nigga, what's up?
definitely can't say
Like,
what's
I'm
up.
like, nigga, how are
nigga
you
said,
doing, sir?
Nigga, you said
feel
how
me?
I'm doing. Oh, that nigga, that's fighting words. All them fighting words right there.
Nah, bro.
All you do
greeting words is fighting words.
Up here, you do a head nod. That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's what, at best.
Head nod.
Even that could be misinterpreted. Like, it's a signal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
To be honest, like you just gotta go get your
Stick
stuff
to yourself.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro.
New
that
York,
shit could
stick
get
to yourself.
misinterpreted, bro. For real.
Nah, that's why I said, listen, after I went in Patterson, I did a little bullshit just being around the neighborhood, like you said, bro. I ran into people. Like you said, I'm from the South, bro. I'm really born and raised down there in North Carolina. You feel me? So, goddamn.
And you probably look just like a South guy.
Yeah, you feel me? Like, hey, I got the dream. Don't get me wrong. I already know I'm up north, so I know the phrase. Like, don't get me wrong. I just always been like a little baby fashion nigga. I like my little fashion type shit. You feel me? So goddamn, I know what the rock proper to look equipped or whatever. But goddamn, when I start talking, yeah, that's when, like you said, the bitch is gonna fuck with you. The niggas definitely gonna say it's weird, bro. I was like, nah, I don't like this.
Yeah, nah. If
And
you come from down south,
wild
no, you.
aggressive. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that whole thing. Y'all just it's a different way up there. I ain't denying it none.
Exactly. That's why I try to tell Chef. Like, bro.
But I do get what Chef's saying too. Like, even
believe me, I understand exactly what y'all was talking about when you was talking about like the how up y'all view up here as being weird. Like I get it because I was down there, so I know yo, them niggas don't see nothing like us
even
here
you was
down
like,
there.
that's weird. Like, this is
Yeah,
weird. Like, how
I
you
told
said,
you when niggas
everybody
was
like, what's
greeting,
up, bro?
niggas was greeting me. I'm like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, who the fuck are you talking to?
That's
You
why
know
I
what I'm saying?
say, everybody
I'm
like,
thinking
what's
niggas
up,
trying
bro?
to get me.
Nah.
Yeah, I'm thinking niggas out to get me, but I didn't realize niggas just being hospitable.
Yeah, for sure. Genuinely just like, what's up? How you doing? Nigga, you good
Yeah,
today?
yeah.
Did you eat this morning?
See, the niggas up here, if a nigga tell you, yo, what's up? That mean like we getting
Square
it. We
up.
about to get right. You know what I'm saying?
Square up.
It ain't the same lingo.
What set you claim?
Now ain't no sets. It's shit like what block you from. Shit like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If they don't know you and you black, you the ops.
Yeah.
It's a whole different type of field, man.
A different
But
way.
I told you, you will never in your life be a black person up here in the Spanish environment and feel threatened.
Nah, I don't listen.
You'll never feel that way because the
threatened.
Spanish people would think that you connected and to come back and do some shit. So they're not even looking for that type of energy.
Yeah, nah, for sure. I don't even think it's like that. I do get what people saying.
Hey, hold on, watch. Remember with Fat Joe? Fat Joe was telling a story about Roy Jones. You ever heard that story?
Nah, for sure. Yeah, where he was like, I'm sorry.
He was like, they was in the club, and Roy Jones, this after he just got knocked out by Antonio Tarver, right? And he said Roy Jones pulled up on him, right? Now Roy Jones from Florida somewhere. He said Roy Jones and him just pulled up on him, and mind you, they up north like it's not like separating and shit. So if them niggas is in a club, it's black niggas in that club too, and it's more than just like a handful. Roy Jones and them went up in there, and Roy put him to the side like, yo, what? So I was forced to lean back, and he looking at Roy like, like, look, yo. He was like, damn. He's like, I knew I was in some shit at that point. He was like, cause yo, this the champion of this the nigga that, you know what I mean? He fighter of the 90s and shit. This nigga, he really got hands, and I know for a fact, yo, he gonna knock me the fuck out. And then he was like, look, yo, Roy, it was just a bar. It is nothing to that shit, yo. He was like, look, I ain't gonna hold you. You gonna knock me out. You gonna I can't beat you in no fight. You gonna knock me out. I'm not even gonna try against you.
Got it.
Right? It's like you gonna knock me out. But them niggas back there gonna kill you. It's like talking about the Spanish niggas he was with. Yeah, they gonna kill you. You know what I'm saying? But it's not like we not at war and shit. And he said Roy nigga from Florida was like the nigga that he made some song. I forget the name of the song. He was like, "Get him, Roy!" Like gassing him up and shit. He said Roy just walked away from the shit. Not that Roy was scared or nothing like that. Like he just showed him mercy and shit. Just walked away from him. But he was like, he was just telling that story like, bro, it's two different worlds, man, down south and up north. It's not remotely close to the same. You can't understand the two unless you really lived out there. But that shit had me crying. But yo, I'm biased. I'm about to jump off this live, bro. Right. I gotta get busy.
It's getting late like that.
Yo, KT, peace, bro. Nice to meet you, my nigga.
Already, man.
Yeah, definitely good meeting. So I said this to X a couple days ago, Chef and KT. I said because I'm not in South Carolina. I said before this whole Fat Joe thing happened, right? Chef KT. I was like, yeah. So I was like, yo, before this whole Fat Joe thing, I said, wow. I said, the South gonna look at the North as like coons, like the way we cover for like other races speaking like using the N-word, because we do. It's not just Spanish people. Like we let everybody say N-word. Yeah, we let whites, we let Chinese, we let Indians, like we let everybody do it. I'm like, yo, right before the Fat Joe thing, I said, yo, out here, yo, they would look at us like coons because they don't really interact with Hispanics like that, you know.
And but look though, too, I do want to say that you gotta think about it, like bruh said, even in Tarboro, you could walk down the street and catch a Migo, bitch. Like we don't fuck with them. It's just like everybody to your own space, bro. Even like, listen, I done been to LA a couple times. You feel me? Like, bro, even in LA, it really ain't as crazy. Like, it's just everybody in their own groups, bro. You can go on the other side of LA and it's straight migante blocks. Like
Like it'd be like Los Ventura Street. Then you go over here on Rosecrans, goddamn Wilshire and all that shit, straight nigga. You feel me?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but the Spanish folks, don't they got their own little swag, their own little clothing, like the way they dress, their own little speak, their own
yeah,
slang?
nah, facts. Yeah, they
Yeah,
rock like they
not
really
the
who do the
Spanish people
Dickies
out
and the
here.
lumberjack shirts and shit.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
but
saying?
not the
Like,
Spanish people. But the Spanish people out here look just like as far as dress code, haircuts. Like they got braids. Like they got locks. They look just like us. They talk like us.
nah, our Migos, them niggas still talk Spanish in North Carolina type shit.
No, like a lot of now a lot of Perkins don't speak Spanish at all.
And like you said, we do know ones like, but that's the thing, like even us going to school, like I ain't gonna lie, went to school with the Migos, like I'm gonna keep it real with you. We fought with them motherfuckers, like I'm talking about real life, had like 3 school rides with them before I personally got cool with a couple of them, you feel me? And like I ain't even gonna lie, they only got cool with me because they tried to jump me. And like I told them like straight up, like, bro, I ain't gonna lie, I can't beat y'all all at once. But if y'all be some real niggas and line up, I swear, like, we can do this. They was like, all right. And I beat the first 3, and they was like, bro, we respect you. Like, oh God, you ain't running, you fuck like, and I was like, nah, that's real nigga shit. You feel me? Like, word. And I vibe with them, but it ain't like once I started chilling with them, it wasn't like all of a sudden they like, hey, my nigger. Like they still they like, hey, vatos niños, what's popping? You feel me? Like that's the type of shit they on. So yeah, you right. We definitely looking at it like, nah, that's some cool shit.
Yeah, so but let me say, Fat Joe was definitely extra, like because even black folks. So what Chef was pointing out, like even black folks like DMX, if they got on like a certain podcast or syndicated radio, like believe me, and they know it's important, they're gonna tone it down. Fat Joe is being extra on purpose, bro.
And here too, even with X was saying, like, I don't know if X left or not, but what he was saying about personally, like, we thinking listen, I don't think all Puerto Ricans do that, but I am saying though too, like, me personally for this FBA shit, I think the problem is the rich people is talking for regulars now. Like it ain't no famous regular people. Let's be real, you feel me? Like the people who getting the attention paid to is people that been up there, they rich. They got rich problems. They don't even care about us as the poor people, but still too, like, if somebody famous and black, when Kanye said all this, and let's be real, Kanye don't be wrong half the time. I'm not even gonna lie. Like sometimes he do be wrong, but when he calling out like these Jewish people, they like cancel Kanye and they talking shit to us with it. Like y'all letting this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't understand why people even try and defend it for real. Like where people, especially other black FBAs, we can't be out here like, look, we got to stick together. Like we can't really, and I do get that might be your man's, but
right. It's time to get on code. It's like,
we got to get on code. Like, look, and I ain't being funny, even down to that. Like, I feel fuck Tariq. I want people to understand that shit too. I don't personally fuck with that nigga. Like, I don't really care what type time he on. I just fuck with the FBA as the word.
And that's what Fat Joe pretends like he don't understand. He's pretending like that. Like, but he knows that he's just a guy who articulates, some of the things that FBA is doing, right?
Facts. I mean, I know what the problem is too. You gotta think about it like, as far as the FBA movement going, it's like I said, nobody listening to the common man. The most famous person out of the movement at this point in time would be him. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you got Lord Jamar and all them. They be with type shit too, but it's way more smut on Lord Jamar name. No offense, you feel me? But let's just be real.
That flat earth shit going
you feel me? Like, it really fucked bro up type. So got that. He got more smut on his name. So Tariq, he the main head that they got the least smut on his name. The most smut they can say is, oh, he used to do that ADOS shit, and that's the psyop, whatever. I don't really give a fuck. I'm going with the word is the lineage, and like what I'm hoping is, shit, we just build like how somebody in the chat earlier was talking about like Marcus Garvey.
like I said in response, Marcus Garvey ain't starting no fucking civil rights. He came through and he said, hey, all y'all going for all of the y'all separate groups, but y'all all going for civil rights. Why don't I combine y'all come together, we all come together, and shit, I'm gonna throw on top of y'all playing Let's Go to Africa. You feel me?
See, but that's that fleeing spirit you try to bring us. See, he fled from Jamaica and with that fleeing spirit and try to bring that shit on us. And it didn't
For
work.
sure. And even down to that, I'm just saying, I hope as the movement goes, we get more. Because Marcus, my whole thing of bringing it up even was saying like he wasn't the only, even if you want to say something about him being in the civil rights, he wasn't the only person. He wasn't even the biggest person in the civil rights. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. But it'll be more, not Tariq per se, but just leaders who pop up. You feel me? More Medgar Evers, whoever.
Yeah. Like more people qualified to like really lead certain things. See, Tariq is good at what he does, which is galvanizing. You dig? Clever term phraseology, things like that. He's good at
politics, bro.
Yeah. He's not good in politics. You know what happened when he debated Luke the first time? With Luke brought his crew with him. Luke crew, they got at Tariq and they really exposed like his lack of politics.
Nah, I don't mean politics in terms of like actual. I'm saying like he good at politicking. Like, you know how when the nigga in the hood be saying some shit and they be sounding smart.
Yeah. Right.
Like
that brother polite stuff.
Yeah, you feel me? And I ain't saying that. That's why I said personally, I don't really fuck. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. I swear on my soul, nigga, I ain't got over 30, not even 20 minutes of Tariq Nasheed. Like when I first heard about him a couple years ago, I went and looked some shit up, and I was like, hell nah. Like the niggas calling in the show and shit. I'm like, yo, niggas didn't know. I'm not fucking with this. You feel me? But I do take the FBA and like I just hope we can build more leaders and more structure amongst it. Cause like you said, we got to get on code with that shit. But I do understand we got to have more structure for people to get on code more. You get what I'm saying? It's just like the civil rights movement. But I want people to understand too. This is our civil rights movement per se.
Yeah,
like it really is.
The thing is, what was most right now needed is that we need to be able to cancel. Like, and the fact that we can't do that yet is bad. Like,
man, I say we take it one step further, bro. Like I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna be honest. I ain't trying to throw no shameless. I mean, no shameless plug type shit. But I make music. You feel me? So like, I talk about this type stuff in my music. You feel me? So like, I'm hoping some of that get into the program type thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, because we need to understand, like, we've tried to listen. The definition of insanity is to do the same thing yet expect a different outcome. We've been working within the system for the last 200 years now. It don't work in the system. We have to make our own system. So it's only one way this can work. Two ways, actually. First is either you do us like you did them Israelis, who aren't native to Africa. Let's be 100 clear about that. I ain't getting no funny money politics, whatever. I'm just saying, like, genetically, them people wasn't even native to Africa. They were Anastasi Jews, and y'all gave them land in Africa. We've been through something of that nature, and y'all gave us nothing. I don't really want reparations. I honestly would settle for resegregation.
See now, here's the problem with that. Okay, so let me tell you. So the problem with that is like white folks are in a scientific, technological position because of our ancestors, because we freely worked and serviced, America for so long to get nothing out of it, and it catapulted white folks above everybody outside of America. Like so, like as far as information, like they're light years above everybody. This is why, like they could do what they do and control everything. As a result, it would be unwise for us to start from scratch after we catapulted them to the top of the world. It's like, nah. That information y'all got, we are deserving.
This is why it will work. And I'm being honest. Theirs will start to greatly stagger. The progress that they made, you can keep it, because guess what? It's not like Okay, you got the patent. It's not like we can't make that same thing and change the wing. That's
now,
how it works.
Well, you have to be educated to do that.
But that's what I'm saying. The people that we got that already contributed to these things, it's already there. These bases are already known. You get what I'm saying?
Give me the black Elon Musk. Give me the black Warren Buffett.
We'll find out if we did segregate.
but we don't know.
Let's
now,
be real. The people that you don't hear about because it's like the black dude. It's a guy that was with Apple. There's a black dude that was with Apple. I ain't never hear about him until maybe like 2 years ago. But he was there from the start. Basically, helped build the mainframe, all types of shit.
And technology, and he's like at what 12 billion. I know you're talking about. I'm like say, but this is what
but I'm just saying he was there from the beginning doing just as much work as them. But you ain't nobody heard about him till way later. On.
But he was integrated though, right?
Huh?
But he was integrated, right?
What you mean integrated into Apple?
Yeah.
I guess you could say in a sense.
Yeah. So give me the black guy who's not integrated in white society, and that's why Africa can't do shit. Give me the black guy who's completely independent from white people, and he got some great thought and he brought to fruition. That's not happening.
You're gonna have to give me because I'm not gonna deny it, and I'm an honest person, right? I was not prepared for or even thought to say, let me name the people who could do that. However, I'm just saying we do know that it's companies right now today, presently, right? They're doing all these things, and it's one black guy in that room, maybe two. We know their names? Fuck nah. And will you know their names? No. I mean, even when you talk about the black Elon Musk, right? What does Elon Musk do? Like I'm talking about literally
technology, science.
No, he doesn't. He pays Tesla.
No. Wait.
Listen, wait. Tesla is a company that was around since the 80s.
I got you, bro. You can't run a company like that and don't know about it. Like you couldn't run a barbershop and know how to cut hair. No, it is, bro. Okay.
Cause listen, not Donald Trump. Bill Gates was on your news last year telling you about COVID. Where the fuck Bill Gates get a physics, a goddamn doctor?
No. Wait. Okay, so now, brother, see, think about me that you gonna learn because you already know me. I don't know you, but I am a researcher. You're gonna find out. I am a journalist.
For sure.
Okay, so now when it comes to Bill Gates has he does philanthropy in Africa. He's always donated money into science. So is he a scientist? No. And neither is the I forgot the guy, I get his name, but the sci-fi man. But he's a science advocate, like myself. Mm-hmm. Okay. So what he's telling us is what he heard himself from putting his money where the science is at, right? Because right now in Africa, I think Nigeria, places like that.
But that don't qualify you to talk about.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
But any college student can read a published journal from an expert. So what he did was he pretty much just parroted what an expert already said. Anybody can do that. That's not hard.
That's all I'm saying. Listen, he not the nigga who doing that. He can't really even explain that beyond what another nigga told him. But because he has the money, right?
All right, so now
he the one on the news instead of the dude who actually...
No, not news. Listen, where did he say that at?
Not CNN. It was on the news.
I'm a journalist. He did it on TED Talks.
No, where he was talking about like how we can control the was it Good Morning America? I don't really remember, but I promise it was the news. When he was talking, now the first TED Talk was where he gave that whole plan showing it like a month before COVID. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand what you're talking about.
I'm talking about like just even this was after COVID where he came on there saying like, oh, I warned y'all and these are the things we should do to prepare and take care. But my point is, why is he the person in front? And it's only because he got the money, right? That's the same thing I'm saying with Elon.
No, not just the money. See, Dame Dash explained it already. Dame Dash, when he was explaining Jay-Z, a Roland Rockefeller in the beginning, he said the face is the speaker, right? He said Dame Dash is back there doing he out his own mouth. He said, I'm back to doing a real business, real contracts. He said Jay-Z in the beginning was just a rapper. But he said Jay-Z, but as a result, because he's the rapper, they get the most, publicity. He said he default was the spokesman for Rockefeller. So he said, so he will speak about these things that I'm actually doing. He ain't doing it. I'm doing it, but he got to speak about it because they know Jay-Z don't know me. So same thing with Bill Gates. A regular scientist who's got some shit going on, we don't know him. And we don't even care what he's saying, but they need, you always need a face, somebody like Oprah. Oprah don't know shit, but they would need Oprah to get out there and say it, or even like a Shannon Sharp type guy.
No, I get what you're saying, but my point is, but while the Elon is the face or Bill is the face, they not the ones doing the work. The nameless person we can't really name is who really can come back and replicate this work, right? And I'm just saying, if we separate, we can take that. We will have the power to now say that is the only way. Because listen to me, how it's no explanation nobody can give on how we can continue in this process and get through. We're never going to get to the point where we get enough house seats. We're never going to get to
there are okay. For one, again, Japan. When you study Japan history, they became a superpower in 40 years. They were worse off than us. And they were primitive as hell fighting with sports. Like doing the most barely bathing. They were well worse off than us. And they became a superpower. They became the only non-European nation to beat a European nation in war. In 40 years.
For sure.
Okay, you know why? Now, did they say, hey, let's be by ourselves? No, you lose by yourself. To win, you need allies. You by yourself, you're gonna lose. Nobody win by themselves. Nobody in history. Egypt lost because they didn't want to go and reach out to nobody. You have to ally. You have to get people inside. People like they ain't gotta be your friends.
I mean, we can ally with others. We don't have to ally like this. Is all I'm saying. Right. The time that people forget to talk about with us in our Black history, the time that's most covered up and everything, is that period. Not just of the Black Wall Street, but after we was released from slavery. It's basically about 30 years nobody talks about. But what happened in that 30 years was due to the fact that we were segregated. That's how we even got to the point of building the Black Wall Street.
But it was forced. Hold on. It was forced segregation. You had no choice.
No, I know. I'm not saying segregation wasn't forced. I'm saying the product of that forced segregation was us building something so great. See, what we've been taught to believe, right, is that, oh, y'all asked for civil rights and wanted the same thing. No. People just asked to be treated fairly as they were.
No, wait. All right, so let me expound further. Because like I said, this is up my alley. Civil rights, the movement is defined literally by two actions. Two, it was to desegregate and to get rid of legal discrimination. That's what the civil rights movement is defined. Just two actions, segregation and discrimination.
That desegregation thing's a whole nother point. That desegregation thing's a whole nother point. And that's what I'm saying. It's even like you said, y'all raised up north, we raised down south. We look for FBAs, we the motherland, the South. That's where the shit really got in the nitty gritty. It's shit that they can't hide from us because the land still show where you still see plantation houses here. You can't hide the history like that here.
Well, so I'm in South Carolina. I see cotton fields all day long. But
I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, like, we still it's more shit still here that even they preserved. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see how they saying like they got pictures, not pictures, but how they just took down the Confederate nigga in Georgia. Like, that was shit that they put up down here as prize possessions.
Yeah.
So we can't really, we see the history more, but the thing you gotta think of is ain't nobody really want to segregate. They wanted us to integrate. Because guess what? We started building the economy on our own so good, they started realizing, hold the fuck up. These niggas starting to exceed us.
Hell no.
That's why Black Wall Street got bombed and all this, that, and the third. They really started understanding, hold up, financially, without us, guess what? all the juke joints, they on the segregated side of town.
Hey,
all
bro,
the good music is on the segregated side
hey,
of town.
bro, majority of America didn't even know Black Wall Street existed. The people who knew what was the local whites who was around. Okay. So now the local whites obviously
they called in the National Guard.
But
do you know that's the only act where the American government ever bombed American soil?
I got it, but look what I'm saying.
It can't be something small if the government's getting involved. I'm just saying.
Well, the government got involved with redlining and everything else, but look what I'm saying.
Nah, what I'm saying is, we talking 20s, 30s.
I know, I got you. So you're talking, okay. So I'm glad you said that. You're talking 20s. You're like 30 years removed from Black Reconstruction. So you got and then you're in the South. You got a lot of bitter, hateful Black Reconstruction. That means they're reconstructing America. The Civil War just happened in the 60s. So Black Reconstruction was 1890, so like that. So now Black folks, now America, the South is beat up because they lost, they got beat up. So now America's rebuilding itself, okay? Black Reconstruction. So now you got Black folks thriving. So you got a lot of Southerners who just took an L. So it was like the entire America was on board, on code. You got a lot of Southerners who just took an L, who was mad as hell. And now you doing good and better than them?
For sure.
Yes. Yeah, so they got mad and they did what they did. But my question to you is this. You said ally. You said, yeah, of course you do some allies. Let me ask you this. Are you excluding, to be honest, because we're transparent, are you excluding white people as your ally?
I exclude nobody as my ally. I say the truth of the matter is, like how they say, you can't help nobody till you help yourself, right? So first of all, stop trying to focus on what allies to gain, because we know what to do. We have to figure out how to align ourselves. Like we said, we got to figure out how to get on code. So we have to align ourselves before we sit here. Listen, if you watch any of the shits with Fred Hampton, the Black Panthers talking, it was white people all around them.
Okay, now
you can come to the cookout, but not everybody's invited to the cookout. And furthermore, for you to be here, you have to understand, like, and not being funny. This may be some fucked up shit to say, but it's just being honest. We in the day and age where motherfuckers low key racist still, probably just as bad as back then. But I appreciate back then that it was truthfulness, because guess what? Yeah. Okay, you stay on your side of town, I'll stay on mine.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted Trump in office, to keep that racism on, in front of our face. But look, hold on. You said Black Panthers. I think that's a bad analogy, because the Black Panthers were not successful at all. They were a bunch of young guys who really didn't really accomplish much. Like they was OD in their demonstrations. Okay, so the better example were the Deacons of Defense. You ever heard of them?
The who?
The Deacons of Defense.
No. Okay. Hold up. Chicago?
They were everywhere. They're everywhere. So the Deacons of Defense were the people that Tariq Nasheed talks about, who were protecting the civil rights marchers, not the kingdom. So when they was going to different places, the Klan couldn't terrorize them or attack them, because you had these armed, militarized, not a bunch of young guys running around with shotguns being a fool, but you had militarized older men. And by the way, they had like 70 like chapters. The Black Panthers were this, and guess what? J. Edgar Hoover tried to infiltrate them and couldn't. Like, so they were so on cold and so up to their aims and purposes. He gave up. He left them alone and left them to kick the Klan's ass every chance they got. So the Deacons of Defense they don't have no failure story. The Panthers have a failure story. They never succeeded in what they want to do. The Deacons of Defense, they accomplished.
No, I think the problem is the Panthers didn't know what they wanted to do. However, right. I will say,
wait. You know why? Because they were copying the Deacons of Defense. Instead of getting down, they were copying them, cosplaying them, copying their shit, and doing their own thing in California. Instead of getting down.
However, I won't diminish the work that they put in, because
what work?
the impact that they have.
Wait,
The
be negative,
Hueys, the Freds, the people that they made. Now, I'm not
what
saying
they do,
the Deacons of Defense didn't do better and their story wasn't successful, but I can't name a person. I didn't know that name until you just said that. And I'm not even saying that like
now, but there's a reason why we never heard of Deacons of Defense.
Oh yeah, because they was a success, right?
And only look, there's a reason why we never heard of them, but we only heard of the Black Panthers. There's a reason for that. That we never heard of the people who were successful, who were not radicalized, who actually accomplished the goal and protected civil rights.
I wouldn't say that. I would say we heard of the Panthers just because they were more impactful.
No, that's a lie. But they didn't do shit. What did they do?
Amongst the common man.
I'm literally asking.
It's like you said, we have to find something that get us on code, right? The Deacons of Defense did what they did, but what got us on code in that time was the Panthers movement.
No.
Regardless of it being radical and failing and they was wilding, but it gave motherfuckers something to say like, oh, I see that in my neighborhood. That's the thing. That's why I'm saying we need to resegregate, in my opinion, because I think we don't understand our main problem is what we see in our neighborhood. Everything that we learn, know, understand is repetition. So when all you see in your neighborhood or you seeing on your TV to be a successful Black man is to be, or a Black kid, period, is basketball, sports, entertainment. You don't look at nothing. But back then you had Malcolm X's, you know what I'm saying? You had the Panthers, you had all these just regular people. They may have been preachers for real. Like it was just a regular nigga off the street. And people, and it's because of how they spoke. That's what I'm saying. The Deacons of Defense may have had the more they may have completed their mission and continuing to do their mission, but ain't none of them speak like you. Ain't none of them talk like Fred.
Well, let me say this. They didn't speak like us because they had the civil rights people to speak for us, right? They were Dr. King, those guys. Now, wait. So before Mr. Meeks go, would you agree this? Wouldn't you agree that the CIA, the FBI, they're trying to co-opt our movement, right? They're trying to infiltrate. So they're trying to find a hole. They're trying to find a weakness, right? To infiltrate. Would you agree with that? So that means they got to see an obvious weakness to undermine, to get in and undermine, and everybody just fall for the stupidity. Okay, they tried that with Deacons of Defense. They got absolutely nowhere. They gave up. They couldn't find a weakness. There was an own code. They had a purpose and aim, and they stuck to it. They went to the Black Panthers. They found so many holes that these guys' best right-hand man was the damn FBI agent. Like they were that chaotic and on code. That's why they didn't accomplish anything.
I'm not talking nothing about how the organization itself worked. I'm saying they did have some very impactful people towards just giving us some faith. Like, yeah, they was kids. That's what made it even more like, damn, that's shit. If a little 18-year-old can get out here, not only talk like this man talking like he 30-something. He ready to die for this shit. And here I am in the house acting like a bitch. Shit, don't get me wrong. Yeah, you see the Deacons of Defense, but like you said, they rolling with the select people of the civil rights movement.
So what was the point?
Some people literally saying you out of fuck these civil. No offense, not saying it like that, but they saying it's not about you being special and people saying we look up to you already. Any of y'all want to be here, y'all can be a part of this. So that's what gave them a little bit, and that's what we do got to understand. Like that's the whole, even the Jesus story. Like it's the relatability. It's the I'm the common man. That's what we all forget.
But nobody can relate to the Black Panthers. Like, okay, so the Deacons of Defense, we can relate to them because that is your standard Second Amendment. That is your NRLA, whatever that movement is. That's all that is. The Black Panther movement, where you just open carry and for no reason just got guns. No, dude, nobody's doing that.
No, but that wasn't. We can't lie and say that either. That wasn't the point. They were getting harmed in their communities. They're policing themselves.
No.
Even if they structure for it wasn't good.
So how are you policing yourself? How are you policing? Now watch this. I'm gonna challenge you. How are you policing yourself when you're not moving anywhere? You're staying in one location, and you got guns out, Look, the police officers don't even do that shit. They got the guns in their damn hip.
No,
So
that's if you're talking about a march or something. Yeah, they stood in one spot when they had a demonstration, but we can't act like they didn't have community places, and that is what they did.
The locale of the Black Panthers, like where they were centered at.
No, I'm saying that the demonstration, all that was like, it didn't make any sense. They're out there talking about the constitutional rights, dude. What are you doing? Then you got a gun in your hand. Look, they're doing school programs, all this shit. You could do that without the guns in your hand. So what I'm saying is that they were inviting trouble. They had guns. They're like taunting. They're taunting.
Yeah.
Listen, I ain't gonna take that because listen, we got to stop having a white mindset, like a what's right and wrong, because it's not right for you to sit here and say, "Oh, we gonna just pop up in y'all neighborhood with trained men. We got guns." I don't care how you saying, "Oh, they didn't do it correctly." This is the only way they knew. Like I'm saying, they kids.
No, but they knew about the Deacons of Defense. They didn't reach out. They wanted
like the Deacons of Defense knew it, but that's what I'm saying. They're the grown-ups, right?
Wait.
Like you said, they supposed to be the better, so they should have been the ones that came down and said, "Hey,
but they probably did reach out to them. They already formed themselves, right?
See, that's what you say. See, listen, you said probably.
Okay,
so you don't know.
But you don't know either, because you said,
but that's the point.
Let's both. Well, what we do know is this: we know that the Deacons of Defense were successful and they existed before the Black Panthers. They had chapels. Sure. Hold on. Let me finish.
None of the accolades away. However, I'm saying we can't.
So let me just finish my
downplay what they did.
Okay, all right. So let me just get to my point. Let me land my plane. They were far more successful. They were far more organized, and they accomplished their goals. And they had chapters almost everywhere in the United States, any Black cities. Now, the Black Panthers for sure know about them. Nobody can say they for sure know about the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers for sure know about them. They didn't want to join them. You know why? Minister Meach today, they would have had to be organized. They wanted to be radical little young guys to do what they want to do, like most gang members. They want to do what they want to do without anybody checking them. And they did that. And as a result, they got infiltrated, they got undermined, and nothing they set out to do was accomplished. They failed.
And I will not argue about none of this is why they fail. But we cannot deny their impact. That's all I'm saying. We can't deny
it was a bad impact. You have a positive impact.
No matter what you're saying,
they had a negative
impact. They were more common and accessible for the regular person. You don't got nobody in my I ain't seen nobody in my fucking neighborhood life ever in my life that had anything about some DOD when I came up.
Hey, Meech, you go ahead, Meech. You can say what you want to say.
But I done had a hell of people in my life have Panther shit. My grandma was a Panther. So that's what I'm saying. I know people who fucked the Panthers in the community type shit. So I can't say nothing about defense being in our community. Those people, you feel me? That's the difference. If they could have combined those, that probably would have been our best outcome, to be honest with you, from what I'm understanding you saying. However, we can't take away what they did. I'm not saying they were perfect. I'm saying they had the bigger impact because it was more accessible to the regular man. You got to get the regular man on code.
You can't explain the impact. The impact was what?
The impact was, who knows what's the, I can't even remember what their name is. Say it again.
The Deacons of Defense.
The Deacons of Defense. Nobody knows who they is.
What? The civil rights. Wait.
Will I say psyops?
No, you don't know who they are.
Sure.
Yo.
Can you give me any eloquent speakers from the group?
Okay, so have you ever heard of Steve Coakley?
No.
Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Yeah, listen. Steve, have you heard of Dr. Khalid Muhammad?
Who?
Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
Kelly Muhammad?
Yeah.
I may have. I think
right.
so.
All right. Listen, I'm gonna encourage you. You got a lot to study.
Yeah, no, I'm a pick. Listen, when you said it, I was already on tune with it.
I'll do another live about it. I'll do another live about the Deacons of Defense and what they did right and how the Black Panthers was a failure. They should never existed. Like they ran out there like Sakari.
Nah, man, don't do that though, because you again, you can't shadow out the. It's not the impact of. Because listen.
The government
Deacons of Defense ain't have no impact either.
Are you the civil rights movement got accomplished because of them? What are you talking about?
Listen, they had no impact because if they wasn't there, guess what? The FOI could have took their place. It ain't like it's something that's irreplaceable, right?
The Klan was.
I'm saying.
I see. Now you're revising history.
I'm giving a scenario. I'm not even saying that's
I'm
a
giving you
factual
history.
thing.
Though.
I'm saying it's not like there wouldn't have been groups there. Like it was still organized groups,
bro.
But is there any? I got a question. I'm like not even in this conversation like intellectually, but I'm listening to you guys. Is there any actual impact that the Black Panthers have had? That would, because it seems like that's what you guys are kind of discussing, right?
Right. No.
Yeah. What would, so
I'm saying zero. Well, what he's saying?
Yeah. So I think he's saying. Are you saying yes?
Yeah, I'm saying yeah.
Okay, but what would that impact be?
Culturally, thought process wise.
Okay,
without
culturally,
the Panthers, you ain't got no Tupac. That's
okay, so culturally, what impact culturally did it have?
If we don't have no Panthers, we have no Tupac. Literally.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's not a big effect to culture. So like when we look at like
Tupac
culture,
isn't a big effect to culture. Are we going to now say this?
What's the big impact
Huey
Tupac had on the culture?
It started. Listen,
dear mama.
The biggest impact you can make most of the time is intellectually. What you talking about with the defense people? I'm not saying they didn't do it better, but I'm saying what have they done that anyone today is saying? Yeah, y'all the first people. You the first person in my life I've ever heard talk about this. And I'm not saying again that the point of. I'm saying I found out about the Panthers not just because my peoples was like on some Panther shit, but because like Huey and them. And you did hear the records of Huey Newton's speeches in your house when you came up. Shit like that.
I ain't never heard
one. But wait, I'm curious. So when we talk about cultural impact, you're saying it was more intellectual, but even intellect has to have some impact in action. So for instance, if we have a whole society or whole culture that's studying medicine, those are going to be doctors, and that's going to affect the culture like permanently. Almost like how no fathers in the home affects the culture. Mm-hmm. Certain mindsets affects the culture. So I think what Unbiased is saying is there's no actual impact. You could say, hey, their minds were changed, but that's not really an impact in the sense that he's kind of asking for. You know what I'm saying?
I can't. Because I would say that was the last time when we actually stood up for ourselves. Even after that, we still had some stand on ourselves. We still had some individuality. We still wasn't really we were still on some fuck the man. And now let's be real, like I was born in the 90s, so I'm not saying it like I was even there. However, I am saying in my generation, we not like that. We don't really, we money over morals. They were real live men who was like, look.
Mr. Meeks, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying the Deacons of Defense, they were formed for a reason, right? And I can articulate. They were formed because the civil rights marchers were being attacked by the Klan. So a bunch of blacks who obviously were marching along with them had said, hey, we need to protect the marchers because we need this to happen. So they armed themselves and they literally fought, not like the Black Panthers just holding guns just for a photo op. They physically fought the Klan. Okay.
Yeah.
The FBI stepped in and tried to infiltrate.
So are we saying the Panthers didn't actually shoot police and shit?
They got shot at. Wait, hold up. Wait. I'm gonna
Fred Hampton wasn't on trial for shooting a police officer. They didn't break Tupac's aunt out of jail for killing a police officer. The one that's still on the top 10 FBI most wanted list today.
KT, you gotta relax.
I think Unbiased is saying there's a difference between organized militia and just random violence.
Oh no, and I agree with that. But I'm saying
but I wasn't done what I was saying. Look, I wasn't done what I was saying.
Average person.
Hold on, KT. KT, gotta slow down a little. You said they shot cops. Were they formed to go to war with cops? The Deacons of Defense was literally formed to fight against the Klan. So hold on. You gotta relax and listen to what I'm saying. They were designed, organized to protect, and fight against a particular people, which they did do, and they won, right? The FBI stepped in and tried to infiltrate. J. Edgar Hoover tried to infiltrate them first. Meech, he got absolutely nowhere. And matter of fact, do you know he gave them a thumbs up to continue beating the Klan's ass? So not only tried to infiltrate and failed, he recognized them as a legitimate organization and allowed them to beat the Klan ass without any more interruptions.
Yeah, I would say that's an impact. I would say that's an impact. Yeah, I mean, I'm welcome to hear the other side of.
I mean,
Black Panthers. You know what I'm saying?
So why were the Black Panthers formed? Let's start there.
You said what?
Why were they formed? To defend
what? Their neighborhoods from the police.
Were they successful?
Yeah, they shot police. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Wait.
How much more successful we can be here?
Okay. But that's like saying in a
now
certain
when
battle,
you're saying how well organized they are, I've said that.
No.
Already.
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying did they do a successful job of protecting the community from police?
For the most part, yeah.
Bro, they got blown up in 5 years. What are you talking about?
I mean, in that time period they were there, yeah, they did what they were stating they were going to do. That's why people stood with them.
Bro, they didn't intimidate police officers. They went in there and did what they want to do.
I see what you're saying.
Why would the FBI?
They weren't afraid of them.
You if you're nobody of importance, if they're just doing whatever they want on them.
Bro, they didn't do what they were set out to do.
I mean, I'm not saying that. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. You trying to argue semantics because I'm not debating whether or not who was better organized.
Yeah, don't say that here.
We're talking about who had the bigger impact.
No, we're not.
It wasn't Deacons of Defense because nobody's talking about Deacons of Defense, even with them completing their mission, right?
We always talk about the radical. Now we know in America, you always talk about Jeffrey Dahmer and all these radicals that do the worst shit for it's good for movie. Now, that's why, bro. Why would look? Let's play your game. You're saying the American government has a disinterest in educating Black folks correctly. So if they had to choose between Deacons of Defense and the Black Panthers to educate or miseducate Black folks, if they want to miseducate Black folks and misdirect them, they're going to give you the Black Panthers. They're not going to give you Deacons of Defense. The people who are actually successful and did it the right way. They're not going to give you that.
That's what I'm saying, though. I never said they did the right thing, did I? I never said that. I said they're more
what did they do?
Because the basic common man knows them, and it's not just for the stupidity part. I'm just saying if you would combine both of those, that would be our best choice in all honesty. Because as you said, they were made to defend civil rights people from the Klan. They weren't made to protect neighborhoods from the Klan. They were just protecting those civil rights groups from the Klan, right? But this is a group of people who were protecting the regular neighborhood. So if we put both aspects together, that's what I'm commending, if anything.
But they didn't.
I'm saying, yeah, it was the Hueys and shit. I don't look at the Panthers and say, oh, I think they were the greatest because they just even the shooting the police. For me personally, it's the trying to organize your neighborhood. Yeah, you may not have done it correctly, but at least you made an effort for it. I commend that personally. And for like you said, how we look at stories, I personally feel we admire the underdog story, right? Like that's being real.
Wait, why not admire the winners?
I admire both. You admire both. Nobody says
no. I don't admire no. I don't admire no losers. No, I don't. I don't admire no losers. No, sir.
Nah, I commend.
So let me ask you this, unbiased. So you don't you don't admire the 5-5?
Who?
The 5-5.
The Michigan, how they got the ass beat? No.
That's cap.
That's
like saying you don't like AI.
Timeout, no timeout. That's embarrassing. What the hell? Hell, that's a horrible.
You don't like AI?
I love AI.
You don't like Mike Vick? Niggas ain't winning shit. But they
no. Wait. Wait. Hold on. Wait. You're mixing apples and oranges now. When you talk about
because it's like I said, it's the impact. AI ain't never win a ring, but guess what? Everybody said to this day,
stop.
hey, I one of the most influential niggas in the NBA ever.
When you go to professional sports, my boy, you don't gotta win a NFL championship or a NBA championship to be.
And you don't in life either.
No, wait. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Now,
you don't have to win.
When it comes to movements, you do. I agree. When it comes to movements, you actually you have to accomplish that what you set out to do.
But how can't y'all say that Fred Hampton, he didn't make no big movement?
What did he do?
Come, man,
what do you mean?
Tell me.
My man killed a cop, beat the trial, defended himself.
It means,
you know,
killing
had
a
to
cop
have the police come assassinate him at 18 because he was really unifying people.
I'm curious, what does it do to like kill a cop? Like, what is like? How does that impact
y'all asked
anything?
what was their choice, what was their mission and agenda, right? So if that's their agenda and they're doing that agenda, y'all can't say they weren't doing the agenda. Y'all can say they weren't able to continue to do the agenda. However, what they were saying they were going to do, they did.
I think when it comes to impact, though, you're looking at a larger scale of things, not just, hey, I'm gonna go, order McDonald's today, and if I do it, that means
we
I'm
talking
impactful.
about our people.
You gotta understand something. He was 21 years old.
Oh shit, the age thing now.
Yeah, but I think accomplishments, as far as impact is concerned, is measured the same among any type of age. It's still just as impactful if, like, the group you were talking about, Unbiased, what they did, if they were old men versus young men, it would have still been just as impactful.
All right, but we ain't heard of them niggas.
We heard of them.
Yeah, but just because you haven't heard of somebody doesn't mean they didn't make an impact.
I mean, you ain't even had nobody from the group who was such an eloquent talker. Because me personally, I just said somebody like plenty of people.
Yeah.
I know, Medgar Evers. You ever heard of Medgar Evers?
Yeah. But let me ask you, KT. You ever heard of A.G. Gaston?
H.G. Gaston?
No. A.G. Gaston.
No, sir.
Okay, this was the richest black man in America. You never heard of, right?
For sure. No, I've never heard of him.
Okay, cool. But you see how that works? You never heard of the richest black man in America. That's kind of wild. He's the richest, and look, he taught, by the way, Meech, in Alabama. He taught other black men how to do business, like the right way, not the Nation Islam way. You just say you're doing business. No, I'm talking about actually LLC, insurance, all that type of stuff, tax. Like he taught them. He had free classes. On top of being the richest man in America, the richest black man in America, he actually had workshops like that where he was involved in educating black people the right way, not shooting cops, but educating black folks so they can level up and do better in America.
Nah, don't center it on shooting cops, though. Y'all asked what the agenda was. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can't be mad if y'all saying, well, they weren't successful, because what I'm getting out of this is y'all didn't like their organization, which I'm okay with. I'm saying
it was
I got a question. Do y'all know who Marie Van Britton Brown is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, she created the modern home security system. Okay. Right. So you guys don't know who she is, but just because you don't know who somebody is doesn't mean they didn't make an impact.
Right.
No, we're not saying that.
Yeah, but when I brought up an example earlier, you said we don't even know who they are. Like,
I'm saying,
you know what I'm saying?
Impact? Y'all saying they protected civil rights.
The impact was the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers was inspired by them.
The impact they made was because they protected selected people amongst our community. However,
but
y'all
they didn't protect nobody
who chose to just protect regular people in our communities have no impact. No, even if it was for 5 years, guess what? For 5 years, then people was good, and guess what? For 20 more years after them 5 years, people begged that they would come back. Somebody would start something like that again. But when DOD, whenever they left, I've never heard nobody say this name again. I've never heard nobody, and I never heard nobody say when they left, damn, I wish they came back. Because guess what? They weren't doing nothing for us regular.
Yeah, but we far removed from that time. You're not gonna hear that. We far removed from that time. But I'm curious, I'm biased.
Because they did nothing for us as the community. They protected select people in our community, not the community as a whole.
Hey, I'm biased. You had a question earlier. I don't know if it got answered. I am curious about it. What is like the mission statement or the reason that the Black Panther movement came together?
To protect their neighborhoods from the police.
Okay, so
is that it?
So how,
that was
literally
why they formed.
Okay, so how are they going to protect their neighborhood from the police? Tell me.
With the guns that y'all saying they had no reason to be having.
So they were going to shoot it out with them. You to go to war. And now that's the most dumbest.
Isn't that how the police you?
Yeah, that's the most suicidal plan.
Is that not how the police?
I'm about to say that's how you make it more dangerous for the neighborhood. That's not how you protect the neighborhood.
It literally was because they stopped coming because they said them crazy niggas got guns.
No, they would. They went out there and killed those crazy niggas with the guns.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. They did some of them. Won't deny that.
Okay, so
they tried many of them.
So how did this is the light skin one, Huey? How did his fate end? Tell me.
Huey's free right now. Ain't he jealous of shit?
How did he
died in like 2000 something?
No. The dude was a crackhead and got killed fighting over crack, bro. He didn't pay the crack dealer.
Huey
the dude was a crackhead and got killed over crack. It was a failure movement, man.
I don't know about that. I will not deny and say
look it up,
true or false, but I don't think so. Even if they sit there and say I wouldn't expect nothing, because isn't that how this works? Anything that's COINTELPRO. I mean, we know this now. We know what COINTELPRO is. Does COINTELPRO not literally saying the documents the Panthers were a part of that? When you just said something about them trying to infiltrate that. So what did they say? Anybody of the Black community that we can look up to as a distinguished individual, the whole plan is to make them look disgraceful. I wouldn't doubt if that's what it was put out. I don't really care.
How come they couldn't do that?
Again, how you die ain't got nothing to do with what you've done.
So how
AI? Hey, look, AI was impactful as fuck. He was broke as hell a couple years after leave.
Wait.
Am I supposed to now say, oh, that nigga wasn't impactful?
Wait, let's get back to Black Panthers, right, and the FBI. So you say now that was the FBI mission statement with Black organizations you just read. So how come they was largely successful, like with the Black Panthers, and no other organizations, like nothing, the Moors, the Nation of Islam, they fell everywhere else.
Already said, I've said this, I've agreed with you plenty of times. The organization was not organized. They were young kids.
So confusion is going to get things done.
Nope. They had somewhat of an outline, right? They had, these are organizations. This is the main goal. These are the places we're going to do. Now, how are we going to keep this functioning? I don't think they thought that far. I mean, if that's being honest, though. And it's nothing wrong. I mean,
what are they known for? So that's
kids. We can't.
What are they known for?
Kids not knowing.
They're not kids. They're grown ass men. But what are they known? What are they known for?
You said they grown ass men.
Yeah. What are they known for? Though?
Who was grown? Who the oldest one probably was Huey. This nigga was like 28.
That's not grown.
That's actually crazy.
I think
most of them niggas was not even 28. That's what I'm saying, though. That's my only point. Huey, again, like
I thought you was gonna say the oldest one is like 19. You said 28 though.
But yeah, I'm not saying. But that listen,
bro, you said they weren't grown, so I'm thinking
funny and not being
they
truthful.
just turned 18 or something.
This is what we. But is Huey Newton the only nigga in the Black Panthers? He wasn't even the only main people that we know of in the Black Panthers. Everybody else we naming is 22, 23, 24. Like, and I'm not saying that this is fucking 14. No, duh. But nigga, y'all acting like these 40, 50-year-old men, they don't got it figured out. I'm not mad at that. We've been 28. When you was 28, you had the world figured out? No. So I don't say this sounds stupid and I'll be like, well, why didn't they? Come on, bro. Like, they don't say, if we gonna be on foundation, this is the bullshit we gotta stop doing. Let's stop nitpicking our people to be like, oh, well, they ain't accomplished the goal, so fuck them niggas.
We gotta stop
take what they did, give us out of the motherfucker.
No, we gotta stop
take the good and bad. That's life, right?
No. Let's stop heroizing failures. Let's deal with success and let's build off that. Let's not build what didn't work.
Success only happens through failure. Any good businessman will tell you that. Any rapper, artist, anything you see in this world, they gonna tell you I failed a lot before I succeeded.
Wait.
So learn from the mistakes.
Hold on. if I try to build a plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to do that, and I failed on every level.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to come in with all my project? Are you going to buy my business with my failure mechanics blueprint? Are you going to take my stuff and try to build a plane with the failure stuff I left behind? Or are you going to come up with your own way of building a plane that works?
For me personally, always my own way.
Right.
But would I not take your blueprints and say, oh, maybe this nigga fucked up here? That's the smarter thing to do, right? If I already understand how to look at the schematics. But when you're talking about plane building, right, I don't know that. So I might as well start from scratch. But if we talking about I already know what's going on, yeah, I'm going to look at your blueprint and say, let me see if this basis is, if this chassis is good. I know cars better, so I'm going to put it in that way. Yeah, I'm going to look at your car design and say, oh, that's a good chassis. Let me utilize that. Why would I just throw the whole thing away? See, that's not sensible. We can't build success off of only saying, oh, we can only look at the people who won. Because now you're not learning from mistakes. That's the goal of life for all of us. You only learn from mistakes. Experience is your deliverance. So we can't avoid that. That's what I'm saying. Let's not be, oh, only winners and da-da-da-da-da. Stop that. No offense.
Yeah, and the Black Panther
what they done taught us was the standard.
Never do that again. As we learned that the Black Panther movement was a mistake, and to never ever do that again.
No, I'm never saying to do that again. However, we know we need those type of speakers again. We need more Hubers. We need more Fred.
We need more
people who can talk to your common man. Because again,
now we got too many speakers as it is. Everybody damn speakers,
but they don't speak to the common man. That's the problem. Yeah, we got 1 billion speakers right now, right? But who really speaking to the common man? Who really sitting here saying, "Hey, guess what? I couldn't pay my bills today. Guess what? I couldn't." Because nobody wants to be seen in a regular light no more. Now we all ballers and we super overeducated and da-da-da-da-da. Everybody got to be perfect. But that's the problem we're making, because nobody's perfect in the first place. So that's why what we be talking about, shit that regular people don't pick up no more. It's just hard to make out for us.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. I want to show you this is a trailer.
Hey, and then I got a quick question for you after this.
Praise the Lord. I had my man
So they formed to stop that, and they did. Go ahead, Meeks, what's your question?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. This is completely unrelated to the topic, but hey, I heard something. I need you to confirm it. Is it going down next year? The big debate.
With who?
You and Deacon.
Oh, I mean, I heard about it, but man, I gotta really like get back in tune with the talking points and their rebuttals and things like that. I wouldn't mind, but they were talking about January. It's like, damn, I got a lot going on to be trying to binge research.
Yeah, it might as well do February. Who was the dude that was trying to, bro? He said, I got $1,000 for you to debate on bias.
Yeah, but I'm so disinterested in damn subject. Yeah. Like
I gotta that for Gorilla. What your topics be, brother? You be out here debate.
Yeah, I said I'm a journalist, researcher, and debater. So I debate all time. I debate contracts. When everybody say Diddy had bad contract, I say you're a liar. So I debate religion. I debate politics. I just name it. I pretty much debate it.
Nah, for sure. I take that. I take some of that. I get you. I research though. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I'm not gonna speak on no shit, and I'm just talking out my ass though. And however, too, I'm gonna tell you, yo, if you don't get that fucking school movie trailer the fuck out of here, family, give me some documentary. I'm not taking that.
No, that was a bad show. That's my first time seeing it. That was a bad show.
That shit was school movie approved. You hear me? I'm not gonna lie. I'm talking about
that was
when
a bad
teacher
show.
used to roll out the TV with the tape player, fam. That joint was not it.
But it was 49 seconds. I knew it was short enough where I can't get flags. That's why I did that.
And when I seen a white woman bleed, I said, no.
She had pig blood. She had pig blood.
I'm gonna look into him though. Dead ass, like just because you brought up the name, I ain't even bullshitting. Like when you do say anybody say something I don't know, like dead ass, me personally, I am with debating. However, I'm a seeker of knowledge, brother. I don't debate just to be debating. I ain't even saying it like that, but I'm saying I really debate if I believe in something and I stand on that. However, I do accept if I don't know something and I take everything I can to learn it. And I do want to say I'm going to learn them. But I do have to say, we need not the organization, but we do need the speakers. We just need people who can talk for the common man.
We already got speakers, and we don't need gifted guys. We don't need troublemakers. We don't need guys out there talking about we're forming to shoot the police. Like we don't need those type of speakers at all.
So I ain't gonna say we need that, but I do say like back to what my main point was. Separation. We do need that. We 100%.
I disagree with that.
That's the only thing.
Find yourself with the worst water. You're gonna find yourself a third world country in America.
You're not. And look, no offense, you having no faith in ourselves because again, historically, it's proven we thrive amongst those bases. We can do it again. Now, if you feel the need to have reliance on the system, whatever.
Hell yes.
But we don't need that. And we cannot, it's no way for you to break or be a system working within the system. That is a lie. It will never work because the game is set up for you to lose. It's not set up for you to win in no manner. Elon Musk is not
how are you going to, now watch this. Now, when you talk separation, right? Mm-hmm. So you're talking about an independent government, correct?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Well, you had to. Okay, so now how are you going to protect your valuables? How are you gonna protect yourself from infiltration from drones? Everything countries do against other foreign nations, right? They homeland security, like all this stuff here, you have to start doing. Now we're actually in America, side by side with a country well more advanced than us in everything imaginable.
Boy, we are. Listen, even if we separated from them, we're Americans, are we not, nigga? We know the game.
So I don't understand this. So
like, what are you talking about? You don't think the hood government ain't gonna buy some shit off the dark web, nigga? We got this.
Whatever you separate. Well, it's not FDA regulated.
FDA don't matter over here. This Negrovania.
Oh, now you wilding.
We're okay. This is our no. I mean seriously, because if we're separating, right, like you said, we got our independent government. We're an independent country. We have our own regulations. We can operate as we please. So what, y'all Americans don't accept that? We still know what y'all, we capitalists because we is Americans, but we on this side of America.
Bro, there's not one black pharmaceutical company in the entire country, bro.
So you said name what?
There's not one majority owned black pharmaceutical company.
It never will be because guess what? We're not in a system that's made to benefit us and never can.
Are you serious?
Yeah, 1,000%. You have to go through rules, guidelines, regulations. Guess who you got to play
like
with?
Everybody else.
Government companies now you playing with government organizations. Do you think the government organization going to say, yeah, let them niggas do that? Let them niggas get that much control over to medicine.
Yes.
So now, if they want to say, yeah.
Wait, let me ask you, AKT, let me help you out. Mm-hmm. So, drug companies.
Nah, you ain't helping me.
all right, okay, well, let me just share something with you. Or it's a question, better it's a question. So drug companies, what you call pharmaceutical companies, are they, who operate them?
In terms of what? What you mean, like the CEO? What do you
like who operate the company? Like who run it? Like put everything together and drugs,
pharmacists,
and who they work for.
The CEO. I mean, all in all,
and who he work for. Who owns the company? What I'm trying to get
at. Probably the CEO or either whatever. However, go ahead. I'm confused.
So in other words, a private citizen, right?
Yeah.
Okay, bro. If you are a scientist, you can literally apply for your own pharmaceutical company. You don't have to be a white boy with blonde hair and blue eyes to get it. You can be as black as you want to be.
Oh yeah, nobody said you don't have to be.
Okay,
you're probably gonna have to be as not black as possible if you want to get this government contract though. That's gonna make you billions, right?
That doesn't matter because
it does because it's not like everybody's just gonna say, "Hey, we think this is the best version of Percocet." No, the Sadler family is in position to say we make the Percocet that the doctors are going to give.
Your client, bro. I've been working in pharmaceutical companies for like 10 plus years. What are you talking about? Clients sometimes don't care about who make the best. Clients sometimes want to know who got the cheapest and how fast can I get it.
No, I can agree with that, but the common man ain't doing that.
Okay, wait, no.
They gonna get what they get and don't have a fit.
See, you can't have an optimistic outlook and a pessimistic one at the same time. You just said we need to separate. So what I'm saying is, if you plan on separating, you need to have all your ducks in order. So one of them is very important because we're going to get sick. We're going to have diabetes, which we number one in all medical things. Okay, so we're going to need pharmaceutical.
And I guarantee we'll benefit so much better.
Oh, shit.
Like, seriously,
because like
the medicine that you are applying, guess what? The father of modern medicine was a man who was racist, literally used us for test subjects to say we ain't animals. They made shit to make fellow white people better. That shit don't mean that our bodies work differently, man.
I got a quick question.
Right.
KT, do you believe that there's systemic racism in America?
Systemic?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Name one thing that a white person can do that you can't do by law.
A white person can do that I can't do by law?
Right. Like it's like systemic means it's written, like it's in the system, it's in the laws.
Yeah, capitalism. That was built
okay. What's the law? What's the law called? What's the law called?
That's what I'm saying. Listen, y'all have to stop doing this today.
Okay, because look.
Because the system wasn't built today, was it?
But here's my point.
No, was the system built today?
But the laws are not the same as when it was built.
Was the system built today?
No.
All right, so we can't just be like, well, today this is for 200 years it was legal for them to do that, right?
Yeah,
then
but
after
I thought
they did that, they started doing prison, right? Like
I thought when I asked my question, you knew I was assuming I'm talking about today. I wasn't talking about back then. I'm talking about today.
Yeah, no, so today it's no law that makes something illegal over there. Oh, well, I guess kind of. I wouldn't say it's a law. I mean, you know how they say we got benefits for ourselves or whatever. Like it's a Negro Foundation college fund type shit. You know what I'm saying? I even heard a complaint about that the other day. Yeah. There's no white people college fund.
Like question, I'm biased. Who do you think benefits more from the government as a race? Like black people or some other race? Like who do you think benefits the most by race?
Nah, well, no. Are you saying like outside of white people?
We'll put white people in there.
Yeah, no, white people are the main benefit.
But but black folks. So let me tell you how. You got things like the Fair Housing Act that's government ran, and black folks benefit the most from that. You got things like
numerically, white people are the main beneficiary.
Wait, say that again.
Numerically, white people are the main beneficiaries.
In what?
In all government benefits, food stamps, housing,
wait.
and all of these.
Hold on. I got you because I actually do that right now. So white people are like 200 million in number. So they're going to be majority in everything, bad and good, because they're just more people. But per ratio, no.
You're not. But that's what I'm saying. The system didn't start today. If we literally been in a system that was made off taking advantage of us.
No, but
that's
the answer
what capitalism is, right? You can take advantage of the next person if they don't know.
The question, KT, is as a collective. Like, who benefits more as not this fragment, that as a collective? White people do not benefit as a collective more than us. A lot of white
They
people
don't need it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but we do. That's the answer.
We
Yeah,
really
so like,
don't. Now here's why I say I don't believe we do. I think that's the crutch. Listen, which y'all, I don't even know where y'all going, but I think I do know where y'all going because I do understand people having ways this. I'm not crying about today about we ain't got the same benefits. What I'm saying is we gotta stop acting like, oh well, that history ain't happening no more, so fuck that. Let that shit go. That's
but
stupid.
I actually think that Black people have more opportunity than most other people.
I'm not even gonna argue with that. I really don't even care.
Right. So let me ask you the question again. KT, let me ask you the question again, because we kind of laid it out what systemic racism is. So do you think that America is systemically racist?
Yes, because the system was built on racism. And it didn't change. It didn't change all of a sudden. For half of the time this country's been here, has it not been systematically racist?
But KT, I'm talking about right now. Right now. Is America
right now you think it still isn't systematically racist? If y'all saying that we need more benefits and we're the ones who the bigger beneficiaries.
KT, systemic entails
guess what happens if you need the government assistance? You have to stay low income in order to keep it, right?
It doesn't matter. That is not systemic
that would
racism.
Be
it's actually benefiting.
Again,
no,
right?
It's benefiting Black people. No, but KT, it's benefiting Black people.
So it's smallly benefiting them. It may be benefiting them in the moment. Is it benefiting them in the long run? No.
Do you know how many Black people are on food stamps, Section 8 housing, all these different things that are government funded?
Yeah. Like you know how? And that's the point. If you're on it in the part.
Yeah, but listen. Take that away. Take the housing away. Take the food stamps away. Our numbers go down. We start dying. So the government is actually helping us live. But my question is more so pointed towards when I say systemic racism, I'm speaking about in the law. There's something in the law that shows that a person of another race has an opportunity or they can do something that we can't, or we can't do something they can't.
That is not systematic. The systematic racism does not say it has to be embedded in the law to be systematic. Systematic racism is a system set upon racism. I mean, it's pretty
simple. But what's the system of the government?
Capitalism is the country was made on the back of slavery, right?
Right, but how do we know how the government runs?
Listen to me. If it's made on the back of slavery,
but
and the capitalization of Black people from
we're not talking about back then. We're talking about right now. We're talking about right now.
Yeah, but does that not enter into now? Does your past not affect your future?
But listen,
why do your people not have enough money to benefit themselves and they need the government assistance?
Because they're not going out and getting those opportunities. They're not going out and trying to be doctors. They're not going out and trying to be lawyers.
They started building themselves up in like you were saying, the Black rebuild. We started building ourselves back up. They desegregated us, or whatever, how you go about it. We started coming together. Well, quote unquote coming together, but guess what happened? We couldn't afford to buy things in their neighborhood, but they could afford our neighborhoods because guess what? Legally,
what time frame is this?
You got to do this by this way.
What time frame are you talking about?
60s, 70s, 50s, up there.
Okay, 80s. What time frame are we in now?
2025.
That's my point. I'm talking about now. You keep talking about back then. I'm asking.
Yeah, because back then affects today.
But listen, no, it doesn't.
Yes,
because
it
if
does.
It's not. Listen. Wait, hold up. Listen, if the things that were back then are no longer here, then it is not affecting today.
Your grandma literally probably still alive. That was in the 60s, 70s, 80s. Nigga, it's not.
But listen, it's not affecting the system because the system would be. No, listen, the system would be how something works, the mechanisms within something that cause it to operate.
So how something works, like you just said, government benefits, your people benefit off of it most, right?
Let me lay it out. Let me just lay it out real quick. Hold up, before you jump in, let me lay it out. So if a system is how something works and the things within it that cause it to work, how does the government work and what causes it to work? What can we look at? That we know that, hey, this is how the government is run.
Need food stamps, right? And they need it the most.
You got to answer my question. I'll answer your question, but answer my
question.
Or how do we know the government works?
You're telling me to give you a system and how it's doing it, right?
No. I didn't ask you to do that. I said, how do we know how the government works? Where could we go to see how the government operates, what it can and what it cannot do?
food stamps. You get a budget every year.
Oh, okay. So, food stamps tell us what the government can and cannot do.
You telling me to point out a part? That's what I'm saying. What do you want to know? The whole encompassing government?
Yeah, we're talking about yeah. So look, if we're talking about
how are you telling me that if I can't tell you how the whole encompassing government works,
no, I didn't say you have to tell me how it works. I'm asking you if you can show me where we can see how it works. I'll go do the research, but where do we see how the system of the government? Okay, what is the government? How does the government operate? What does it do? How can we see these things?
That's what I'm saying. It's a judicial branch, it's a legislative branch, it's the executive branch.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, question. If the president wanted to do something, how would he go about doing that? Like if he wanted to do something that was going to affect the country, how would he go about doing that?
Pushing a bill through, or he could
pushing
do
a bill.
the what is it called? The thing where he can just override everybody.
And the bill goes into what is called what? What does the bill go into?
I don't know. Go ahead. Go tell me.
It becomes a part of the law. The bill is something that, hey, I'm petitioning to do this. I'm getting everybody to sign off on this, and this is how it goes now. Like if I wanted to change
you can
anything,
do executive orders. Like they got plenty of it, like thousands.
You said you can do what?
Executive orders.
Yeah, but executive orders have checks and balances.
Yeah, they override the law.
No. He has certain power to do certain things, but the president himself can't do everything. That's why there's checks and balances.
But I'm saying my only point is, listen, you can't ask me or tell me that if I can't explain something, the government themselves want to explain to you that
no, that's not what I'm saying.
This doesn't make sense to say systematic racism because again,
no.
I can point out situations that can prove it, and you telling me, oh, that's not acceptable. Again, if you're saying that our people take food stamps the most, and the literal point and crutch of food stamps is saying if you make over this X amount of money, you no longer qualify for that. Well, then in order for you to maintain that, you have to maintain a lower level of life.
Yeah.
So if your people need it the most, well, guess what they have to do to get it? Maintain a low level of life.
Or you could just make more money. You should go out and get those opportunities.
But it's not going to be that easy if you now
nothing's ever easy.
So again, if now we're talking about because generations aren't 100 years, it's 10 years. That's a decade.
Let's backtrack. Let's backtrack real quick.
If your 10 years, if you was raised by a literate mother, I don't think your educational possibilities would be that great, right?
Wait, let's backtrack because we're kind of off the point.
We're not. We're talking about how the past affects the future, like how things before us affect us now.
Wait, I'm biased. Let me ask you: does it make sense when I'm talking about systemic racism that it's in the law, like Jim Crow laws?
That makes sense to say that's one element of it, but for you to act like that's the total encompassing factor, that's dumb.
That's what systemic racism is.
Argument because you're saying, well, let's focus in on this one element, and if you can't do this, then none of that counts. So let's ignore the rest of it. That's not.
But what you're talking about, that's subjective racism.
That's not subjective racism.
Okay, no, but listen, this is what I mean. It's from person to person. It's not objectively that the government is racist. There can be people that are racist, but to say that America is
for the government.
Wait, let me just finish. Wait, hold up. For you to say that the government is systemically racist, you're not saying a couple of people in the government. You're saying the government. That means that it's written in the law.
No, it doesn't.
Because the government is not a person.
It's a group. Anywhere where it says by law is where something is systemic.
All right, listen. If you're not saying that, it's in the law, then you're telling me that you can name every single government official and you can definitely tell me that they're racist.
No, I can tell you how the government itself, not saying the people within the government.
Yeah, but the government is not itself. The government is a system.
Because the government exists without those people, right? It was their pride.
The government is a system. The government is a system. People hold offices.
The system and government was their pride to anybody here today, right?
But listen, if I say I work for the government,
what you just said, right? We're talking about today, right? So that's what I'm saying. Everybody here today, did they start that system? Or the government.
But look, you're saying the government as if it's a person.
No, I'm saying it's an entity that already had access.
What entity? It's a system, right? It's a system, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it has different moving parts. How do we know what the government can and can't do? That is something that's in the law. So if we don't have,
it's not.
Wait, okay. unbiased. Can you jump in? Like,
Did you learn COINTELPRO when they started it? Huh?
Bro, you haven't answered any of my questions. I'm just asking questions.
I've answered every question, even if I said I can't answer.
Okay.
I've answered every question you asked.
Name a way you.
Did you learn about COINTELPRO when it started?
No.
How
about this? How about this?
Experiment?
No. How about this?
Because how about that's any of this shit that we find classified years and years later?
Okay.
Project Fishbowl.
When did that happen? Wait. When did that happen?
What happened?
What you're talking about? Project Fishbowl?
COINTELPRO?
Right.
Project Fishbowl, that was like the 40s, 30s, something like that.
Okay, and we're in 2024. Okay, yeah, I'm talking about now. So when we talk about
but you didn't know that happened, right?
Come on, man. Every time I start talking,
it got declassified just recently, though. That's my point. If the government has to tell us
matter if it was declassified.
Why we ain't knowing in law it wasn't there already since the 40s?
It doesn't matter if it was declassified recently. It didn't.
You're the one saying
recently.
that they have to put it in law already.
No, I'm saying the things that they can or cannot do are in the law. So
if they can and cannot do, why did you just find out about COINTELPRO about 20 years ago?
All right, listen. Let me get more than 2 words off so that I can actually finish what I'm saying. Because every time I start getting a train of thought, you jump in, something new pops up. So here's what I'm saying. We are not going back to 1940s, 1950s. I'm asking, I said, that means present tense. Is America systemically racist?
Yes.
Okay. So listen, if looking at the law is not the only way we can see how the government operates, can you show me another way we can see how the government operates by its own structure? Go ahead.
Actions within the government. For instance, how food stamps work. See, I explained that. That's how it works.
That's not systemic racism.
Tell you everything the government can do, because guess what? The government doesn't tell you everything they do. And guess what? They don't have to. And guess what? They don't. Did you know that it's legal for them to give us propaganda? They don't have to tell us shit, and they don't most of the time. Guess what they'll do? Declassify when they think, hey, people won't really give a fuck. But what you're saying
that doesn't have anything to do with my point. I don't see how food stamps, something that benefits Black people,
because we're the main people who eat off of it, correct? Why are we the main people who eat off of it? Because we never got reparations or anything when they sit here and stole our homes, when they sit here and crushed your community, your parents' community, and homes that they own out of their pockets.
I don't see how you're complaining, hey, we want to make a highway right here. Bro, that's like me giving you $20 and you complaining. Why are you giving me $20? Like, bro, I'm trying to help you out. I don't care. This is racist. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not the same thing at all.
You just used that as an example for
never
systemic
did. What
racism.
the fuck are you talking about?
KT, you just used that as an example for systemic racism in America.
Giving somebody $20, I use that.
Yeah,
that's
but I'm saying, like, the government gives you money, and you're saying that is
but the money
racist.
Isn't free, right?
What do you mean the money isn't free? You're paying for the money. You're paying for the money?
The money's not free. Somebody pays for it, right? Tax dollars pay for it, right?
Yes. And that's the government's money that they're giving
back.
That's
not even the government. That's our money we're giving to each other, but you gave to the government. This is my whole point. This is all I'm saying. The government's not trustworthy. It's not the government.
So how does it go back to the government if it's not the government's money? So how does that prove that the government is systemically
we're
racist
complying with
the government's money?
We're complying with our own bullshit if we want to sit there and have ourselves set in the system. Like I said from the beginning, I don't believe we should have benefits because it's a crutch that fucks us up. Because for you just said, for you to have the benefits, you have to have a low quality of life.
Let's go back on your point you just made. I said, how can we see that the government is systemically racist if we're not just looking at the laws? You said food stamps. Then you proceeded to swim
within it. Food stamps, for instance, that's one of them.
Food stamps, for instance. And then you just said that, that's not the government's money, that's our money. So how is the government systemically racist for taking our money and giving our money back?
I'm saying this is not even their money to be doing this with in the first place. We can do this ourselves. That's what I'm pointing out. We can do this ourselves because it's our tax dollars that's paying for it. We don't need the government. However, I'm saying the government, you cannot deny that a government, this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm confused with you, right? Seriously. You're saying, okay, the government was made. It's been there for long before today, but let's ignore everything before today. and act like today can start?
No, I'm not saying let's ignore it. My question is based on modern, like right now. It says,
but the
America,
things of modern day are affected by the past. That's all I'm pointing out, brother. You can't deny that. You can't if your mama smoke crack, nigga, you gonna be a crack baby.
Okay, so what is still existed in the government that was what is still existent in the government that was existing back in that time that has directly affected Black people
the
racially?
Neighborhoods, the dividends, all of that. You don't climb out the hole simultaneously. Matter of fact, I'll ask you this then, because you
wait.
Comment on that. Wait. Say that again. Or the same thing. Listen to me.
Wait, say that again.
So where's the point where we got something that made us catch up with everybody?
Everybody had the same opportunity. What do you mean? That's what helps us catch up
when
with everybody.
When did we start getting that same opportunity?
We have gotten more opportunity recently.
You know what I'm saying? When did we start getting the same opportunity?
Just recently, in the last 20, 30 years. You kidding?
So you telling me after if somebody start a race 250 years ahead for the last 30 years, you done caught up? You feel like now, we balance. We on same ground.
Yeah, but that's a victim mentality. You're saying, oh, this person got a head start. So do something about it. Get yourself a head start.
I'm saying let's separate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You saying let's comply with the niggas we losing in the race to.
I don't see any benefit to separating. It didn't. I mean,
it is, brother. But listen, no offense. Y'all going against the Panthers shit and thinking like some radical shit. And I agree with never going to something unorganized. But I'm grown enough to understand that. I was also young enough to say at one point in time, I definitely probably would have went into some shit unorganized if I felt the basis was just good enough. If it just gave me enough hope and faith. But
what do you think? What do you think would happen?
Wrong with being with some, because radical things needs to happen. You break the things that happen by doing something radical. Like
seriously. Let's take your separation idea. Let's take your segregation idea. So let's say I got to pull up the statistic. I'm biased. If you could, I don't know if you can search that up, like the percentage of Black Americans on government assistance in any sort of way. So if we pull all those people off of government housing, food stamps, and all these other things, Medicaid and all these other things, we pulled all of them out and said, hey, we're going to segregate. What do you think would happen?
In terms of what?
Like you're saying we need to separate. So what are the benefits of separating if we're taking these people all off of these government benefits? What good things do you think could happen from that?
Like, I don't think the beginning to be very good. I'll be honest with you. But that's what I'm saying. I've already said in this phone call, this talk, I accept the bad with the good. Now, this is the problem a lot of people got. Everybody wants shit to be rainbows and sunshine. We make some solution where, we just get reparations, everything cool. Like, it ain't gonna work like that. They ain't gonna give everybody no $1 million. Everybody ain't gonna be able to just getting a certain amount of money not gonna really fix shit. What we need to do is make the harder choice. The thing that, it's gonna hurt today, but guess what? The generations beyond gonna eat crazy. It's really not about you after a certain point of life anyway. Once you done got kids, you're supposed to be looking towards your kids' future and what you leaving behind to them. So what are you gonna leave behind to them? In the system we got now, probably not much. If we separate it, what you're gonna leave behind is the foundation for something great.
Yeah, but you haven't shown me anything that holds Black people back from doing anything per the system. You've actually shown me something that benefits Black people, which would be food stamps. So, like, for instance, you say, what are we going to do?
What benefit is there?
But wait, but you just...
If you stay yourself, we can get a job, right?
Okay, so the benefit of food stamps is so you won't spend your cash.
So you can be lazy.
Okay, so how about this? How about the FHA?
See, ease. Hey, listen, y'all, for real.
Wait.
Ease is not. We should stop trying to act like something being easier. Make something better. That doesn't benefit us because it's easier.
I got you, but an FHA loan don't have much to do with your income. So that means you can have a lot of money and still be approved for an FHA loan. That's federally issue. So and Black folks use that probably more than anybody. To become first homeowners. So now, what about that?
You say what?
Black folks use the FHA loan, the federal housing home, more than anybody to be a first-time home.
Mm-hmm.
That's government.
Okay.
That's a benefit, right? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
It still doesn't mean that it helps.
Wait, benefit is something that helps, like by definition.
It's something that helps in the short term, but that's what I'm saying.
Being a homeowner
If we want to make decisions based on today, and you like you keep saying today, are you living the moment? So you're not.
No, because that was my question was based on today.
How does it really benefit you to have a home loan mortgage that you stuck into for the next 40 years? Does that really benefit you?
Your house is acquiring more money over the
You're
time.
not acquiring more money because no house ever. It's no property in America. Y'all cannot debate me on that. It's no place. It's just like a car. You do not. Once you take a car off the lot, whatever you paid, the value decreases. Same with your home.
A house appreciates.
Unless you build it onto the home.
No, a house is not a car.
A house appreciates.
Yeah, it appreciates.
If you're building onto the home. And depending on your neighborhood,
you don't have to.
If you're in a good amount of bad for your house to be appreciated.
No, if you're in an area and the community is getting better developments and more things, mall stuff coming in, you don't got to add.
No, that's why I said you're gonna drop a. Yeah, you're gonna drop a bag because we already know that what's coming with that though. That's what I'm saying. So,
but that happens in most cases though. In most cases,
that does not happen in most cases. Most people do not get a home loan and move to suburbia. If that was true, we would still have middle class. We've already looked that up. Saw many things about how basically no middle class.
The reason why you don't get a home loan move to suburbia because your home loan probably can't afford a suburban house.
No, agreed. That's what I'm saying. So unless you're getting in that suburban area, though, your land is not going to appreciate.
Yeah,
it's going to depreciate.
No, gentrification happens all the time.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time, but it don't happen all the time. Let's be clear on that.
Wait. Right now is definitely the time.
Where it is going to degentrify. I mean, where it's probably going to happen is where it's the worst is. But you got a home loan, so you're probably not going to stay in the worst, right? You're going to stay in the mid.
Is it more beneficial to be a renter or owner of a home?
No, it's more beneficial. Listen,
all right, then that's a help.
Talking about terms of being short-term beneficiary.
That's a long-term.
Long-term is not.
No, that's a long-term.
That's unless what you gonna do? Die and leave your kids a mortgage and say, "Oh, that was beneficial, son."
Yeah, long-term. Yeah, but what do you mean by long-term?
So it wouldn't be more beneficial to say, "I'm gonna leave you something you own on your own."
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you something I own. So for my whole life, I've owned this. I've owned this for a long time.
A place I rent.
Exactly.
Oh no, you can't. You also can't leave a motherfucker place you mortgage. Or you shouldn't. That's what I'm gonna say. You should.
No, but you can
because we try. And again, I get it, but y'all complying with the system,
and you get tax breaks.
We shouldn't be complying with this system. That's all. If y'all look,
oh yeah, yes, you should be.
I'm not
find something in jail, some tax evasion, or some Wesley Snipe type thing.
No, I'm not. Listen, I ain't even talking about personally, legally. I'm saying
that's what it
like
sounds
I adhere to it, but I don't agree with it. Like I look at it like
okay, shit. I don't agree with taxes either. By paying.
No, I'm not talking about the taxes. I don't agree with us allowing ourselves to not be adults. We do all this, like even what y'all talking about in this conversation.
The whole world does that. What do you mean?
No, that's not true. It's many places who govern themselves. But we're not taking the time to do that. We're saying we're going to allow this small group of less than 1,000 people.
What do you mean govern yourself? How's that even possible? How do you govern yourself within a government?
Local governments. It's not like it's a
but
govern yourself.
Yeah, it's not governing yourself.
Now, how our local governments function differently. I mean, even some ways we could say like an African way, how they have their own setups and this is their area. They govern.
And how that work out for them?
No, that works out terribly.
The local governments in Africa are awful. My buddy lives in Nigeria. He's like, man, these government officials are corrupt. They suck. They're bleeding us dry. Like, I'm getting.
Do you feel any different here?
Yeah. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
The African president, he got a federal indictment in Chicago right now.
Boy, y'all don't think we're going through the same shit here right now?
No, are you kidding? I just
that woman in Detroit, huh? The mayor woman in Detroit that done been on the news for stealing like $3 million and ain't even sold nothing. Nobody took her to court or nothing. So even how y'all saying, the African dude got a case in Chicago, they not even getting they doing us like that and not even getting
in Detroit. But here there's accountability. In Africa, there's no accountability.
So why is she not in jail?
Oh no, I can't answer that question.
And that's what it's not. That's what I'm saying. Let's get out that fallacy. Don't get me wrong, because I got pride in America too, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and lie to myself and say we in a good
not
system.
in jail because somebody that was. It's an easy answer. There's no charges brought up there. If they are, then the proof wasn't there. What you mean? Like to go to jail?
You talking about the black? Do you know what I'm talking about? The mayor woman in Detroit.
Yeah, yes.
Bro, she done been on the news. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you're on the news. So what?
People are alerting.
No. Okay,
you're
on
up
the
to the
news.
police
So
to say,
what?
hey, we gonna.
So was the New York mayor. He was on the news. So what?
Don't say it. These niggas is out here doing wild shit every day.
No, that's all alleged.
Trump just did a whole bunch of bullshit. Got put on trial in one presidency.
Yeah, but weren't you just talking about propaganda being a bad thing earlier?
Right. He flip flopping.
Yeah.
Where am I flip flopping?
You said propaganda is something that they put into the black community as a way of systemically.
No, I said, did you know it's legal for them to tell us propaganda? I'm talking about the American citizens.
Right. You're listening to the propaganda.
What propaganda is?
You just brought up the news of the mayor in Detroit. You're bringing up propaganda. That's what propaganda is.
She factually stole the money. That's not propaganda.
No, but you can't prove that.
Yeah, you can't
prove that. She
prove
literally said, and that ain't y'all business. That's literally what the woman said. On the news, nigga. What do y'all come on,
I stole something. Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. Y'all can't be cooning like this. We can't be playing stupid like this.
Now here comes the terms and labels, and you can't prove your point. Here comes the terms and labels.
I proved my point. Y'all the one saying, "Oh, I can't explain why it's propaganda."
Okay,
but the woman said out her mouth she did.
Produce
the propaganda herself.
Produce the clip where she said that. Let's start with that because I'm not taking your word for that.
So, signed confession. I want to see it.
Yeah.
You got like a Discord or something?
The chat right there. And you got
it here. Throw it in the chat here.
Yeah. Because that sounds like some old Chris Hannity, that sounds like some Sean Hannity, Chris Tucker type stuff right there.
Oh, that's like a little quick clip of her, saying I did not steal the money, and it's like edited. Yeah, come on, man.
No, it's her on the news. They said, ma'am, because what it was the city people working under her was mad about the money missing. So they put out the
she could have been sarcastic. Yeah, black woman. She could have been sarcastic.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, no, I'm saying.
Okay, send the clip. Send the clip.
Y'all making excuses.
Send the clip. Just send the clip. Just send the clip.
It's wild.
All right. I'm gonna show you how this is done. This research stuff.
Yeah, I'm biased. What do you think? You think America is systemically racist?
Well, you asked some important questions, but you was like, so what happens is that people run the system. So that means the people got to be racist. Like the system can't be racist. The people got to be, because if the system was racist, then whoever's running got to abide by the rules, and the rules would be racist, right? It'd be easy.
Right. And that was my point. That was my whole point. Yeah, the people running the government, they can be racist, but a system can't be racist unless it's actually written.
System can't be racist?
No, a system can't be racist unless it's written, because that's what a system is. It's not a person or a group of people. A system is how something functions.
Is the Klan racist?
Yes.
The Klan is a system?
They don't have a system?
No, are they a system?
No. They have a system.
There's not an initiation. There's not ranks of the Klan.
Right. Okay.
Oh yeah, so they have a system, right?
Right. Okay,
exactly.
So they are racist. Right?
And it's been going for decades now, right? So
listen. How do we know that? No. How do we know that the Klan system is racist?
Oh my God!
It's kind of like asking a Christian, like, "Hey, you believe this? Why? Where did you get this from? Oh, it's written. Okay, here's where I can read it." That's
but the only difference is this ain't no Christian argument at all. I done gave you an answer on everything.
No,
put the link in the chat.
I didn't say it was a Christian argument. I'm saying
documentary on the woman.
Yeah, but listen, I'm not saying it's a Christian debate or anything like that. I'm saying
I'm saying every time you didn't try to make a funny point and say I can't answer, I did answer though. You can't say this is a straw man Christian argument because I say it's written in some book. I sit there and say, oh, because it is. And then said, here's the proof. If you asked of it, anything that you said, well, explain. I gave an explanation and it wasn't a stupid one. Let's be real. I didn't just give
it wasn't according to the question. It was almost really a red herring. It was along the same point, but it wasn't answering the question.
Y'all
Because the
say
question,
a system can't be racist. However, the Klan's racist, and they have a system within the Klan, and the Klan system been going around for years. So a system can be racist. How? And your response was a herring. How we know the Klan racist?
what's a red herring? What's a red herring?
Some shit that nobody can answer.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's not what a red herring is.
A catch-22. That's the fucking red herring is.
No, I'm gonna catch you when you say some stuff, and I know you're not using it right.
All right, so I'm at the video. Okay. So I can tell you two things for sure, brother. Trust me. She didn't steal anything out of her mouth, out of nobody's mouth, and she didn't stole anything either. The word steals and stole ain't even in the transcript. Okay, so what did she say she did with the money? Because she didn't say the word steal, and she did not say the word stole.
Oh no, I ain't gonna lie. I did not have time to find it. Well, I can look for it. I can keep looking.
No. You don't got. I can find it. I'm a good researcher. Just tell me what she said, and I can find it. Because she didn't say those two words. By the way, nobody did. In this whole where everybody's coming up speaking, nobody used the word steal or stole. So, is there another word or phraseology that she used to say that she took the money? Because money, the word money is only used 4 times. By the way. Going to use 4 times. So you would think that somebody was confessing, and that's a big. You could tell that this wasn't anything about stealing money. This is about misusing the money.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's
what are you doing with the what?
No. That wait, stop.
What are you doing with the misusing of the money?
No. You got to stop. That's people claims.
No, that's what she's claiming. Okay. The second one I just put in the link is her explaining how they said, well, we see you need 300,000 for your personal security, and she's saying, I need it, it's mandatory.
Okay, but
so you stealing the money? That's what I'm saying. Y'all.
Oh no. Okay, you see,
but that's not an admit to stealing the money. That's not an admittance.
Yeah. All right. So I see he's doing. I see
the money's. If they're literally saying the money's being mismanaged, and she's saying I'm mismanaging the money, where are you mismanaging it?
Yeah, but you're assuming the fact.
No, it's not assumption. That's what I was saying. What y'all acting like if nobody says directly, hell yeah, I did that shit. Nobody gonna do that. Would you snitch on yourself? Nobody gonna just sit there and straight out say that. But if somebody saying,
you
okay,
act like
we know this money's missing.
You act like she did a self snitch on here, like some young thing. She didn't self snitch.
I'm saying she's admitting that they're saying the money is being mismanaged.
Hey, bro,
why is the money?
Do you know what admitting means? Admitting means
the state not getting this, the city not getting these funds.
Okay, when you're in a confession, you admit to a crime, you said it. Like, we don't got to interpret it. You said it. So if she admits something, we should hear her say it plainly.
Yeah, so if somebody says money's mismanaged, then it's nowhere in the county. It's not.
That's
the money's
claim,
not.
though.
The money's getting donated.
So how would somebody know? So how would somebody actually? How is somebody privy to that if they're not in government? How would you know where money's being spent if you're not you? How would I? How would Meech? How would we know where money is being spent?
Well, hers got exposed because, like I said, the people. You can look that up too. It's a town hall where they put out the thing that got her fucked up was an Escalade. She bought an Escalade.
That's what got people. No, not effed up. That's what drew attention. So what happens is the public is creating outrage.
But that's what I'm saying. They were already the people. It wasn't even just the public.
Yeah, but the people. Listen, the people had put out an outrage because of their suspicions, right? They have no real something to go off, nothing tangible to go off. It's their suspicion, right? They're suspecting that she's misusing the money for whatever reason. All right. So now she got to escalate. So they're like, hey, man, look, her suspicions are growing now. So then they reach the right people. The right people is now looking at her and investigating, right? But nobody found evidence.
No, that's not what happened. Listen to me. The people in town hall working with her were mad because they were like, nigga, you're fucking up the night. Like the town, yeah, you're right.
They're always mad. Yeah. Everybody in town hall didn't vote for the person. Like they probably voted for somebody else. Say always go.
You said what? Everybody didn't what?
Yeah, just because they're there doesn't mean they supported the person that's elected. Just like the president, like everybody support Donald Trump. So everybody that's in government or politics is going to have criticism for him, and vice versa. Biden.
Nobody listen. But even down to that, bro, we ain't going into this system a system of playing politics. Politics don't benefit us, bro.
You can't avoid politics. Politics is everywhere.
No, we gotta let that shit go. Break it down and leave it into the people.
All right, well, you can't show me a system that don't have politics that's thriving, because you got to go back to Africa and show me some jungle stuff. So you got to show me a real functional system that's actually.
That's a dumb thing to say that if systems haven't worked, it can't work. That stops us from being innovative, right?
No.
Bias, I agree with you.
It means bro, KT. You mentioned business earlier, so let me help you out in business. In business, you have to have a proof of concept. Okay, so you need a proof of concept that this shit works. We're not freestyling, we're not winging, we're not doing none of that. We want a foolproof, if possible, strategy where we might set ourselves back another 100 years. So we're not going to believe these fake, made-up theories that nobody's practicing today. Give us a proof of concept. Show us somewhere where it works, and it's a first world country, and people are thriving. They start from the bottom, now they thrive up top.
Well, we were already segregated. That's the main place I can point to. Us personally.
So show me, now watch this. I'm gonna do it easier for you. Show me a society that's segregated from white people in America and they're thriving. That's not
part of the law. I mean, part of the law now is to integrate. So that would be an impossible thing to even ask. If we want to point out something like Durham, North Carolina, or Atlanta, Georgia,
it meets. You get what I'm saying, right? I'm saying
no. I get what you're saying. That's not what we asking for or legal at this point. So why would you ask for a red herring?
Okay, look, you just said separate. So we're separating from what again? So explain, where are we separating from?
Where are we separating?
No, what
are we making a new nation, or are we staying inside of the nation?
I already asked that.
I mean, like I said, that would be that. I can't sit here and tell you. If y'all want me
to
give
said
you
it was
a
illegal
scenario I could make, I could do that. But if y'all want me
but
to
you just said it was illegal. So that means we can't segregate. We would have to leave and make our own nation.
Or ask to
if
it's illegal. Yeah, but if it's illegal, that's like a drug dealer going up to a police officer being like, "Can I sell these drugs?"
Like when we said,
no.
Hey, like y'all just were trying to tell me, people ask for integration, right? It was already illegal. It was illegal for you to go across the street with white people. That was a thing that already happened. And nobody's saying it even has to go to that extent.
No, it was not illegal. It was actually legal.
No, it was not. For you to be on the sidewalk with a white person, it was not.
At least it wasn't law. In the South. Was. That was law. That was it's called Jim Crow law. It was law. It's legal.
For you to be on the road with white people, no. You would have to step in the road if a white man was on the sidewalk.
I'm saying all that was law. Like it was.
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. That was legal. So it's stupid to say, oh, well, since you're saying that's illegal, it can't be illegal. I mean, we can't undo that. Like, no, it was already. That was literally the starting basis.
Bro, you lost me, man.
If how we started already was we were separated, right? How are you going to say it's crazy to say let's do that again? It's not.
Yeah, but you just said it was illegal. Yeah, and it didn't work either.
Because we didn't. Because how did it get legal? I mean, illegal in the first place, right? What y'all just said. We asked for it to be integrated, right? So if you go back and ask for them to undo it, it'll be. It's not crazy. That's not fantasy or what.
Okay, so look.
Hey, I don't know if you saw him, Bias. I put the definition for politics in the chat. Just looking at that, now I agree with you. Politics is everywhere. You can't get away from it.
All right, so now look, bro. The state, like for example, okay, so you can have a contradiction of law. You're not supposed to, but it happens. So what you're stating is a contradiction in history in America. In law. So, for example, marijuana is quote unquote legal state, right? Statewide.
Mm-hmm.
But federally, it's illegal. Mm-hmm. So the laws you're talking about that white folks instituted that meet you saying illegal, and essentially, in essence, they're illegal federally, but they were legally statewide. So federal takes precedent, right? When you have that contradiction, you go with federal. So federal just wasn't stepping in. So it was still legal, but it was statewide, but it was illegal federally. So now what we was asking for, brother, we was asking for the federal government to recognize it as it is illegal federally because it's a contradiction law. And so finally, after marching, protest, all that stuff we did, they said, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine. We'll step in and we will acknowledge it as being illegal. Segregation is illegal, right? So it was always illegal federally.
Federally, yeah, federally.
Yeah, but state stepped in and made it legal, and they can do that. The problem is,
I'm saying though, I mean, if it was legal federally, but they weren't upholding it in any fashion, it doesn't really matter. That would be a fallacy for us to act like, oh, because it was legal. Well, federally it was illegal. Well, they weren't upholding. So I mean, it's not crazy to say, well, let's go back to the feds and say, segregate us again. Like,
no, because
and
it's illegal federally. I do want people to
understand.
You can't ask the feds. You got to ask the state. You don't ask the feds will say no, it's illegal. Like we keep saying, you got to ask the state to say, hey, man, segregate, and they just might do it depending on where you at. They might say,
I mean, okay. I'm saying go federal because I would say again
but
the black
because it's illegal. Federally,
I would say basically you go up here and say, look, man, we want New York. Nah, we need some Southern shit. I'm gonna be real with you. So give us like North Carolina to Texas or some shit.
All right. So hold on. So that means that you got to do a petition. So that means that you got to get out there and convince a lot of black folks, okay, that this is the right move. Because you can ask for that and they can pass it, but black folks ain't on it with you, then it's over. Because Elijah Muhammad wants to separate, right? But black folks wanted to integrate. So he ain't get anywhere. So
I mean, but he was in a different time and movement.
No, but my point is the masses got to agree with your plan. If they don't, it's a failure plan, like the Black Panthers.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. And that's time. That's all about timing. But that's why.
No, you need to push it right now. No,
if somebody
start pushing it right now,
shit right now, and do something of that nature, like if they actually had an impact, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I know I'm not personally a known entity or anything of that nature, so I'm not saying me. But if somebody of quote unquote, like that people felt in the black community had position or power said it'd be easily done. Like, because that's the main thing that we even saying now. If we can't say we tired of people stealing our shit and then saying, oh, business. Because that's what's fucking up our shit. The capitalism aspect is what's making our shit. That's why people feel the rights to say, oh, shit, we can just walk over. Oh, y'all doing rap? That shit cool as hell. We gonna follow that shit too. Oh yeah, nah, it's just capitalism, bro. Shit. Like, so
yeah.
we can't,
but like for instance,
under this system. Now, if we guess what? If we had again, like I said, what we failing to mention is when we was segregated. Now, why they, like you said, they'll highlight what they want to. Now, they highlighted that people were saying the few people who did say we wanted integration, because most people was really just saying, no, we just want the same rights as them. Integration, we not giving a fuck about that. We want the same rights. Was a couple people saying, yeah, we want integration too, but most people ain't give a fuck because think about it, your life was functioning good. Like, we cannot get back to that unless we are taking care of ourselves. And even to dang, what's your name, bro? I forgot. Was it Bizzle? Was you the one saying something about like what would we do if we separated about the people on food stamps?
Yeah.
Okay. And even down to that, like how I said, bro, I know it's gonna hurt in the beginning. Guess what? Maybe some people will die. I take it that far.
Damn.
But I mean, no, but that's life. Like, we gotta stop being in this pussy facade. Like, no offense. We done got so indoctrinated into them white folks.
Well, how about you lead the way first? Like, let's see how it works for you, and then we'll hop on.
You said what?
You lead the way. All right, I ain't trying to experiment with your ass. You lead the way.
No, I ain't even saying I'm gonna start the movement.
And then I come behind.
No, maybe I will, because I ain't gonna lie. I got a crazy good ass Fat Joe diss I'm about to drop. But and maybe niggas just take me platinum and all of a sudden they start listening to everything I say.
Fat Joe gonna respond to that, bro, with his own diss. You gotta be careful.
Huh?
Fat Joe might respond with his own dish. You better be careful, bro.
Nah, it's over for him. He really can't. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. The music my thing for real. I the nigga, and this why even like down to that, like, bro, my brother was signed to Quality Control when he helped make the Hannah Montana beat for the Migos.
Oh yeah?
He was signing them for a couple years. I've been wanting to make music. I done had a deal offer from Universal. just didn't have enough money to my liking. I had an AR break it down to me why they not paying me, whoop-de-whoop, blase, blah. And it gave me an independent mindset. Like, I understand how the grind go, all that shit, man. Listen, I don't give a fuck about no rapper. Don't nobody. Kendrick Lamar. Never mind. Anyways, so, but yeah, a couple people might die off at first. It may happen.
Man,
I would not lie to anybody.
I don't want nobody die. I don't want to do something.
What you gonna do where ain't nobody gonna die?
Well, do what we're doing now. Just elevate.
Niggas dying every day.
Let's focus. Yeah, but
you buy the wrong
ain't because of me though. It's gonna be because of you though.
Nah, not because of me. I'm talking about
yeah. There's a solution to not dying. I'm sure there is. Like, if I wanted to convince, I'm biased. Like, I live in Japan, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
If I wanted to convince him to come live over here, I'd be like, I'm biased. You come over here, you got $5,000, you got way more money out on the streets. The food quality is better, the water quality is better, the people are much nicer, and the education is much smoother. Those would be reasons why he would move out, and I would list those reasons. It's like, what reasons?
But most of them niggas is a lie.
Yeah, but that would be like, you're gonna die. I'm like, all right, the hell, man.
Nah, listen, and that's not for everybody, right? Like, bruh, they been said years before Columbus came here. Niggas already knew America was over here, but it took niggas a minute to say, like, fuck it, we'll risk it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, like how they said, the whole fucking first site of Jamestown died. Like, but niggas came back. Like, that's what we got to stop being afraid to do. Like, for real, because like the whole point is, honestly, listen, what's like they said, it's 43 million blacks, like FBAs in America, right? If it's 43 million FBAs and 1 million of us die, but the other 42 million own everything, the house you got, the land your house on, the car you drive, everything you own. You telling me that wasn't worth the million?
Bro, that sounds like Wakanda, man. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
I mean, it could sound like that, but that's what it could be. I'm not even being funny. It really is, like, to a certain extent, because like this what and even down to you, unbiased. This is what I was trying to point out. Yeah, the pharmacy may have a company, but the workers are black workers. We still got that knowledge. We can come and replicate that, brother.
You better be qualified. Wait, first of all, you gotta be a scientist. Like, so some of that stuff going on in the pharmacy company, you gotta be a scientist yourself. So now, yeah. So I'm glad you got back to that. You talk about Elon Musk and all that stuff, bro. If you run a pharmaceutical company, most likely the owners, a lot of them will always be scientists, but some of them are. But some of them be like Bill Gates. They just be investors. But that don't mean they don't sit there and learn with the scientists, bro. So when you invest in something, you're going to be educated by the people performing it. You watch Shark Tank, right? They're investors. Sure. Right, they're investors. And what did Mark Cuban do? He asked them a bunch of questions to learn their operation. Now, does he do what they do? No, but they educate him what they're doing, where they're going to go, at what month, what quarter, and then he gets educated. He works with them closely, and now he knows that. So that don't make him a scientist. He just knows what is expected.
He got more knowledge than a regular man, but far less knowledge than any scientist. That's all I'm saying. Like, Elon Musk.
Yeah, but that don't mean they can't go out there and speak about what the scientists told them was happening.
Nah, you can't. But Donald Trump. Let me put it like this:
Donald Trump is not a economist. But guess what? He's going to speak on the economy. He's not this. He's not that. But guess what? He's going to speak on it because they're going to prep him. The expert's going to show him what they found. They're going to prep him when he's going to say it.
It's like this, right? Elon. If you go and check this nigga track record of how much stupid shit he done actually said, and people believe it. Mars, us going to Mars, that alone, that is the fact that people don't realize that that's the stupidest shit ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, this nigga, like, in 5 years, I'm gonna make a spaceship that take 100 niggas to Mars. Bro, it's not even a fucking place on the moon. Where are you gonna get gas at, nigga?
He don't use gas.
You have to use. I mean, I'm not gas. Fuel, rocket fuel. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Fuck you.
You know Tesla, right?
Fuck you. You grammar Nazi ass. Nah, but you get what I mean. I'm just saying.
Got him.
if you look at any other like scientists, like actual like scientists, like rocket people who work in NASA and everything, it's a lot of people you can watch on YouTube just talking about like, is this theory possible? And motherfuckers will tell you straight out, bro, that shit's not possible. But the common man believe that shit because that's the thing. Like, yeah, Elon's smart enough to where he can say something above the average man's intellect. So it's gonna have to take you enough research to where you kind of like, I don't even really want to look into it. I'm gonna just take the nigga word for it.
Yeah, but what I think is crazy though, he's the first person to build a rocket to actually land, and we're telling him what's possible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a certain point in our history where people say, "Oh, this is impossible. That is impossible," but we're doing it now. So I think just because
one bona fide, he got it literally bought from NASA.
But I think just because, but listen, I think just because some bona fide scientist says this isn't possible doesn't mean that that is the case.
No, I agree. Now listen to me. I don't agree with anybody saying what you can and can't do. I'm saying in the frames and bounds and shit that he be saying. For instance, the speed train. Y'all remember that? The hyper train. It was supposed to go from like Las Vegas to California. Y'all remember that? What happened to it?
How fast were they saying it was going to go?
Basically like break the sonic boom barrier, whatever, however fast that is. Faster, hyper speed. Like they're supposed to go from Vegas to Cali in like an hour and 30 minutes. San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken. He made the tunnel, got the money, because everybody was going crazy, like, oh, he about to buy. He telling them he could do. Made the tunnel, got the money. Cars drive through that tunnel. It is no train.
Right. But like you said, though, people learn from their failures. I'm talking about, the Black Panther movement earlier.
What I'm saying. We can't only apply that logic when it's a white man. For real, no offense, everybody. Bro. We can't permit and say, oh, well, he can learn from it, because that's what I'm saying. We can learn from our mistakes too. That's all I'm saying with that Panther shit. Listen,
but this
Panthers didn't do it right. Nah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I think so. This is what I was saying, because I don't know, and we don't have to go back to that conversation. But I think what you said earlier, and you could just say I'm wrong or right, whatever. But what I think you said earlier was that the Black Panther was successful because they failed so much, and then other people picked it up, and you guys started talking about business. So I'm making the same point with Elon Musk. That's all I'm doing.
Nah. I said they failed, but we can learn from it. I said
we can learn from Elon Musk's failure.
Huh?
I think we can learn from Elon Musk's failure, and a train that goes. And a train that goes that fast between those two locations, that's a big impact.
Bro, that nigga ain't getting. Listen, now it's no train in there, so it's just.
I'm saying, like think about this. Think about this.
That's the
people
problem.
in the 1940s will probably say, if we showed them a car today, they'll probably be like, no, that's impossible. If we just drew a concept.
Oh yeah, especially like a self-driving car. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like an Elon or Tesla car. But even down to that, he bought Tesla from. See what I'm saying? I don't like when we even like you were saying. I do understand we know the Panthers because it's a more fantabulous story. And same thing with the Elons. Even though I am saying Elon the genius, like to a certain extent, especially a financial one, because you're one of the richest people in the world. You compete for number 1 and number 2 every year. So financially, you're definitely a genius. However, overall genius, I don't think I can agree.
What's the difference between an overall genius and the other one?
I say it like my grandma used to tell me, right? Everybody a genius at something. So you may be stupid as fucking math, but you really good at reading. You may be really ass at reading, but you crazy at drawing. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody a genius at something. Like, and I personally believe that. Now, an overall genius means you good in read, math, write, everything. It's nothing you really not soaking that knowledge up, peeping that game in. You feel me? Like you on everything. Elon not that on everything. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't been too many fallacies. But I will say, like you said, you can't learn from it. But the problem I get out of learning with him right now is it seems like you can finesse anybody as long as you got the, you know what I'm saying, the right story.
Yeah, and don't think I'm defending Elon. I'm just looking at your points for what they are. That's all it is.
No, I think
Yeah, because I have a different stance on a lot of things, but I'm just seeing where you stand and seeing where the conversation can kind of go.
Nah, and look, bro, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know what time it is in the morning, nigga. I love having these talks because shit, whatever time it is in the morning for me, nigga, I'm still love having this talk because I do love having these debates with people. Don't get me wrong. Even if y'all feel I'm disagreeing with y'all like a motherfucker, I am. But I'm really doing so and taking everything y'all saying and really looking at y'all perspectives too. You feel me? Like I soak up all that knowledge. Like I do love everybody's individuality, how people feel about it. You feel me? Because that's who make us who we are, right? Everybody not gonna agree. It ain't nothing wrong with it. I think the only thing that if anybody should do is maybe morally basis wise, like we should set up standards on that. But I don't even know how the fuck we got from FBA to all this. You feel?
Yeah, no, I think it was because I was just posing questions about. I was just asking questions about what you guys were talking about. But all really unbiased and definitely myself try to do is like if you say something here and we talk about something different and you say something different over here, we're like, wait, and we try to like point it out to you because even unbiased, like you just pointed out to me that I'm inconsistent in certain spots. I'm like, oh dang, So that's all conversation here really, or at least right now, that's all it's really geared towards. Is like, seeing how consistent argumentation can go.
Oh yeah, not for sure. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a little debate club honoree. You feel me? But
yeah, don't just disagree just for the sake of disagreement.
Nah, yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like I said, bro, I really listen. I ain't gonna make no argument about nothing I don't truly believe in. You feel me? Everything I'm saying in here, I believe in everything I'm saying. If y'all say something and I'm like, I don't know that, and I find out that's some shit, I swear to God, I really put that, and you'll hear me with, that's my inconsistency, if anything. If I do learn I'm wrong, I will start admitting, like, nah, I thought that way, but that ain't what it was, and it's really what it is. You feel like?
Yeah.
But, nah, the shit was informative, because I definitely ain't heard damn, what's they call it, the defense? The Deacons of Defense.
Deacons for Defense. Yeah, look.
I've never heard of them either. I'm gonna look them up.
Yeah.
Where you getting this from, unbiased?
You know what I should do?
School, nigga. You seen that movie, nigga?
Yeah, you know what y'all should do? Y'all should read about it first before a movie, like a documentary, whatever. Y'all should read about it first. Yeah.
Nah, for sure. Yeah. Nah, I pick the book over anything. The book got more for me, Joe. It just feel more personal.
It got more details. It got more specific things. It's not gonna leave nothing out. It's not gonna exaggerate.
Yeah. It ain't like you said. It ain't doing shit just for good movie scenes type shit. You know what I mean? That shit. No. Hey, if you reading the book, nigga, you must have been interested. Get all of this. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with
Which
that
book
one.
is it, unbiased?
Nah, not a book, because it's a story. So you can go on Google, Wikipedia, whatever, and it's there, Britannica, whatever is there.
Deacons, plural of defense?
No, Deacon for Defense.
Deacon for Defense.
Yeah. It might be Deacons. I think it's plural. Deacons. Yeah.
Yeah, it is Deacons. Yeah.
I'm into them. I'm gonna be real though. I want to put something like, y'all right though. Let me if I get my foothold, fuck it, follow me, fam.
You know what's funny, unbiased? I've never debated the systemic racist topic.
Really?
I've never debated it.
Wow. Nah, listen. I you know what's crazy about this? This is a conversation I have with my brother often, man. Cause my brother, like, listen, my brother believe in Trump. Like, he don't. Hey, listen, I don't like black people being on
invite him up here. Yeah, invite him up.
Invite your brother here.
He brought up a lot of points y'all brought up just in a different way. You feel me?
Nah, but I'm gonna cook him though, because if he thinks Trump is like some superhero, I'm gonna cook on him too.
Nah, see, me personally, I tell everybody with that political shit, like that's why. And listen, that's why I say government. We got to separate, because it's the government problem. It's not a people problem. I don't think like white people per se are racist or anything like that for real. I think, but systematically, yeah.
No, because but people run the government. There's people in place to okay, look, just listen. So if I go for a federal loan, right, and I go to a bank, and there's the disgruntled Karen there, and she see me, oh hell no. She have all these stereotypes about me. She can make it hard and make it whereas I don't get the loan. Like she don't certain things I give her, she don't accept, she act like she never got it. And and she could say, hey, time passed, it took too long, we didn't fill the stuff out, you don't qualify. So like in that, and so she's being racist, right? So but the job didn't tell her to do that. Like there's nothing there to say, hey, do this. That's something she did on her own. Yeah. So now the system didn't say do that.
No, but listen.
She decided to do that. And that's the systematic we're talking about. That's what happens. That's how you get discriminated against. It's computers don't discriminate. People do. People look at you and say, you know what?
And that's what, listen. If a system was already in place for you to be doing that before you came along, the person that trained you, they may not even told you the reason why you need to do a certain thing. But you just like, shit, I'm not training.
Bro, if the end result is turning somebody over because of their race, ethnicity, bro, it's clear it's discrimination. Come on, bro.
You said what?
I said, bro, if the end result is I'm turning this person away because they're black or female, it's clear that I'm being taught to discriminate and to uphold some racist system. It's clear.
I mean, it is, but it ain't. Because it's like y'all, no offense. When we was arguing with y'all,
how you conclude.
No, listen. When we were arguing, what Brett kept saying, well, that ain't the same. And you said it too, even a couple times. Well, that ain't exactly what we're saying. That's how everybody play the game.
Okay,
when
so
they try, when
so
it's
give
something
me
that
give me a scenario.
When somebody got liked or something.
Okay, so
you'll
give me a
always
scenario.
feign a little.
All right. Okay, so give me a scenario. So
Talk.
I'm coming to Bank of America right now. Okay. I'm trying to apply for a home loan, right? Standard conventional loan. I got bread, 20%. So I'm going to the bank to take out a loan, for a home, a bank loan. Okay, tell me how, because the bank is going to discriminate and deny me. Tell me who's doing it, who's telling them to do it. Like show me the process, how this happens. Go ahead.
You said show you the process of how they would discriminate against you?
Yeah.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. Are you looking for one singular thing or the
Give me a
multitude of
scenario.
options, ways that can happen?
If the system is flawed and racist, right? Then that means that there's an order of operations, PEDMAS. So I'm at the bank. I'm black. Everybody see I'm black. How do you think the process would go in order for me to be disqualified? Like, what would need to happen?
That's what I'm saying. It's a multitude of ways.
Okay.
So I can't really
give me one.
It's just simply off how you look.
Right, but hey, okay, ma'am, I still want to apply. Can I get the papers? Now what?
No, you don't have an account here, and I don't believe you have the money to do the transaction you favor.
Well, you ain't,
I would like you to
but you
exit the bill.
wait. Matter of fact, ma'am, I do got an account, and I got $100,000 in there, so I do.
I'm
have
calling the police,
next.
sir. You need to leave.
Yeah, but hold up. But who told her to do that though? See, that's her own will.
Nobody.
Exactly. So
but that's what I'm saying.
He's trying to show you. He's trying to show you it's not according to the policy of the bank to turn people away. It's the people that turn people away. It's not the system.
It don't have to be the policy or something. though. It's like I'm saying, right?
But when it comes
do you
to,
have
but
to
listen,
tell a
but wait,
man,
listen,
hey, I'm a murder
wait,
you
listen.
before you kill him.
But listen, we agree. Me and unbiased will definitely agree that there are racist people within the system. But to say that the system is racist means that there's some sort of procedure that limits or restricts this type of person from getting this type of service or whatever it is. Yeah. That's the whole point. So he's saying, give me a scenario where I would not be able to. You said, by the way you look. Okay, well, that would be based on a person. That wouldn't be based on a policy.
They could be teaching you that at the job.
If they're teaching it to you, that's the people still.
I'm gonna
go back to the people
system that I'm
right
from the beginning, like the government system, because I ain't gonna lie, for a bank, that's harder.
But you just said if you was wrong, you would admit you're wrong, and
no, I can say I'm wrong. Like if I'm wrong,
but
in there,
if you're
I
being
can't
taught,
really give you a scenario with a bank, because that's an open end thing, right? Like that's more of like you said, like some policy shit. I'm talking about the government. So
in your example, real quick before you go government, in your example, you said, yeah, but you could be being taught that. But isn't a person teaching you that, not a policy?
Yeah, for sure. And
That's
then
that's
a
that's
person make
Elijah's
the
point.
bank.
Yeah, but you don't make the policy that way. You teach it to
But
people
that's what I'm
under the
saying. You don't have
the
to make no
books.
policy that way. That's all I'm saying. It's not like everything has to be said to be
Yeah.
done.
Right. So if you don't have to make a policy, then the system is not racist. The people are.
So if the people running the system are racist, the system isn't racist?
No, because the system is basically how things are done. It's a laid out set of rules. But if the people
But
bypass
if it's
those rules,
being
but listen,
done by
if the
racist people who are going
if
to
the
make
system,
racist actions.
But listen, if the system says for these reasons you will not let anybody get a loan, but then a person comes along that works in the system says, no, we're going to add some more things. Black people, Asians, Mexicans, they can't get loans. That's not the system being racist. That's the person being racist. Just because they work for the system, that doesn't mean anything.
Though.
That doesn't mean anything. That's like saying
that
a
would be
Muslim.
an action.
But listen, that's like
that
saying
you
a
would
Muslim
take with the system, correct? Because you're not taking this action and it's outside of the system.
No, but you're taking this action as a part of the system, but you yourself are taking that action, not the system telling you to take that action. So that's the difference. That would be like saying like saying because there's a Muslim in the American military, therefore the military is Muslim in America. That's not how that works. That's just that person. That's who that person is. That doesn't explain the military itself or all these other facets. So that's the same thing with, like, for instance, the bank. The same exact thing.
But if the person who's the head of the military is Muslim and all of a sudden it's a lot of Muslims in here.
Right. Now we have a Muslim president, so now we have a Muslim country. So now the military is Muslim. That is different.
I'm saying. So the
but that's different.
Not now functioning in a racist manner.
No. Just because the people are.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
no, that doesn't logically follow. That doesn't
government,
logically follow.
And like I said, business wise, that's personal, right? Like you said, I am gonna give that like, because businesses, and even but it does tie in because the back again. I'm just saying, listen, the government itself said, hey, so y'all don't talk shit about us doing slavery, forcing people to do this labor. We do this shit called capitalism over here. I know none of y'all ever heard of that or fuck with, but we do it here, and it's where you capitalize off another motherfucker.
Wait, that's not what capitalism. Come on.
Oh my God, definition.
That is. It is. Let's be 100.
No, it's not. No,
like
it's
not. Taking advantage of the situation. It is. Let's be real.
Oh my God.
Come on, brother. We got the listen. It's no reason why we are like one of the least healthiest countries, but wealthiest. That's not sensible. You get what I'm saying? Because
no, it is. We're the least healthiest because we over-engorge because we're so wealthy.
Because systematically, the government has set up industry wise to keep things flowing. Those wouldn't benefit if we were healthy. Your healthcare system that wouldn't benefit if niggas was living long and good. We could be living way longer, but guess what? How does that benefit the fucking insurance company? You feel
but this
is
outside of the topic of systemic racism. This is another topic.
It's not
completely.
Those are government. Now that's what I'm saying. Now, when we talk about businesses, that I can say things that are government-oriented businesses are the big businesses that's running things. Because even down to things like farming, Monsanto's and all that, government ran shit. Bill Gates and shit. Motherfuckers is out here pulling shit and doing shit, and like that's what I'm saying. We can't act like, well, if it ain't on paper in front of our face today, we got to ignore it, because guess what? Conspiracies are conspiracies until 30 years or 20 years go by, and guess what? We find out we all facts. Nigga, I know when y'all was kids, we was getting told, aliens ain't real, motherfucker.
Yeah, but when it comes to like getting jobs or like getting into college, like Black people as a whole have a greater chance to get in than white people when it comes to opportunity.
1,000% 100 believe that, but it's not going to happen.
So what would that be a form of?
Either.
But what would that be? What would that be called? What would you call that?
Systemic racism.
So define racism. I'm kind of confused on what you're saying.
Doing something against another group.
So putting Black kids in college and giving them jobs.
No, I think that's something that we need and we should have. However, I'm saying, if we being honest.
Wait, hold up. Wait, because I want to go back to your point. you said something that benefited Black people, as in jobs and college, that's racist, but then you define racist as doing something against another group. So how is that against Black people?
No, that's against white people.
No, but it wouldn't be racist to Black people then.
No, I ain't say it was racist to Black people, but it is racist to white people. That's what I said.
I mean,
I'm not gonna lie.
Not
even
really
that's
when you said
systematic.
not
But
really
it
when you said
doesn't.
that you said that they got a 250-year head start, so it wouldn't really be racist. They're just trying to.
I agree with that. That would be trying to help us catch up, quote unquote. But the
It
problem
wouldn't be
with
racist
that
to anybody.
No, listen. The only problem I have with that, then like I said, I'm not against it. Seriously, I'm not talking shit about it or none of that nature. Even down to food stamps, I'm not talking shit about any of these things. However, what I'm saying is the problem is they're regulating what we're supposed to be getting, which isn't really sensible. You're basically telling us, oh, your reparations is food stamps impossible. If your kid's smart enough, but guess what? Your kid gonna be born in a poor area. The schooling really ain't that good. The teachers don't give a fuck. If you make it out this bitch and you graduate, be happy you graduated from high school. Because that's what most
make it out.
You've been
now
go
but
to
it's
college?
it's like
most of you
but
niggas. Unless you're doing some sports or some shit.
Smart people, what they do, they don't just dream about things. They have a vision. They have a plan.
No,
they say,
now I agree with that.
But look, this is not what the Black community is doing as a whole. We're saying, hey, I want to do this. I want to be in the NBA. I want to do this. A lot of people aren't putting that work in. I don't know what the percentage of people that actually go into the NBA, but it's very small, and it's not a realistic goal.
Oh, no,
so I'm saying, like, we don't set realistic goals for ourselves. So of course we're gonna look at the cards that we're dealt.
I ain't gonna lie, the game
I can't do nothing with this.
NIL though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, just because you look at the cards you're dealt and you say I can't do nothing with this, that's your attitude. That's your fault.
Oh no,
you can literally, you know what I'm saying?
I don't
like,
disagree with that. You are my brother, low key. You don't know this, but listen, because this is the same thing he was saying. But this is what you gotta understand about that. And what you said, I like what you said too. You said, well, smart people. The problem and fact of the matter is you have to admit most people are dumb.
Yeah. How do you change that? That's the point. You don't just grow up smart.
You can't, that's what I'm saying. We can't just tell them, hey, man, hey, I'm smart enough to get out of that situation. You should be too. I can make a motherfucker, you should. That ain't really how it works in real life. It's dumb people who don't know no better. So we got to go back and really take the time to educate them people. And that's going to take time. Because let's be real, like, it's nothing. That's why I said, if we separate.
But do you agree? Do you agree it starts with every generation? It's not like we're just slowly growing the smartness, and at one point we're birthing smart babies. Like, it's each generation. You got to teach somebody. Your father has to teach you, and your son has to teach their son, and so on and so forth.
I don't believe that.
So you don't think, like, say for instance, I come from stupid family. Nobody ever went to college. Do you think I could go to college and teach my kid to do the same?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so that does happen. You just said it didn't happen.
No, I didn't say it didn't happen. I said I don't believe in, like, you saying it got to take a generation. I'm saying, like, shit, you maybe personally, one person before that generation comes can double.
Yeah,
you
but
may,
before any,
like you said,
before any growth happens,
the average person may go from a dumb family and go to college, but some people may be able to go from college to being, a dumb family to being a fucking rocket, an astronaut. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
And that's a cultural change that has to happen at the basic level. If it doesn't happen with the individual, it's not going to happen with the community. No, like, for instance, Bias brought up a good point a while ago. He said, look at us and look at, like, for instance, Asian people. We both came from different countries, and yes, circumstances are different, but these Asian people come over here with nothing, and they become doctors, and they are generational doctors because they come in and they put in the work. And there is a need for certain things like scientists, lawyers, doctors, and we could be filling that need, but we're not. We had a good conversation,
it's
about
because
that.
We don't have enough. How I was just saying about the million dying. We don't got enough of that. Them Chinese niggas do. That's the truth of the matter, bro. We don't have enough pressure on. We Americanized now. We done forgot being, like, the hard part of like the thugging part of, not even saying thugging, but just saying I don't know what to encompass that brute part of. It's not we just started like they done told us so long, quit being that way. Well, we like, yeah, stop acting like niggas. But it was nothing ever wrong with being like niggas. The thing that we failed to really mostly pay attention to was they was telling you don't be like niggas because they couldn't do it. You feel me? Like they hated rapping till they was like, oh, we can get in here too. Vanilla Ice can drop a track. Ice Ice Baby. Oh shit, we are. Oh shit, the fuck it. We rocking with that shit. Yeah, shit not cool when they can't do it. But we should have just embraced that. We still do. That's what I'm saying. Except for me personally, I think that separating is the thing we need. Because that's the only way we could figure that back out. Like, it's nothing wrong with most of the, if we talking ghetto, it's nothing wrong with that. The main thing was wrong with that was they can't understand it. Guess what? You come around talking to them, it's basically Chinese.
Yeah, but come on, man. Like, bro, if you go to Japan and you don't understand anybody, you're not gonna like it either. You know what I'm saying?
But you're not gonna be mad at them. You're not gonna tell them, hey man, speak English.
If you can speak English and you can like literally easily be understood and you're not doing so on purpose, that's a difference. That would be like if I'm talking to a Japanese.
That's what language is. That's what language is. It's something that you or the normal person can't understand. That's what even down to the FBA shit, bro. This is where we fucking up with opening our doors.
But listen, like
don't throw our culture away because somebody telling you that ain't correct.
Right. No one's saying throw your culture away, but like say for instance that I speak Spanish and me and you were talking and you know I speak English and I'm speaking to you in Spanish. Would you get upset?
I'd be like, nigga, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, and if I kept speaking to you in Spanish, expecting you to understand, would you get upset at a point?
No, I mean I'm gonna walk off for because if you speak in Spanish, I know I can't understand it. I can't force you to talk English. If you play,
yeah, but I speak English. You know I speak English. Like I'm talking to you right now, and then another time
the Chinese people at the fucking nail shop talk English, but you don't say shit when they be in there ching chong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because they're not talking to you,
huh?
Because they're not talking to you.
Exactly.
Right, but if I'm
the
talking,
nigga language is for niggas to understand. So don't.
Okay, so I got a question about your segregation. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
So in this segregated thing, whatever you're gonna do, if it's gonna be in the nation, out the nation, whatever, what are we gonna do to fix single parent households in the Black community?
Oh, that'll fix itself.
How?
That'll fix itself. It will. Like, we just not around each other no more. We so distant. I ain't gonna lie to you now. This is a wild personal thing. I also think, but I this is definitely something I would never impose publicly. Okay, but I will admit this. Like, just saying for myself, got to take away the internet in some sense. Like the social media, definitely. Everything else can reside. Let the internet go back to the early 2000s, late 90s, where niggas made blogs and shit like that. If you can't make it yourself, you can't be on the internet. Now, if you want to take the time and learn how to do that so you can do that, go ahead. But if you're trying to make something that everybody else can get access to, nope.
I don't get how the single parent households will fix themselves.
I mean, like, let's be 100. Most people of a certain age already have kids with a parent, a person. You know what I'm saying? Even if they're not together.
Let me phrase it like this. So what would be different of being segregated than us being here? And how would that just not magically, because I'm not going to straw man your argument, but how would that just naturally fix it? Because you can't say Black people are not close together. We're in the same communities. A lot of these people, like you said, can't get out of certain neighborhoods. So we're very close. The two young adults that get together and have those relations.
But we not close in logic because what we being fed is still something controlled from us.
But it's not like the father is having a baby and then moving away thousands of miles. Like
what we being fed is what's affecting us. That's why we can't naturally do it. Because guess what? Even like I was saying, entertainer and all that shit. What you seeing if you or hearing when you listen to music is fuck your bitch. Treat her like shit.
Putting that out?
See hoes shaking their ass. You get online, you see niggas with red pill, blue pill, and fucking bitches looking stupid and doing shit on
AT, when it comes
Instagram.
to degrading women, though, who's putting that content out?
Not us. That's all I'm saying. Like you said, it ain't no black people that's owning this shit. We don't own Facebook nor Instagram.
No, but I'm saying, like, when it comes to music degrading women, who's putting that out?
Oh, Jewish people. It ain't us. Again, we don't own
you're
the
telling
label.
me, you're telling me that black people listen to Jewish rappers,
No,
and it's like a whole.
A Jewish
it's like
man
a whole.
on the record label who say who gonna be at the head of this, who we putting the most money in.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still
no label. Listen,
who are the people that's putting that music out? That's the question. Like,
no,
who is doing the music themselves and recording it?
Listen, shit will always be made, but that don't mean that's what we approve of, right? What it is not. Listen,
yeah, but nobody's forcing anybody to make music, though. Nobody's putting a gun to their head saying make this music. It's just, hey, I'm offering you some money.
And there's nothing wrong with you making the music. What something's wrong with is it being highlighted. Now, who is highlighting? Because you wouldn't know that music if that wasn't on that label, right? It'd be another nigga on YouTube you calling trash. Let's be real.
Yeah, but nobody listens to music because they say, "Oh, did you hear it? This Jewish rabbi, he bought this record."
No, everybody say, "Bro, you
everybody's
heard that
looking
song?
At the person. Everybody's looking at the rapper. They're
no,
idolizing the rapper.
Saying,
and they're listening to the music.
That shit playing everywhere. Or you right, the rapper. But who is putting the people out there, paying the people to say, "Hey, make sure this nigga seen everywhere. Hey, make sure they hear this song over and over." Is it a black man?
I mean, that doesn't really matter because my whole point.
Because guess what?
Yeah,
it's a bunch of black people that's saying nothing but positive shit on rap, right? Them same labels not putting the money into them, though, right?
Sure. Yeah, because people don't even want to hear that, even on the other side.
No, they would if that's what you were getting, or even if that was what was really probably your main choice. Because you don't live in a club, brother. Nobody sits there all day long and want to hear crazy thug killing niggas, smoking packs and shit, man. And I'm a real live hood nigga. I'm not saying this on no crazy shit. I'm just being real. Like even how you were talking about compared. My mama got 8 kids, nigga. I really come from that situation, but I made it out of that much better. You feel me? But however, I'm saying that still don't stop the fact that I look, man. This shit ain't controlled by us. Yes, people who gonna make the music, but we not the ones highlighting it. And why you think it's so much revolting music-wise now? Like, why everybody saying, bro, we not even listening to shit, bro. We tired of that shit. That shit getting lame, bro. All niggas doing is smacking bitches and like, and that's not even just grown up. I'm talking about that's kids, like nigga.
We got
kids
there.
Like I listen to nothing but 90s R&B type shit.
Yeah, no, me too. But I'm saying like we got to that conversation because we're talking about how is the single parent household gonna fix itself, and you said, well, a lot of it is because of music and how women are portrayed and stuff like this. But our own people are the ones that are going in the studios to try to make money off of this. No matter who's up top, they are the ones that are going out.
But that's what I'm saying. We're in the system of capitalism. We're in the system of capitalism.
Right,
so
but you're joining in on it. Yeah, but you're joining in on it and you're degrading and making something.
That's what we're told. This is your capitalist society. We're being taught. That's what I'm saying. Under the government we're in. That's the side. So you're taught to take advantage of what you have. If you have a talent,
are you taught by?
Take advantage of that financially, right?
You have aspirations of doing whatever you're gonna do, producing. But like you didn't just get that from the white man. You got that from another person that you're inspired by, whatever race he is. And same thing with young rappers coming up. They see these black rappers doing all these different things.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You
that.
Can't even use me for that. I'm real different. I actually
but you had somebody that inspired
I rap like 90s guys.
yeah, but you had some inspiration. You had somebody you looked. What's up? No more stuff on your hair. Oh, now I gotta wash your hair. Awesome. No, what is this? Oh, no, get out of here. Oh my gosh. Turn away from her for 2 seconds. No. But like for instance, you idolize somebody. And that's the whole point is that, a lot of these people are coming up, they're doing the same thing and they're saying, oh, this person did this works, this makes money, and this is how I'm gonna do this. But we're hurting ourselves, like, we're hurting ourselves, like you said.
You can't.
So I don't think
I
it comes
agree
from
with
this.
that.
I don't
But
think it comes from the
again,
top. I'm not saying
it's
that people
not
on top
them
are helping.
Do they reward themselves? Like
But
that's what I'm saying.
it's like saying this. It's like saying this. A person who shot up a school, we need to also sue the company that made that gun. Like, no. You need to go after the person that actually pulled the trigger, not the person who made the gun. You know what I'm saying?
I don't feel like
That's
that's
not
a
how you
good
look at
one.
that's not how you look at heads of companies, especially when it comes to music. If our own black people are saying, view women like this and we do this and it breaks up the homes, we have ourselves to blame.
Listen, I'm not saying, like I said, people will make that, but people are not choosing to listen to that. That's not really what they fake saying. I'm hot. Listen, nobody said I want to go to BET and all they gonna play now is Lil Durk and NBA YoungBoy. That's what those people chose to put on there. And then none of those people are our color, bro. That's all I'm saying. It's a difference between, yeah, you can make the music, but they don't reward themselves for the music. It's not like when they was making this music before that label came, none of them had like billions, millions of views. None of them had real live hit songs. Niggas man had 1 million views, which when you think about it in the bigger aspect of things, that ain't shit. Like
Yeah, but
that's not even.
when it comes to direct implication, though, I'll put a situation out there for you. Let's say I wanted to write a book and I wanted to use a certain publisher, and I'm writing a book on how great the KKK is. Now, direct implication, I'm the one that's directly, responsible for it. But you could say later, hey, why did this bookstore put this out? But they're not going to get more heat than me for it because I'm the one that actually wrote that content.
Oh, not for
So
sure. I ain't gonna say who even gonna get the most heat, but I'm gonna say in the society we are building, you cannot because until maybe 10, 15, 12 years ago, somewhere around there, right? We didn't see stupid ass rap. You ain't see it. I ain't saying everything was like, oh, uplift women and shit, but I'm saying shit wasn't niggas wearing dresses and I ain't even talking shit about mumble rap. I'm just being real. Like that shit. That's when the shit really started getting like trashy. Let's be real. Like when it went from like a bitch had to be Missy Elliott for us to give a fuck about her to you was Nicki Minaj. And let's be honest, it was cool that Nicki could rap, but most niggas was just looking at Nicki ass. You know what I'm saying? Like that's when we got in that phase. So it wasn't because we said, oh, this the new wave. It was because record labels said, man, I ain't gonna lie. These niggas who can actually rap, they want more money. And I ain't gonna lie, we kind of do gotta pay them more money. Hey, we got this clown ass nigga over here talking this stupid ass shit. He a dumb ass nigga. We could pay him more money, give him a 360 deal, and just keep putting that shit on the airwaves until we make our money back plus more and put his dumb ass on tour. Like that's what they chose to do. You feel me? We ain't have no control over that. So
yeah, I just feel like the place that our community's in, it's self-inflicted. Like nobody has put us in such a worse spot than ourselves. Like we get out of slavery, we have all these opportunities, and yet now we have so many single parent households. I think it's like 70-something% of black mothers are single.
I mean, that's what we taught though.
No, it's not
And
what we
I ain't
taught.
being funny. That's what I'm saying. I just feel that like we kind of let go that I think like not even I think like this is what all the motherfuckers is talking about. Malcolm X, the Panthers, all these motherfuckers is talking about. This was the plan, and
but like when you look at
somehow we
that,
just ignored that shit and just like now we acting like, and that's all I'm saying. I don't know what we got lost in terms of like got comfortable. We got too comfortable. That's really what I feel like. Maybe it was the 2000s somewhere, but like we got too comfortable in this bitch, and that's really where motherfuckers fucked up. But like
I think like look at that. Like look at the single mother percentage rate in the black community. Look at how many black people are the ones signing up for abortions. We're killing our own people before they're even born, and we don't even have the father in the house to give that order so that those young men that are being raised by women, a lot of them are going out and committing crimes. We have the highest crime rate out of any racial group in America. And but listen, I don't think that segregating, I don't think that's going to do anything. You're still going to have the same mindset. You're still going to want to kill your babies, not be in the home as a father, and you're still going to grow up with mothers who are.
That's why I said a million people might die. Because if you have
nobody's going to survive.
If you don't change, it's not saying you got to change your whole life in terms of how you think, move, but in terms of what the actions you do, especially over here, it has to change. Because it's about
nobody's going to survive. Nobody's going to survive that.
Nah, many will survive. I think most will survive.
Think about this. Here's a scenario.
Because that's why I said we'll naturally come back and bond. Because guess what? Guess what our best attribute is? We is friendly motherfuckers for real. Even your killer is killer. He really a friendly motherfucker. He just ain't, you know what I'm saying? He don't fuck with everybody. But around the right motherfucker, bro, that motherfucker, I'm talking about, lay his life down, do this, that, and the fifth. Like, that's us as black people, bro. That's why we do have so much friendships with everybody else, even if they feel.
But listen, so if we as black people, if we don't value education, if we don't value the united home front, and if we don't value the lives of the young black children that are coming up via abortion, none of that, it doesn't matter where we go. We're still going to not thrive.
Some things are going to happen on a numerical basis, right? Like, black people have the highest in-between rates because of just the situation at hand. Like, just like I was saying, like how white people got the most food stamps. I mean, it's sometimes numerical things just gonna work a certain way. We the only ones that was really ever caged like that. And I hate to say it like that, and I know I don't want to keep bringing it back to the past, but I can't. That's the thing about me personally. I can't act like everything can be ignored. I know everything ain't on paper, so I ain't gonna sit there and say for sure, but I do feel genetically some things is trained into you based off things just your people's picked up. Like, and that's how
I don't think something can be genetically trained into you. Like, as far as what? What do you mean?
I know it. I'm gonna be real with you. I almost want to turn my camera on, bro, because I could show you myself, then show you my son. Man, first of all, we look like I made this nigga by myself. Second of all, it's things he done did because I'm with him every day. Like you said, family, for me personally, I know that's the most important thing. You feel me? Like, teaching your kids. I homeschool my kids. Like, I'm with that shit. So I know teaching their mind, training their minds to work a certain way is the best way. But bruh, this boy do things. He always been accurate with a gun. I hate to say that. I ain't that type of person no more, but that was my childhood. Like, being active out here doing wild shit. So, like, and he ain't, I ain't got near gun he done seen up in here. I ain't saying I ain't got none, but I ain't got near one he done seen up in here. He ain't never went hunting with me. He ain't never seen me shoot at nobody. You know what I'm saying? None of that type shit. So how he know to roll on the ground and aim and correctly shoot that shit and shit? Like, that's
so not. You don't watch YouTube or nothing?
No, I don't look. I don't let my kids the phone things, shit like that. That's what I'm saying. All that shit, we gotta separate from that shit. Because even with even how you saying, like, what is the solution with it? It's not no immediate solution. I'm gonna say it again, but we have to cut out social media because you're not going by your true individuality anymore. You really throwing this all into a hive mind, and the hive mind really was telling you what to do. Like, and that's never gonna work. It's just never gonna work. Like, if you look at any
that's just community. That's just community, though.
Yeah, but we don't have no communities. That's what I'm saying. That's why everything seems.
No, I don't think we have a good community. We have a community. We don't have a good community.
And listen, I ain't gonna agreeing with the burner nigga, but I will say, like, at this point, the world is seeming like it don't have no identity. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody like, oh, y'all do this what we can too. Everything for everybody. Oh, y'all say this, we saying that too. Oh, yeah, man, bro, you know how many people never been to Atlanta but said slime for years? Like, I was in places I know niggas shouldn't have been saying no fucking slime. Like, hear niggas saying slime. You never been to Atlanta. But because you see that on the internet and hear all these rappers saying slime, now you saying slime. Like, that's what I'm saying. There's no more anything to somebody's self, period, if you want to be real with you. And it ain't really that other motherfuckers making shit. They is stealing the shit off of us more than anything. But I'm just saying, we don't even have to share that shit with nobody. That's what I'm saying. We just separated. We could keep ourselves entertained. We don't need all the other shit because that's what Black people do. We make something out of nothing. Like, even if we don't have these things, bro, we will figure it out. Like you said, like I said, some people might die. Fuck it. The weak will
Hey,
die.
real quick. I'm biased. You still up? I knew he was knocked out. He said he sent something in the live chat earlier. I was trying to see if he's still up.
Oh yeah,
And
bro.
he
He
had
knocked
60
out.
people
My
watching
bad.
earlier.
We done been in here
That's
tapping
tough.
it. I don't even know what time it is. Oh damn, nigga, it's about 5 a.m. over this bitch.
Yeah, it's 6:30 over where I'm at. 6:30 at night though. Yeah.
Where the hell you at? Shit. You on the other
I'm in
side of the
Japan.
world.
Yeah.
In Japan. Them niggas, listen, brother. Keep it hot though. You not acting no American ways over there, motherfucker. Cuz.
Oh, I 100% am because it's like culturally, like just doing certain things is natural to you. But here it's just they do things a little differently. Like their books, they're not left to right, they're right to left. So when you open a book, you open it from the backside instead of the front. And everything is just different out here. But I will
No, I'm
say
saying
this.
even they mannerisms, like, greetings, taking your shoes off, like,
Oh yeah.
man, look.
And it's always like for instance, if you ever drove in like, New York, Cleveland, busy cities, it's hard to merge lanes and all that stuff.
Fact.
Here, if I put my blinker on, somebody slows up and I'm right in there.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen, it's moral compass there. And I ain't being funny.
I just think it's more order. I think it's more order and it's just a different culture. I don't think it's not necessarily moral compass. But I think it's just a different culture. Like, they say you get culture shock when you go to different places. Like, you really get it here. And I really think that Japanese people are some of the smartest people I've ever met. Like, just when you look at their society after World War II, it took them 40 years to become one of the superpowers economically in the world.
Yeah. I hope they don't go with China though.
Nah. They chilling. Because, stuff like that happens. It's kind of like over in South Korea, a president tries to declare martial law. Everybody's on the streets. They're like, oh, no, parliament meeting. Let's go. So you do have those people that try to rise up.
What you think about this shit with Russia and China?
Oh, you talk what exactly?
With them talking how they doing with us?
What you mean in like cutting us off economically?
That and just I don't know if you see it over there like that, but they've been making moves over here. Like they said I got this new, I could send you the link, but they're saying like it was 17 drones over by military bases. They said, I didn't know this, but they said China owns like 17 major farms in America. And that just so happened to be near military bases. So they may even own more, but they were just saying 17 were near military bases, and that they started sending drones like over the military bases. And you already know Russia said they on time with us. So
Russia, they gonna talk some talk, but it's at the end of the day, the most Russia's gonna do is show some fancy new missile, but then America's gonna pop out another fancy new missile. Because if you notice, we really ain't been in no conflicts where we needed anything like that. So all that time for development, everybody's looking at Russia's missile like, oh, they actually put out a challenge to America. They said, hey, let's do a test. I'm a shoot this missile over at this spot. and you guys try to shoot it down, kind of just testing power and stuff like that. But, honestly, hey, I believe in the scripture at the end of the day. And, I kind of already seen a lot of this stuff coming forward, so I'm just expecting some certain things to kind of follow suit. And
Are you a biblical man?
Hey, I believe in the Bible, man. I'm a Bible scholar, man.
Word. I ain't gonna lie. Don't get me started on the Bible. I love and hate it. We got a love-hate relationship. My grandmother's a pastor, but
I just
I fuck with my word, but I don't fuck with the word. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I believe in God, though. Don't ever take me as like somebody who's an atheist or something in that nature. I believe in God. I feel the Bible, like bro was saying earlier, I feel the Bible kind of movie. That's the only movie book I know. That's how I feel about the Bible.
So throw out one issue you got on the Bible, and then we'll kind of wrap it up there because I got to get this girl going on her night routine.
All right, brother. Well, nice talking to you, man. Nice meeting you.
Are you leaving?
No,
I was saying throw one thing out that you disagree with the Bible, or because you're saying you love and you hate the Bible at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, don't get me started.
Just throw one
another
up.
hour, nigga. All right, man. Look, though. My problem with the Bible is it's some truth, and it's a whole lot of lies, or how I feel personally. It's the truth in there. It's a whole lot of lies. And have you ever heard they said Bible means like basic instructions before leaving Earth?
Yeah, no, that's wrong. That's just the way we go about saying what Bible is.
Bible comes from. No, I get that, but I'm gonna say it like this. It's correct because how I look at it is basic instructions, and then there's intermediate, and it's also advanced. So that is debate. Like that's the thing that gets you in the faith.
Well, what's the lies in it? You said there's lies. Like, name some.
I say everything in the New Testament, but maybe Revelations.
Everything in the New Testament, but maybe Revelations.
Yeah, most of that. Yeah.
So you don't think Jesus existed?
I'm not gonna say Jesus didn't exist, but he definitely wasn't running with a nigga named Luke and Paul and Peter.
Yeah, but Luke. So when you look at what we're reading an English translation. Mm-hmm. If you want to see what the original names are, Luke is Lucian. That's a Greek name. Matthew, Matthias. That's a Hebrew name. When you look at Peter, that's Peter is Petros, which that was his Greek name. His other name was Simon, which is a Hebrew name. So the names that we're saying, like John, Yohanin, that's a Hebrew name. That's John's name in Hebrew. So the names aren't really that's not really like a disputable thing, because we're like Jesus. There was nobody named Jesus back in the day. That's just how we pronounce his name.
We know that too. Yeah. J letter J wasn't even the thing.
Right. But we can still call him Jesus, and you know who I'm referring to, and that's the most important part, because I don't think the name, the way we translate a name, like for instance, what's your name?
Brandon.
Well, if I was a Hispanic person, a Russian person, and a Japanese person will all say your name a little bit differently, but your name would still be Brandon. But yeah, so when they say it, you're like, okay, I know what you're saying. No need for me to correct you and say, no, that's not me. But I don't think those are necessarily like lies. Like, for instance, when you look at so do you? Let me ask you this question, because some people are different. Do you believe Alexander the Great existed?
I don't really know. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think maybe so. I do believe possibly, because that does seem like the point that got integrated in Africa, in my opinion. So I would say, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I'm accepting.
And then like the Caesars too. We hear about the Caesars, Julius Caesar, Augustus Caesar,
Nero. Yeah.
Right. Well, the evidence for these guys existing comes from classical Greek literature. We have, papyrus manuscripts and whatnot. So when we look at the New Testament has 25,000 manuscripts and papyruses. And when you look at the next document that's closest to it, it's Homer's Iliad, and it's 900 manuscripts. So we have overwhelmingly more evidence manuscript-wise than any other document in ancient history. So
not
when
for
you
the
say
New Testament, that's a pieced together story. Let's be honest here. That's
the
not
New Testament is
manuscript.
very consistent.
Can we say we can make? I mean, yeah, because listen, can you take? That's not even being funny. The best way to lie is with a half truth, right? Like it's some truth in it, and then you lie about the rest. Like so,
you would have to point out
somebody
what would be the
historical
lies.
error. Not really hard to do.
Well, historians actually say that Luke, the Lucian, the one who wrote the Gospel of Luke, Gospel according to Luke, they say he was the greatest historian to ever exist.
Yeah, I do not believe it.
Right, and it's based on, like, for instance, when you read Acts, he mentions certain things that are so accurate they actually take the Bible when they go on archaeological dig sites. No other archaeologist will take the Quran, take the Book of Mormon, or take any of these other texts and try to look for things. But when they started taking the Bible, that's where they started finding a lot of things, especially the end of the 20th century. You talking about like what was it, like 1890s, early 1900s, and especially late 1900s. That's when we started finding everything. So like I would have to know, like, what do you mean by there's lies? Because we could talk about manuscripts.
I mean,
there's a lot of evidence in the manuscripts.
You know what the Council of Nicaea is?
Council of Nicaea, yeah, of course.
You know where I'm going then.
No, I don't. Everybody says something different about what Council of Nicaea.
Off the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was one complete thing. So I take that having some truth in it. And the main reason I'm gonna say it's a lie is because, no offense, they never respect our culture. So
wait, what are you talking? Wait. Okay, so you say you take the Old Testament, but then you mentioned the Council of Nicaea. I don't see why you mentioned that.
I mean, they're the people who put the Bible together.
They didn't put the Bible together in Nicaea.
Council of Nicaea, yeah, I think it wasn't the Council of Nicaea. Am I tripping? That was the name, right?
No. You're thinking of the Council of Trent. Council of Trent put that together. That was much later. They had already had what was a canon. They just disputed over a few books, but there were certain books that there was no dispute over. Like all the Gospels, canon. Most of Paul's letters, canon. It was like Second Peter, Revelations a little bit was kind of, should this be in here? But these are men, and when you look at the Bible from front to back, it's a consistent story. I mean, the only real errors that you really see
if you take out the first, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't like to get in the Apocrypha or whatever. However, I will say, like, I don't feel any book should have been kind of more Bible canon than Enoch. Like that just seems like an exceptionally important book according to even the story, because even what they did put there was Enoch was there and then he went with God. He's the only person in the fucking whole book that's just mentioned is one going to God and two not dying at all. Like this nigga just went to God. So like,
right, but I could write a story and I could know what the Bible says.
Oh, Book of Enoch dates back with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now,
no, it doesn't. No, the Book of Enoch,
New Testament, all of that, and we can Google it. I that's what I say. You my brother, Loki. You don't know, but me and my brother, we even looked this up. I swear to God, you can look it up. The New Testament, all those books are written probably hundreds of years apart. Like I'm talking about.
No, wait, whoa. Name two books that were written hundreds of years apart.
The New Testament and the Old Testament, dead ass.
No. You said in the New Testament, there's books that are written hundreds of years apart.
I think Matthew and Luke was like 200, 300 years apart.
No. Matthew, the earliest date we have for Matthew is around 60, 65 AD. Mark was written earlier, early 60s. Luke was written right around the same time. John's was the one that's a tiny bit later. His was around 80, 90. We actually have a papyrus that is so close to the autograph. It's P54. But no, these were not written hundreds of years after. No, they were written within that time, which is weird because when you look at the Old Testament, Moses is writing about Adam and Eve. He's writing about Job, all these other men, and they're thousands of years removed. Yet nobody says anything about that. But because the Gospels weren't written the same day of the events, what an issue. I think it's a double standard because you didn't say anything bad about the Old Testament. You're saying New Testament
No,
and
I would take
Revelation.
something that's just older and in singular, right? That seems
Yeah,
more
but
trustworthy. Like something that's if you find like a book that was 2,000 years old and it's just like one book, you like, oh no, shit, that
doesn't
whatever
mean
the
it's
fuck's
better.
going
It's
on
more
here seems pretty
reliable.
consecutive. But then if you got
Well,
another book that doesn't even exist, however, you find like 6 books. Not even saying I know it's more than 6. I'm just throwing out a number. But yeah, let's say you just found 6 books over the next 300 years. You know what I'm saying? That seems inconsistent. It doesn't
right.
even. It's. I
But
mean,
the
it doesn't
oldest,
even seem inconsistent. That book didn't exist until you put those books together. That's where.
right. Right, but you gotta realize though, these guys didn't have copy machines. They couldn't make an exact copy that same day,
So
the
why
next
did you
day.
have a copy of the first book? That's what I'm saying.
Well, you had copyists, and these things took time because
No,
you're
no, I
writing.
get that, but those
Yeah,
books
yeah.
didn't. Those books took time to exist. That's what I'm saying. Like this first book is a singular book. Okay, the Old Testament was already the Old Testament.
Yeah, it's not a
They
singular
saying
book
they
though.
basically did
It's not
nothing
a
but
singular book
transcribe
though.
the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So
It's not a singular book though, the Old Testament. You know that, right?
the dead,
It's
according to science, look, science says they well, what they scientific explanation is they transferred what was left of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and out of that, I think they said 89% of that is what consists of the Old Testament.
right.
That's what I'm saying. That's a
Yeah, but
direct
the Old
translation
Testament's
from
not
that
one
one
book.
part, right? Like
Yeah, but the
it's a little bit of
Old
shit in
Testament's
there.
not one book though.
I mean, I'll take that, but I'm saying, like I'm saying, it's really. I'm just saying the majority of this book is just from one singular place. Like I'm not saying the
Right.
12% don't
So
count,
okay, so how about this? How about this?
and I'm not
So
saying I'm not
it's
even
from
shady
one.
on that, but I'm saying I'm definitely shady when it was no New Testament.
Right. So you're saying because that we have one whole collection of it that dates very far back, therefore that it's probably reliable. Do you know we have the same thing with the New Testament?
No, I'm
We have
saying that's more reliable than something
well,
else.
they're not contradictory. The Old Testament and New Testament, they're not contradictory. So if both are a collection of books and they're saying the same thing and they don't contradict each other, then they actually go along with one another. That's why we have Old Testament, New Testament in our
They
Bibles.
literally contradict each other. Matter of
Show me a
fact, the
contradiction.
New Testament says, "I am here," because the Old Testament doesn't matter anymore.
Wait, where?
Isn't that what the point of God saying He took the sacrifice for? You didn't have to kill animals anymore, do any of the old ways, because I am the new Lamb, and I'm die for the sacrifice. That's the whole point of the
Right. That's Isaiah
New
53. Isaiah 53 says that.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's the point. It's saying the Old Testament is now null and void. So that was just a story
Right.
you read.
Because you know in the Old Testament it speaks about the New Testament, right?
I believe that would be your 12%.
What do you mean?
I believe that would be your 12%. Seriously, like that.
No, but I'm saying like in the
now
Old
we're
Testament,
veering into
in Jeremiah 31, it speaks about the New Testament. It says, let me just, I think it's Jeremiah 31, 23. It's been a minute since I went to this. Because when we say Old Testament, New Testament, we're saying Old Covenant, New Covenant. Testament and covenant, the same word.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremiah 31, 23 says, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, as yet they shall use this speech. Nope, not it. Hold up. I know it's quoted in it literally just speaks about a new covenant, New Testament. One second. Jeremiah. Okay. So Jeremiah 31:31, that's what it is. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not according to the covenant I made with their fathers. So the new covenant's already spoken about. So if there's a new covenant, the old goes away. The old, because it's a different agreement. That's all covenant means. It's a different agreement.
Oh no,
God's,
I'm not denying that. I'm just saying again, like I said from when I was explaining this, I'm not saying I even trust the whole entirety of the Old Testament. However, I'm saying, and like I said from the beginning, then I say I feel it got some truths. It's just mostly lies. But
so what would be the lies though? That's why I'm trying
whole
to see
second half for sure. And like I said, if they said it's 89%,
but give me like examples.
That
Give me like
11%,
examples. Because you're saying like the whole book, and then I'm presenting you like, hey,
no, you're not presenting me anything for this New Testament. Matter of fact, you kind of correlated what I said, because you even said whether it's 60, 90, 70 years apart. I'm not even going to get in a chronological order. I'm going to be honest with you, but I know they're not from any one. Well, I would say first of all, any singular source, and they're also not even in the same, like you said, decade. Like these books are made wildly in time, and then they said, "Hey, we're good with these books." And not only that, that's what we kind of left out, right? But that's why I said, like, I don't really like getting in the whole apocrypha. But I'm saying those books,
but you know, like in
a lot of those books
in
are
ancient history.
Dated.
But KT, you know, in ancient history, from the time of the event to the composition of the New Testament, that's the earliest we have of anything in all of ancient history. Like nothing is ever written that close. A lot of these other things are hundreds of years apart before they're actually written. A lot of these things that are written come much later. Like when you look at the composition, the writing of the New Testament from the day of the events, like for instance, you know, when Jesus is born and when Matthew writes it, it's a couple years. It's not long. It's what? So Jesus dies in 33. Matthew starts writing. They suppose he started writing in 45, 50. That's 15 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that? That's the earliest we have
That's
of anything
one
in
book.
ancient history.
And look, if that was the one book that we was going after because he wrote the other books for Mark and all them, that would be sensible, right? But then we talk about, like, I'm not saying this is the factual, I'm just using these like examples, right? But next comes the book of Matthew, 60 years after Luke finished the book of Luke. You get what I'm saying? Then we got the book of Paul. That's 90 years after.
Well, Paul's not recording events, so you got to remember that.
No,
Paul's
I'm just,
speaking
like
to
I
churches.
said, I'm just throwing out names. I'm just using, like, you know what I'm saying?
Paul's a little different because he's not like giving you like an eyewitness testimony of anything that happened. He's basically just exonerating and speaking to the churches. So the composition date of his really doesn't matter because that's just whenever he's writing. That's like whenever you send a text message. You know?
I mean, no, it does, because the bigger point we're not really paying attention to, right, is these were all basically the books of the apostles. However, they're like you said, 60, 90, X amount of years apart.
They're not 90 years apart.
Huh?
They're not 90 years apart. No, they're like tens of years apart.
The book, listen, either the books are either books that's between 100 years old, or it took them hundreds of years to make the book, all the books. Like I know
about compile like together.
Yeah, it's one of the two, right? Though I know I'm right.
But you know, but wait, real
but
quick.
That's what I'm saying. If it's
like how expensive
years, 200, 300 years for them to compile the books. So now what we're not taking into account is you're saying that one of the apostles basically lived all the way to 200 years after Jesus was dead, but the rest was dying and turning. What the fuck is going on here? You know what I'm saying?
No. So look, you got to understand too. Christians as a community, they were poor. They had to, you know, go in these catacombs to group together when they were being persecuted. They were very poor people. So for them to write something on papyrus is expensive. It's not like paper where we just go pay like 2 cents it's very expensive. And for them to actually find binding, to not only make all these papyrus and copy down all these documents, but to also get binding, all of that was expensive, and the Christian community was poor. So of course it took a very long time, especially after Jesus had died. There was a lot of persecution. When you look at the relations between Christians and Jews, they were always they were segregated people before they actually joined them together as being one bunch. But they were segregated, and they were, I guess you could say they were the blacks of back then, because they would put them in the Colosseums. They would feed them to the lions. They wouldn't even let them fight. They would just feed them to the lions. Like, Christians were in a very tough spot. So putting together the book was not the least of their concerns. It was actually just surviving and still preaching the message. So these things take time. So that's a realistic thing, though. You can't just bypass that and say,
that's not I respect what you're saying, but that's an opinion inserted as a fact.
No, it is a fact. It is a fact. We can see from archaeology. We can see from
factually, even God himself said, "Hey, I'm gonna strike some rocks." And it's not like hieroglyphs and things of that nature haven't already existed, right? Like they could have took the walls, they could have did anything. Like
but do you know how much wall space you need to write down the whole New Testament?
As much as you'll find. I mean, you can dig. It's not like what are you gonna do? Watch a TV?
They weren't cave dwellers, and they were in communities to convert souls. So they weren't going off, being hermits and not being part of society.
You always have historically speaking, most cultures have kept I can't remember what the precise name of what they called them, but a person who basically literally lived to write that history.
Scribes,
scribes,
that's like that's an office that somebody holds. But if you have a group that's constantly being killed and threatened after, you think there's going to be an office of, hey, this person scribes and we're going to set you up in this office and you're going to do this? You're going to be on the run for your life.
In this case, when we talk about people literally saying, hey, look up, that star is right there. That means the person who's going to change the world is born today. And people choosing to say, oh, I'm following you because you that dude.
But
you telling me not one of them would have had the mind state to say, bro, write this down.
Yeah, but astrologically, you can trace that star back and actually see that star, that was the Pisces back in that time.
Listen, I don't doubt that every good lie got some truth in it.
But KT, you keep saying it's a lie. Like, what is the lie? Like
the lie
give me some verses.
Jesus wasn't some man who was running around with these dudes. I'm not even talking about just the name. It wasn't no man running around with no 12 apostles.
The claim of Jesus running around with 12 apostles. So did you know
that shit wasn't happening?
Okay. Did you know that Josephus said this? Tacitus said this. Pliny the Younger said this, and none of them were Christians.
Everybody who said this was people who was correlated with the book. I ain't.
No, they weren't Christians.
Romans.
Listen to me. No. Josephus was a Jew who hated Jesus. He was against Jesus. Pliny was not even in the theological circle. He was a philosopher.
I'm not listen.
And Tacitus was a Roman procurator.
This is what I'm saying. Everybody who was added into it was what? Roman, right? Who put Christianity in a position of world domination? Romans, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think they would back up a story that would benefit them, bro.
But how does the story? In what way does the story benefit Rome?
Every way. We can say we got something to do with the story of fucking Jesus.
For instance, the Jews came and asked Jesus. They said, who do we pay taxes to? To Caesar. They were asking that specifically to see if he was going to implicate the Roman government or implicate the Jews. And basically Jesus said, he said, whose image is this on this coin? He said, Caesar. He said, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. Now, why he said that was because, his face is on the coin, but God owns everything. So he's actually saying that God's authority trumps that of Caesar's. So why would Rome push this
listen to me,
if they're looking for that supremacy?
This all based off what the book's saying. And I'm
Right. So why
saying
would
a
the
book
book
that's
be
gonna
against
benefit
Rome
you, you
if
not
it's
gonna
for
know. Now
Rome?
you're gonna have people lie and say, "Oh yeah, this was the facts," because it benefit y'all. We don't got influencers doing that today. You don't think motherfuckers would have did that back in the day to get in the good grace of
Nobody
the
would do
emperor?
that. No, nobody would do that. Because
Yeah,
okay,
but
you be in the good
everybody would
grace.
do that. It's
You would be
people.
in the good grace. Okay, how about this? How about this? A person would do this to be in the good grace of the emperor and then be hung upside down on a cross and die from your head exploding. What
Why?
person would do that?
Why?
What person? I'm not. I'm saying what person would do that?
I'm saying who? Why would they do that to you? Why would
Because
they
you're a
kill you?
Christian. Because you're a Christian.
Not because you're no Christian. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. The people who are backing this up are the Romans, right? Romans are who
No.
literally put Christianity out into the world. They've never persecuted no Christians.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Constantinople is
It
who
wasn't
put.
Romans. It wasn't Romans.
Yes, it was. It was Constantine.
Okay, what did Constantine do that made Christianity the world religion? What are you
He
saying?
literally was like the best. The nigga dominate. Let's say he was the Genghis Khan of his time. He was literally dominating other countries, saying, "Hey, we're going to let y'all live. Just join Rome, be a part of the Roman Empire." And one of
Right.
the things he also told them was, "You're savages. Read this Bible."
No, he never. No, 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 no. So when it comes to Rome's domination, they followed in the footsteps of the Greek. They kept the Hellenization of the Greeks, and with that came their gods as well. So as they would go to conquer, they would take their gods, make them their own, but it would always be a Hellenistic culture. So what Constantine did was he legalized Christianity. He didn't force it on anybody because one thing that he would bring out Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey, just as Alexander the Great did, to Hellenize people and teach them Greek. But he wasn't, there was no Bible back in that day.
Rome had nothing to do with this. This is what you're trying to say.
No, Rome had nothing to do with what you're saying.
It
Rome was
definitely
not
did.
going around.
So much
Rome
so,
was
hey,
not.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where is the Pope located?
Okay, that's a different question.
No, it is not.
No. That's a very different question.
No,
The
it
Pope
is
didn't come
not,
out.
sir.
The Pope didn't come out until around the 8 to 900s.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm not talking about when he came out. I'm asking where is he located?
In Italy, in Rome.
And he's considered one of the heads of the religion. Might I
Yeah,
add,
no, but
this is
that's not
that
reflecting
basically
on what the
converted everyone.
Bible says. That's reflecting on a denomination that many people detest and protest. That's where many people are called Protestants.
Regardless of what it is today, that's your first sect. That is the
No,
sect that actually put
that is not the first sect. That is
It
not the
is.
first sect.
It
No,
is.
it's not. No,
Because Christianity
you
isn't a real thing. Let's be honest. Like in the Bible, biblically, nobody's ever called themselves a Christian, which is another.
well,
That's what I'm saying. Find God in your own way. I have no problem with this being the way of anyone finding God.
Agrippa talking to Paul, he said, "You convinced me almost to be a Christian," because he was trying to get him to follow Christ and to have eternal life. So he said, "You almost convinced me to be a Christian." And he said, "I'm not
He
only
did
trying to
not say
convince you."
that.
Yes, he did.
He said a follower of Christ. The
He
word
said Christian.
Christian does not exist in the Bible.
Word Christian. I'll give it to you. It is Christianon. That's how it is in the Greek. It's literally Christian. Christianon. It comes from Christos and anion, which is like the quality of doing or having something. So the quality of acting or having Christ in you. So the word Christian is in the Bible. And Agrippa said, "You almost convinced me to be a Christian." And Paul said, "Not only you, but also everybody that hears me, minus these chains. I want you to be exactly as I am, a follower of Christ, and without these chains." And I'm still just missing the point because it seems like you're blanketing everything and saying, "Oh, it's a lie," but I'm not getting any like examples. So you mentioned you mentioned one about Jesus being God, right? Was that one you mentioned?
Nah, you good, bro. My bad. I was down here talking to my lady real quick. Give me 1 second.
My bad. Give me 1 second.
No, you good, man.
My lady pregnant. I gotta make sure she get what she wants and shit.
Mm-hmm. I wonder who is still up watching. There's actually more. There's more viewers than there was a couple minutes ago. It's crazy.
You said there's more viewers in here.
Yeah, I checked earlier. It was like 15. Now it's 18.
Nick, is this live?
Yeah, yeah.
Damn, I didn't know that.
We ain't been talking about much, It's just chilling.
I ain't even got my other phone.
It usually be long live, so it's this probably was like a 7-hour live. Most likely, unbiased fell asleep. He gonna turn it off when he wake up in the morning.
Oh yeah, well, Merry Christmas, everybody who's still in here.
I don't even celebrate Christmas, but yeah, if anybody heard that, that's for y'all. Yeah. But you back? Maybe he needs a minute.
Nah, give me 1 second. I'm about to go on my porch.
Okay, yeah. No worries, no worries. Come on, V. Come on.
I'm sitting outside the crib. But nah, listen to me. What was your last point? I forgot.
You were talking about you said one lie is Jesus being God, right?
No, you said something about the Christian dude. He was saying that he'll turn into a Christian. He almost turned into a Christian. So.
Yeah, he said the word Christian isn't there. It's Christianon. It's in the text. It's in the Greek text. So that would be the way how we get the word.
I don't take that. But look, again, I just feel
it's in the Greek text. I just read it.
It's odd that all the backers of the quote unquote proof are natives of the I guess you could say colonizers of the religion or whatever you want to call it. What the fuck is this church doing out here? What is it?
Well, a lot of the early missionaries were actually African.
My bad. They got the street sweeper out this John late night, early morning.
Are you good? But a lot of the early missionaries were they were African. You brought up the Nicene Council of Nicaea. Two of the leaders, what's his face? Athanasius, and I forgot what the other guy's name was. But there was African church leaders that were actually like straight bishops. The person who wrote the Gospel of Mark, his name is John Mark. First place he went to was Africa, Ethiopia. They called it.
Oh yeah, no. And I believe that, but that ain't who the majority was, nor was it the people who was saying this.
Well, the African churches. The African churches are the ones who evangelized to the European churches. The scripture didn't get out to the Europeans until the Africans came. So they were the majority of people who believed in the scripture.
That's why I said, look, if we talk scientifically, at least what science says, right? The Dead Sea Scrolls is what came from him. And if we being all the way honest, it really don't say this same shit that it's saying the Bible. It's really talking about
in the Old Testament
and all that shit and how he was the Immaculate Conception and shit. So it's not the same one for one story at all. You feel me? Even that's why I say I know the Dead Sea Scrolls some truth because the stories are the same, but they've changed who the story's about.
The stories are vastly different. Like when you look at the story of Jesus and you look at the story of Amun-Ra, Jesus in the end died, right? Any victory story or any myth ends in some type of victory. So you would think the king would be victorious, but he actually died. The real victory is the fact that he resurrected and that he's coming back. You don't see that in myths.
That's the same thing. Listen,
Amin-Ra, his wife took his robe somewhere, did something in the sand. I ain't gonna lie and say I remember the story verbatim or none of that. But the whole thing is immaculate conception, bro. The same thing. Amin-Ra came back, and then he had a son, which is
Yeah, but
like
there's no record of Amin-Ra having
some shit
existed.
like
There's record of Jesus
yeah,
existed.
because guess what happened in Africa? So colonizers came, and they said, "Hey, we don't like your history. Take our history." And guess what? This history said a book where Jesus went to Rome.
So you're saying that the Bible was fabrication?
I'm saying it was a cover. Yeah. Like I said, I make music, so that'd be a good correlation for me. It was a cover. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they're not one-to-one. Those stories aren't one-to-one correlations. I mean, you see similarities, but that doesn't mean doesn't mean it's like, for instance, like
but
let's say
their
I said
admitted
this.
fact of the Bible is that they got this from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So that's what I'm saying. It's not like
the Dead Sea Scrolls is that's the Old Testament. That's the
that's
earlier.
What I'm saying. The Old Testament that they taking, that's not that story. That's the story of Amin-Ra and them. It's not.
Where
It
do
don't
you
say
get
no
that?
Jesus. It don't say Yahweh. It don't say none of that. I ain't talking about
in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Words. Yeah, none of that. That's not
the
about
Dead Sea Scrolls
Jesus.
has Yahweh. Are you kidding?
I will give you.
I'll give you $1,000 if you can show in the Dead Sea Scrolls where the name Yahweh is not. I can show you 100 times in the Isaiah scrolls.
Oh no, I said that wrong. My bad. I said that wrong. The
Okay.
the book that the Dead Sea Scrolls is set on is about Amin-Ra. Oh, that my bad. Not the Bible.
The book that the Dead Sea Scrolls sat on
are based around. That was my fault. I really fucked up right there. I apologize.
Well, the Qumran scrolls found in the Qumran caves. They number the caves. These are all parts of the Old Testament, and there's apocrypha in it, but there's nothing else other than that.
No, I'm saying how the story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is taken from Amin-Ra's story. It's like a interpolation of some other people's version.
But the story of the Dead Sea Scrolls is the Old Testament.
The Old Testament is what I guess you would say the Jewish interpolation, because I don't really know. I'm not gonna say I know who the people exactly per se.
The stories are completely different.
Really
even are you talking about the Egyptian Book of the Dead? Even when you look at the creation story, do you know how it said that God created everything?
And that's what our God did.
No. Do you know how they say that God created everything?
A different way. That's what I'm saying. It's just a different interpolation.
It's not a different interpolation. It's a different story.
It's really not.
Okay. So you're telling me
not
that
heaven and it was not. I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it was heaven and earth. It's more difficult because let's be real. He's talking something about grabbing stars in the sky or some shit like that.
Excuse me. Right. But the whole implication of what's actually true and what is taken from what would be in the validity of the claims. So, for instance, in the Old Testament, we see all these different types of battles taking place, and we see all this prophecy. We see this prophecy coming true. We see Isaiah speaking about Jesus 700 years before he comes. That's one.
So we take the real parts. We take the battle.
But wait, hold up.
Name the character.
But even we have Daniel. We have Daniel giving us an exact timeline of the year that the Messiah is going to come into Jerusalem as king, and that's the exact year Jesus came into Jerusalem as king.
Like
so we have these very specific things,
movie, and that's it's with no evidence of Jesus.
You said no evidence. Jesus. It is Jesus. No evidence. It is Jesus.
It is besides Pontius Pilate. I will say that Pontius Pilate. But again, the people who correlate Jesus just so happen to be Romans.
But
now none of the Africans in the place that he grew up for these 33 years that they won't talk about. None of these people have any stories or recollections of him. However, these Romans do. How beneficial is that? That seems crazy.
He lived in the Roman Empire. That's like
He didn't
That's
live
like
in the
saying
Roman Empire.
but that's like saying the Black Panther
Jerusalem
movement
wasn't
isn't.
the Roman
But
Empire.
that's like saying this. Yes, he did. He was within the confines of the Roman Empire, which was in Israel. So that's like saying this: because the Black Panther movement was in America, it was actually done by these white Americans, and it has nothing to do with the black. That's like to discredit everything just because it's done in a certain
Correct
local
me
or
if I'm
certain
wrong.
place.
No. Europe
Right.
Rome never got further than Egypt, Alexandria, if I'm not
Ooh,
mistaken. Any
ooh.
ownership of Africa in terms of that time, like how they were Rome when they was
Well,
grabbing
once it
land, they
got to the
didn't get.
Ethiopian church, it spread deeper throughout the Ethiopian church,
No, I'm
which is probably
saying
right.
they didn't. Israel was not Roman. It wasn't Roman territory. You know what I'm saying
Yeah,
he
it was.
wasn't in a
Yes, it
Roman
is.
place.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because Pontius Pilate is a Roman procurator, and that's because the Romans had jurisdiction there. When you look at Herod, he was called an ethnarch, which is someone that's basically like a governor. So you have the president, and then you have the governors, the littler guys that rule over certain areas. So yes, they were in Roman territory. That's why they kept invoking the Romans to crucify Jesus. If they didn't have any jurisdiction there and it wasn't their land, they wouldn't have even caught them. So
But
yeah, they were in
but
Rome.
again, so why is the only people who can have basis of this is the Romans?
What do you mean have
Like,
base?
why wouldn't it be any African stories of it?
There are. There's many African stories of it. Have you ever heard of Tertullian?
No, please inform me.
So Tertullian, he's an early church father. Comes in the second to third century. He's the first one that coined the term Trinitas and taught the Trinity in depth. He was an African church father. Athanasius, the one who was the head of the Council of Nicaea, he was an African church father.
So this is somebody that was with the Council of Nicaea?
Yeah, he was.
No,
He was.
that's what I'm saying. Give me.
Yeah.
Is there any
He's African.
independent stories of him? Like him. If look, it's stories of Massa Musa. That's how we know he was the richest person ever.
So you're saying if
Even
a
without
story
the physical proof and none of that, right? Just because of historically the people's writings of him going places. So
right.
you telling me
Okay. So you
Jesus
say
Christ, the only people who can vouch for Jesus Christ is the Romans and some Africans who was fucking with the Romans.
well, they weren't messing with the Romans; they're actually being killed. All the Christians as a whole were being killed by Rome before Constantine
but
issued
like you
out the
said,
Edict of
they
Milan.
were working
So
with the Council of
they
Nicaea.
weren't. But yeah, the Council of Nicaea is different. It's not like, oh, we're now cohorts of Rome. It's more so like when somebody has a town hall meeting and they're like, hey, we're going to do this. That doesn't mean you agree with everything that town hall is doing or you're with them. You're just there in the meeting. That's all it is. And Constantine didn't put on the Council of Nicaea. This was a group of church leaders that all came together to really talk about the Arius, who came out with this heresy that Christ was created. That's really what it was for. You have different things coming from Constantine later, but he's not part of the Council of Nicaea. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're getting
No, I'm
that
not
from.
saying
So
Constantine is part of it. I'm saying the African that you're using. I'm saying Pontius Pilate, all these people are Romans. Constantine doesn't have to be a part of the council because he's literally the emperor of Rome. I'm pretty positive some consuls going on, a major consul going on in his country, his empire. He has some say in it. I'm not saying he even controls it, but he definitely has say and knowledge of it. The
yeah,
people
but you
that
can
can
have
vouch
knowledge
for
of it. That doesn't
this,
mean you have to say though.
the people that can vouch for these testimonies he's making are people that just so happen to be in alignment with his empire. That's
No,
mighty
because the
convenient.
Christians were not in the alignment with the Roman Empire as a whole.
You obviously had to be, at least these people were. I'm not saying that the entire African Christian, African Christian community was with it. I'm saying the people that you're saying that were African who do have stories of Jesus were in ties with these Romans. So
No, they weren't. No, and I can show you how because like when you look at the early church fathers, you look at some of the first few, you look at Clement of Alexandria, he was African. When you look at
Clement
Ignatius
of
of Antioch,
Alexandria.
Right. You look at Ignatius of Antioch. Ignatius and Clement both died horrible deaths at the hands of the Romans. These were not in cohorts, but they were when you look at Ignatius, Ignatius and Irenaeus and Polycarp, these were direct disciples from John the disciple, the one who wrote Revelation, the one who wrote the Gospel of John. So these guys were not in direct cohorts with Rome. So I don't see how this is saying that,
At
certain
that
things
time, they were not direct cohorts. At the time that we're creating the Bible, they were, though. At this
they weren't
council,
creating
they
the
were in
Bible.
cohorts now. At this point, it wasn't
but they
we're
didn't
going
create
to
the
kill you
Bible at
because you're a
Nicaea.
Christian. Now we're trying to push Christianity upon the world. So they
No.
that's what I'm
That's
saying.
not what Nicaea was about. No. Nicaea was about attacking heresies. All these councils were put together to attack heresies. They were attacking a multitude of heresies, but they were not putting together the Bible.
You
It was
definitely were
pretty.
putting together the Bible, because what are you heresy?
No. Council of Trent is where the Bible is actually put together. They don't have money to make copies and put together a Bible and say, "Hey,
No, I'm not.
here's
And
the
listen,
Bible."
These
things
you
come later.
taking me, I think, wrong verbally. I'm saying, like I said, my first problem was that I was saying the Old Testament is somewhat more reliable because it comes from one source. The New Testament is a correlation of multiple Bibles placed together that were made over hundreds of years. And
the Old Testament's the same way.
No, it wasn't.
So you think
Moses? No, I'm
and
not saying that it didn't take them hundreds of years to make it, but they took hundreds of years to make this one book.
So did the
Old
Testament.
Okay, we're going to copy this. That's not the same thing, because over
so
here,
did the Old Testament. The Old Testament took a long time to put together. You're looking at the Dead Sea Scrolls.
It probably took longer than it did for the New Testament. I would agree with that. But
Right,
that's
so
what I'm
that's not a
saying.
valid point.
That like any historical record, good historical record, they're not going to break that chain of they're not going to say, "Oh, let's do this book." And if they do, it's because it's. But let's be real. Like I said, we're doing. Most people did not have, like you're saying, they didn't have paper. So yeah, they used stone like a motherfucker.
No, not stone. They used papyrus. This was something that came from a plant that would act as paper, but it was expensive.
Like the bark shit. I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not saying that they didn't have ways to write. I'm just saying, the worst case scenario, no matter what, if it's something very important, stone can easily always be used. So,
but stone can't be, like, when you write something down on stone, that's most likely going to be the only copy. You can't make multiple copies. So as these churches are growing, they're getting more and more
to make multiple copies. Like,
yes, there is with the Bible.
Main thing is getting the information.
Right. Well, the information was already down. The problem is compiling it all together, because you had all these letters from Paul that were circulating around the churches. You had the Gospels. You had the book of Revelation. You had all these other things.
It was hard to get the New Testament. It was not hard to get the Old Testament, right?
Yes, it was. Do you know how long it took for them to come together with the Old Testament in full?
How long?
Okay, so when you look at the Qumran scrolls, these came 1,500 years prior to Jesus. Moses predates Jesus about, I want to say, 3,500 years. So his writings are already more than 1,000 years old by the time it comes into the Qumran caves. And then you have some of these other things as well. I don't believe you have some of the prophets. Like, I don't think you have Malachi. Malachi comes in 400 BC, because if the Qumran scrolls predate, that would be like 900 years later Malachi was written. So you look at some of these things, like, all this stuff wasn't put together completely, and it took a lot more time than it did for the New Testament. New Testament, you're talking tens of years that it's really taken for these things to be written, and then maybe 100, 200 years after. But the Old Testament, you're talking thousands of years between composition, hundreds of years between book authorship, like actually writing it, not to mention the compilation later. Like, there's so much, like, especially, I think the evidence it would be better for you to argue against the Old Testament than it is for the New Testament, just because there's overwhelming evidence that the New Testament is reliable. It's historical. It is the best ancient history that we have to date. Like there's nothing else that comes close. Like I said, you got 25,000 manuscripts New Testament. And then the next closest thing is Homer's Iliad, 900. That's nuts. You know, so you would have to hear your claim of, I would have to,
point, listen,
if it's not enough, then nothing, you can't trust anything
I'm
in
saying
ancient
because
history.
listen, that further correlates. Listen, it took them, let's say, I'm just throwing this out figuratively. I throw out a lot of numbers figuratively, just kind of like using it for example. If it took them 2,000 years to make that one scroll, that shows kind of the reliability of that, whatever that message is. That message is a strong message, been there for a minute. The New Testament doesn't have that. That's my point. The New Testament doesn't have that at all. You're right. It took them a shorter amount of time because people were literally making it. The Dead Sea Scrolls were already made. People were making these after this. And
but because everything was already written. Everything was already written thousands of years before the New Testament came. The Qumran scrolls were there because it's already written. But from the time that it's written to the time that it's composed is a much longer time than in the New Testament. That's why I'm comparing them. You can't say just because this document is older than this, that means it's better. Older just means it's older. It has nothing to do with accuracy.
More reliable. That's
no, it has
that's
nothing
actually
to do with
been there in the solitary one place is a foundation for a very long time.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Dean Burgeon, a textual critic, he has this 2-volume set called Unholy Hands on the Bible. And he goes over the oldest collection of scripture that we have. It's called Codex Sinaiticus. He shows and he goes through examples of why oldest
you talking about that
does
big
not.
thick? Never mind, go ahead.
Yeah, Codex Sinaiticus, that big
where
thick
they were
set of
still talking like
manuscripts.
old English, medieval time shit.
No. Codex Sinaiticus is all in Greek, and it is from the 3rd century. So you're looking around, 200 to 299 AD, anywhere in between there. Usually like late 3rd century, early 4th century. But most people think because it's the oldest Greek manuscript that we have, that it's the best, it's the purest. But he goes in and he actually does internal critique with parts of the grammar of different things that are there or not there. And he shows why oldest does not mean it's the purest. It just means it's the oldest. That's all that means. It has nothing to do with purity or truthfulness, because you can have a document somebody wrote in a cave and they could be talking about how the universe, our universe or our solar system has 5 suns, because they see these 5 stars and they say, oh, these are our 5 suns. We get light from them. That's not really a moon. That's a whole nother planet that has water, all these things. And that's the oldest document we have. That does not mean that it's the truest.
No. And I agree with that. But I will also say that's how you said the Codex
Sinaiticus, yeah.
That's what the oldest basically interpretation in
collection.
Greek.
No, the oldest collection of manuscripts we have from Genesis to Revelations.
Okay. It's
the oldest Bible, basically. Oldest Bible.
All right. And that's the first translation, right? But the Dead Sea Scrolls itself ain't the translation. That's the only thing.
As far as New Testament is concerned, so the Codex Sinaiticus has the Greek Old Testament, but the Septuagint came out prior to that, so we know this doesn't predate the Septuagint. But we're not talking about in terms of Old Testament. We're talking about in terms of New Testament. This is the first full compilation we have. This is the oldest, but it's not the purest, because there's a lot of internal contradiction within the words themselves, and there's a lot of signs of
only
corruption.
In the New Testament is where the contradiction lies.
No, even in the Old Testament, because this is a very corrupt manuscript that was handled by different sets of people that we don't know who it is, but we can see it very evident because we have thousands of manuscripts to compare them to. That's the whole point of having thousands of manuscripts. You have
What, like a
proofs.
bad interpreter?
Huh?
What would lead to that? What, like a bad interpretation?
So it would be like thinking that the person before you, like say you're scribing, you think the person before you didn't put a word that they were supposed to, and they added, but you adding that is a corruption because that's not originally there. You're trying to correct somebody else's mistake while only having their copy. And that's a huge issue if you don't know what was originally written. So that's going based off of assumption. But the way we can
what
find
would
these,
be the purest Bible?
The purest Bible, I would say, is the Textus Receptus. This is a collection of the Byzantine texts. You have a bunch of different manuscripts that make this up. But we compare this with the writings of the early church fathers that come first 100, 200, 300 years right after Christ. Some literally 30 years after Christ had died. But we see them quoting scripture, and it lines up word for word in the Greek text with what we have in the Textus Receptus. There's a lot of different arguments you can make for this. That's really one of the main ones, and you got big differences between. So you have Textus Receptus and majority text. Those are the two Greek text types. King James is from Textus Receptus. All other versions are from the majority text, which utilizes the Codex Sinaiticus, some other corrupt manuscripts. That's it's more of a deeper subject, but that's why I hold to King James and the that specific Greek text.
That's another thing. And that's what I'm saying. I really don't understand how that would be. I don't really believe, and that's the other thing. Like, seriously,
there's two different Greek texts.
Not this two different Greek texts. None of that. We're gonna go back prior to that. How am I supposed to accept that people who really didn't respect a certain culture took the time to positively interpret from that culture? You get what I'm saying? Like you said, these beginning books are already corrupted. These are basically the first books, and they're pretty much still corrupted in terms of what we would say today, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure
it's up for debate if these are the earliest. So these manuscripts are one of the few that have not been carbon dated. So a lot of people say that these come later, not earlier, but much later than what they're actually saying they do. They just haven't carbon dated them yet, which there's a lot of ancient forgeries that come from the 11th, 12th century that claim to be from the 4th, 5th century. And they're literally people just copying stuff that's now already available to the masses. So you have a lot of different corruptions on many different levels. People claiming to be Barnabas, people claiming to be Peter. And these things are very evident just from the internal, like, for instance, Epistle of Barnabas. Muslims love to use this. Jesus wasn't crucified there. But also, it talks about traveling to places by boat that you don't need boats. And it's very clear that the person had never actually been to Israel, and that couldn't have been Barnabas because he was from Israel.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of different things that can give you indication of these things.
And that's why this is some truth. The truth is it's a good story, and I think the main point is there, which is believe in God and you can do anything. And look, I think Jesus is the internal story, right? Like, I think Jesus is the story of all of us, like what humanity is capable of.
That's spirituality, though. That's not like when you look at the Christ consciousness, like when you look at all those claims, these people that literally lived a couple years after Jesus and his disciples, they weren't claiming he's a consciousness. They were claiming that he was born, lived, died, and resurrected after 3 days. This wasn't like when Thomas.
Like I said, don't believe. Because listen,
here's the thing: we know where Jesus
can have that we say quote unquote factually are the positive identifiers are people who do have something to gain with their lie. That doesn't. I'm not going to say that is.
So what did all right? So let me ask you this: what did the Christians have to gain from lying?
You once what you're saying was downtrodden religion is now being plastered as the new it thing.
Yeah, but what would be the benefits? Like, for instance, Islam.
Control.
Control of what?
Of people.
Yeah, but they weren't controlling anybody. They were being killed.
Yeah, you are. It was many missionaries. We know. Come on, we already know. There's been plenty of missionaries came through and did the people of those native peoples a certain way.
That's kind of like what we were talking about racism earlier. We're saying people are racist, but certain things aren't. And that would be how people utilize information. That's not to say that the movement itself is a lie. That's just somebody mishandling it. Like if somebody,
but that's the point, right? If we have these movements or anything, it's on those leaders of those movements or the people who are trying to be the leaders to vet and
right, but how somebody interprets the Bible that's not reflecting on what the Bible says. That's how somebody views
definitely
it.
Does.
If a white person says that, oh, I can steal somebody and make him a slave, the Bible says this. No. The Bible actually does not say this. It says you will be put to death for stealing another person and putting them into slavery. So no, when they use the Bible, they were saying this is what the Bible's saying, but that's not what the Bible said.
Oh no, but it's saying
you see where,
things
things can be misrepresented.
I'm not even saying even per se what the Bible is saying, but like you said, the people who are controlling it, because like I said, listen, my main thing, even my counter argument to the Bible is, don't say this is the set books and this is what's real. Cause like not being funny, besides that Dead Sea Scroll part, none of that's actually real. That's what y'all
real in what sense? Real in what sense? Like meaning it didn't happen, or
no? I mean real
it's not
in
a reality.
All senses. Like any way you want to take it.
So
I'm saying
none of it. So
it's
let me
not
ask,
an actual singular book. It was never a singular book until y'all said these books are this book, right?
Right, but the Old Testament was not a singular book. Like let me put it in perspective. During the time of the kings, when Israel was split, northern Israel and southern Israel, there was something that they had called the Book of the Law. This was the first 5 books of Moses. So you had 5 separate books in one book. So this is before the whole entire Tanakh or Old Testament, as you know it, came out. So this was not one book always. Just like the New Testament. Paul's letters circulated.
But like you said, how long did it take for that to get together?
Thousands of years for the Old Testament.
Years.
Right. For the New Testament, a couple hundred years.
About 200 years. Right. That's wild, Sussy Baka.
Well, you have way more people dedicated to doing this, and this is their life's mission.
These things, or at least just in my opinion, I'm saying these things were actually being recorded, even if we saying, okay, this is separately recorded, these books of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not saying that it was made all at one time, one person wrote it. I'm saying this was the goal with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Like that was what they were quote unquote trying to say we're recording is the history. So as they made
that's what the New Testament did.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It was no singular. It wasn't even a singular person. It wasn't
singular person. What, writing everything?
Yeah, it wasn't even a singular objective. That's what I'm saying. It was just
it wasn't a singular person writing the Old Testament.
Like
so that's
even
not a valid
if we want
argument.
to say, listen, even if you want to say, right, let's use the Bible's version of what was the Old Testament. The point of the Old Testament was explaining how the earth began, the tribes, and the new covenant is coming, right? So that was the objective of them trying to write that book.
It actually wasn't. The whole purpose of the Old Testament was to point to the Messiah. Because you always had this problem.
That's that's all. But that's what the new covenant. That's what I'm saying. That was the end of the New Testament. I mean the Old Testament, right? But that's what I'm saying. That was the objective. It had a beginning, a middle, and end. Like it had a point. That's not the New Testament at all. It's like the story of Jesus, random shit, revelation.
Well, no, you got the story of Jesus, and then after Jesus, what happens in the Acts of the Apostles? And then from there, you have admonition, you have doctrine, just like you have in Psalms, just like you have in Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. Yeah. So you have, and then you have a look toward the future. This is what the purpose of the prophets were. And John, being a prophet, was actually taking from the prophets of old and saying these things have not been fulfilled, but now they are soon to come. They're soon to pass.
But correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they say Revelations actually was like a separate book or something?
No. Revelations was part of the canon.
Like Revelation, I'm saying, wasn't it older? Like it precedes the New Testament or something? Actually,
no, because the one who wrote the Gospel of John, that's the same person who wrote Revelation, and he wrote this when he was at Patmos, when he was literally, dying of old age. Okay. So when John wrote his Gospel, he was much younger. So, when we look at these things, it's very consistent with how the structure of the Old Testament is, with how the structure of the New is. The structure of the Old Testament is
that time flash and the actual point. It's not.
It's to set the
even
stage
with
for
Jesus.
the Messiah.
Listen to me. It's Jesus born, Jesus dies. Where the fuck was Jesus at for them 33 years? Nobody knows.
Right. He was preaching. What do you mean?
That's what you're guessing.
No, that's what it says.
No,
it says in the 30th. Yeah. In the 30th year, you go to Matthew 4, verse 12. It says Jesus began preaching, saying, "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand."
Yeah, no, began preaching doesn't mean for 33 years this man walked. That's what I'm saying. That's one of them things where you're saying a parable and this shit interpretation.
Yeah, but you don't hold. But listen,
that's
for
not.
Instance, you don't.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't hold the same standard for, let's say, King Uzziah. It says that he began to reign at 42 years old. You don't say, "Hey, what was King Uzziah doing for 41 years before he came here?"
He's not Jesus.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't hold that
about,
same.
In the Bible doesn't say, well, King Josiah was born and he was the chosen one. And,
no, it actually does say at a certain point he was born. Every king that was born, it tells you at what point they're born when their father is reigning. It says at this point. Yeah, it does. It says I get this man had a son.
They wasn't saying like he's being born for the purpose of dying for. He's not that important to the story. It's no need for me to be like, where was he for the 41 years? Because I mean, who the fuck are? No offense, who are you? It's according to the whole greater, bigger point of the Bible. Who are you? Nobody cares. Right, I'm not saying you don't have a story to be there. I'm not saying it's not a lesson to be learned. I'm saying in the greater context of the Bible, nobody gives a fuck. But Jesus, that would seem pretty. That would seem pretty mandatory to be not, like.
But listen, like say for instance, okay, you're saying, okay, what happened for those 30 years? And I just said, oh well, Jesus was just growing up and he was just learning the ways of his people. What would you say then?
I would want to know what you were learning. How did you learn? What ways were you learning?
The same standard isn't held to anybody else in ancient history.
Nobody
but
else.
Listen, I understand that, but you can't hold these special standards and say, "Oh, because it's Jesus, I get to hold this standard." Like, why wasn't this event?
When listen,
no, that's not how it works.
This is the only man in the Bible who resurrects himself from the dead. I mean, because guess what? Those trials and tribulations you faced in those 33 years, because you weren't born and they weren't like God levitated everybody in the room. He wasn't born with these powers. Even when he comes back and he starts doing these miracles upon people, he wasn't doing that at birth. Well, so actually, he learned it through that journey, right?
He was born with these gifts,
with
these miracles.
It's no signs of that being shown in the Bible itself. That's what I'm saying.
So when you remember the one story.
That's remember the one story when I'm saying it's no stories even within the Bible itself showing any acts of magic as far as he committed himself as a child, and then he disappeared.
No, but these aren't things that he learned or was given. Like for instance, the story when the woman touched his cloak and she was healed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you read that in my Bible, it says he perceived that virtue went out from him. That word virtue is dunamis, and it means that which is inherent in one's nature. So this miracle of him healing her was actually a part of his own nature. Get off of that. Are you done? No, finish up. Come on. I gotta literally go in 5 minutes. This girl's she's putting all this hair product in her hair. Oh man. Jeez.
Sound like me with my young bucks. I ain't even gonna lie.
Man, you leave kids alone for 2 seconds, man, and
Yeah,
they
they'd be destroyed the world, boy.
But yeah, so with the New Testament, I'm not hearing any good like, hey, this is a lie. I think you mentioned the resurrection, for instance, and you probably don't believe in the resurrection. But here's one thing.
None of this. Listen, I get what you're saying.
If you believe in
You
the
saying that your
resurrection,
proof,
you believe in the rest of it.
You saying your proof for anything of this are people who got the gain from benefits, and you also saying, well, let's point back to what the Bible say itself. You're not. I can say what's the lie. You're not really gonna sit there and say, well, you're gonna say the proof that I need is the book itself, or
but there's no
some people
benefits
who
to
got
be. There was
something
no
to do with the book.
benefits. There was no benefits to being a Christian back in that day.
No,
you were definitely
listen,
you were promised. But listen, you were promised
in the
death.
book. It
You were
was
definitely
no benefits.
no. When you go to the early church writers, they show there's no benefits. When you look at the later martyrs of the faith, there's a book called the Fox's Book of Martyrs, and you have all these men that wrote these letters before they died, proclaiming Christianity. Some people had their genitals cut off. They were hung upside down, just left to stay there and struggle and die slowly just for proclaiming to be a Christian. This is not a gain. This is not a benefit that they had purported for the Roman Empire. I mean, you have Christians going on long after Rome is gone. You have that going on. So it's not for any benefit. And when you look at the evidence for the rest,
Rome is in pretty good, but the Vatican is its own country, and it's literally worth
the Vatican isn't
more
reflective.
than the United States.
The Vatican isn't reflective of the early church. The Vatican came about but the Vatican and the Roman Catholic Church came about during the split of the church in the 1100s from the Eastern Church. So you had this split
the split of the original church.
Right. And that doesn't mean that the Catholic Church was that.
But this is the closest thing we have to the original church.
No, the Roman Catholic Church is not the closest because the original church was called the Catholic Church, not the Roman Catholic Church. There's a big difference. Catholic means universal, and it was actually speaking about all the churches collectively and not one central church. So when you look at the Roman Catholic Church, you're looking at something that came about in the 1100s, and they split from the Eastern Church because they disagreed. That they said the Pope is basically Christ on earth. And they also there was a few other disagreements. You had the filioque, which is something completely different.
Well, we're not going to, and this is what I'm going to point out. This is the type of thing that will be skipped, but we have to address. Before they left, split off, they were working in there doing those same actions. So even before this thing moved into its own thing, it began within this original thing.
No, what they have today is completely different than what they had in that time.
No, I'm not even saying like from the beginning it was a pope with the end. I may take it kind of was because the emperor kind of could be considered the pope.
No. The first actual pope, Constantine, was not a pope. He was.
I'm not saying Constantine was a pope, but I'm saying he was definitely the leader of the church. He was seen as like a holy thou.
He wasn't the leader of the church. You don't take, especially among these people that have been studying the scriptures for years. They've been preaching for years.
This is the
even
man who's placed.
But even
without
even if an emperor,
there would be no global Christian community.
Right, but even if an emperor wanted to become part of the church, he would just be a Christian. He would not be some pope,
because
some bishop.
he didn't. That's what I'm saying. Now, how do you say he's just joining it, but? Like you said,
look at Donald
Trump.
Trump
the
talks
first
about
Bibles
Jesus.
are Greek.
Right.
So
What about
these is coming from his places, the places he fucking with. This is not saying Greeks are Romans, but I'm saying Greeks are at this time under the Roman Empire.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a Roman product. Like it's not a Roman. No.
That's like saying a Puerto Rican is an American.
So look.
I'm not going to lie.
No, but that's like saying if a Puerto Rican person in Puerto Rico wrote a book in English, therefore it is an American product. That is false. So Koine Greek was the common language among everybody in the Roman Empire, no matter who it was. So if they're spreading the word, and they're trying to get some information across. They're going to write everything in
Well,
Greek
as you said,
because
for the
everybody
very
speaks
first
Greek.
4 founders, right? Like, which would
But everybody spoke Greek,
Greek,
though.
that would be a good way. Like you said, if we're not trying to be seen, the best way would be Greek, right? Like putting in
If
one
we're
of these,
trying to spread it to as many people as possible,
that's
the
not
best
the book
language
that
of that time.
Constantine gave the people, though, right?
What are you talking about? What book are you talking about?
Constantine gave people the Bible, right?
When? What are you referring to? You got to refer to me as source because I've never heard this
I'm saying
anywhere.
like how you said the first. What did you say that first one? The Greek was Sanctus.
Sinaiticus.
Yeah, those books. The other ones you named, I don't want to mess up the names. That's why I'm not even trying for.
Oh, Textus Receptus, Majority Text.
Yeah,
Well,
all
no,
those
this
books.
is.
I remember you were saying something about. I think the oldest one was Greek, right?
Yeah, the oldest New Testament is Greek because that's
And
what the
that's
New
what I'm
Testament
saying.
was
I mean,
written
if
in.
you're trying to hide that at that point, right, it would be smart to put that in Greek because not that, like you said, not that many people know it. That's not what.
No, a lot of people know it. No. Everybody knew Greek. Like everybody. This was so.
I would say.
Yeah. So look. So
I
you
would say
agree that Rome
at that point in time that would definitely have to be the second language because the thing about
No, it was the
Rome
first
Empire.
language.
No,
It was. Yeah. It was. I know
Did
you're
they
thinking
speak Greek in Rome?
Rome. I know you're thinking because Rome speaks Latin, therefore everybody speaks Latin. But what happened when Rome came on the scene? They kept what Alexander the Great had. That's why you still had Hellenism, which is Hellas or Hellene
I
is
mean, some of that
Greek.
shit got mixed in.
No, stayed there. No. The Roman emperors
Christmas.
kept it there. No. But listen, wait, hold on. We're going on so many places. The Roman emperors, they kept the Hell because it worked. They saw what Alexander the Great did. They're like, oh man, this is working. People are still, even though they're in different parts of the empire, they have this commonality among all of them. So they kept the Hellenistic part, and everybody at that time already spoke Greek. So why would they go around changing the language, spending more time when they can just be like, hey, this is the common tongue?
I know for a fact that it's the same thing. I mean, no offense, this is the basically creator of colonization for like. Don't get me wrong.
No, it wasn't.
I would say
You had so many others
first
before.
like mass conqueror that would do that shit, but he was the only one. He pretty much Genghis Khan, but Genghis Khan was pretty much on some shit like, look, we gonna fuck you bitches and kill the dudes, and y'all can grow back as people. Y'all ain't gotta learn y'all language, but y'all Mongolian Empire now.
But KT, you gotta
not
agree.
how Constantine worked. Constantine, he's really the father of this colonization shit because he would come there, rape you bitches, let you bitches stay after he raped them, let the motherfuckers stay and raise the babies that he done raped. And goddamn, you know what I'm saying?
KT, I got a question for you. This is a modern question. So let's say, for instance, I want to do business in Japan. America does business with almost everybody. Mm-hmm. What language are they going to speak to me? Are they going to speak Japanese? Are they going to right? Because English is that universal marketing language that everybody knows. That's the same thing with Koine Greek. Most historians, when you go and read, I can give you some resources to go look at. I just looked at the compendia. I was reading about it, and because the Jews, we know the Jews, some of them spoke Hebrew. A lot of them spoke Aramaic in that time coming out of Babylon, but all of them spoke Koine Greek. Otherwise, they could not do business with anybody because most of the business would be with Gentiles. So they would have to speak Greek as the Gentiles did. So this is where you have Koine, which means common, and they spoke the common tongue of that time. So the New Testament is written in a language everybody knows. That's why it's written in Greek. But let me pinpoint this. We're talking broadly about the Bible. I want to talk specifics. So what lies are contained in the New Testament? Specifics, not like, oh, this,
the story of Jesus. I mean, I would like proof.
What in the story of Jesus is wrong?
If you can give me proof of anything in the New Testament without having to prove to anything in that area, something that could stand out without even correlation to that. Because you know what? Like I said, even if you're talking about another religion, Jesus is spoken about in the Quran. However, he's the prophet.
And Muslims hate Christians.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to politics nor religion. All of that shit is just personally man-made shit to control us.
Right.
I'm not subscribed to either.
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better. You know how Jesus was hated by the scribes and the Pharisees, and these were the rulers of Israel?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a lot of their writings dating from the very first century. And in those writings, they talk about Jesus. So why would a group that a reference?
Anyone.
Okay.
What pharaoh did they say let my people go to? Like any of that? Fuck it.
Yeah, but we're talking. You said New Testament. Now you're jumping Old Testament.
Yeah. Nah, that's I forgot that's Old Testament. Whatever pharaoh didn't fuck with him in that time. You know what I'm saying? Anybody, anything, any correlation, anybody who.
Okay, so
just was there. I just need a regular nigga story. Like, you know what I'm saying? And I also won't say nothing about the Quran. Like I said, I'm not trying to talk shit about the Quran.
Yeah.
I personally.
But again, we're talking about historicity of the Bible. I'm just asking for things in the Bible that are false. Because you said, there's some truth in it.
Like I said, I don't know something in the Bible that's real. Like in the New Testament, for sure.
But like specific, like for instance, I could say
Jesus.
Jesus isn't real?
Yeah, I just no. Not that Jesus. Fuck no.
Wait, the Jesus of the Bible is not real. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, nah, no. I don't. I think maybe it was a man that was just. I don't really know. Like I said, I think the story of Jesus is more of a parable itself about it.
You ever heard of Bart Ehrman?
No, sir.
Okay, Bart Ehrman is an agnostic, really an atheist scholar. He does not believe in anything supernatural that happened in the Bible. He does not believe in the resurrection. But he says and he's a critic of Christianity, somewhat of Islam, but more so of Christianity. He says one of the most sure facts in all of history is that Jesus Christ existed. The one spoken of in the New Testament. He actually says that all the Gospels are historical documentations. Now, this is somebody who hates Christianity, condemns it, says it's wrong, but he says, no, all these things are actually factual. You have
look, that's what I'm saying. When it's proof of the Bible, it always has to be the Bible that proves itself.
No. It's not the Bible.
That it's no proof.
But look, he's an agnostic, so he's not just using the Bible. There are 39 sources outside of the Bible that
the Bible is historical fact. He's literally using the Bible accurate and saying that this is historical facts. So that's what I'm saying. Listen, anything that can be proved.
But listen. He's saying the events recorded in the Bible actually did happen, and the most sure fact of history is that Jesus Christ of Nazareth existed. He said this is the most sure fact that this man existed. You don't just get this in the Bible. You get this from 30.
That's what I'm saying.
He quotes 39 sources outside of the Bible, like Pliny the Younger. Look, Pliny the Younger, Tacitus, Josephus. You have Philo, who's not even a part of the Roman Empire. You have so many different guys.
That's what I'm saying. What is these people? What are they saying? What is the proof? That's what I'm saying.
They talk about the fact that there was a man named Jesus who some say he was crucified under Pontius Pilate. Some say that he was going around doing magic, as Josephus stated, but they still nonetheless depict that this man Jesus did exist, and that it's not just some myth that pops up out of nowhere. These guys, Josephus, 1st century, Philo, 2nd century, some of these guys a little bit later, but they're all recording this man. And even the Talmud in the 1st century, the people who hated Jesus record things about Jesus. They said he did black magic, that he is in hell sitting in excrement because they hated him so much. Nonetheless, they give us a witness. Oh, even our enemies have written about our Savior that did exist. So you don't get that in history. You don't get if somebody didn't exist and one side.
Which one of these guys are not in the Bible? That's what I want to know.
Everybody, Josephus, Philo, Tacitus,
Philo of
Pliny.
Alexandria is an early
Yeah, he's not.
theologian, but he's referred to in Zechariah 6 by the Greek name Anatole. He's literally in the Bible.
Anatoly?
Anatoly, yeah.
No, he's not. That's not Anatoly. No, you think of somebody completely different.
I'm telling you, this is I looked up. That was the easiest name I can remember, so I looked up.
And Zechariah 6?
God. And this is what it was saying. The explanation of Philo of Alexandria is an early theologian.
Yeah, theologian.
Yeah, I'm fucking up. Referred to is a figure in Zechariah 6 by his Greek name.
He's not in Zechariah 6 because Philo comes after the composition of Zechariah.
I'm saying he's the speaking about him in the Bible itself. So that's what I'm saying. Like a guy in the Bible himself. Well, I think, yeah.
No, he's not in the Bible. I don't know who you just saw that from. Philo is not in the Bible. Philo is somebody who comes after Josephus in the 2nd century, but he's not a believer in Jesus. So why would he be writing about Jesus? That's the whole point. You're saying these people came and they made it up, but why would the enemies of that same group speak about this person if he never existed? That doesn't make any sense.
You said why?
So so let's say me and you are enemies and you make up some story about some guy. Why would I write about this guy at all if he doesn't even exist? Why would many other people that disagree with you also write about this guy and say, hey, this guy went around with his disciples doing this, performing magic? If I'm a historian, because all the guys I mentioned, they're all historians. They're all ancient historians.
I watch anime. Do you watch anime?
Yeah.
I was watching this anime. It's called like Kengen Ashura or something like that. Long story short, it's this kid doing these fights. It's a tournament to the death. He got this style called the Nico style. And he didn't really know much about it or the guy who taught it to him, but it was supposed to be like the best fighting style in the world, whatever. But this dude meets him and tells him yeah, you ever noticed that it's a couple people you done ran into and they kept saying something about Nico, but you ain't think they knew Nico, but they understood the fighting style. So you was like, that's Nico. He's like, you want to know the trick to that? He's like, well, it was a man who made a fighting style. And what he did was he went to the hood and he grabbed all the orphans in the hood. And he said, I'm going to make all y'all my kids. But he named every last one of them Nico. So the point of it was where people, since like not even being funny, not saying it's the same thing, just saying like a good point of reference.
What if there's other people named
like
Jesus
it's a whole
around this
bunch
time?
of people that was just out here beating people up, and if one person over here now, people basically saying, "Hey, this dude Nico, I done seen him,"
and they think it's all the same person.
4 different dudes on 4 different sides of town.
Long story short, you're saying, what if Jesus is in the same way? It's just different guys that are all being spoken about.
I'm saying it's different guys in different stories. Like I ain't saying it's a whole bunch of people. Listen, the Russians pulled out a thing a couple months back, showing where they said Jesus came up there, but he's a black dude. You know what I'm saying? Like shit changed,
right? But
depending on the story,
everybody
had how it go, because he's a hot topic,
right? But everybody has a depiction.
I believe everybody was having some wanted to be a part of it if they knew what was going on. Like that's why I said I don't think that Jesus wasn't a real person. I think this story of Jesus wasn't the truth. Because
okay, so what are some things internally within the Gospels that tell you that this did not happen? Like, give me some actual
I mean, just the whole setting just doesn't really.
Yeah, but when you say the whole thing, I can't actually. Then I have to prove the whole Bible to you. Just go point for point. So what's
like I said, the New Testament, you don't have to prove the whole Bible. I would accept that the Old Testament has some flaw, but again, I would accept that at least this has one steady basis. The main thing is, again, it's not one steady basis for the second one, and the other part is the timelines of create. one thing that's always really truly bothered me. God one day, right? I know this is the Old Testament. I'm just saying though. God one day was like, "Hey, I don't want y'all to fuck up in the world. I'm gonna strike this stone and give y'all the 10 Commandments, tell y'all what to do." I don't understand why it wouldn't just be a book of God or a book of
What do you
Jesus
mean?
himself. This would seem like that's what I'm saying. Jesus, of all people, right? You're God himself, damn near. Like, let's be read the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit. You're damn near God. You telling me
No, he is.
you
Yeah.
wouldn't think that it was important enough for you to write down your own book? Because you know people will question things. But I'm not
For
saying it's not
Jesus? You saying for Jesus?
Yeah, definitely. If you're the embodiment, you're here to spread the knowledge. You're here to give out the word of God.
Yeah, but if he's writing down, how is he going out and teaching?
You can't teach him, right? You can't walk and chew gum. I mean, you're God. You
Yeah,
bring
but if
people
you
back from
like,
the dead.
imagine you have a crowd of 5,000 people. They all want something different, and you also have to teach each and every one of them. 5,000 people. How long do you think it would take to talk and help 5,000 people?
Not too much. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You don't think? Okay, so how long? Let's say
not with
2
being
days.
God. You're literally God. You're resurrecting people. You're giving them this sight.
But
Minus
it's God. It's
definitely not
it's
like
God on earth. It's God on earth. So it's not God doing everything at once and just boom, snap. Like, no,
I'm
he's
not saying he's
conversing.
doing everything at once. However, you're doing way more than the average human. And what you are doing is pretty miraculous. Beyond that, too, also again, you have 12 guys around you.
And Matthew was one of the
To think
apostles, and
that
he
you
wrote
would,
down.
of all people, the Son of God wouldn't say, "Make sure you write my history."
Well, he did.
Like,
Matthew was one of his apostles, and he wrote it down.
In that moment, no.
Yeah, he was. He was right. They were all writing stuff
none
down.
of those books came from before Jesus died. I'm talking about
but
like
just
in the New Testament. None of that was carbon dated to when he died, to before
but
he
listen,
died.
but that's a straw man, because we don't have any autographs of anything in ancient history. What we have are copies, but when we talk about the composition date,
no, that's not a straw man, because we're talking about him. If you're embodied, like we know for facts. I'm not saying everything, but again, like you said, carbon date. We do know what time some shit came out, as long as you can find that.
But do you know
original.
what we're carbon dating though?
Copies.
What are we copies, not autographs, which are the originals, which is what the original people would have
But
wrote.
even the originals, if we're saying what the people said was supposed to be the original timeline, nobody's saying that these books came from when Jesus was actually here. You got 12 disciples. You telling me you ain't think one of them could just write down what's going on? Y'all ain't doing shit.
No, he did. If you look at Revelations, Jesus is speaking to John, and he says, "What you hear, write it down in a book." Exactly what you're saying.
But he wrote the book of John.
Right. He wrote the gospel according to John, and then he wrote the book of Revelation. So exactly what you're saying.
So,
but look, wait, hold up.
Be writing
hold up.
the Old Testament.
Well, hold up. Watch. You're about to move the goalposts. Exactly what you just said Jesus should have done, he did. So, like,
he did.
No, you said Jesus should have told his disciples to write it down, and he did.
90 years after he died, 30 years? Is that the closest one you said? Let's be polite. 30 years after he died. Let's say John is the closest one. So 30 years after Jesus died,
so now,
he decided to write it down.
Now we're moving the goalposts. Now it's
not moving the goalposts.
First you said he should have told them.
I said write it down in that moment. You moved the goalpost by saying he did write it. But I said in that moment.
And now you're being totally fix to it.
My bad, your phone call went out.
Inevitably, the scripture was written by inspiration of men that were moved by the Holy Spirit, and Jesus and the Father send the Spirit. So Jesus is basically telling men to, they all have the same will. So he's basically telling men to write these things down.
You remember earlier how you were saying, like, giving some shit some scrutiny, that only Jesus, you only give Jesus that thing, right? Only a Christian or a person who believes in this will give that type of thing the benefit of the doubt.
No, that's what the scripture says. It's not the benefit of the doubt, and I'm making it up. Yeah, it's not making it up. It's not like,
listen,
yeah.
Because if I told you right now, I killed somebody because the demon hopped in me, you're gonna be like,
Boy, shut your crazy ass up. However, you sitting here trying to tell me with a straight face, 90 years later, the spirit hit a man, and that was definitely God. It was and you can't even question it. You shouldn't even be trying to question that.
Yeah.
But
Well, if you killed a man, I would understand that's in your nature to do so. Everybody has that capacity to do that.
No. I'm saying, but if I said I did it because a demon hopped in me, that's what I'm saying. Nobody's going to be like,
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine that I'm saying it. No one's going to believe that. No one's going to accept that.
Yeah,
However,
no. I'm
saying with
saying
Christianity that I must accept that premise. And if
but
I'm
even in
not,
the
I'm moving the
Bible,
goalposts. That's not true. Listen.
No. I'm saying I gave you evidence for something you asked for, and then you're saying, "Oh no, it has to be in this certain time span."
No, I said that when I asked for it. Before
no,
you got
didn't. You said,
yes,
"Why
I
didn't
did.
Jesus?"
I said,
No. You said
this
this.
is Jesus
You said
Christ
why?
himself. You telling me out of one of the 12 apostles, he wouldn't say, turn around and say, write my life down right now, like as you witnessing.
No, you said you just added right now. If you go
I
back to
didn't.
the
I
tape,
literally said that then because that's the point of
if you
me
go into
saying,
live,
why wouldn't you have one of the 12 disciples? Why would I say one of the 12 disciples not write down his story sooner or later?
But listen,
you said why wouldn't you have somebody record it in the moment, because that's what's most important.
Look, you didn't say right now. You didn't say in the moment. I heard you very clearly. And when I gave you the answer, I was like, you're about to move the goalpost. And that's exactly what you just did.
No, it
you
didn't. No, it didn't.
Hey, look, you can just go back. You can just go back and
I was about
check
to say
it.
we got a show going on. If you can go back and check it, and I promise you that's what was said. I literally said then, why would he not have somebody right there go ahead and just record his life? Because we're talking about Jesus. Like I said, the first thing I said beforehand was, why wouldn't he write the book himself? Okay, and then with your reply, right, was he's a busy man. All right, but why wouldn't he have one of the 12 disciples do
it? Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't, because John wrote the book of John. He didn't write the New Testament. He didn't write down
right. So you have Matthew.
Who recorded?
Yeah, Matthew. Matthew wrote it down.
The book of
Mark,
Matthew. Okay.
Yeah,
Matthew wrote it how long after it happened?
You're talking like 10, 15 years.
How long?
10, 15 years.
15 years? You lying.
No, 10, 15
just said
years.
The closest book that was in there was like 30 years.
No. No. So what I'm talking about, as far as I was talking about Revelation being written, 80s, 85, maybe 90. But when I was talking about Matthew, I said the composition date of Matthew is literally 15 to 20 years after Jesus died. That's that. But we're talking about final completion. We're not talking about full on writing, like the full, because it could take somebody 4 years to write a book. That doesn't mean that they wrote it at the end of that 4th year. No, they were writing it within that time span. So we don't know when Matthew began writing it, but he definitely began writing it before he finished. That's logical. He has to start writing it, continue writing it, finished. So those things happen soon after. This was very common. Why would he wait till the end of his life to write about something? Doesn't make any sense.
Why wouldn't he write during his life? That's what I'm saying. You weren't telling me John wrote his book before right before he died, and that's what I'm saying. And even by your logic,
right? So okay, so let me ask you: if he doesn't write something as it's happening, does that mean it didn't happen?
No, and I'm not saying it didn't.
Exactly. So that's not a good critique of it. To be, why wouldn't he write it as it's happening? That's not a good critique if you don't even think that's going to rule anything out, because you wouldn't say the same thing about Moses or any of those other things. Seems to be mostly New Testament and
because
Revelation.
None of these people are as important as Jesus. Even Moses,
right?
Like I said, the one person I did say, I even brought somebody up in the Old Testament.
But just because Jesus is special doesn't mean that, I can make up special requirements for Jesus to say that this person, Jesus, didn't exist, and these things in this Bible
book is
did not
basically
happen.
about you. I read thousands of pages before I even got.
But to also go an extra mile and say these things are not historical, meaning they didn't happen.
I'm not. That's the wild thing, right? I'm not even going the extra mile. I'm really not even saying, "Hey, I want everything to be." I'm saying just simply prove any of this without that book. It's pretty hard. Now, things that happen in the book, like I said, that's why I keep saying it's some truth and some lies. Because like a flood, that's a part of human history. The younger dryas,
You know what I'm saying? I believe the flood happened, but that's in every religion, right? That's what I'm saying. The flood, the
Right.
Immaculate Conception.
But you don't have historical accounts in different religions. Like you have different things spoken about in the Quran, but there's clear internal contradictions within those accounts. When you look at the accounts of the scripture and you look at the Old Testament historical events that take place, we have many inscriptions in Assyria that prove the captivity in Babylon. We have names of kings that are mentioned in the Bible. And we have time frames for all of this.
The
So we
problem
match it up.
with most of this is that we're saying the names of the kings from the Bible, or we found them from the Bible. Like that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but we also see them in history. We see them in the world.
Once we bruh, I know you know what you ever heard of stigmata?
Stigmata. No.
Stigmata is people, and this is a literal, you can look this shit up. It's literally people in the world who gain holes in their hands and their hands bleed, like because they believe that they didn't got like hung like Jesus. Like no bullshit. It's also like, you ever heard of psychosomatic illness?
No.
Well, it's like when you believe in something that ain't even real, but
Yeah,
so you
so
start
okay.
showing all symptoms, bro. I'm talking about
can 500 people at the same time have that condition? Is it
yeah,
okay?
fuck
Let me ask
yeah,
this.
no, yeah.
Okay. Is it highly likely or is it highly
No, it's
unlikely?
very highly likely. Like I'm talking about, it's studies of them giving, like doctors giving people, they telling people, yeah, these are Percocets.
Yeah,
But
but
really
the
vitamin
whole
C's, and
the whole
people like, well, I've
concept.
been high as fuck for days.
Yeah, but the whole idea of them being drained on anything that was there in that time, that's already been debunked many times just from the internal evidence of the scripture alone. That's all been debunked. So
It's
you're bringing in
using the
things that,
scriptures of itself to do something. That's my point. Listen,
yeah, but
when we come
okay,
back
but
to find the kings, right? The people who found the kings just so happen to be Christian. Just so happen to be. It's wild that
right,
we just
right, but
accept like shit.
yeah, but
Somebody
that
finds
doesn't.
something that
But
goes to the benefit of something
yeah,
that they like,
but
and we
listen,
think,
if the
nope, ain't
Bible
nothing
says,
suspicious.
if the Bible speaks about a king and say 650 BC, and it's a certain king in Assyria at a certain time. If I am now an archaeologist, and I'm going to that place and I'm trying to find this, and I find a monumental inscription with this king's name on it, and I can backdate it to the time that it's from, or it has a date on it, and it matches up with the Bible, that is a proof that what the Bible has recorded has actually
I mean,
happened.
but listen,
This king
if you
did
don't wrote
exist.
books after that happened, that's not. That's
Yeah,
not.
but you already said we have the Dead Sea Scrolls. So if people are finding this in 1990, and the Dead Sea Scrolls were written 2,500, 3,500 years prior to that, it's
Yeah,
not
and
like
like I said,
somebody.
that's the one
Yeah,
part I'm gonna say got more truth in it than anything, right? Like I said, that's what I feel. But
archaeological evidence.
that's where you
We have
got your
archaeological
actual,
evidence for the New
the people
Testament.
that
We
you
have
can
that for the
find in history are in the Old Testament. The New
right.
Testimony people that you find in history all tend to be Romans and people who can correlate that
Right,
Jesus was real based
because
on
the New
that era.
Testament era
But
is during the Roman
that's
Empire.
not sensible.
Right,
Like, because the
right.
Bible don't instantly listen. It don't say in the Bible nowhere at this time, yeah, Act 2, we now in Europe shouldn't happen. It don't say, it really don't even explain how it's all of a sudden
In Acts
these
it does.
Romans are
In
there
Acts it
and
does.
ruling shit.
Yeah, in Acts it talks about Pentecost happening at a certain time. We can actually pinpoint it to the day and the year that this happened, because there's certain surrounding historical things that are mentioned that we know, hey, this happened in 35, 34 AD. Like, we can pinpoint these things in Acts. Like, why do you think they call Luke the master historian? There is an atheist that his name is Sir William Ramsey. He wanted so bad to disprove the Bible, and he's a historian. So he went from the book of Acts alone, and the conclusion that he came to was that Luke was the greatest historian that ever lived. And you're talking about somebody who had their PhD in ancient history. He says this guy was the greatest because of the accuracy of the things that he says is more accurate than anything we find in ancient history. A lot of other things are really they're moral lots of opinion, lots of subjective things that people say, but this guy's straight facts. This thing happened at this place with these things surrounding it. Like, you don't just have atheists who hate Christianity say that Luke is the greatest historian for no reason and then have no merit. Like, these things all have merit. So I'm just not getting your objections.
I just looked this up, right? That's my bad. That's why I was kind of quiet for a second. But listen to me. It says the closest book that was written to Jesus' death was the book of Luke, and that was 80 to 90 years after he died.
80 to 90 years. What are you looking at? What does it say exactly?
The Gospel of Luke is generally dated to around 80 to 90 years after death.
Yeah, generally means right in the
suggest
middle.
The later date
There's
of 90 to 110.
Right. There's earlier dates of the composition of Luke, but that's not the earliest. A lot of people say that Mark or Matthew are the earliest, and they were written in. Some date them as early as 45. Some date them as late as like 100.
Which one you said? Mark and who?
Mark and Matthew. Yeah, look at the earliest date.
You said Mark and Matthew. Okay. So Matthew would be the closest, and it was 50. But they still say it's between, they believe it's somewhere between 50 to 90. So it's really not but however, I'm still just pointing out. None of these was close. They were almost half a century after the man died. And that's what I'm saying, even down to that. How the fuck was Luke and Martin, all these people making it?
Yeah.
One said 50, one said 60, the other one said anywhere from 80 to 110 years after Jesus died. All them niggas grown when Jesus died.
So when we look at what is comprised of biblical material, biblical scripture, we hold the same standard. We don't say because King David was greater than Moses, that King David, he has to be written sooner than Moses being spoken about and all these other things, because like I said, Moses wrote about certain figures that were not alive during his time. So the dates and the date of the events are far removed. So when we look at how far that gap is, the New Testament has a much smaller gap. And now you're saying, well,
how did they write them books? If they were dead, what was they, 200 and something?
Who was dead? What are you talking about?
We were at this point, niggas was not 200 even in the Bible.
Who's 200? What is this number coming from?
The book of what's his name was written 80 to 110 years after Jesus died.
No. When you're looking at that date, Luke, it's not 80. No, it's not 80 to 100 years after he died. It's 80 to 100 AD. Jesus died in 33 AD. That means you're looking at about less than 50 years of the earliest composition date for Luke. Luke's still alive. I think you might be reading that a little bit wrong. Yeah.
That's just three of them, right? John,
I didn't even hear anything you said.
Still got others that came far later afterwards. That's what I'm saying. Did they write these books? Because if they wrote these books, then that means these people was like 300 years old when the last one.
Who was 300 years old? What are you talking about? Where are you getting 300 from? 300 years old?
Like, because isn't that like I said, isn't that the amount of time for the books? All of them, not just saying they put them together, like from the last one.
No, to be written. No. When it says composition date, that's when they're finished writing it, not when they begin writing it. That's why I was trying to tell you, like, they could have started writing it right after Jesus died, but since they're being hunted down and they're going from place to place and they're poor. They can't constantly write these things down, but that doesn't mean they weren't. So that's what I'm trying to say. You know, those composition dates are when they finished writing the New Testament. Does that make sense?
You're saying 90 is when 90 to 100 years is when they believe they finished.
No. 90 AD.
I mean, AD is when you believe they finished the book, which would be about 50 years after 52.
Depends on which book you're talking about. It's probably John's Gospel.
50 to 80,
yeah, that
was
sounds
Luke.
right.
The closest one was Matthew, which is 50.
Right.
So that's about 25 years.
Even these being less than 100 years from the day of the events is still very much shorter than, say, Jeremiah,
and I'm agreeing.
Isaiah,
I'm saying,
Moses.
How did they live? Did they live this long now? Because that's what I'm saying. It's like it's so many fallacies.
What are you talking about? Live how long? I don't get why you're bringing that up.
Listen. The book of Luke, was it not written by Luke?
It was.
All right. So 50 years after Jesus died, 50 to 70 years after Jesus died.
Right.
That's when he finished the book. So he would be like 100 and something. But
why would he be 100? No. A lot of these guys were very young. They were around their 20s. So let's say Jesus, because Jesus, remember, he's coming to pick up Peter and all these guys are young fishermen. They're in their 20s. Then Jesus died 3 years after that. So let's say they're 20. 50 years later, they would be 70.
You telling me niggas was all these motherfuckers? Nah, this is wild when I thought about it too. In the 80s, where the human lifespan is probably dying in your 40s. Niggas is living all the way to 80 on a constant basis.
No. Yeah, that's normal. Everybody wasn't dying at 40. When you look at the average lifespan, for instance, our average lifespan as men is about 60. Really about 60. The average is taken from everybody, not the individual. So even though the average lifespan is 60, I have a grandfather who's almost 90, 100 years old.
The average lifespan in 100 AD was 30 to 35 years of age.
Right. That's the average. That means most people died before they reached the age of 40, 45, 50. That doesn't mean everybody did. You gotta read these
12 niggas living, one of them 25. So one of them, the first one, minus his age of when Jesus died, he already damn near beat a lifespan. He already beat, and if we do add his age, because all he got to do is be 10 or more, but he was probably 20. You know what I'm saying? Let's be nice though. Let's say the nigga was 18, right? He done beat the human lifespan. The first one, boom. That we gonna let that live. Now we go to the second one. That was 10.
Yeah, but you're talking about average. Average doesn't mean that they live up to this age. It just means this is what everybody as a collective averaged out.
No, I'm saying that's the average though. The average is what it is. The average. That's the average. So
that doesn't mean if somebody lives
12 mirrors.
Right. That doesn't mean just because someone lives a little bit longer than this that now there's no way.
80 is so much not a little bit longer.
But look, that's like saying the average income of an average American is $60,000, and I told you I make $150,000. You lying? The average income is 60. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that's like saying you're not the average income. You're above the average income, like wildly above the average income.
They're above the average mortality rate. They're above the average mortality rate.
No, I'm not. So look, even down to that, let's compare that. So like today, the average life expectancy is like 74, somewhere around there.
Sure.
That would be
for men, it's 60. For men, it's like 60, 65.
Okay, that would be like saying
this man lived to
I know 3 people who are 130.
No, that doesn't make any sense. Nobody's ever gotten that old. We're talking about real.
That's what I'm saying.
But listen. No. I'm saying but nobody after, let's say Genesis 6, nobody's after that's getting 120 or over. So that average lifespan, if we look at it
based on Bible standards, I'm just talking about.
I know, but listen. If you look at if you look at people's ages, nobody's living over 120 years old. That's just really not heard of. So But listen. If you're saying, hey, this person is 130 something, very very rare and not common among anybody in history, that's what I'm saying. No, not likely, not highly likely. But for somebody to just be 70, 80 years old in any time frame, that's definitely possible. So I think
I
you're
think
ruling
that
out
would be
the
if
possibility
the
because of
lifespan is 30 to 35, you've almost tripled the lifespan. You would die because people would eat you because nigga.
No. You know
You're
why the
healthy as
average
fuck.
lifespan was so
Something's going
short?
on.
Do you
You're a
know why the
witch.
average do you know why the average lifespan was so short?
No, I would not lie.
Yes, because everybody was always at war. That's why. That's why the average lifespan only went to 35, 40.
I would
So if
take
you
that.
look at right, okay. So if you look at these men in the Bible, none of them were soldiers. So that eliminates that. So what?
You do not have to be soldiers to die. Like that's who dies
but
the
that's
most
why.
in
But
wars, right? Civilians.
that's why people died at 35 to 40. If you look at the first century, when they come up with that number, it is because mostly a lot of people were in war. A lot of people were trying to take over empires. Like if you just read about the Herodian dynasty, there are so many people that die within that family and so many of their soldiers in like the span of 2-3 years because they're just trying to gain power. So when you look at that number, it's based on the fact that everybody's always at war during that time. There's not peace
I
during
accept the wars, but that's what I'm saying. What we gonna act like for 80 years? These niggas, they was with Jesus. First of all, like a man that just got hung. I'm pretty sure all the people that your disciples were pretty fucking wanted, but you survived.
Right, but if they're not, if they're not
wars
soldiers,
happened around you. Everybody
no,
was
wars
nice
did
and
happen.
courteous to
They
you.
weren't fighting in wars. So is it highly possible that someone
No,
who's
you
not
don't have
fighting?
to fight in a war to be a casualty of it. If the place that you're in goes at war, like you're a 50-year-old man trying to run away, because guess what? It's not cars and stuff, right? If a war did happen on the land that you're in, hey, we need y'all to evacuate. Well,
Right, but the majority of people that were dying were those that were going out to war. Yes, there were auxiliary casualties, fine, but the majority of people that were dying were the ones going out to war. So when you get that average, that's like the average American income. That's not based on just the rich people or just a certain. That's everybody
not just
and a
the
good
average.
chunk.
And I get that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying doubling the average, almost quadrupling the average. No, that is crazy.
There's
That's
nothing
crazy.
wrong with that. And it's not like it's not highly possible. Because if you're talking about men who were fishermen, they're not in any violent field, and now they're not even in that anymore, and they're going around spreading the gospel, teaching people what's dangerous about this.
I mean, even you were saying that that's what I'm saying. This doesn't
right.
Listen, I know you're gonna give me the Christian angle of look back at the book, and I'm just saying, like, I just don't. I'm listen.
Yeah, but look,
give
these
me anything
points that you're
outside this
giving,
book, I swear I'm gonna take it. But
these points I've given you, Pliny, Tacitus, Josephus, Philo. I've given you so many of these guys, and look at Bart Ehrman's work. He is still an agnostic. Look at Sir William Ramsey's work. I've given you places to go look, so don't say I haven't given you any places. These are guys who are atheists or were atheists, and they're saying incredible things about the scripture itself from outside of the scripture, not inside the scripture, outside of the scripture. So we have all these different evidences, and it's not unlikely that these men could live to be a certain age. 80 years old, that's not. I mean, it's 80. It's very common today, but very
Ramsey
uncommon.
was a literal New Testament scholar. I mean,
right, but look at what he was. Look at Sir William Ramsey.
It says he was initially skeptical, believing Luke's writings were myths.
Right.
It says he is certified that he believes it's historical accurate, but it's not.
Right.
It's nothing.
Yeah, but if you look at his career before he actually certified that it's historically accurate, he was going to, because he's a skeptic. Skeptics, they question everything and they say, hey, what about this? What about this? He was going in to prove the book of Acts was historically unreliable, and he came out on the other side. Go just actually read his bio. Just go on Wikipedia. Read his full bio. Read his whole thing.
On Wikipedia?
Yeah, you can read this whole thing on Wikipedia. But yeah, it'll tell you all about his life. If you go to, I think it is title, my professor. Actually, I don't even know if you can get this on Wikipedia. Who wrote this article? It's trash.
Mm-hmm.
Legacy. This like really short. There's a lot on.
So the Wikipedia joint ain't it? I ain't gonna lie, you know.
William Ramsey biography.
But I mean, I get the gist though. But I'm saying, like, that's what I'm saying. If you start off, you wasn't. How the fuck you skeptical, but you literally already a scholar, bro? Come on, bro.
Well, okay. Look, you can.
How skeptical
There's a lot of
was you really?
A skeptical scholar is always going to try to disprove something. That's what a skeptic is. Someone who tries to disprove something at every turn.
I'm saying, I doubt if you were skeptic upon something, you would already be.
He didn't believe in the accuracy of Acts.
Nah, he ain't believe in the historical proof, but that's what I'm saying.
Look,
that's something
look,
you want to narrate to make your theology seem more solid. You get what I'm saying?
But look, what you do as a scholar before you undertake a project is you come up with a hypothesis and you go on to prove that hypothesis, and that becomes theory. That's becomes something that you have proven by fact in any shape or form. So his hypothesis was that Acts was not reliable. So he goes in trying to
Give me somebody else.
Somebody else. What's his name? Bart Ehrman.
Bart Ehrman. Bart D. Ehrman?
Yeah, Bart D. Ehrman.
Give me somebody else.
So why?
He a New Testament scholar. Man.
He's an agnostic.
And listen, this is what I'm saying. This is my only thing.
Yeah, but do you know what it means to be do you know what it means to be a New Testament scholar?
Yes, you're somebody who studied the New Testament.
Right. Does it mean you're a Christian?
No, it doesn't have to mean you're a Christian at all.
So how am I going to give you scholars that don't study the New Testament to tell you about the New Testament?
I mean,
that doesn't make
regular archaeologists to do. Like, I'm not talking about, because listen to me, if you're a scholar, specifically a scholar, that means you're taking a far understudy of the New Testament prior to you ever even seeking out this quote unquote.
Right, but that doesn't mean you believe in it. So if you come from an unbiased viewpoint and you do not believe in something, you're a scholar.
You don't come from an unbiased viewpoint, though. You believe in the Bible.
No. Listen, wait. Just because you are a New Testament scholar does not mean you believe in the Bible. This is very common knowledge among scholars. So Bart D. Ehrman, he is an agnostic. Do you know what an agnostic is?
Doesn't that mean you don't ascribe to any religion or some shit like that?
Right. You say that there's a God out there, but you're not saying that Muslims are right, Christians are right. You just don't know. So Bart Ehrman does not agree that Christianity is true. Otherwise, he would not be an agnostic. Agnostic means to not know, literally from the Greek, to not know. Mm-hmm. So if he believes in Christianity, he wouldn't be an agnostic. He would be a Christian. But he denies a lot of things in the Bible. But there are things from his own studies that he says, hey, the most sure fact of history is that this man Jesus that the scripture speaks of, he actually existed, and that these things spoken about in the Gospels actually did happen. These historical narratives. And he says the same thing about Acts. It's the most historically accurate ancient document we have to date. That's what I'm saying. I mean, these guys aren't Christians, and they're saying these things because they're studying the information from an unbiased viewpoint. They're not coming in saying, they're actually coming in saying this is untrue. And they're like, wait.
Oh, I'm about to go see him.
Yeah. Go look at Bart Ehrman's videos. He says some off the wall things.
Nah, he work in North Carolina. He work at Chapel Hill.
Go talk to him. Go ask him. Go ask him. Be like, hey, you're an agnostic scholar. Does that mean you believe in this? Ask him all the things that I told you. Ask him about it. He's going to affirm every single one of them. You know what's funny? somebody asked him, they were like, "Hey, are you ever gonna look at the Quran, study the Quran?" He was like, "Yeah, the day I'm like ready to die, I'll read and study the Quran." Basically, as a joke, he's not studying the Quran because there's no validity to it at all, from his own viewpoint of just being a scholar. And that's just showing you how much evidence there is for the New Testament, just historicity alone. When you want to look at archaeology, can't name any archaeologists off the top. I do have a bunch of resources. Archaeology isn't my specialty, so I haven't dug into it a
bro.
lot.
I'm gonna be real with you.
What?
He was raised in the church. Said as a teenager he became a born again Christian.
Right.
And one in his book, Misquoting Jesus, he recounts being in his youth with euphemism, that God inspiring the words of the Bible. Like, that's what I'm saying. This isn't
right. He's not a Christian
these
now,
people
though.
that are already prescribing to that line of thought. So you really trying to prove your line of thought
Wait,
correct?
KT, he's not a Christian right now. He does not believe in the God of the Bible. It doesn't matter how he came up. When he's in his scholarly field and his scholarly work, and he does not believe in the God of the Bible, he's still critiquing the Bible to see what's false and what isn't. His book, Misquoting Jesus, is about him going into the manuscripts of what we have and looking at certain things and looking at what's mistranslated and what isn't. But he's going based solely off of the non-supernaturalistic things that are said. So, and he's saying that these things, and these are all historical, based on all the things we have around this time period, spoken about this time period. This is historically reliable. You can't discount it just because he says he grew up as a Christian. Right now, he's an actual bona fide agnostic.
This what it's saying. It said God had inspired the words of the Bible and protected its text from all error. He said his desire to understand the original words of the Bible is what led him to his studies, particularly Koine Greek and textual criticisms. During his studies at Princeton, however, he was convinced that there were contradictions. So this, even him going to college, he was already believing in this. He's not saying that he don't believe in the Bible. He said it's contradiction, but he already believed in the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
No, he doesn't believe in the Bible. He doesn't. Bro, look at his recent interviews. We can go look at his quotes. His quotes are so contradictory, left and right. It's nuts. Go look at his interviews. He's going to tell you he does not believe in the Bible. He only believes what is historically provable because he is a historian.
Well, that would be something that changed after he became that. That which would be further proven because you jumped into it because you're a Christian. At least what you said with the background explanation of, they literally say he went to school because he already believed in the Bible, but he wanted to learn how to get a deeper understanding. That's why he learned Koine and all that, so he can look into the book. And he said once he read it, he then seen it was discrepancies. But now, like,
and that's when he started to have
he
doubts.
don't even believe in the Bible.
Viewpoint. Right, he does not believe in the supernatural part. So what he's saying, as far as the authenticity of the historicity of the Bible, as merit, because now he's no longer a believer. He does not have any dogs in the fight anymore.
Nah, that's something you throw out after you done already put the dog. That's what I'm saying. You can't.
Yeah, but but look, check this out. Okay, if he gives up his faith because he's digging deeper, why would he say it's historically accurate if now he's trying to be, intellectually honest?
I mean, because that makes you seem less like you're being like, oh, I'm not being biased. I don't even prescribe to that shit.
No. I'm telling you, he doesn't care. Trust me, he does not care about what anybody thinks within the scholarly community. He says as he feels within his own studies. So when he makes these claims that this is historically reliable, it's not based on any type of influence.
And look, it even finishes off with, like, he subsequently turned into a liberal Christian, remained in the apocryphal, I don't know what the fuck this word is, church for 15 years, but later he became an agnostic atheist after struggling with philosophical problems of evil and suffering.
Do you know what agnostic atheist is?
Yeah, like you don't believe in God. They're like, well, you don't believe in religion.
But that's
Right.
what I'm
So
saying. Like,
that's what he
after
is
you get
now.
in here, but that's what I'm saying.
Right. But
After
still, look.
you're saying, well,
But listen,
it's
as he's an
historically
agnostic.
accurate. You
No,
believe
not
in this.
after.
Now, if this was
No.
historically accurate, then why the fuck would you believe the faith?
No. Listen. Because he doesn't believe in the supernatural things. That's what binds the faiths together is the resurrection, all the miracles. He does not hold to them. So he says that, okay, he
And
doesn't
this
believe
even
in
say he
God.
left for because he got a philosophical problem
That's
with
what
the
screaming at.
evils and suffering. He not even talking about just the contradict. He talking about the suffering and evils is what made
So he's
him not
talking
even
about the
believe
whole
in it. So I'm
concept
just saying.
of God and God saying this and God doing that. Now he's getting more into the does God exist? I don't think so. That's why it's agnostic atheist. So he's more leaning towards the fact that God doesn't exist. So now he actually has no dog in the fight. After he has come to this position of being agnostic atheist, he said that the existence of Jesus is the most sure fact in all of history, and the Gospels are historical documentations along with Acts. Because he can't say anything. He can't say anything about Paul's epistles because they're not historical. So most people won't have the historical conversation about Paul's epistles for that reason. That's all theological.
What is Paul's epistles? I don't know.
Paul's epistles, they're theology and ways we should conduct ourselves. So it's not really describing anything that's happened in history. It's more so him just writing a letter. Like if you wrote a letter to me about, or
it's like
say you wrote a letter.
Psalms.
Say you wrote it, yeah, it's like Psalms. It's like Psalms or Proverbs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, even that, I'm really not even arguing this. I'm just saying, it's too many people with dogs in the fights, and yeah, I could say conveniently, after I've been here for my whole life and 15 years after I've started these studies, that I was with this. So even down to when you saying this I get he made that statement. I would like to ask, when did he make that statement? Was he already atheist or was he still there?
Yeah, no, he was already atheist. This is the recent statement he's made. When you look at his books, yeah. You can look at when all his books were written, they come later and later. If you look at the earliest one from the latest one, you can find contradictions in between because he's changed his position. That happens among scholarship. Nothing bad about that.
No, yeah, that's life. Fuck scholarship. That's life. You know what I'm saying? You like apples as a kid, you grow up, you hate them motherfuckers. It's okay.
Yeah. But
So
most people
I'm really not even making it about the change or nothing. I'm just saying from the beginning, you're lying. I'm like I said, I just want to see somebody who ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Like nobody who is like I really was begging for like just some random. Like I said, if it was something like Egypt right there.
So,
like niggas ain't got no Jesus hieroglyph up, no.
Right. But listen, anybody that would know about Jesus would have been visited by either the church or somebody against the church. So anybody that I would show you would either have been visited by the church or have been an enemy of the church. So everybody would have a stake in the fight. Otherwise, you don't really know about Jesus unless the church comes and tells you or the enemy comes and tells you. Huh?
Russia don't. Like that's even like it was something like that.
There was missionaries sent to Russia.
Huh?
You kidding? All that stuff comes from the medieval ages. So that's when the church is already spread. When you have the Eastern Church, they're called the Eastern Church for a reason because it's the eastern part of Asia. So you had a lot that went into that area in Russia. You had a lot of Jews up in Russia as well. So this isn't like it's not an unbelievable thing that Jews or Christians would go to Russia and tell them about Jesus, the disciples, and spread the gospel there.
Saying like the Romans didn't have much. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Russia was under Roman rule.
No. But the church.
Like I'm just saying in terms of like they wouldn't like maybe at the end after the church, but I'm saying like because I'm really not even saying Russia. I'm just saying like Chinese people, something shit. Like nobody got this story of Jesus, and the one person who do is some people y'all even say y'all say like the Muslims not credible. They story type shit. So, but that's the only other person that talk about God.
The Muslims?
I mean, Jesus, not God. Jesus.
Yeah, well, you got Jews too. You got Jehovah's Witnesses, a bunch of people.
I don't. That's different shapes. That's definitely the same religion. Like, I think
Yeah,
you know
but
what
you
I'm
have a
saying.
lot of people. You have a lot of people speaking about the fact that Jesus existed. Stop. Um, you have a lot of evidence. I don't know. I just feel some of the points you were bringing up weren't really. They were specially made points to be like, see, you don't have anything written 10 seconds after this event happened. And
No,
I feel like a
it's
lot of
really not. It's sensibility. I mean,
yeah, but you
like,
don't have anything like that in ancient history. I get that Jesus is special, but you can't treat
no, you
the
got everything like that.
But listen, wait. You can't treat the historicity of what happened according to the gospel different than all of ancient history. Like we can have the separate conversation about, hey, did Jesus do this? Did he say this and all these other things? But when it just comes to the historicity of what it says, that is held on the same standards that all other ancient history is held on. And if you
Yeah,
say,
that's what
hey,
I'm
they
saying.
have
Like the no, that's from the beginning. The truth lie. Saying something like a flood happened. Okay, we
what?
can't hide that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that, and not being funny, most major religions in the world have, like, literally. So that's not something that's crazy, right? But again, when I'm saying Jesus, everything Jesus is just never. It's always an excuse for why nobody really got known. Like I said, even back to the beginning, that's the best example I can give you. Mansa Musa never even left the fucking continent of Africa. But there's literal records of this man.
Of who?
Literal records of him. Like, and we still know to this day from those former records, nobody ever even found his money. You still know of those accounts, this is the richest man ever. So,
Who you
like,
talking about?
Mansa Musa.
Okay.
So I'm saying, like, if it's a regular dude who did nothing but just cross Africa, right? But they got records. Right. I'm not understanding how for 33 years the Son of God himself walked this
When was
earth.
when was this guy in Africa? When was his timeline?
Umasa?
Yeah. The goofy.
Yeah, I get that to you because they not even in the same timeline. He way after him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, of course, things are going to be written about him because he's much later. When you look at ancient history, these guys are not writing, 5 seconds, 5 days, 5 minutes, of years after these things happen. They're writing much later. There's a lot of stuff going on that is not even written about. No more cookies for you. No, you ate all my cookies. Get in your room. I'll be waking up and she just be munching on my Oreos, bro. She's like, bro, just can't have nothing. Come on, let's go. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm trying to figure somebody from this nigga timeline.
Look at let's look at somebody really famous. Julius Caesar. Oh, I can't hear you, man. Your mic's weird.
My bad. I said, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna try to find somebody from Africa.
From Africa?
Yeah. Because
I don't think you're getting much out of there except for the pharaohs or the Ptolemies at that time. You're gonna look at one of the Ptolemies, and you look at anything written about any of the Ptolemies. The earliest you're gonna get is Herodotus, and he's far placed from the time of the events. You know what I'm saying? So even like stuff like that, find anything you want in ancient history close to that time. I would say not more than 300 years away from that time. That would be, 6th century. And before that, that would be considered ancient history, maybe a little bit later too. But find anything. You won't have as many manuscripts. You won't have the same composition date from the date of the events. It's going to be much later. You're going to be like, wow, so we still hold this as history, even though it was written within a, no, you're going to wear diapers tonight. Come on. You're going to be like, wow, this was written much later from the event. We accept this more holistically than the New Testament. And it was written in a different time, like a shorter time.
And see, that bothers me. All right, so listen to me. So me being kind of being a low key dick, I ain't want to put the exact year in, right? So I put in famous people in Africa in 3 AD, right?
Yeah.
And it was like they think some dude was the ruler of Kush, but due to the records, it's hard to even know what their names was. But they think whoever the ruler of Kush was, he was famous, but they don't know his name, right? So I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm gonna just put in 33 AD. Now everybody they named like 4 people off rip. All of them have something to do with Rome. And this is all that I'm saying.
Because you got to understand, though, that's the first century, the first couple centuries.
That's not. It's really hella history going on way before Rome.
There is, but a lot of
like,
it is not taking place.
And this is what, and not being funny, this is really my main problem with Christianity, if you want me to be 100.
Yeah, but you can't deny the fact that Rome had a large presence in the world.
Oh yeah, no, they had a large presence in the Rome, not in Africa. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they did. They had a decent presence in Africa.
They've never made it off the Cape, like Alexandria, and it was someplace under there. That's pretty much the end of the colonization they got done at that time. Is Rome. That was
but that's like for instance, if I talk to you about Ohio and I mentioned all these things about Ohio, the only thing you're thinking about is Cleveland. I can speak about the whole place, or for instance, I can speak about all of Texas, but all you're thinking about is Dallas. Every time I say Texas, you think Dallas.
No, I'm thinking about where the Migos stay in Texas. So if I'm saying Dallas,
was it Houston?
The Migo capital, because like that's all I'm saying is in terms of Africa, it's a whole place going on. The only place that Europe does have some influence is on the northern part, but it's not even a massive part of the country where they do have a hold. And somehow we supposed to say fuck the rest of this country's history. What was important was what these people said important, which is, and that's what I'm about to say with the dominance of the Bible becomes the major colonization of the universe. That's why I say the benefit is because you're now telling everybody, get rid of y'all history, take this book, it gave y'all history. That's not true. I cannot agree with that because we didn't make that. That's not nothing historically even based on what our people is doing. Like, and I'm not saying, like, again, I feel the story of Jesus is really the story of all of us. Like, I feel like you're Jesus, he's Jesus. You just have to have the faith because, like you said, or well, like I was saying earlier, I feel like a lot of that should be parably so you can interpret it your own way. So it's all about your visioning on it. So how I look at the Bible personally is like, Jesus always is saying, like, I'm the son of God. When you're a Christian in church, what you're always saying, oh, I'm a child of God. Get that devil stuff away from me. You're a child of God. You a son of God. If you want to be more direct.
Even that claim though, Jesus was a child of God differently than I'm a child of God. He was a son of God differently than I am.
What the point of the Bible is to make you feel that way.
No, not feel that way. Not like it's written. It's not just feelings.
Exactly. You feel that way only because
No. It's not but it's not feeling a certain way based on something, cryptic that I'm reading. Like I'm defining the words. I'm like, okay, how is Jesus called the only begotten Son of God, and yet we are the sons of God? Oh, and then he says he's the bread from heaven. He says he existed before the flesh. We see all these things.
That's what I'm saying. Besides in this Bible, everything, that's why I said to have truth, have lie, because this Bible has a lot of things that you can experience in reality before you ever come on earth. You were in heaven. Because we don't really know what heaven is. You were just
Scripture
in
doesn't
this
say that.
space of where God was manifesting, molding your essence or whatever you want to call it. That's where you're at, and that would be heaven.
Well, no, the scripture doesn't say that we existed prior to being born. The scripture actually says we exist when we are, conceived.
Oh yeah, no, the like you said, the book. But that's what I'm saying. That book is there to control some things. And I believe the main thing to control is your thought process. What you feel you're capable of, why you feel you need to come here to ask for that, because, and I won't get into, like I said from the beginning, how I think the basic instructions would be the best thing. I know there's intermediate knowledge. I know there's advanced knowledge. Now I know biblically is where we still tied to religion. Like I said, that's a good thing for the beginning stages because you need faith. However, that's not like the key thing for us. It shouldn't be, because again, it's like you said, all these things you're saying is point back to the book. Point back to the book. That's where the proof is. It says in the Bible, it's written there. Okay, that's only said in the Bible though.
But say for instance, I wanted to teach you about something very specific that's not found anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
I would always refer you back to the book. And just because the book is, say it's a chemistry book, the book is telling you to think a certain way, to learn a certain subject. That's not saying that, oh, it's controlling you. It's like, hey, if you want to learn this, this is how your thought process should be, because this is what it is.
That's exactly what control is. When you say
it's not control. It's more
no
so
proof of like that. You don't need physical proof to prove. The physical proof is this book that I didn't write.
No, there is physical proof all over.
Plenty of chapters made by individual people and saying that they wrote through the spirit of me.
Right.
You
So if I see the same thing, every single book with no contradictions and 40 different authors, it's very highly unlikely that somebody that these
book.
But look, we talked about probability earlier. How likely is it that 40 authors over the span of 5,000 years write the same exact thing, write about the same exact thing about God, about this history of the Messiah coming, him being born, like Daniel tells you the exact time that Jesus will be born and come into Jerusalem? How can Daniel see all this? How can Isaiah speak about the Messiah in this way, that he would die for his people, and this happened later? Like that's a very unlikely probability that this takes place. Because you even said the Qumran caves.
I would agree if that was something that happened actually randomly, right? Like even I was saying earlier, how about like if this was honestly being truthfully and saying, okay, we're just going to give you whatever. It's not about manufacturing and saying, hey, these books are allowed. This is the Apocrypha, these 40 books that we're saying.
Well, forget about the Apocrypha. Let's focus on prophecy.
We cannot, because that's a part of like some of these books are older than some of those books. So we really can't.
No. A lot of that
Enoch.
stuff is a lot of that stuff is Jewish literature. Enoch is definitely a forgery. It's written in pieces. We don't have a lot of it. And plus, when you look at the claim of Enoch, is that he came down and he spoke to us about things. Well, we see Jesus making a different claim. We see Solomon speaking about the Father and the Son. They're the only ones that have came down. If Enoch had already come down in Solomon's time, which he's claimed to have, then Solomon would have also included Enoch in there, but he didn't. So there's a lot of internal contradiction from Enoch with the rest of Scripture. But laying that aside, when we look at prophecy, how do you explain Isaiah speaking about what Christ would do, Christ coming and doing that? And how do you explain Daniel, like prophesying this thousands of years before this takes place?
I mean, this, like I said, this is a curated book.
But how do you explain prophecy though?
No, prophecies are things. Prophecies are real things. I don't believe that the prophecy was meaning that this prophecy was real. I don't even think. My objection would be the prophecies all come from the Old Testament. I can take that may not be something I can answer, right? Because it comes from this one singular source. But when we talk about the new conception, so if you're telling me that the old book y'all knew as y'all was making this one singular thing, oh, an immaculate conception is coming, but y'all didn't write a new book. What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. It's not sensible.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Say that again.
If the whole purpose of the Old Testament is saying that the new covenant is coming, and y'all knew the new covenant is coming, well, why would you all of a sudden say, we're going to stop the book here?
For the Old Testament or the New Testament?
For the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, that's just where there's no more need to write anything. It's kind of like the Old Testament.
It literally is.
But it's
like you said, it's 40 other authors now. It didn't have to be 40 other authors, did it?
Yeah, it did. We have a certain...
it could have just been like the last book.
It could have been one author who never dies.
Not even saying it was ever going to be one author who never dies, because the Old Testament isn't just one author who never dies. But I'm saying it's definitely more not condensed, but more formulate. Like it's like and again, I get how you making the comparison of like, yeah, well, the books individually for the New Testament. My main point is like what you're skipping is they weren't made in any order, direction, or purpose for real. It's a bunch of people who said, oh, the Spirit of God hit me, I wrote this book. It wasn't them saying that, oh, we're doing this because the revelations, you know what I'm saying? They were like, shit, we got to give the story of Jesus, kind of the story of Jesus. That's also another big ass thing. I know you're saying that I'm asking for special critique. That is not special. That's very much so needed. Like you said, you're giving me the explanation that, oh, he was just born with that and that was his will. Well, he had to go through experiences to understand how to control that will. Because even if it's in him, it's based on his actions, what he would like, his thought process. And not being funny, but as a child, you can't control your emotions. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah, even God, Jesus himself would have had to do some work to control that.
No, Jesus had complete control over the flesh. The divinity that took on the divinity. But look, the divinity that took on flesh was always stronger than that flesh. That's why Jesus never sinned.
I would say the proof that that's false is that he didn't appear again until 33.
Because if he was that's the absence of evidence, but that's an argument from silence.
That's the same
you're
thing
saying
you're using with the book.
But look,
you're saying the evidence is the book. I'm just using the book as the evidence.
I've given you evidence outside of the book to prove things written in the book.
No, you're giving me people outside of the book who
that's evidence outside of
the book and then say things about the book.
Right, so, but that's evidence.
Everything about the book goes back to the book.
But when you look at Josephus, Tacitus, these guys are outside of the book, meaning they're outside of the circles. They're not invested. They don't have a dog in the fight. Violet, lay down. They don't have a dog in the fight. These guys are not invested in it. That's what it means to be outside of the book.
I'm gonna look up them last two, but everybody else you didn't say that to literally had a dog in the fight. Literally. Yep. And I'm accepting you. That's why I said, listen, if you say it when I don't know something, I'm not gonna act like I do so, but I will research it. But everybody you said they ain't got no dog in the fight. They had a dog in the fight.
Right, but
just like the Bible
Pliny the Elder, Tacitus, Josephus, and Philo had nothing to gain by saying Jesus existed or speaking about the fact that he was crucified. They had nothing to gain, so therefore there's no dog in the fight.
If they're Romans, it's literally everything to gain. That'd be the first thing.
Okay, so you're saying Jesus was created? Are you saying Jesus was created by Rome?
These people in history, right? That seems like a good benefit.
Are you saying Jesus was created in Rome?
Yes, I would definitely say that.
Okay, so why would the Jewish rabbis who hated Jesus according to the Gospels write about him if he was created by Rome?
I don't believe that. I'm saying they were saying somebody's coming who we're going to hate.
No,
They
no, no,
didn't
no.
say
The
he was
Jewish
on earth and we
rabbis.
hated him. At
No,
least
no, no. The Jewish rabbis mention him by name. They say that he and his disciples were doing black magic among the people. They said that he was leading people
and this
astray.
was even down to their like. I'm not gonna lie because I'm not abreast on their shit, right? But I will say, even they say he's not that Jesus isn't the Son of God.
Right.
So, I mean,
They don't
even
even
they're
they're
speaking
not
of
on the
him is
side of
about him
Christians.
not being who
Right.
the Bible
So
says.
if Jesus was not an actual person and he was created by the Romans, why are the people that hate him according to the Gospels, this Roman fiction, why are these same people writing about him in their own works? That
Yeah,
doesn't make any sense.
but they're not
You
talking
don't
about
read
him
about.
in the same manner. They're not talking
Yeah,
about
they
him in
are.
the
Yeah, they
same
are.
light.
They're talking about the fact that they said in the Gospels that he did miracles by Beelzebub. They said the exact same thing
I'll
in the
take them
Talmud.
saying he said he did. That's not. It's no book of. It's no New Testament and no Yiddish based on Jesus. It's not 12 books based on Jesus. Like if I'm not mistaken, they pretty much be like, man, yeah, this nigga a fucking con artist. Get this bitch. Like that's really how they talk about it for one time, and pretty much Jesus over there.
Right. But here's my point. You're saying Jesus was created by the Romans. That means he's not a real person. If he's created, he's not a real person.
No, like I said, like I've been saying from the beginning.
You said
right?
there's a lot of different
Truth,
people that can
lies.
have different names.
Maybe it was a person of that name, but there's no story even with the even with the Torah. There's no story of Jesus in there of where he started and was born and this, that, and the third. That
Torah
came from the Romans. Yeah, the Romans invented.
No. Micah 5:2 says he would be born in Bethlehem. That's where he was born. Isaiah 7:4, Micah 5:2 says that Jesus would be born in Bethlehem. You have Isaiah 7:14 that says Jesus would be born of a virgin in Alma. And then you have so many other scriptures. You have the fact that he would be preaching in Galilee of the Gentiles from Isaiah 49. Like literally everything he did, he fulfilled 300 prophecies in the Old Testament. Not one thing that he did came from Rome.
That's what I'm saying. Now listen to me. I know
like what
Jesus
you just said is
not
crazy.
Mentioned one time in by name. We cannot say by name. You can say by parable. Oh, they talking about Jesus here because it says the Lamb, but you said the Lamb is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. So how you don't know he talking about God when they say the Lamb? That's what I'm saying.
The only person referred to as a lamb is Jesus in the whole Bible.
It's not literally.
It is.
It's not.
No. No. The Holy Spirit's never called the Lamb. The Father's never called the Lamb. It's always the Son.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. How can this transcend when it's beneficial? Because they're the same person, right?
No, they're not the same person. So
they
the
are.
Trinity
They're the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. They're one and the same.
No, that's
even
not
if
my
you want
view.
to give them 3 different names.
Yeah, but what you're talking about, that's not my view. So I don't know.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's not your view. I don't have a view minus the outer view.
But you asked me my view about
the outside
the Father
looking in and speaking what I see.
Right.
Not
But
sensible.
You asked me if it's Father, Son, Holy Spirit, and you said same person. I said no. We hold that there's 3 distinct persons, one being one God. So just different from what you said. What you said would be oneness, where they think that the Father is the Son, the Father is the Holy Spirit.
That's what the Bible presents. Regardless of your views, this is what the Bible presents. That's what I'm saying.
But it doesn't say that the Son is the Father.
Listen, either we gonna do things based on a personal interpretation, or you will accept the word. And that's what I'm saying. That is the problem with the Bible. It's not a lot of people actually accepting the word. They're saying, this is what I think or what this person said about the Bible. And when we can literally all just read the word, right? It says shit right there. You don't have to look for a deeper meaning. if we stop doing that and we just accept the words on the face value, because that's all I'm gonna do. I can't look for it.
Yeah.
I can say what I thought this was,
But the
but I can
problem with
obviously
that,
say what this says and shit, right?
the
It
problem
doesn't
with
say
that,
nothing about no Jesus 400 times. Not one time directly do it even actually mention Jesus. And even the ones where they say, oh, this is mentioned, like you said, oh, a new covenant is coming. Boy, that is indirect as fuck. That is not talking about Jesus. Like, I'm gonna be
well,
real.
I never
Jesus.
said, KT, I never said it was talking about Jesus, first off, because you said something indirectly about the New Testament and about how the Old Testament never mentions the New Testament. I said, yes, it does. And I took you over there. I never said that this is talking about Jesus. So that's a straw man. You're kind of just, you're mixing
You
things up.
said you brought that up because you were saying that it was talking about New Covenant is the New Testament. And that's about Jesus coming. And I was saying they don't even talk about Jesus coming, nor
No,
really
I
does.
never said it was. I never said it was talking about Jesus coming. I said it was talking about the new covenant, which Jesus,
exactly.
initiated.
The new covenant is Jesus. That's what I'm saying. You did
No, no,
bring
no,
this
no.
up.
The new covenant is not
We're running it
Jesus.
back on the show.
Jesus initiated the new covenant.
Exactly. We wouldn't be talking about the new covenant if we're not talking nothing about Jesus. But that's
Yeah,
my
but
only
when I
point. This is what I'm saying, that all that's open to interpretation when we can just sit here and take it on the face value of what it's saying. A new covenant is coming.
originally
Does that mean
when
a
we
new book of the
but
Bible's coming? Because a new covenant, you had a covenant with the Jewish people, with the Jews, right? Like, or am I mistaken?
Yeah, the old covenant required that different writings be spoken about, what was going on, during this covenant that took place with Abraham down to Jacob and the nation of Israel. What became of the nation of Israel? How did they react with this covenant? What did they do? Well, they couldn't upkeep this covenant. They were scattered. They were put into all this captivity. And all along the way, they're given information about a Messiah that's going to come, be born here, be born in this way. He's going to do this, say this, and do all these things. The one who comes after the new covenant is spoken of in Jeremiah, the one who comes is Jesus. He fulfills all of these prophecies. He says, "This is the blood of of the new covenant, which is shed for many." He talks about how he's the Lamb, how he's going to die for his people. Same epithet we see in the Old Testament. So nothing has really changed as far as what we're looking at. So I just don't see the critiques that you're making. I'm answering them, giving you evidence, and then I'm asking you questions back, and then the critiques don't make any sense. Because I'm like, okay, give me something specific. You're like, okay, the whole Bible. So we start talking about the whole Bible, and then I'm like, okay, well, there's more evidence for this than anything in ancient history. And you're like, yeah, but it's Jesus, so it can't be 500 years like this other document. It's got to be like less time just because it's Jesus. And it's like I don't know. It's just unequal weights and measures for basic things like historicity of Jesus. Jesus was created at Rome. Okay, in what way? He doesn't fulfill anything, Roman, anything about the religion of Rome. He doesn't speak about the religion of Rome, which is polytheistic. The New Testament is monotheistic. Old Testament is monotheistic. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and I can tell a lot of these claims. I've seen where a lot of these claims come from, and a lot of them are unfounded. They don't go in depth on any real evidence of anything. They're just kind of like you said. The Bible, the Bible was created at the Council of Nicaea. You won't read that anywhere. That's just a claim somebody makes in passing that, like, respectfully doesn't know about Council of Nicaea and what took place. So, I'm giving you all this info. I've been a scholar for about 13 years now, and I study this stuff. There's not just anything new. But when it comes to reading the Bible at face value, I believe in certain instances we can, but in a lot we can't, because the Bible's written in Greek and Hebrew, and these are very complex languages. They have parts of speech we don't have. So a lot of this stuff is untranslatable. Some words are just so packed with so much definition that you really can't translate all of it with just one word. And even a lot of translators say you can't fully translate these languages into English. So yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff wrong with that. But yeah, respectfully disagree. But hey, man, we've been on the phone for minutes. Ever since I got home from work, I've been on the phone.
Y'all good, y'all
So,
good. I apologize. I was over here. My toilet
it's
was
good.
flooding anyway. I had to fix my shit.
Oh no, you good, bro. But yeah, I'll see if I'll catch you on this live again. I'm on Bias Live for a little bit.
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to get up out of here too, man. Y'all boys be safe. I
Yeah, go ahead,
apologize.
Ethan,
I've been on this show this long too. I did not mean to do that, but
yeah. Nah,
nah,
I mean,
it's a
like I
good little
told you,
debate.
Bias
It
was
was
the
good
smooth.
chopping it up amongst the community. I like having these talks. Even if we disagree or whatever, I want you to understand personally. I really don't got no problems with you. I believe whatever you got the right to believe whatever you believe and feel how you feel, and I will pursue more knowledge on your view of things. I hope you look into my side also more possibly too, because
Bro,
I gotta go back to the book.
there's
That's all I'm
still
gonna
10 people watching this. That's nuts.
It's how many people?
10 people. There's been consistently like at least 12, 15 people watching the whole time I've been on.
Damn.
And I know it's early. It's like 3 a.m. when I jumped on over there for you guys.
Yeah, it's 7:30 in the morning for me, nigga. I ain't even know that. I'm about to go to the store, buy cigarettes. I'm about to go live life.
Oh man. You go do your thing, man. We'll chop it up later.
All right, man. Y'all boys be safe.
All right, man. Peace out.
How the heck you didn't get up out of here? Okay. I see it.